This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. Disasters often strike without warning, sometimes suddenly on an ordinary day. Sang Kankan stared at the incessant black rain outside the window, her heart sinking. The rain had been falling for 2 days and 2 nights, the ground resembling spilled ink, utterly black. The flowers and plants along the roadside were wilted by the rain, and she didn't know if they could be saved. If it fell on people. Sang Kankan's gaze lingered on a pedestrian wandering in the rain. She recognized the person. It was the owner of the milk tea shop downstairs from the dormitory next door. Sang Kankan loved her homemade peach oolong tea, delicious and inexpensive, something even a college student like herself could afford. She would buy a cup every few days. But now, the boss wandered aimlessly in the black rain, her face expressionless, her eyes completely unfocused, like a walking corpse. If any living person approached her, the mangled, bitten figure lying by the roadside would be the same fate. 2 days ago, when the black rain first fell, everyone just assumed it was rainwater pollution caused by smog, and they all posted complaints online. Even knowing that this rain had fallen all over the world, leaving no corner untouched, many people still didn't take it seriously, braving the rain to go about their work and lives as usual. The world is full of unpredictable changes. How can one stop living just because of a rain shower? Will they still eat? Will they still get paid? Will they still pay their mortgage? However, this normalcy didn't last long. The dramatic changes caused by the black rain erupted half a day later. Those caught in the rain quickly began to act strangely. Most of them, within half a day, transformed into walking corpses, like the bubble tea shop owner, losing their rationality in mind, and indiscriminately attacking everyone around them. Online, they were called zombies, and this black rain was a collection of highly concentrated zombie viruses. Those unfortunate enough to be bitten by a zombie could die but rise again in zombie form. Even without a fatal wound, there was a high probability of being infected by the zombie virus and turning into a zombie in a very short time. The world descended into chaos. Only senior students like Sang Kankan, nearing graduation and no longer needing classes, had no interest in braving the rain and had enough snacks stored in their dorm rooms to last a few days, thus narrowly escaping the storm. Yesterday, the National Security Department issued an emergency evacuation notice, advising everyone to keep doors and windows closed, avoid going outside, and avoid contact with any water or food contaminated by the black rain. If someone around you becomes ill, try to subdue or isolate them while protecting yourself. The government will soon decide on the next steps in the rescue plan. Now everyone is waiting for the rain to stop, waiting for rescue. Mom, you and Dad just stay home and wait. Don't go anywhere. Do you still have food? How many of the steamed buns you made the day before yesterday are left? Eat them quickly. Don't drink tap water, and definitely don't drink well water. Just drink the water stored in the kitchen vat, boil it before drinking. Do you have enough firewood? Don't believe the nonsense the villagers are spouting. There aren't that many conspiracy theories. I'm fine. What could possibly happen to me at school? Don't worry about me. Take care of yourselves. Don't wander around after the rain stops. Wait for notification. The rescue should be here soon. Lin Yu, Lin's roommate, was on the phone with her family. Thanks to the timely response of relevant departments, the power grid and communication networks were mostly still functioning normally during the 2 days of rain. However, the water supply was a problem. The tap water had turned a light black from the rain, clearly undrinkable. Lin Yu's hometown was a small village in another province, a 15 or 16-hour train ride away. It was very remote, and in the face of such a sudden disaster, the impact on the countryside was far less than on big cities. Sang Kankan dragged a chair to sit next to Lin Yu. After Lin Yu finished her call, she handed her a chicken-flavored sausage and took one for herself. Are your parents all right? They're fine. They have enough food and drink at home, and they're in good health. They should be all right for now. Lin Yu said they were fine, but her brow was still slightly furrowed. With things in such chaos outside, even someone as carefree as her couldn't help but worry. She took the sausage and tossed it back into the plastic bag Sang Kankan had been using to store snacks. I'm not hungry now. I save it for tonight. There's not much left. Hearing this, Sang Kankan couldn't tear the sausage from her hand anymore. For the past 3 days of this black rain, the 3 of them in the dorm had survived on this bag of snacks Sang Kankan had stockpiled. Nearly 200 yuan worth of various snacks were now down to less than a third of their original amount. Their dorm originally had 4 people. Another roommate lived locally, and usually stayed at her own home. She wasn't very close to them, and had moved all her things home after her thesis defense over a month ago, never to return. Linyu sat cross-legged in a chair, tilting her head back in a daze. Can, how long do you think this rain will last? Sang Can patted her shoulder. It definitely go back to normal soon. They had studied diligently for over a decade, finally reaching their senior year, writing their theses, and defending them, preparing to enter the workforce and face the challenges of society. Little did they know that before that, they would be confronted with an apocalyptic challenge. And a hellish one at that, the kind where one wrong step and you're dead. Another roommate, Zhang Xiao, was also on the phone, but to her boyfriend. Xinghua, when are you coming to pick me up? It's so dangerous outside, I'm so scared. Didn't you just get a new car? Won't it get ruined by the rain? I don't care, you have to come pick me up as soon as the rain stops, and I want to be in the passenger seat first. Where are you now? Is anyone else around? I think I heard a woman's voice. Sang Can and Lin Yu exchanged a knowing glance. They were truly impressed that Zhang Xiao was still thinking about jealousy at a time like this. Zhang Xiao's boyfriend is 5 years older than her, from the same hometown, and works at a car dealership in the university town. When they first got together, they treated their dorm mates to a meal, and Sang Can and Lin Yu, thinking it was a freebie, both went. Before that, Zhang Xiao had always talked about how handsome, generous, and good to her boyfriend was. After seeing him in person, Sang Can remained skeptical. She wasn't the type to gossip behind people's backs, so if Zhang Xiao thought he was good, she wished her happiness. However, at this moment, Zhang Xiao's spoiled voice sounded uncomfortable, especially when she complained to her boyfriend. These past few days, when I'm hungry, I've been eating my roommate's snacks, mostly junk food. They like to hoard it. Xinghua, you know, my stomach has always been weak, I have a small appetite, and I don't like eating random things. I don't know if junk food will cause problems. I need to get checked out. You have to come with me. Sang Can rolled her eyes, tightly tied the snack bag, and locked it in the closet. Don't give her any more, not even to the dogs. The black rain continued to fall outside the window. The university dormitory had long been anything but peaceful. Not everyone shared her habit of hoarding snacks, nor could everyone suppress their panic and fear and stay obediently indoors. Among the zombies wandering in the black rain, or the corpses lying on the roadside, were their classmates. The day before yesterday, when her neighbor ran out of food, Sang Can handed out 2 small bags of cookies, which quickly attracted a large group of people begging for food. If Lin Yu hadn't been strong enough to hold the door shut and drive them all away, her snacks would have been snatched up long ago. Last night, someone desperately banged on the door for help in the middle of the night, but they didn't dare open it. Even now, screams still echoed in the corridors and throughout the campus, and people would fall down and then rise again as zombies. The class's chat group, which was full of people asking for help yesterday, was quiet today. No one knows how many people have already perished. No one could have foreseen or prepared for this disaster more than anyone else. Everyone was equally helpless. That evening, Sang Can and Lin Yu shared a bag of biscuits and a carton of milk. Zhang Xiao stared blankly at them. Can, where's mine? Sang Can didn't even bother to look at her. I only have junk food, so I won't hurt your precious stomach. Hey Can, did you overhear my phone call with Xinghua? Zhang Xiao playfully slapped her. I was just joking around. Just couples being affectionate. You single people wouldn't understand. Sang Can's face was expressionless. She didn't understand, nor did she want to understand. Couldn't this person have any self-awareness? Don't be so petty. It's a time like this. Why are you still being so stingy? Sang Can's inner voice had already unleashed a torrent of abuse at Zhang Xiao, but in reality, she was clumsy with words and lacked the energy to retaliate. She could only turn her head away and ignore Zhang Xiao. But Zhang Xiao persisted. Good Can, beautiful Can, just give me some food, okay? I wait for Xinghua to pick me up, and I have him pay you back double, or even triple, or quadruple. Pay back what you ate before. Sang Can pushed Zhang Xiao away, climbed onto the upper bunk, and laid down under the covers. There wasn't much food left, and the rain was expected to continue for who knows how long. Lying down would slow her hunger down. Why are you like this? Zhang Xiao looked aggrieved, as if the whole world was against her. She muttered a few curses at Sang Can, and when Sang Can ignored her, she started fiddling with the lock on her closet, deliberately making a clicking sound. With a loud thud, Lin Yu slammed a thick English-Chinese dictionary at Zhang Xiao's feet, startling her. Can't you just shut up? Are you the only one hungry? Don't others need to rest? Lin Yu had helped with farm work since she was little. She was tall and strong, and her strength was comparable to the boys in her class. Her outburst finally silenced Zhang Xiao. Sang Kankan gave Lin Yu a thumbs up. After another night, the black rain finally stopped the next morning. But the situation didn't immediately improve. The zombies were still roaming the streets, and there seemed to be more of them than yesterday, and they seemed to be moving faster. While eating breakfast by the window, Sang Kankan watched helplessly as a student who had risked running out was pounced on by a zombie. Suddenly, the fish tofu in her mouth lost its flavor. Worse still, Lin Yu wasn't feeling well either. I think I have a fever? Can you feel it? Sang Kankan touched her forehead. It was indeed abnormally hot. She shook off all the bad thoughts in her mind. Could it be that I'm about to awaken my superpowers? There had been countless discussions online about the black rain and the ensuing zombie infection. Sang Kankan had naturally read many posts, and many people were saying that there's always a way out, and that after the zombies, humans might evolve, perhaps awakening superpowers or something. Could Lin Yu be that lucky one to awaken? Awakening superpowers, huh? That's hilarious, Zhang Xiao scoffed from the side. I think you're getting your comeuppance for bullying people. You might turn into one of those monsters out there soon. Lin Yu wasn't feeling well, and didn't want to argue, and Sang Kankan didn't bother with banter either. She quickly searched online, and found that many people had the same situation as Lin Yu, a sudden fever. Some people had even done surveys and statistics, and these people were generally the ones with better physical constitutions. It might not be a bad thing. Don't worry, eat more to replenish your nutrition. She tore open various packages, stuffing bread, milk, ham, and other things into Lin Yu's hands. Don't give it all to me, keep it for yourself. Oh, we can buy more later when we can get out. It'd be better if you get better so you can take care of me. They said this, but they both knew that even if they could get out, it wouldn't be easy to buy food in a short time. After the black rain stopped, official and civilian rescue operations immediately began in various places, and the counselor also sent out a notice in the class group that afternoon. Everyone, take your belongings and proceed immediately to the central gymnasium. The main campus road has been cleared and is passable, but caution is still advised. Take responsibility for your own safety. Evacuate before dark. Reply 1 upon receiving this message. For special circumstances, message me privately. In a large group of 50 or 60 people, less than 20 replied. The plight of the others was unimaginable. We have to go to the gymnasium, Sang Kankan said worriedly, helping Lin Yu climb down from her bunk. Yeah, can you still manage? Lin Yu's temperature was noticeably higher than before. Her heat was palpable. Their dormitory wasn't far from the central gymnasium, usually only a 10-minute walk, but now it was uncertain. I'm fine, I'm stronger than you anyway, Lin Yu joked, raising her arm and showing off her biceps. Let's pack up and get ready to go. She wasn't wrong. Even with a fever, Lin Yu could easily carry a bag weighing over 10 kilograms. In comparison, Sang Kankan was a complete weakling, struggling to even climb a flight of stairs. There wasn't much to pack. Even if college students had valuables, at this point, there was nothing left to worry about. They changed into clothes that allowed easy movement, grabbed phone chargers and power banks, packed the remaining food and water, and discarded anything else unnecessary. They tacitly ignored Zhang Xiao standing nearby. It wasn't that they were malicious or trying to exclude her, but Zhang Xiao's princess-like behavior was one thing. But even now, she was still clueless, only hurting herself and others in the end. Giving her the cold shoulder might make her behave. Lin Yu took her tennis racket, and Sang Kankan grabbed a clothes pole for self-defense. As they quietly left the dorm, Zhang Xiao followed them out with her bag, but they said nothing. The hallway was a scene of utter devastation. Dark red blood was splattered everywhere, and there were signs of a struggle and dragging everywhere. This was the reality outside during their 3 days and 3 nights of seclusion. Zhang Xiao's gaze met the eyes of a classmate lying dead on the ground, eyes wide open. She couldn't help but scream. Sang Kankan quickly covered her mouth, silently scolding, "Quiet." But the scream still attracted the nearby zombies. Those killed by zombie attacks soon become zombies themselves. Now, the corridor was filled with zombies, no one alive except them. Chapter 2. Sang Kankan and the others lived in room 307, which was located in the middle of the building. Zhang Xiao's shout attracted the zombies from both the front and back, totaling 8. They knew Zhang Xiao was going to harm herself and others, but they didn't expect it to come true so quickly. Seeing the zombies approaching them like ghosts, Zhang Xiao's legs went weak with fear, and she clung to Sang Kankan, her fingertips pinching a small piece of flesh on her arm. Sang Kankan wanted to just throw Zhang Xiao off the building, but she couldn't bring herself to do it. Fortunately, the zombies weren't moving too fast, and with two people, they weren't completely cornered. She pushed Zhang Xiao against the wall and exchanged a glance with Lin Yu. You deal with the front, I handle the back. Let's rush downstairs in one go. Lin Yu nodded, okay. As they moved, the zombies moved too. Lin Yu, holding a tennis racket in each hand, forcefully swatted away the zombies surging towards them, clearing a space before quickly rushing forward. Sang Kankan wildly waved her closed pole, hurting the zombies behind her back, and quickly caught up with Lin Yu. Zhang Xiao only carried a bag and no usable tools, but she knew what was important and kept up with the two. 3 minutes later, the three of them, dragging about 10 zombies, finally reached the first floor. They quickly ran out of the dormitory door and, together, desperately held it shut from the outside, preventing the zombies from entering the building. There were definitely other survivors inside. They couldn't lock the door and cut off others' chances of survival, so they could only hold it open for now. The zombies were still howling and roaring against the glass door. Although the leader's appearance had completely changed, Sang Kankan still recognized it. It was the class monitor from another class in the same department, a cheerful girl who always smiled at everyone. The class monitor zombie grinned, baring its teeth and claws at them for a while, but finding it impossible to approach, it soon scattered along with its little tail, following the scent of human flesh elsewhere. Only then did the three dare to relax. Many students had left the dormitories that morning, attracting away the zombies lurking outside the dormitory buildings, making the outside seem relatively safe. However, this safety was only temporary. They had to get to the gymnasium as soon as possible. They took a breather and immediately set off. Lin Yu's fever was getting worse, the flush on her face extending to behind her ears. She couldn't continue to be at the forefront. Zhang Xiao was even less reliable. She'd be lucky if she didn't drag them down. Sang Kankan could only be extra careful herself. Her physical fitness had never been good. She struggled to even pass the 800-meter race, and had failed her university physical education class twice. If another wave of zombies came, she'd probably be doomed. Fortunately, just as the counselor had said, the main roads on campus had been cleared. They didn't encounter the dense hordes of zombies they'd seen before. A few scurried about, but by being cautious and quiet, they managed to avoid them. They barely encountered any living people along the way. They were probably among the last to emerge. It was already getting dark, and the vast, empty campus was unsettling. Lowering their voices and slowing their pace, they walked for about 20 minutes until the gymnasium finally came into view, just across the street. The gymnasium was surrounded by several layers of barbed wire. A considerable number of people had already gathered inside. Several teachers were guarding the only entrance, checking on the students before letting them in. In the distance, they could see a huge banner hanging above the gymnasium, guiding students to line up, register, and prepare for evacuation. Lin Yu leaned on Sang Kankan's shoulder, finally able to relax. Her breathing became heavy. She must be in considerable pain. Sang Kankan took her arm, helping her shift her weight onto herself. Yeah, just hold on a little longer, you'll be safe soon. But then, an unexpected event occurred. It was Zhang Xiao causing trouble again. She had somehow run into a convenience store by the roadside, grabbed a large bag of toast and 2 bottles of water, and charged out again, screaming, accompanied by 3 zombies. Ah! Help! If it were just 3 zombies, they could barely manage, but Zhang Xiao's unrestrained screams attracted zombies from all directions. Zombies are extremely sensitive to sound. Didn't they see that even the school's organized evacuation only involved hanging banners and trying to be as quiet as possible? But Zhang Xiao was like a piece of chewing gum that couldn't be shaken off, attracting zombies that wouldn't let go of them. This was the second time in her life that Sang Kankan was so angry she wanted to grab a knife, but this time she didn't have one. The zombies, wandering aimlessly throughout the campus, had found their target and were converging on them. There was no time to argue now. With Lin Yu's help, Sang Kankan managed to fight off 3 zombies at the convenience store and rushed to the middle of the road, only to be met by another wave of zombies. The teachers at the gymnasium entrance noticed the commotion and arranged for reinforcements to come to her aid. Just when hope seemed within reach, Sang Kankan suddenly felt someone yank her from behind. She lost her balance and fell right at the feet of a zombie. Looking up, she saw Zhang Zhao's panicked face. I didn't mean to. I really didn't mean to. A sharp pain shot through her left arm. She'd been bitten by a zombie. Other zombies, drawn by the scent of blood, swarmed towards her. Can. Lin Yu, barely able to stand, sensed the danger and turned to help her, but Zhang Xiao held her back tightly. She's been bitten, she's beyond saving. Don't go looking for trouble. Death seemed to be raising its scythe at her, but at this moment, Sang Kankan's mind was clearer than ever. Yes, she'd been bitten by a zombie. She was beyond saving. There was no need for her friend to die for her. Lin Yu pushed Zhang Xiao aside and tried to rush forward again, but Sang Kankan, drawing strength from who knows where, struggled to her feet from the zombie encirclement and took 2 steps back. Yeah, don't come any closer. Get to the gym right now, or I break up with you and never speak to you again. She even deliberately enlarged the wound on her shoulder, squeezing out more blood to lure the 2 zombies that had their eyes on Lin Yu. Then, while splattering blood, she led the zombies in the opposite direction from the gym. Yeah, you must survive to the end. Lin Yu was stunned by her actions. When she came to her senses, Sang Kankan was already surrounded by a dozen zombies. It was impossible to rescue her now. The teachers from the gym arrived with their teams. Seeing the situation, they could only shake their heads in pity and urge the teachers to hurry to the gym. Sang Kankan, with a final burst of strength, used herself as bait to lure the zombies to a small hill on the west side of the campus. She wasn't some selfless hero, but the moment she was bitten by the zombie, she suddenly thought of Lin Yu's family, who cared for her. What did she have? Of course, she had family too, but they probably wished her dead. From the moment she demanded money from them with a knife, her ties with them were severed. As for friends, to completely escape that family, she applied to a university almost 2,000 kilometers away after the college entrance exam. She lost contact with her friends from before university, and besides Lin Yu, she had no other close friends at university. So what was there left for her to hold on to? Since she was going to die anyway, it would be good if Lin Yu could be saved. She just hoped Lin Yu would stay away from Zhang Xiao in the future, so she wouldn't be dragged down by her anymore. Sang Kankan leaned against a small banyan tree on a hillside, her vision gradually blurring. A stone flew from somewhere and hit her on the forehead, seemingly drawing blood, but she didn't have the strength to touch it. Is this a case of misfortunes never coming singly? She's already in such a terrible state, and even rocks are coming to bully her. Is there no justice in this world? Zombies around her relentlessly gnawed at her, but she couldn't even feel the pain. In her dazed state, Sang Kankan vaguely heard some sounds. System bound, host gene matching in progress. Warning! Host consciousness is dissipating. Warning. She was almost dead. How could she be hallucinating? Sang Kankan collapsed to the ground, her consciousness plunging into complete darkness. Chapter 3. A banyan tree, its thick vines waving, patrolled the forest. A large gray rat accidentally wandered into its territory, and was immediately impaled by sharp roots emerging from the ground, leaving it a bloody mess. When Sang Kankan opened her eyes again, she saw this nightmarish scene. She was still stunned, unable to process what had happened. Where was she? Her vision was gloomy and gray, as if something was shrouding her, and all colors around her were shrouded in mist. She slowly stood up. The banyan tree's vines sensed the movement, and quickly converged on her. Just as they were about to wrap around her neck, they suddenly withdrew, as if encountering something unclean. Her head was spinning, and it took Sang Kankan more than 10 minutes to regain her memory. Wasn't she bitten to death by a zombie? How did she come back to life? Looking around, she finally remembered where she was. This was the small hillside she had come to before losing consciousness. Who would believe it? This little hill on campus is also known as Lover's Hill because of its high elevation and excellent view. At night, it offers panoramic views of the entire university town, and the trees and shrubs are beautifully maintained, making it a popular date spot for many college couples. But now, staring at the banyan tree that had just tried to attack her, Sang Kankan instinctively took a step back. Could this be the tree she leaned against before she fainted? But she clearly remembered it being a small tree less than 3 meters tall. Now it must be 5 or 6 meters. The surrounding trees were also extremely tall, and the romantic Lover's Hill was now completely covered in greenery, resembling a primeval forest. How long had she been lying under that tree? It must have taken at least 3 or 4 years for the tree to grow that tall. A person would have smelled terrible after 3 or 4 years. Sang Kankan looked down at herself, wanting to smell if she really smelled bad, and what she saw almost made her jump. What the hell? This is her? She moved her hands. They were definitely hers, but they were anything but human. Her sports jacket was tattered to shreds, falling off easily. Underneath, from her shoulders to her arms and hands, she was covered in bruises. Her arms were covered in gray and white spots. She thought she'd gotten some dirt on them, and when she gently wiped them, her skin broke open, oozing black pus. Tearing off her clothes, her entire body was in the same condition as her arms. Right, her fingernails had grown to 4 or 5 centimeters long, the tips looking like sharp daggers. Even though Sang Kankan's mind wasn't quite clear, she knew she was definitely not normal anymore. She immediately thought of a more fitting term, zombie. Yes, before she lost consciousness, she had been surrounded and bitten by a dozen zombies. Turning into one was only natural. But who could tell her why, even after becoming a zombie, she still retained memories of her human self? Could it be some misunderstanding? Maybe she was just a little dirty from lying in the water for too long. Sang Kankan still held onto a sliver of hope, instinctively reaching for her phone to see what she looked like. She couldn't find it, but finally found a small puddle near the banyan tree, where she saw her reflection. Disheveled, lifeless, her face riddled with holes from rotting flesh, her gums exposed, her eyes as white as a fish that had been dead for 2 or 3 days. What else could she be but a zombie? Her muddled mind couldn't process all this information at once. Sang Kankan stood there blankly for several minutes, then suddenly, an intense hunger overwhelmed her. This hunger was different from the hunger she felt as a human. It wasn't physiological or psychological, but instinctive, as if a little person inside her was constantly yelling, "So hungry, so hungry, so hungry." What do zombies eat again? Sang Kankan thought for a moment, then slumped over. Zombies eat humans. Not wanting to see herself like this anymore, Sang Kankan kicked the edge of a puddle in frustration, stirring up the water with sand. The banyan vines were still eyeing her menacingly, but seemed to disdain her stench and didn't approach. Staying in this forest wasn't a good idea. No matter the situation, she had to get out and see what was going on. There were no paths left in the forest. It was all tangled with dense vegetation, unrecognizable from its former state. Sang Kankan could only squeeze through any gaps in the trees, forging her own path. She encountered another large tree along the way, just as aggressive as the banyan tree, but it seemed equally disgusted by her stench, poised to attack, but ultimately not approaching. She never imagined that her body odor would one day become her shield. She had no sense of time anymore, just walking and stopping, stopping and walking, until finally she emerged from the woods and descended the hillside. So hungry, so hungry, so hungry. The overwhelming hunger that gripped her body never subsided, and she didn't know how to control it. Finally, she reached the edge of the woods and saw the familiar campus. Sang Kankan froze again. This wasn't the campus she knew anymore. The plane trees lining the main road had grown into towering giants. The concrete paths were overgrown with weeds, and even the library, one of the school's iconic buildings, had its glass walls covered in countless vines. She seemed to have stumbled into some kind of botanical paradise. Her mind was foggy, and her vision blurry, only her hearing was sharp. A sharp cracking sound behind her caught Sang Kankan's attention. She reflexively turned her head, and met the eyes of a zombie a dozen steps away. Ah! A zombie! Sang Kankan took off running. After running 100 meters or so, a sudden thought struck her. She was a zombie now too, so why was she running from a zombie? Seeing that the zombie wasn't chasing her, Sang Kankan's courage returned. After all, this was the first fellow zombie she finally encountered after wandering the forest for most of the day. She simply turned back and furtively crouched in the roadside bushes, observing the zombie. This was her first time being a zombie. She needed to learn from her predecessors. This observation terrified her. 2 zombies met on a narrow path and started fighting. They bit each other, then gnawed at each other, until finally one zombie smashed the other's skull and ate its defeated opponent's entire head. Seeing this, Sang Kankan covered her mouth and nose, almost crying. After eating its defeated opponent's brain, the zombie seemed to move faster than before, much faster than Sang Kankan herself. So zombies don't just eat people, they eat other zombies too. Don't you zombies have any shame? Oh no, now I should say we. Thinking that she herself was now a zombie, Sang Kankan felt even more heartbroken. Hunger was still raging in her head. She even felt that the zombie in front of her was starting to look somewhat delicious. While her reason remained intact, Sang Kankan quickly looked away. Eating people was absolutely out of the question. She couldn't bring herself to do it. Eating zombies was out of the question. Whether she could even defeat them was another matter. The main problem was she couldn't bring herself to eat them. They were rotting corpses. She might be the first zombie in the world to starve to death. Sang Kankan dejectedly picked up a clump of weeds at her feet. Unexpectedly, the roots had grown over 2 meters long. A gentle tug brought up a large patch, even stirring up the soil and creating a huge commotion. Damn it, there are more zombies nearby. Such a loud noise will definitely attract them. Sang Kankan turned to run again, but she was no match for a zombie that had evolved from devouring its own kind. She was quickly caught and cornered against the wall. Would she be eaten by a zombie before she starved to death? Sang Kankan pressed herself tightly against the wall, barely daring to breathe. But zombies can't breathe either. The zombie that caught up was more than half a head taller than Sang Kankan. It lowered its head and hovered close to her, its rotting flesh pressed against her forehead. Sang Kankan felt nothing but coldness. She was still debating whether to lie down and accept her fate or fight it, but to her surprise, the zombie didn't smash open her head and eat her brains as she expected. It just hovered around her a few times and then left. Gone. The zombie's figure disappeared around the corner, and Sang Kankan collapsed weakly against the wall. She should have been happy to have escaped, but why did the zombie just leave? Did it not smell good? It seems she still doesn't quite understand the world of zombies. Zombies distinguish friend from foe by scent. Just now, the host imitated its scent, and it mistook the host for itself, so naturally it didn't attack. So that's how it is. This explanation makes sense. Sang Kankan nodded in agreement. Wait, who was speaking just now? The same voice rang out again, hello host. The middleman system is at your service. Sang Kankan, ? What? Hearing host reminded her. When she was bitten by a zombie and almost passed out, she seemed to have heard a voice saying something about being bound to a system. Middleman system? She wanted to ask, but after becoming a zombie, her trachea and vocal cords were ruined, so she couldn't speak and could only gesture incoherently. Host can communicate with me directly using consciousness. The owner of the voice understood her situation and was quite patient with her. This system is the middleman system from the ### civilization. It is now bound to the host and will serve the host wholeheartedly from now on. The pronunciation of the garbled part was strange, and Sang Kankan didn't hear it clearly. Wait, she hadn't even figured out why she still had memories and consciousness after becoming a zombie, and now another system appeared. Was it trying to make her brain even more confused than before? This system can answer the host's questions. The reason the host can retain memories and consciousness is also because of this system. Chapter 4. Time rewinds to the moment Sang Kankan was bitten by a zombie, and was about to lose her mind and turn into one. A small stone fell from the sky, hitting Sang Kankan on the forehead and drawing blood. The middleman system attached itself to this stone, reading Sang Kankan's genes from the blood and quickly binding to her. Then the unexpected happened. Not long after binding with the system, Sang Kankan inevitably turned into a zombie due to the accumulation of too much zombie virus in her body, something the system hadn't anticipated. Zombies are walking corpses, without mind or self-awareness, acting solely on instinct. Such dead things cannot fulfill the role of a system host. Once a host is bound, it cannot be changed unless she voluntarily unbinds herself. The system also cannot make a zombie voluntarily unbind, which puts it in a difficult position. Forced unbinding is tantamount to self-destruction. If the host dies completely, the system will also be destroyed. This system can only expend enormous energy to try to reshape the host's scattered consciousness. After 3 months, it finally succeeded in waking the host. Sang Kankan was stunned. It reshaped her consciousness, so why not just reshape her body and let her be human again? Reshaping the body requires too much energy. This system cannot provide it. In other words, it's just a lack of energy, not a lack of technology. What exactly is the origin of this system? It sounds truly mysterious. Why did you bind with me? Just like this system's arrival in this plane, it was purely accidental. A stone accidentally fell on the host's head, causing blood, and after reading the host's genes, it bound itself. So casual? I thought she was some kind of chosen one. Looks like I was overthinking it. Right? The system just mentioned 3 months. Is it 3 months after the apocalypse? But looking at the surrounding plants and trees, they shouldn't be growing this fast in just 3 months. The host's plane is undergoing a comprehensive evolution. Affected by this evolution, the survival methods and growth habits of all species have changed, including plants. Plane evolution? You mean the reason zombies appeared and the apocalypse occurred is because of plane evolution? That's right. The evolving plane is also the plane with the greatest potential. It's a vast world with great opportunities. This system will actively cooperate with the host to help the host obtain the greatest benefits in this evolution. Sang Kankan couldn't agree with this. Great opportunities? She was a zombie with human memories. She was lucky if she didn't starve to death. What kind of opportunities could she possibly have? Regarding hunger, the host doesn't need to worry. Zombies don't have a digestive or circulatory system and won't starve. The feeling of hunger is due to a lack of energy. As long as you replenish enough energy, there won't be any problems even if you don't hunt. This time, the system actually said something useful, and Sang Kankan's interest was piqued. How do I replenish energy? Besides predation, there are two other ways to replenish energy. The first is absorbing crystal cores. Crystal cores? After a zombie undergoes initial upgrades, a crystal core will grow in its brain. The crystal core is the crystallization of the zombie's internal energy. The higher the zombie's level, the more energy contained in the crystal core. No wonder that zombie ate another zombie's brain earlier. It was for the crystal core. Sang Kankan subconsciously shook her head. Did she have something like that in her brain too? The host's energy has been used for consciousness repair over the past 3 months, and hasn't undergone initial upgrades yet, so no crystal core has been generated. Oh, I see. She's still among the weakest zombies. So you mean I can fight zombies to obtain crystal cores and absorb energy to upgrade? That sounds better than eating zombies. Yes, but this method is high risk and not recommended. What's the second method? The second method is to use this system as a middleman, selling goods purchased from the system to the natives of this plane. For each transaction completed, the host can obtain additional energy for upgrades. Besides energy, the host can also obtain a continuous supply of crystal core currency, resources, and even have the opportunity to acquire goods and technology from higher planes, ensuring an invincible position in this comprehensive evolution. Low investment, low risk, low difficulty, high return, absolutely not to be missed. Sang Kankan, what a huge pie. This system truly lives up to its name as a middleman system. Judging by its eloquence, it must have at least 10 years of sales experience. I get so many benefits, don't I have to give anything in return? Why are you helping me like this? This system is already bound to the host. Serving the host is this system's mission. It made no mention of what Sang Kankan needed to give in return, which might be suspicious, but Sang Kankan had no better choice at the moment. She was incredibly hungry. Just now, a large, dark shape darted past on the roadside. Its outline looked like a dog, and she almost pounced on it with eyes practically glowing green. If she continued to starve like this, she might completely lose her mind and break down her moral boundaries, even resorting to cannibalism. As for absorbing crystal cores from zombies, she had observed all the zombies around her beforehand, and each one was more agile than her. Most of the zombies had leveled up in the past 3 months, while she had remained stagnant, making a victory unlikely. After much thought, becoming a middleman seemed the safest option. But how could she become a middleman? The system wouldn't miss any fluctuations in her consciousness, and upon sensing her interest, it immediately seized the opportunity and issued its first task. New task: open the system shop. Please obtain your first sum of startup funds to open the system shop and make purchases. Task progress: Crystal Cores 0/1. After reading the task description, the new task hovered in the upper right corner of Sang Kankan's vision as text. She waved her hand in that direction, but the text remained unaffected. The task description is projected directly into the host's consciousness and is not materialized. No one else besides the host will see it. Oh! Sang Kankan awkwardly withdrew her hand. What does this task mean? Do I need to obtain a crystal core? Yes. Then I still have to fight zombies. Sang Kankan rolled her eyes. Oh no, her eyes were originally white, and she was rolling them all the time. The system patiently explained to her, regardless of the form, as long as the host can obtain a crystal core and get startup capital, the system shop can be opened. Stealing or robbing is also acceptable, regardless of the form. This system doesn't seem to have very high moral standards, Sang Kankan thought to herself, not caring whether the system could read her consciousness or not. However, there's probably no chance to steal crystal cores in this school. 3 months have passed since the apocalypse, and the survivors should have already evacuated. Images of Lin Yu and Zhang Xiao flashed through her mind, but she felt little worry, nostalgia, anger, or hatred. Perhaps it was because she had become a zombie, her human emotions had become diluted. Hunger returned, but there was no time for her to think. Completing the mission was paramount. Crystal cores wouldn't fall from the sky, she still had to fight zombies. The zombie side? Sang Kankan stealthily wandered the campus, searching for suitable opponents. Her criteria were simple and direct. Generally, the faster a zombie ran, the higher its level. She would never provoke one she couldn't defeat. Those that ran too slowly were out of the question. They hadn't leveled up yet, and didn't have any crystal cores in their brains. Finally, after more than an hour, she selected a short, elderly zombie, prompted by the system. She checked the time from the system. Knowing that the system could project mission instructions directly into her consciousness, Sang Kankan simply asked the system to add a time display function. After all, having been human for over 20 years, she wasn't used to not knowing the time. By the way, system, Didn't you say before that I could mimic the aura of zombies, making them mistake me for themselves and not attack? Do I still have that ability? No. Back then, because the host had just regained consciousness and didn't understand the situation, this system made an exception and activated the disguise function for the host. In the future, the host can earn energy through trading to activate this function independently. Sang Kankan was disappointed, thinking she had a zombie shield. She stared at the old zombie for another minute. This zombie had a limp in its right leg, walking with a stagger, and its movement speed was slow. However, its arms looked quite strong, and its fingernails were probably 10 centimeters long. If someone got scratched, it would probably tear off a large chunk of flesh. Even an old, limping zombie shouldn't be underestimated. Having a weapon would greatly increase her chances of winning. Sang Kankan rolled her eyes and looked around. She found a thick steel pipe near a flower bed, the right length and thickness, perfect for making a weapon. She tiptoed towards the flower bed, gripping the steel pipe with her right hand and lifting it. The first pull didn't budge, the pipe was quite heavy, probably solid. The second pull, she increased her strength, gripping the pipe tightly and pulling upwards. Crack, it snapped, it snapped. Not the pipe, but her right hand. Sang Kankan, staring blankly at her hand, which had just been attached to her arm, and was still tightly gripping the pipe. Sang Kankan was utterly bewildered, her mind blank, her heart broken. Forgot to remind the host, for the past 3 months, the host's body has been subjected to sun, rain, and insect decay, and has failed to obtain energy to strengthen its constitution. It has rotted considerably. Please use this with caution. The system finished speaking and disappeared. Sang Kankan stared blankly at her severed hand on the ground, unable to recover for a long time. Why didn't you remind me earlier? And you expect her to fight zombies like this? What a joke. Chapter 5. The enormous sunflowers blooming in the flower bed seemed to mock her. Sang Kankan felt she should change her name to Miserable Loser, as it sounded both miserable and wretched. Fortunately, zombies have no sensory nerves. Even with her entire hand severed, she felt no pain or bleeding. The old zombie's low growls drew closer. Sang Kankan dared not approach. It looked weak, but it had clearly leveled up. Its sturdy arm could probably shatter her small frame with a single punch. Sang Kankan picked up her severed hand and hurriedly crept away along the path. And so she returned to where she started. If she couldn't defeat the zombies, she couldn't get the crystal cores, couldn't access the shop to acquire energy to improve her physique, and without improving her physique, she couldn't defeat the zombies. A vicious cycle. Sang Kankan wandered aimlessly along the path, filled with worry. The campus now was completely different from the one she remembered. With the surviving humans gone, the vast campus had become a haven for plants. The palm trees lining both sides of the library had grown so tall they blocked out the sky, and even common roadside wildflowers, like sunflowers, had grown to 20 or 30 centimeters, submerging her ankles. She habitually walked towards the dormitory building, and before her appeared a building completely covered in golden yellow. It took Sang Kankan several glances before she recognized that the golden foliage was trumpet vine. There was indeed a clump of trumpet vine growing below their dormitory, clinging to the low wall beneath the building. Every blooming season, its fragrance could be smelled from afar, making it a beautiful sight. Now, this trumpet vine had covered the entire building, blooming from top to bottom. Even the smallest flowers were the size of a bowl. Rather than beautiful, Sang Kankan found it terrifying. The strong fragrance smelled more like a stench. When she was still several steps away from the building, Sang Kankan noticed that the entire wall covered in trumpet vines seemed to move simultaneously. The petals subtly adjusted, all pointing their stamens in her direction. She hadn't forgotten the banyan tree on Lover's Slope that had been eyeing her menacingly. Many plants had become extremely aggressive, and this trumpet vine was probably no exception. She had managed to escape unscathed from Lover's Slope before because the system had exceptionally activated its disguise function. Now, she had no such protection. Sang Kankan quickly changed course, looking like a homeless stray dog. Where could she get crystal cores? She pondered as she walked, her somewhat sluggish mind racing. The system added another piece of information. Not only zombies have crystal cores in their brains, but under the influence of the zombie virus, a small number of plants and animals have undergone evolutionary mutations, becoming mutated creatures, and they also possess crystal cores. Mutated creatures. Including humans too? Of course. So humans really can awaken superpowers. Thinking about Lin Yu's abnormal fever before her death, Lin Yu must have been one of the lucky few who accidentally awakened superpowers. However, this information wasn't helpful to her current situation. She couldn't defeat the mutated creatures either. She only had this broken body left and dared not take the risk. On the way, Sang Kankan avoided zombies and tall, sturdy plants, circling the school path, bypassing the vine-covered library, the deserted running track and basketball court, finally arriving in front of the first cafeteria. A soft whimpering sound reached her ears, alerting her. Zombies don't have complete vocal organs. Even if they manage to make a sound, it's only a mechanical hoarse roar. But this whimpering sounded very lively with varying pitches. It shouldn't be a zombie. Could there be survivors at the school? Sang Kankan followed the sound cautiously, and found its source near a stone table outside the cafeteria. Source wasn't quite right. The whimpering was coming from a dark, lumpy thing on the ground. She'd seen it once before. It was probably a black dog. Sang Kankan fiercely suppressed her instinctive urge to pounce and bite, observing from a distance. The dog was quite large, over a meter long, but its condition was far from good. Its long, matted black fur covered all four legs, making movement difficult. And now, a large brownish-gray bag covered its head, obscuring its eyes, mouth, and nose, making breathing extremely difficult. The dog whimpered and rolled on the ground, its whimpers growing weaker and weaker, clearly on its last legs. Suddenly, the bag covering its head moved. Sang Kankan was shocked to discover that it wasn't a bag at all, but a gigantic moth. Based on her limited biological knowledge, she recognized it as a bag moth, also known as a bagworm moth, because it resembles a pouch when hanging from a tree with its wings folded. Ordinary bagworm moths are at most a few centimeters long, but this one was nearly half a meter long. The bag formed by its folded wings completely encased the dog's head, seemingly trying to suffocate it. The dog refused to give up, rolling violently on the ground, occasionally stretching out its claws to fight the bagworm moth, but it couldn't break free. Sang Kankan secretly hid behind it, thinking of a well-known idiom. When the snipe and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. Could she be the one to reap the benefits? Sang Kankan quickly called upon the system. Has that giant moth grown a crystal core yet? Both the mutated moth and the mutated dog have crystal cores, the mutated dogs being larger. Mutated dog, dogs are man's best friend. Although Sang Kankan is no longer considered human, she still couldn't bring herself to be ruthless towards the furry creature. She'd better deal with the moth. However, even if she wasn't ruthless towards the dog, it might not be so forgiving. Preparation and timing were crucial. Sang Kankan found a roll of electrical wire outside the cafeteria window. The plastic casing was starting to age, but it was still usable. Taking advantage of the dog and moth being both exhausted and almost unable to move, she quickly rushed over and used the wire to wrap all four of the dog's legs, tying it to the stone table leg. It was quite difficult to do with one hand, but fortunately, the dog was exhausted and didn't struggle much. After tying the dog up, she focused on dealing with the moth. Using a stick, she pried the giant raincoat moth's wings off its head, then stomped and smashed it on the ground. Before its other hand and two legs broke, she finally smashed the moth to pieces, rendering it completely still. What? The dog, rescued and finding itself tied up, was too weak to stand, and lay on the ground howling softly. Sang Kankan ignored it, squatting beside the mangled moth and searching with a stick for over 10 minutes. In its smashed abdomen, it found a transparent crystal the size of a grain of rice. This is the crystal core? Isn't it a bit too tiny? Using the energy contained in a level 1 zombie's crystal core as the standard unit, this giant raincoat moth's crystal core is approximately 0.1 units. Does this count as completing the mission? The system's tone sounded somewhat helpless. What could it do with such a weak host? Oh well, it just have to turn a blind eye, otherwise the shop wouldn't even open. Congratulations, host, for completing the task and obtaining your first starting capital, unlocking the system shop. The explanatory text hovering above Sang Kankan's field of vision immediately changed. At the same time, the intense hunger that had been clinging to her seemed to lessen somewhat, quite immediately. A completely new system shop interface appeared in Sang Kankan's mind. Following the system's guidance step by step to understand how to use the system shop, Sang Kankan's expression gradually became strange. The more she looked at the shop interface, the more familiar it seemed. It looked like a simplified version of the mobile game she used to play before the apocalypse. The entire interface currently only had 3 modules, simple and easy to understand: a purchase list, a sales list, and a lottery module. Explain it, system. The system quickly replied. To facilitate the host's use, this system referenced the game interface on the host's phone when constructing the shop interface. What had seemed mysterious and unpredictable suddenly became relatable, and then another question popped into Sang Kankan's mind. After using it, where did my phone go? After regaining consciousness, not only was her phone gone, but all her belongings, except for her tattered clothes, were also missing. All of the host's personal items have been returned to the warehouse, and will be used as raw materials for producing goods. Sang Kankan didn't quite understand this, which wasn't surprising. Zombies weren't exactly known for their sharp minds. Producing goods? Raw materials? Aren't you just a middleman system? Why are you involved in production? The system continued its explanation. Goods cannot appear out of thin air, they naturally require production. How will they be produced? Did she have to open a factory later? This wasn't what was agreed upon. All aspects of production are handled internally by the system. The host doesn't need to worry about it, the host only needs to act as a middleman, purchasing and selling as needed. So how exactly will a system without even a physical body produce goods? Sang Kankan became increasingly confused. The system has multiple ways of producing goods. These methods will gradually unlock as the mall's level increases. The core technology involves the reconstruction of elements. Sang Kankan was a humanities student. She had forgotten her science knowledge many years ago and didn't understand. Keep it simple, keep it simple. For example, if a human in this plane eats a piece of bread, the bread is digested and converted into energy and nutrients for human use. Some undigested material is excreted as feces. With the current level of technology in this plane, this process is irreversible. A pile of feces cannot be directly transformed into a piece of bread. It requires many processes of production and reproduction to achieve this transformation. However, for the system, this process is reversible. This smelly example made Sang Kankan subconsciously frown. Thankfully, she's a zombie now, and doesn't eat bread. It doesn't necessarily have to be feces. As long as enough elemental particles to make up a piece of bread are collected, and a certain amount of energy is consumed, the system can produce a completely new, edible piece of bread. The principle for producing other goods is the same. Elemental particles can be divided down to the atomic level. This explanation seems to make sense to Sang Kankan. So, as long as the necessary elements and enough energy are available, anything can be produced? It's practically a magical art of turning waste into treasure. As long as there's enough energy and raw materials, any inanimate object can be produced. However, for living objects, the ## civilization's principle of protecting life forms must be strictly followed. Production cannot be done lightly. Even inanimate objects are amazing. Imagine her collecting several completely wrecked cars from the street, then using the recycled materials to create new cars and selling them. How much profit could that make? Sang Kankan excitedly operated the shop interface, opening the purchase list. The only item highlighted was water, with a purchase price of 1 crystal core per ton and a suggested retail price of 1 crystal core per 500 milliliters. Currently, she only had 0.1 crystal cores in her account, enough to buy 100 liters of water. If she sold it at the suggested retail price, she could get 200 crystal cores. After quickly doing the math, Sang Kankan's gray eyes instantly lit up. This is a highly profitable industry. Chapter 6. The system promptly reminded her, the purchase price of goods may be adjusted depending on the difficulty of obtaining their raw materials. Sang Kankan familiarized herself with the mall's operations, and then a new system task arrived. New task: enrich the product catalog. How can a qualified middleman only sell one type of product? Please acquire and input at least 5 product samples to enrich your product catalog. Task progress: product samples 0/5. Task reward: unlock system warehouse. Since becoming a zombie, Sang Kankan always felt her brain wasn't working properly. For example, she didn't quite understand this task description. What does acquire product samples mean? The system's most basic method of producing goods is manufacturing according to a model. That is, only after acquiring a complete product sample, analyzing its elements and composition, and inputting the product model can the system manufacture the corresponding product according to the model, and only then can the product be unlocked in the host's purchase list. No wonder the other options in the purchase list were grayed out. It turned out there were no samples. But why did the water unlock directly? According to the system's analysis, water is the source of everything in this world. Water molecules are everywhere, and can be obtained directly from nature without samples. That sounds reasonable. Sang Kankan carefully analyzed the task. The system warehouse mentioned in the task reward should be something like the portable space often mentioned in novels, which should be very useful in the apocalypse. Plus, the system will give her a portion of energy for each completed task, so this task is worth doing. 5 product samples need to be collected. In principle, any item can be considered a commodity, so this task should be easy to complete. But is that really the case? Sang Kankan casually picked up a stick. System, can this be used as a sample? The system immediately provided an analysis result. The market demand rate for this item is less than 1 in 10,000, therefore it is unqualified. Please carefully select non-defective goods with a market demand rate higher than 1%. So many limiting conditions. It's definitely not so easy to find a loophole. Sang Kankan threw away the stick, coincidentally, right in front of the large black dog tied with electrical wire. The dog, with all 4 legs bound by wire, had been lying on the ground staring at Sang Kankan for a while. This 2-legged creature smelled like the other 2-legged creatures outside, stinky and pungent, but it seemed a little different. She had just rescued it from the giant moth, and now it wasn't barking at her anymore. What was this 2-legged creature doing, squatting there dawdling around? It looked a bit silly. Sang Kankan threw a stick in front of the dog. Thinking she was playing, the dog grabbed the stick and leaped up, trying to return it, forgetting its 4 legs were still bound. Thump! A loud, dull sound followed as the large dog crashed heavily to the ground, the force of its fall dragging the stone table it was tied to. The dog was stunned, and Sang Kankan was also stunned. Her first reaction was to run. Such a loud noise would definitely attract zombies. If she didn't run, she'd die. Woof! 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 The dog barked wildly behind her. Hey, you 2-legged beast! Why did you run away? Take me with you. Sang Kankan ran a dozen steps, then stopped when she heard the dog's barking. The dog's 4 legs were bound tightly. If it barked like that, attracting the zombies, it would be doomed. After hesitating for a few seconds, she quickly turned around, untied the wires from the dog, and ran again. The dog, now free, ran after her. Woof woof. Where are you going, you 2-legged creature? I go with you. Oh, please stop barking. Sang Kankan was annoyed that she couldn't speak. She couldn't even shut a dog up. Fortunately, the dog, having survived 3 months in the apocalypse, was clever. After running a distance, it stopped barking. The zombies had been lured to their previous location and hadn't followed. Sang Kankan ran into an open security booth by the roadside. The dog followed her in, its massive body taking up most of the space, pushing her against the wall. Why was this dog clinging to her? Sang Kankan didn't chase it out. She locked the door from the inside. 4 or 5 zombies ran past the security booth, unaware of the woman and dog. The security booth was small. Sang Kankan could barely turn around. The dog excitedly circled her, even habitually licking her leg with its tongue lolling out in a show of affection. The moment it finished licking, the dog froze, then, ouch, the dog vomited all over the floor. When it looked up at Sang Kankan again, its eyes revealed a clear mix of grievance and disgust. You 2-legged beast, how can you smell so bad? You stink like a dog. Sang Kankan was speechless. She let it lick her, and this dog was still disgusted by her? Didn't it even look at its own pathetic state? According to the system's assessment, this dog was a mutant breed. Its enormous size and fur length were beyond what a normal dog would have. However, it wasn't much cleaner than Sang Kankan in its current state. After 3 months of wandering in the apocalypse, the dog's fur was filthy, matted and tangled, its long hair mixed with countless bits of grass, soil, and even plastic waste. The smell was, needless to say, invigorating. Don't laugh at someone else's shortcomings. No one should look down on anyone else. Ignoring the dog still vomiting beside her, Sang Kankan carefully examined the security booth. This road was the school's main thoroughfare. Before summer and winter breaks, the security booth was always guarded by a security guard, leaving behind many personal belongings. The tables, chairs, and thin blankets were all damaged to varying degrees. In the drawers, there was even half a pack of cigarettes, a lighter, a small bag of sakama, a type of Chinese pastry, and a few fruit candies. Here comes the product sample. The cigarettes had gone moldy after being open for 3 months, but the lighter, sakama, and fruit candies were still quite well preserved. After system verification, they could all be entered as qualified product samples. Task progress March 5th, more than half completed in one go. The samples disappeared immediately after being entered into the system. They were then disassembled and analyzed internally, and the purchase list on the shop interface quickly unlocked the 3 items. The security booth was searched thoroughly, but no other product samples were found. Only after the dog stopped vomiting and the commotion caused by the nearby zombies subsided did Sang Kankan open the door and leave. The two continued to wander around the campus, checking any places where samples might exist. Sang Kankan had a fruitful haul. In the cafeteria, she found many unopened bags of rice, flour, and noodles. Although her eating habits were different from humans, these staple foods would definitely be scarce in the apocalypse, and she entered them into the system. After entering 5 samples and opening the system warehouse, she added the remaining supplies to it. Although the system could produce an unlimited number of items after they were entered, she still had to use her crystal cores to purchase them. She figured she might as well use the free supplies. Leaving them in the cafeteria for too long would just cause them to spoil. Completing this mission again brought a warm feeling, slightly calming the restlessness caused by hunger. Later, she found a considerable amount of snacks and daily necessities at the convenience store downstairs in the girls' dormitory. The survivors had retreated hastily, and some supplies had been taken, but many remained. Some items with loose packaging were already spoiled. Sang Kankan selected the intact samples to enter into the system and stored the rest in the warehouse. She also found some commonly used medicines in the school clinic. The quantity wasn't large, but there were various types, including disinfectants, anti-inflammatory drugs, painkillers, fever reducers, and internal and external medications. Soon, a new category, medicine, appeared on her shopping list. She also found a simple sewing kit, and used needle and thread to sew her severed right hand back together. Although the stitches were twisted and unsightly, it was usable enough. That was all she had for now. Sang Kankan didn't go into the dormitory building, the space inside was cramped, and she didn't want to be surrounded and bitten by zombies. Having scouted most of the campus, Sang Kankan's shopping list was quite extensive, displaying several pages of various items, including food, drinks, and household goods. Unfortunately, she was short on cash, and could only afford to buy water. Even the cheapest bag bread cost 0.2 crystal cores to purchase. She also had a considerable amount of items stored in the system warehouse. This warehouse was a huge surprise for Sang Kankan. It initially had 100 slots, each capable of holding 999 identical items. It would automatically expand as the shop upgraded, practically never running out of space. While she was shopping, her dog stayed by her side. Even though it seemed disgusted and vomited, it didn't leave. Probably because a dog is lonely in the apocalypse, and wanted Sang Kankan's company, even though she was a zombie. With goods and a warehouse, the next thing to consider was external trade. Sang Kankan then realized a problem. Who should she trade with? The system said, #### civilization defines trade as an exchange between buyers and sellers based on the principles of equality and voluntariness. The host's trades must also follow this principle. Equality, voluntariness. Zombies have no reason. They wouldn't willingly trade with her. Other plants and animals, even if mutated, have limited intelligence and can't be considered equal. Therefore, her trading partners could only be humans. If a zombie tried to trade with humans, their first reaction would probably be to attack her, right? Worrying? No, worrying about zombies. System. In novels, those trading systems usually just open an unmanned supermarket, where people can buy things themselves without the owner showing up. Are you being incredibly unintelligent? The supermarket functions will gradually unlock after accumulating a certain amount of transactions. Please don't expect to achieve instant success. This system is quite tough. I just said it wasn't intelligent, and it immediately retorted. Sang Kankan was complaining when the system issued a new task. New task. First transaction. A successful middleman creates every opportunity for their business. The host is requested to conduct a transaction with intelligent life in this plane, with a transaction value of no less than 1 crystal core. Task reward, 1 lottery chance. The task description was clearer. This was to prevent her from exploiting any loopholes again. Sang Kankan was quite interested in the lottery chance as a reward. The lottery module in the system shop was the most dazzling of the 3 modules. The first time she clicked on it, Sang Kankan was almost blinded by the glittering gold. The lottery prizes lived up to its magnificent appearance. Each prize was extraordinary. Enchanted weapons, gene repair fluid, universal protective shields. These were all rare and wonderful items she had never heard of or seen before. However, the conditions for drawing the lottery were also extraordinary. 100,000 crystal cores were needed to exchange for 1 lottery chance, and only once a month. For now, she could only look on with envy. The system was incredibly generous, awarding her a chance to win a prize just for completing a transaction worth 100,000 crystal cores, practically free. No sooner said than done. It was just a matter of finding someone to trade with. In the apocalypse, resources were scarce, and she happened to possess several valuable items, a complete seller's market. So what was there to fear? However, before heading out to find someone to trade with, she needed to tidy up her appearance first, or even a dog would dislike her. Chapter 7. After searching the campus for most of the day, Sang Kankan was almost certain there were no other living people left. As darkness fell, this weak zombie, too frail to even lift a steel pipe, dared not wander around at night, and found a place to rest. She finally settled in the student cafeteria. The dining area was spacious, with tables everywhere to lie on, and a good view, allowing her to spot any danger immediately. Considering she would have to go out to make a deal the next day, Sang Kankan decided to take a shower. The tap water had probably been cut off long ago, but the cafeteria's water tank still held a considerable amount of water. The water, contaminated by the black rain, was unusable for humans, but she wasn't human, and as a zombie, she was no longer afraid of the zombie virus. Sang Kankan found a large bucket, about half her height, in the kitchen. She filled it with dirty water from the tap and rinsed herself 3 or 4 times from head to toe, washing away her rotting clothes and flesh. Then she found a rough cloth and scrubbed off the mud, trying to make every bone smooth and clean. Then she purchased dozens of liters of clean water from the system store, poured it into a large bucket, and used the clean clothes she had collected earlier to wipe her body repeatedly, scrubbing until every bone was clean and shiny. Finally, she rinsed herself from head to toe with clean water before she was finished. Now she was a completely naked skeleton. The other parts were still securely attached, except for her severed right hand, which she reinforced with some wire. While bathing, Sang Kankan didn't forget to draw the curtains in the kitchen. It wasn't that she felt ashamed of being naked, she was mainly afraid that someone passing by might be startled by her. Water, mixed with all sorts of filth, gushed out of the drain and seeped into the ground. The big black dog was quite clever. The first few times Sang Kankan washed it with dirty water, it stayed far away, not even glancing at her. But as soon as she changed the water to clean, it immediately came over, eagerly trying to jump into the bucket. Once it jumped in, the water was gone. Sang Kankan quickly held the dog down, rinsed herself off, and then washed the dog. She was shocked to discover that this big black dog, black from head to toe, was actually a pure white Samoyed. Its fur had turned black because it was so dirty. Washing the dog was much more troublesome than washing herself. Just removing the dirt hidden in its long fur was a struggle. Each rinse turned the water into jet black ink, and it took 5 or 6 rinses for the color to lighten slightly. It was incredibly wasteful of water. She couldn't use contaminated water on it. What if the dog had any wounds and got infected with a virus? Sang Kankan used all her remaining crystal cores to dilute the water and wash the dog until it was completely dark. After a refreshing bath, the dog felt light and free of grime. Excited, it couldn't sit still, running laps around the cafeteria lobby. After each lap, it would rub against Sang Kankan before continuing its run. Sang Kankan was too tired to even bother with it. She found a clean table, lay down, turned on the rechargeable nightlight she brought from the convenience store, and fell asleep with her eyes open. It wasn't that she didn't want to close her eyes. Her eyelids were rotting, and she couldn't close them. Logically, zombies shouldn't need to sleep, but the drowsiness overwhelmed her. The next day, Sang Kankan was woken up by being pressed down. Although zombies don't need to breathe and don't feel pressure on their chests and lungs, having such a huge, furry creature pressing down on her must have been very uncomfortable. Sang Kankan quickly got up and checked herself after shooing the dog off her. Thankfully, her bones weren't broken. The dog didn't mind her smell anymore, but constantly rubbing against her like that was too much for her small frame. She better hurry up and do some tasks to build up energy and improve her physique. The sky was already slightly bright, perfect for going out. No need to explore the campus anymore. Today she planned to check out the nearby commercial area. Maybe she could find a suitable trading partner. The dog had been circling her with its mouth open and tongue lolling out since early morning. Sang Kankan didn't understand what it meant at first, but then she saw it nibbling on the roadside grass and realized it was starving. She didn't need to eat regularly herself and had forgotten that the dog needed to eat. She fed it some bagged treats she had collected yesterday. The dog wasn't picky and ate everything in one gulp. It was quite easy to feed. Before setting off, Sang Kankan picked out 2 large rocks, each weighing several tens of kilograms, from the roadside and stored them in her system's inventory. In case she encountered a zombie, she could simply take out the rocks and smash them in the face. The girl and her dog left the campus and headed towards the commercial district. They encountered other zombies from time to time. Sang Kankan, being inexperienced and timid, instinctively avoided them. Her dog, however, was more energetic. While it would avoid groups of zombies, it would actively charge at lone zombies to provoke them. However, it had the right to provoke them. The system had already stated that this was a mutated dog, and Sang Kankan finally witnessed it using its special ability. The dog's ability was quite peculiar, a kind of mist-forming ability. When using it, its white fur would transform into a thick white mist that spread outwards. Enemies within the mist's coverage area would not only have their vision impaired, but also their other senses affected. As they frantically scurried around like headless flies, they would be caught and bitten by the dog. Although the white mist only covered a maximum area of 2 or 3 meters, Sang Kankan was still extremely envious. It was truly a case of humans being inferior to dogs. When would she ever have a superpower? But this dog already had such a powerful superpower. How could it be unable to handle a mutated giant moth? The system explained to her, it can only use this misting ability when its fur is clean. She understood. In other words, the dog couldn't use its superpower because its fur was too dirty. Hence the saying, a dog fallen into a trap is bullied by a moth. No wonder it was so excited after her bath that it ran around for most of the night. On the way, the dog provoked 3 zombies. It bit off the necks and heads of 2 of them, and the last one struggled. Sang Kankan went up and delivered the final blow with a rock. The dog was even more cunning than a human. After killing the zombie, it rubbed against Sang Kankan's leg, asking her to help it extract the crystal core from the zombie's brain. Only 2 of the 3 zombies had crystal cores in their brains. The dog pushed the first crystal core in front of Sang Kankan. Sang Kankan thought it was a gift, and was about to accept it when the dog pushed it back. The 2 stared at each other, and it took Sang Kankan a minute to understand its meaning. She rinsed the crystal core with water, and the dog swallowed it whole. The dog pushed the second crystal core in front of Sang Kankan in the same way. This time, it didn't protect it, it just pushed it to her and ran off, wagging its tail and clearly intending to give it to her. Sang Kankan, She felt like she just gotten lucky, and was clinging to a dog's coattails. She covered her face. Their school was only a short walk, about 30 minutes, from the commercial district, but this time, with frequent stops, it took them almost half a day to get there. The commercial area looked even more dilapidated than the school. The glass doors on the first floor of the shopping mall were all smashed, with shards of glass littering the floor. The interior of the building was also a scene of utter chaos, as if several large-scale battles had taken place. Few intact shelves were visible, merchandise was scattered everywhere. This shopping mall had 4 floors. The first floor sold various daily necessities and electronics, along with a large supermarket. The second floor mainly sold clothing, the third floor was a food court, and the fourth floor housed leisure areas such as a cinema and karaoke. University students regularly shop here, and Sang Kankan was no exception. It was a pity that the once thriving shopping mall was now a ruin. Almost everything edible and usable in the supermarket had been taken, including items from the freezers and warehouses. Clearly, many people had come here to scavenge for supplies after the apocalypse. Many items lay scattered on the ground, mostly small packages of daily necessities. Not a single piece of food was to be seen. It had all been looted. It seemed that for the survivors now, food was the most scarce resource. System, are there really any living people here? Sang Kankan was skeptical, but the system didn't answer her. She walked around the first floor with her dog, picking up some intact junk from the ground, either recording it into the system or storing it in a warehouse. The entire time, she didn't see a single living zombie, let alone a person. She did see a few zombie corpses, neatly stacked inside a mobile phone repair shop, the door locked from the outside. Nearby were several piles of ashes from burned firewood, which could only have been left by humans. It seemed there might really be survivors nearby. Sang Kankan lowered her footsteps, also reminding her dog not to run so excitedly, and carefully went upstairs. The second floor clothing section was also a mess. Though not as bad as the first floor, most shops still had plenty of clothes hanging in the shelves. While clothes are necessities, each survivor has a limited amount of supplies to carry, and clothes take up space, so they hadn't completely looted everything yet. Sang Kankan collected another round of samples, and even picked out several outfits for different seasons to take with her. Right now, she was just a skeleton, and even the most beautiful clothes wouldn't fit her well, but she might need them later. Passing by a shop selling mascot costumes, Sang Kankan had a sudden inspiration. She picked out 2 mascot costumes that fit her figure, both rabbit-themed, one a large white rabbit, and the other a large pink rabbit. With the fluffy headpieces on, she looked quite cute. Going out to trade with people in her current skeletal state would definitely get her beaten up. Dressing herself in a cute costume would at least lower the guard of potential customers. After browsing the second floor and preparing to go up to the third, Sang Kankan found that the escalator connecting the 2 floors was blocked by an obstacle, and the emergency stairwell door was locked, with 2 lines of large red spray paint written on it. Large number of zombies upstairs. Do not open the door. Do not go upstairs. With such obvious warnings, there was no need for her to risk opening the door and going back upstairs. Sang Kankan turned around. But where was her client? Sang Kankan, with her dog, continued searching the commercial district. Mommy, I'm so thirsty, I'm so hungry. In the middle of the night, little Chi-Chi clung tightly to her mother, sobbing and talking in her sleep. The young mother beside her gently patted her daughter's back, silently shedding tears. How many days had it been? How many days had they endured in this desperate situation? She could hardly remember. Every day she woke up hungry, endured the day hungry, and fell asleep hungry again. In the past 3 days, she and her daughter had only eaten 1 tin of breakfast biscuits. Her daughter ate 2/3, and she ate 1/3. A bottle of water was almost empty. She only took a sip when she was unbearably thirsty. She was an adult, and could tell herself to endure it, but her daughter was only 5 years old. Why did she have to endure this hellish life with her? Thinking of the day the nightmare began, the woman's heart ached. That day, black rain fell all over the world. Her husband went out early to buy breakfast and never returned. She saw the news in the neighborhood WeChat group that he had turned into a zombie, bit someone, and was then killed. Later, the black rain stopped, but the world descended into chaos. The number of zombies in the neighborhood increased. The mother and daughter dared not go out, and their food supplies were dwindling day by day. Someone in the residents' group called for unity to overcome the crisis. A man claimed to have awakened supernatural abilities, and, unable to bear seeing others suffer, vowed to lead everyone through the crisis. She was desperate and disoriented at the time, so she believed him and took her daughter to seek refuge with that superhuman. And that's how she ended up in her current situation. Chapter 8. There's no such thing as a free lunch. The leader of the neighborhood superhumans, after gaining everyone's surrender, changed his attitude within days. They divided people into different classes. The highest class consisted of himself, other superhumans, and their friends and family, enjoying the best treatment. The second class comprised those skilled at flattery, and winning the favor of the superhumans. The third class consisted of ordinary young adults with considerable strength, capable of work and fighting zombies. And the weak, like women, lacking superhuman abilities, strength, and the ability to please others, became the lowest class. The superhumans led a group to clean up the nearby commercial area, collecting all the food, medicine, and other supplies they could find, and distributing them uniformly. The upper-class people had more than they could eat. They carried bags of frozen meat and rice from the supermarket's cold storage, choosing only the finest parts to eat, letting the leftovers rot rather than distributing them. Those of the lowest social standing, like this mother and daughter, received only the bare minimum of supplies to barely survive, and were burdened with the responsibilities of washing clothes, cooking, serving the superhumans, and enduring their beatings and venting their frustrations. Even expressing a desire to leave and fend for themselves, no one was allowed to do so, unless they wanted to die. A little over a month ago, an official rescue team arrived in the vicinity, only to be easily turned away by the superhumans, who claimed they had ample supplies and manpower to protect themselves and didn't need rescue. At that time, those who most needed rescue were hidden away, never even given a chance to show themselves. The woman hugged her daughter, numbly surveying the others in the room. This used to be a gold shop. The small room was crammed with nearly 20 people, mostly elderly, weak, women, and children like them. They had come out yesterday to scavenge for supplies. The superhumans had led a group to clear out the zombies in the nearby commercial street, looting the most visible large items before sending them out, euphemistically calling it training, saying that the world doesn't tolerate idlers. They were allowed to keep 1/3 of the supplies they found, and the remaining 2/3 had to be handed over. However, this area had already been searched countless times. Any places with even slightly abundant supplies had been thoroughly ransacked by the superhumans. There was hardly anything useful left. Even if they were lucky enough to find something good, the mother and daughter couldn't compete with the others. All day yesterday, the mother and daughter only found a few sets of barely wearable clothes and shoes. They found absolutely no food. The superhumans hadn't been kind enough to share food with them before they came out, so they were left hungry. Being beaten and scolded for not finding supplies was a minor matter. The already insufficient food would be further reduced by deductions. When would this kind of life ever end? The woman wanted to die with her daughter, but every time she saw her daughter's sweet smile and soft call of Mama, she couldn't bring herself to do it. At dawn, she had to go out again on an empty stomach to gather supplies. Although the commercial street had been cleared, zombies could still slip through, so they had to be extremely careful. Today's luck was a little better than yesterday. The woman found 4 white rabbit candies at the checkout counter of a shoe store. Forgetting whether she had to hand them in, she immediately peeled one for her daughter. Little Chi-Chi's eyes narrowed into slits as she ate. So sweet, Mommy, you have some too. Okay, Mommy will eat some later. The woman put the remaining 3 candies in her pocket, saving them for her daughter. An elderly man who had come out with them happened to pass by the shoe store. He squinted and walked in, holding out his hand to the woman. Whoever sees it gets a share. The woman clutched the candy in her pocket tightly. I don't understand what you're talking about. Don't hide it anymore. I saw everything. There are 3 candies left. Give me 2 and I shut up. Otherwise, I go out and call for help. This group of vulnerable people weren't all of one mind. If they called for help, they would be punished for stealing the candies, and they wouldn't be able to keep the remaining ones. Uncle Lou, please give my daughter and me a way to live, the woman pleaded, looking at the old man. Chi-Chi hasn't eaten for 2 days. She's still growing. Uncle Lou paused, his expression softening briefly, but quickly hardening again. I want a way to live too. Decide quickly. The woman had no choice but to pick 2 smaller candies from the 3 and hand them to Uncle Lou. Uncle Lou took the candies, opened his mouth as if to say something, but said nothing, and staggered away. The daughter, enjoying some candy, didn't notice what was happening, while the woman nearly bit her lip until it bled. She couldn't even protect those few candies. How pathetic she was. She didn't actually blame Mr. Lou. They lived in the same building as Mr. Lou, and used to run into each other in the elevator often. Mr. Lou's children lived in other cities, and he lived with his wife. The couple were both kind-hearted, always smiling at everyone, and sometimes they would enthusiastically share fruit and snacks with Chi-Chi. But everything changed after the apocalypse. His wife was gone, and he couldn't contact his children. The woman hadn't seen Mr. Lou smile for over 3 months. His only obsession now was probably surviving, hoping to see his children again. She might have done the same thing in her shoes. Who would choose to be the villain unless driven to desperation? The woman carefully hid the last piece of candy on her person, then led her daughter out of the shoe store. Where was their way out? Mommy, Bunny, there's a bunny! Chi-Chi suddenly shook her hand, whispering. The bunny is playing hide and seek. Following her daughter's pointing finger, sure enough, a fluffy pink bunny was hiding in the shadows of the alleyway across the street. No, it was a person dressed in a pink bunny costume. Hello, bunny! The pink bunny waved in their direction, and Chi-Chi waved excitedly back. The woman tightened her grip on her daughter's hand. Don't look around, let's go! After suffering so many days, the woman was now extremely cautious, or rather numb. Even if a real bunny stood in front of her waving, she would simply ignore it, let alone someone in a bunny costume. Their lives couldn't withstand any more unexpected blows. The woman was about to leave with her daughter, but the daughter refused to go. Mommy, don't pull me. The bunny is talking to me. Talking? She hadn't heard a sound. The woman looked again, and saw a pink bunny with a large whiteboard hanging around its neck. Several lines of text were written on the whiteboard. Mommy, what did the bunny say? The writing on the whiteboard was a bit messy, and the daughter couldn't read it clearly, but the woman understood it, and was surprised. Sandwich bread, 1 piece, 1 crystal core. Ham sausage, 1 piece, 1 crystal core. Sakama, 1 piece, 1 crystal core. Instant noodles, 1 pack, 1 crystal core. Purified water 500 milliliters, 1 bottle, 1 crystal core. Grand opening sale. Buy 1 get 1 free on all items. Other items can be ordered in advance. Was this bunny trying to sell her something? The woman couldn't believe her eyes. The woman knew about crystal cores. She often heard them mention them when serving superhumans. She heard they were extracted from zombie brains and used to upgrade superhuman abilities, but were useless to ordinary people. A few days ago, a superhuman thought her cooking was delicious and, in a good mood, rewarded her with a crystal core, which she'd been carrying ever since. Could those things be exchanged for food and drink? The woman glanced around at the others. No one had noticed them or the rabbit yet. She took her daughter's hand, casually crossed the street, slipped into a dark alley, and asked in a low voice, "Can crystal cores really be exchanged for food?" The rabbit didn't answer, but instead held up a wooden sign with a line of words written in chalk. Honest business, good quality and low prices. Fair dealing for all ages. Quite serious, actually. Kiki chuckled and tugged at the rabbit's fur. The rabbit didn't mind, letting her tug, and even gently ruffled her hair. This harmonious scene made the woman slightly lower her guard. Anyway, the crystal core had no other use, so why not trust the rabbit this once? The woman took out the crystal core. Buy 1 get 1 free. Can I have a pack of instant noodles and a bottle of water? The rabbit paused, nodded, took the crystal core, and magically pulled a pack of instant noodles and a bottle of water from its chest pocket. They were common brands, the packaging was intact, and the items weren't spoiled. The woman's anxiety subsided. The rabbit wiped off the words on the wooden sign and wrote a new line. If you're satisfied, please recommend us. Welcome to visit again. This routine was quite practiced. The woman put away her purchases, a hint of pity in her eyes, as she looked at the rabbit. They communicated only through writing, so they probably couldn't speak. Wearing a heavy rabbit costume, they likely had other unspeakable difficulties. This rabbit must have suffered a lot in the apocalypse. Her life might not have been easier than theirs. Even a rabbit, despite its disability, was so determined and found a way to survive. How could she, a person with normal features and limbs, be so pathetic? She needed to pull herself together. She couldn't let her daughter suffer with her forever. Next time I have crystal cores, can I buy things from you again? The woman asked. The rabbit continued holding up the sign. Yes, I come again. Then it's settled. How can I find you? The rabbit thought for a moment, then took out a whistle and handed it to her, writing on the sign, blow it 3 times, and I come find you if I'm nearby. The woman put the whistle away, secretly making a decision. Before, she couldn't see a way out, and could only make a living by following the other ability users in the neighborhood. With her child, she didn't want to take unnecessary risks, and her life became increasingly pathetic. She was a perfectly healthy adult woman. Even if she couldn't beat men or those with superpowers, she might still be able to defeat zombies. Defeating zombies yielded crystal cores, which could be exchanged for food, making the adventure worthwhile. By the way, can other people buy things from you too? The rabbit held up a sign. Anyone is welcome. Then she could recruit others, of course, only those of good character and trustworthiness. And this matter couldn't leak to those with superpowers, otherwise the rabbit might be implicated and her business would collapse. The woman quickly made a plan. Suddenly, her daughter looked up and waved, "Goodbye, rabbit." The pink rabbit turned around, and a thick white fog suddenly rose into the alley. When the fog dissipated, the rabbit had vanished without a trace. Chapter 9. Having successfully completed her first transaction, Sang Kankan, under the cover of Guzi's superpower, left the alley and hid in an empty shop on the main street. She removed the tag from her chest and the cumbersome rabbit headgear and quickly submitted the task to the system. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. First transaction. Reward, 1 lottery chance. Another surge of energy flowed into her body, a refreshing feeling spreading throughout. Even in offline transactions, the system takes a cut of 10% on anything purchased from it, and the selling price cannot be lower than the system's suggested retail price. It's incredibly greedy. However, the items Sang Kankan sold to the woman were things she had collected herself at school. The system didn't take a cut on these, and she could set the price herself, which allowed her to create a buy one get one free promotion. Including the crystal cores Guzi gave her, Sang Kankan now had 2 crystal cores. The crystal core in the zombie's brain was larger and more crystalline than the one in the giant moth's brain. She stored one in the system for procurement funds, and planned to absorb the remaining one herself. Zombie's method of absorbing crystal core energy was simple and direct. She simply swallowed it. The crystal core was pure energy crystallization. It melted instantly in her mouth, converting into energy that she absorbed immediately. Because of her low level, swallowing just 1 crystal core brought her more energy than all her previous missions combined. A wave of heat surged into her body, flowing throughout her entire being, nourishing every bone. Finally, all the heat converged in her head, condensing within her skull to form her own crystal core. Thus, she had undergone her first level up, escaping the ranks of the weak and becoming a level 1 zombie. After the upgrade, Sang Kankan felt her smooth bones were even whiter, her limbs more dexterous, and her senses sharper. Her vision, previously blurry like she had glaucoma, was now much brighter. This was only her first upgrade, and the effects were already so significant. Curious, Sang Kankan asked the system, "What will zombies look like in their final evolution?" The system paused for a few seconds before replying, "The evolving planes possess infinite possibilities. Please explore for yourself, host." Fine, she didn't press the issue. It was just a casual question. The first transaction went quite smoothly. After discovering survivors on the commercial street, she discreetly observed them for a while, before choosing a mother and daughter who seemed relatively easy to deal with. Luckily, they had crystal cores, otherwise, she would have had to find others. Doing business across species is difficult. The humans she encountered this time surprised her. Most were skin and bones, their limbs weak, their eyes lifeless, looking even more deathly than she, a zombie. It seems humanity is in a pretty bad situation in this apocalypse. I wonder if it's the same elsewhere. Sang Kankan felt a bit schizophrenic. If you call her a zombie, she clearly still retains human memories and a human way of thinking. She even wants to sleep at night. But if you call her human, seeing other humans suffering, her first reaction isn't compassion, but rather, so many people are lacking supplies, my middleman business must be lucrative. What exactly is she now? A zombie's mind can't contemplate such complex philosophical questions. Sang Kankan quickly shifted her attention. The mission reward granted her a lottery draw. She draw it first. Opening the glittering lottery interface, Sang Kankan subconsciously rubbed her hands together. She wasn't exactly a lucky player in games, so she didn't care about those high-level, mystical items like weapon shields. She wanted something practical for now. Remaining draws. 1. Start drawing? Selecting yes, Sang Kankan stared intently at the glittering golden spinning wheel on the lottery page, preparing to count to 7 in her mind before stopping. 7 was her lucky number. Seeing her staring blankly at the sky again, the dog barked and pounced, interrupting the count. Sang Kankan angrily yanked the dog's head, ruffling its fur, until it whimpered and begged for mercy before stopping. Looking at the lottery interface again, the results were already displayed. The pointer landed on a black-covered book with 3 pale characters written on it, Corpse Control Technique. Upon seeing the name, Sang Kankan's heart skipped a beat. It sounded eerie. Wasn't this system supposed to be a high-tech system from a higher plane? How could it produce something so obviously unscientific and absurd? The system, never one to tolerate her criticism, immediately spoke up. Don't use your narrow scientific concepts to define things you can't understand. Corpse control technique comes from a cultivation plane. In that plane, it's very scientific and proper. Oh, alright, you're a system that's seen the world, you decide. Sang Kankan clicked to claim the prize, and the black book appeared in her system inventory. She tried to retrieve it, but couldn't. System, what's going on? Cultivation techniques and manuals from a cultivation plane require special paper to be stored. This plane doesn't have the corresponding paper. It cannot be materialized. The host can browse within the system or choose to use it directly. This is so troublesome. Not knowing exactly what it is, Sang Kankan didn't dare use it easily and chose to browse within the system. The corpse control technique, as its name suggests, is a technique for manipulating corpses in the cultivation world. Judging from the description, it's a low-level technique, so its grade shouldn't be low. Although the name sounds a bit eerie, the technique itself is actually quite normal. After mastering this technique, one can control a certain level and number of corpses to act according to instructions. The range of corpses mentioned here is quite broad. Human or animal corpses are all acceptable, as are mummies or skeletons. The extent of control depends on the proficiency in the technique. Sang Kankan's eyes instantly lit up. Aren't zombies also corpses? This technique is perfect for the apocalypse. If she could master the corpse control technique to its highest level and control her own zombie army, wouldn't she be invincible, able to attack wherever she wanted? Unlike now, when she still has to follow behind the dogs and pick up scraps. This technique must be learned. Having confirmed with the system that learning the corpse control technique would not cause any side effects or adverse reactions such as drastic personality changes or bloodthirstiness, Sang Kankan chose to use it. The black book disappeared from the warehouse, seemingly without incident, yet Sang Kankan felt a subtle change within herself. This feeling was difficult to describe precisely in words. It was like seeing a zombie wandering the street outside, and she could subconsciously judge whether and how she could control it. 2 zombies passed by, both giving her the signal too high level, temporarily uncontrollable, until the third, skinny little zombie passed by, at which point it became controllable. Having just learned some magic, Sang Kankan couldn't resist trying it out. The shop they were in was across the street from the area where the survivors were operating, and its location was relatively secluded, so they didn't have to worry about being seen. Sang Kankan got up, opened the door, and walked towards the little zombie. The dog stood up to follow, but Sang Kankan waved it away, pointing inside and telling it to go back. It glanced at the little zombie outside and then lay back down to rest. Having used its power several times, the dog was also a little tired. Such a weak little zombie, a 2-legged creature should be able to handle it. It could rest before helping. Sang Kankan approached the little zombie, which hissed at her with a ferocious expression, its stench assaulting her face. It hadn't brushed its teeth in ages, so careless. After hissing twice, and seeing that she was still approaching, the little zombie lunged at her with empty eyes. Sang Kankan dodged to the side, and pressed the little zombie's head down from behind. Having just learned the art of corpse manipulation, she still needed direct contact to control zombies. Placing her palm on the little zombie's head, Sang Kankan silently cast a spell. The little zombie struggled a couple of times before stopping, standing motionless. Control successful. Sang Kankan withdrew her hand, manipulating the little zombie to take a few steps back and forth. It felt a bit like controlling a robot. She told it to move, and it moved. She told it to stop, and it stopped. Very precise and orderly, quite interesting. Unfortunately, her spell proficiency was low, and the zombies she could control were also low level. This little zombie might not be able to defeat her in a fight. But it was better than nothing. With more practice, her proficiency would increase. Next, Sang Kankan continued to control the little zombie, improving her corpse manipulation skills, while searching for new trading partners in the neighborhood. Because the system had issued her a new task. New task, open an inn. A qualified middleman can't be without a fixed trading location. Please complete a total of 10 offline transactions, with a total transaction value of 1,000 crystal cores or more, to open your first inn. Task progress. Transaction count 0/10, total transaction value 0/1000. Task reward in X1. Sang Kankan felt that this system couldn't stand her being idle, always pushing her forward with tasks. However, doing more tasks was also beneficial to her. Otherwise, she wouldn't have leveled up yet. 1,000 crystal cores was no small amount. She had explored the entire commercial street area and only encountered the same group of survivors from before. To Sang Kankan now, these people were like walking delicacies, constantly exuding an alluring aroma. If she hadn't leveled up, she was afraid she would lose her mind if she stayed any longer. Eating them was out of the question. She couldn't cross that line. Among the crowd, several individuals appeared stronger than the others, likely their leaders, and their auras were particularly enticing. While observing from the shadows, Sang Kankan witnessed a man called Boss by the others use his superpower. With a snap, a ball of fire ignited in his palm, forcing the zombies to retreat. To be honest, the superpower was impressive, but Sang Kankan felt he used it poorly. It seemed like he practiced a fancy move just to show off. It looked good, but its practicality was inferior to Guzi's mist-like ability. However, to be a leader, he must have some skills, and a team leader's style largely determines the team style. Based on Sang Kankan's limited observation and analysis, this leader's character was questionable. Otherwise, why would the strong members of the team be all fat, greasy-faced, and bossing everyone around, while the weak, like that mother and daughter from before, were starving and struggling to even stand? It's just a dog-eat-dog world, isn't it? Therefore, Sang Kankan wasn't really willing to trade with this group, at least not with the stronger ones. It wasn't that she had any moral principles against aiding and abetting evil, it was that she didn't trust them. In the apocalypse, nobody cares about contracts. What if they discover she has a lot of good stuff and try to steal it? Besides, she's just a zombie. Once she raises those who are not of our kind are sure to have different hearts banner. No one will help her. But these are the only survivors nearby, and the others seem to be struggling to survive themselves, not exactly able to produce 1,000 crystal cores. Should she go explore other unfamiliar areas? Worrying? No, worried about zombies. Chapter 10. A group of elderly, women, and children searched the commercial street for 2 days and 1 night. Just before nightfall again, the superhumans from the neighborhood finally came to pick them up. The street they were on was a bit far from their residential area. Without the protection of the superhumans, they wouldn't have been able to avoid the zombies and get home on their own. Choosing this location was probably pre-planned by the superhumans. The young mother held her daughter's hand tightly, walking at a moderate distance in the crowd. The instant noodles and water they had bought from Rabbit had already been shared between the mother and daughter. Their spirits were slightly better than in the morning, but only slightly. What did you find? Show it all. Keep an eye on each other. If anyone has wounds, step forward. A man and a woman stood at the entrance to the building, making everyone bring out the supplies they had collected for inspection, deducting 2/3 before letting them upstairs. A few days ago, after the superhumans finished cleaning up the buildings, they gathered everyone in the neighborhood together in one building, ostensibly for mutual support, but really for their own management. The 2 people inspecting at the front of the line were family members of the neighborhood's superhumans. The man was Kachong, the younger brother of Kagang, a fire-type superhuman. He used to be a good-for-nothing hoodlum, but now, thanks to his brother, he risen in rank and landed a lucrative job supervising supplies in the neighborhood. The other woman's husband had awakened his superpower last month, and she also become a high-ranking person. They're all useless trash, bringing back nothing but junk. Seeing that several people had brought back mostly useless supplies, Kuchang grew impatient, kicking over several thick cotton-padded coats piled in front of him, knocking over the old woman standing behind them as well. The old woman, clutching her chest, scrambled to her feet, her eyes fixed on the large water jug in Kuchang's hand. Master Ku, this old woman is useless. This is all the stuff I found. If you like it, take it all. But could I have a drink of water? Kuchang scoffed, a smirk playing on his lips. He tilted his head back and took a huge gulp, then spat it all out on the ground. Old hag, you want water? Get out of my way. The old woman was incredibly thirsty, staring at the jug, unwilling to leave. Kuchang was about to kick her again when a young girl nearby. He went downstairs and pulled the old woman away. That's enough, don't be so wicked. Oh, beautiful women are indeed kind. Kuchang's gaze lingered on the girl's face, his smile gradually turning lewd. Of course, I listened to little Huang. How about it, if you were my own brother, I'd give her a whole pot of water, let alone just a sip. The girl ignored him, took a third of the cotton-padded coat the old woman had brought back, tied it around her back, and whispered something in her ear. The old woman gratefully squeezed her hand before shakily going upstairs. This girl was also a superhuman, the only female superhuman in the neighborhood. However, she was young, only 19 years old, and her superpower wasn't particularly offensive. She had no say in the neighborhood, and still had to rely on the other superhumans. She and the old woman weren't related, so it was quite remarkable that she stood up for her, especially since everyone else was just standing by indifferently. A young mother in the crowd recorded this scene. Knowing that she could trade crystal cores and rabbits for supplies, she kept scheming, weighing the strength and character of the residents in the community, analyzing who she could unite with, and who she needed to be wary of. Although the rabbits said they could trade with it as long as they had crystal cores, this was the apocalypse. They didn't know where the rabbit's supplies came from, and even if it had a large stockpile, it was definitely finite. If it got stolen again, they wouldn't be able to buy from it again. The mother and daughter weren't capable of going out alone to fight zombies and mine crystal cores. They needed to team up with others. To continue trading with the rabbit, she couldn't pose a threat to it. Therefore, choosing who to team up with was crucial. The line reached them. The woman inspecting the supplies frowned, scrutinizing the clothes and shoes Su Hui handed over with disdain. This is what you found. Su Hui, you didn't hide anything, did you? The young mother, Su Hui, lowered her head meekly and said, No, I didn't hide anything. The shop was emptied out. We really only found these things. I don't believe you, the woman scoffed, staring at her. You're dressed quite warmly. Who knows what you're hiding underneath? I'm going to search you. Since awakening his supernatural abilities, the woman's husband had become increasingly audacious, always glancing at the young, pretty women in the neighborhood. He even harassed Su Hui a couple of days ago, which Su Hui remembered. Search? Hearing this, Kuchang immediately perked up. I search you. Really, there's nothing. I didn't hide anything. Su Hui hid her daughter behind her back, desperately trying to block Kuchang's groping hands, but he pounced again in the blink of an eye. She blocked again, Kuchang pounced again. Those around her watched silently, none wanting to cause trouble for themselves, and no one spoke up for her. Seeing that she couldn't escape the search, Su Hui bit her lower lip hard until it bled, then pushed Kuchang away again, saying, I don't need you to search me, I take my clothes off myself. Oh, you got quite a temper. Kuchang licked his lips, staring at her chest. I like you just the way you are. Su Hui had indeed run out of things to hide. Knowing she could exchange crystal cores for supplies later, she shared her food and drink with her daughter. There wasn't much to begin with. Each of them could only eat a few bites. The other party's purpose wasn't to search her, but simply to humiliate her and enjoy that sense of superiority. Su Hui had experienced similar situations countless times in recent days. She should have been numb by now, but to be forced to strip naked in front of her daughter, as a mother, she truly felt utterly humiliated. Chi-Chi was terrified by these people, standing there dumbfounded, tears streaming down her face. Her mother had told her never to cry out, no matter what happened, or it would attract monsters that would bite her. Su Hui slowly unzipped her coat, took off her shirt, leaving only her undershirt, when suddenly someone at the back of the crowd spoke. She definitely didn't hide anything. I was watching her the whole time, I can vouch for that. Su Hui looked over, a little surprised that it was Grandpa Lu speaking up for her. But even with Grandpa Lu's support, Kuchang and the other man didn't believe her. You think you can just say she didn't hide anything? Who do you think you are, you old codger? Grandpa Lu staggered forward. She did hide something at first, but I found out, so I confiscated it. It was good stuff, look. He took off his tattered backpack and poured it onto the table, revealing a whole carton of unopened Wazi cigarettes. Cigarettes were indeed a luxury. These days, only the superhumans in the neighborhood could occasionally afford a puff. Kachang couldn't even get a taste. His eyes immediately lit up. He quickly grabbed the cigarettes, glanced at them, and stuffed them into his pocket, his cloudy gaze darting back and forth between Su Hui and Grandpa Lu. Not bad luck. Su Hui was still a little dazed when Grandpa Lu grinned. "You're lucky, Master Ke." Hey, the old man's pretty shrewd. Having received a whole carton of cigarettes, Kachang was in a better mood and gave Su Hui a lecherous look. "Alright, no more searching. Put your clothes on and you can go. Watch your mouth." Su Hui snapped out of her daze, quickly put on her clothes, and led her daughter upstairs. Grandpa Lu followed. The power had been out in the building for a while, so the elevators weren't working. As they went upstairs, Su Hui deliberately slowed her pace, and when Grandpa Lu approached, she bowed her head and earnestly thanked him. "No need for your thanks, I can't keep it anyway. He's going to take the cigarettes anyway, I'm just saying a few words for you. I also ate your candy. Then I still have to thank you for speaking up. Although dignity is a luxury in the apocalypse, nothing is more important than survival. If she had really stripped naked in front of her daughter and everyone else, her backbone would have been completely shattered, and the little hope she had managed to derive would have vanished completely. She had to remember this favor." Grandpa Lu sighed and buried his head in climbing the stairs without saying anything more. Actually, they all understood that there was no point in thanking each other here. Everyone was just barely surviving. Talking about repaying in the future was meaningless, and whether they would even live to see tomorrow was unknown. After a moment of silence, Su Hui suddenly spoke again. "Uncle Lu, do you know what a crystal core is?" "Yes, it's what's inside a zombie's brain. They say it's used for power level upgrades. Do you know you can exchange crystal cores for food and water? Where can I exchange them? If you have crystal cores, I can go exchange them for you, or even take you. I don't have any of those things. I never fought a zombie. What can I exchange them for? Bread, sausages, instant noodles, bottled water, you can exchange them for anything. Are you brave enough to fight zombies?" "Of course I'm brave, old man." She carried sandbags and moved bricks before, so she still had some strength. "Can that stuff really be exchanged for food and drink? Is it reliable?" "It really can. I just exchanged it for instant noodles and water today. The next time we go out, I go fight zombies, and you can keep watch for me and give you some. We can fight them together. You sickly girl, I don't think you can beat them." The two lowered their voices as they climbed the stairs, talking as they went. Grandpa Lu, whose floor was lower, reached the top first. As he went in, he slipped a piece of candy into Chi-Chi's hand. Chi-Chi, still terrified and silent, finally brightened up when she saw the candy. "Mommy, it's white rabbit milk candy." Su Hui's eyes stung a little. This Grandpa Lu, it was hard to hate him. Chapter 11. That day, Sang Kankan didn't go looking for anyone to trade with. Instead, she wandered the streets, searching for complete product samples to enrich her shopping list, while practicing controlling the little zombies. Over the past 2 days, she had been picking and choosing everywhere, and the system's shopping list had expanded to over 20 pages. She had even entered several cars, including sports cars, SUVs, and small electric vehicles. In the 3 months since the apocalypse, the entire world had suffered devastating damage. Countless vehicles parked on the streets were mostly beyond repair. She only managed to find a few intact new cars in the garage of a 4S dealership. The appearance of the vehicle, when it was entered, was the appearance of the one she would purchase. Entry was simple. Such a large car disappeared in a flash, entering the system's internal storage space. Sang Kankan had curiously asked where the system stored things, but the system's esoteric spatial theories left her dizzy, so she stopped asking. If she were to purchase vehicles later, the price would range from several hundred to several thousand crystal cores depending on the type, and that would only apply to empty vehicles. Fuel costs would be separate. The effects of her zombie controlling practice were also significant. By evening, she had mastered controlling the little zombie quite skillfully, even making it perform somersaults and tap dances. Although a zombie somersaulting and dancing wasn't particularly impressive. She hadn't strayed too far from the previous commercial area. Perhaps the woman she transacted with would bring her some business. She decided to wait and see. Now that she was a zombie, it wasn't like before when she had to stay up all night studying for exams. After leveling up, the hunger that had previously plagued her had lessened considerably, so she wasn't in a hurry anymore. After dark, Sang Kankan released the little zombie to patrol. If any other people or zombies approached, it would alert her. She and the dog then found an empty shop to rest. She herself was easy to take care of. After leveling up and gaining the ability to control zombies, she wasn't as afraid of them as before and could lie down anywhere. But the dog was made of flesh and blood and needed 3 meals a day. To ensure it could use its powers at any time, it needed baths to keep its fur clean, all things Sankankan had to do. It was a bit of a hassle, but having a dog for company in the apocalypse was quite nice. It would be even better if the dog didn't keep bumping into her. A skeleton like her couldn't take it. In the middle of the night, Sankankan was resting on the ground with her mind blank when suddenly a fluffy tail smeared her face. She waved her hand to shoo the dog away, and the dog, who was sleeping soundly next to her, jolted awake. Woof, woof, woof. The dog nuzzled against her, barking incessantly. Sankankan was bewildered. What was wrong? Was she having a nightmare? The dog barked several times, but seeing that she didn't understand, it became impatient and tried to grab her clothes. Clothes were uncomfortable on a skeletal frame, and since Sankankan was naked, it grabbed her leg bone. Afraid the dog might bite her bone, Sankankan got up and turned on a rechargeable night light. The dog kept circling her, its tail wagging wildly, looking extremely agitated. What was it doing in the middle of the night? Sankankan was baffled. Seeing her get up, the dog trotted into the house, blocking the door leading to the hallway, continuing to bark at Sankankan. The house where they stayed had 3 floors. The first floor was a storefront, and the second and third floors were for living. The owner must have left under normal circumstances, as the door leading to the stairs was locked, and the key was hanging on the wall next to it. Sankankan found the key and opened the door. The dog, with a thud, quickly carried her upstairs, climbing to the 3rd floor and continuing all the way to the rooftop terrace. It even used its paws and tail to remind Sankankan to close all the doors leading upstairs. Except for not being able to speak human language, this dog's intelligence was almost on par with a human's. Sankankan quickly understood why it hadn't slept in the middle of the night, and it called her to climb the stairs. Not long after they reached the terrace, a dark, surging wave, like a flood, fiercely swept in from afar, completely submerging the entire street and the shops below. Upon closer inspection, it wasn't a flood at all. Swarms of rats were rolling in the darkness. These rats were vastly different from the ones Sankankan remembered, larger, with sharper teeth, and far more ferocious. Sankankan stood on tiptoe on the rooftop, looking down. The largest rat in the swarm was nearly a meter long, its eyes bloodshot, its sharp teeth gleaming coldly. It snapped a telephone pole in half with a single bite, chewed it a couple of times like a biscuit, spat it out, and continued rushing towards its next target. It was utterly terrifying. She had just thought that being a zombie in this apocalypse was quite safe, when the world gave her a small shock. Snap, 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 snap. The rat swarm moved through, gnawing on everything in its path. The dense, incessant sound around her sent chills down her spine. Even without a scalp, it would still feel numb. Sankankan quickly realized that she could no longer sense the little zombie patrolling the street. It had most likely perished in the rat's jaws. She even felt that the rats had gnawed through the building's foundation. With each movement, the building swayed and trembled. I hope this building doesn't get chewed up and collapse. Several enormous rats, seemingly drawn by the scent of the dog's flesh and blood, crawled up the drainpipe. Sankankan quickly threw stones down, shoving them all down. Having discovered that throwing stones was indeed effective against zombies, Sankankan had specifically reserved 2 slots in her system inventory to store more stones, nearly emptying them all that night. The only saving grace was that the rat swarm came and went quickly, like migratory birds, gnawing on whatever they could before moving on to their next destination. The building, being relatively sturdy, had withstood the onslaught of countless rats. After the rats disappeared, Sankankan didn't dare move, staying close to the dog until dawn before cautiously descending the stairs. The streets after the rat swarm's passage were a desolate wasteland, devoid of anything except a thick layer of various colored debris and slag on the ground, completely obscuring the original appearance of anything. Aside from the unyielding reinforced concrete buildings, almost nothing in sight was intact. Even the few zombies that had roamed the streets earlier were no match for the sheer number of rats, and were gnawed to dust. Sankankan instinctively found the little zombie's burial place. It had already turned to dust. She grabbed her dog and started scratching it furiously. If the dog hadn't warned her in time, she might have ended up the same way. She'd have to give the dog an extra meal today. If the zombies were like this, what about humans? They were probably in even worse shape. Sankankan immediately realized that her business opportunity was probably about to arrive. That night, Su Hui's neighborhood was also invaded by rats. The building's earthquake and disaster prevention structures were relatively well designed, so the high-rise residential areas were not greatly affected, but the underground parking garage was severely damaged. The rat swarm had swept through, leaving it desolate. Unfortunately, the majority of the supplies collected by the community's superhumans from the surrounding area were stored in the underground garage, guarded by several people every day. When the rat swarm attacked in the middle of the night, the guards immediately sounded the alarm and called for help. But no matter how fast a person is, they can't outrun rats, and their strength is no match for the swarm of thousands. After the rats left, the food, clothing, medicine, drinking water, and other supplies that filled almost half of the underground warehouse were completely destroyed. The community's powerful individuals had planned this meticulously, gathering all the nearby supplies. They had no worries about food and drink, and could use the supplies to attract others to grovel before them, providing men and women alike. They were treated like local tyrants. Now that the supplies were gone, everyone was dumbfounded. Although the higher-ups must have kept some stockpiles, those were their own, and no one was willing to give them away. Even if they did, it wouldn't last long. After news spread that the supplies were eaten by rats, panic spread throughout the neighborhood. Ordinary people, and those considered lower class, were mostly numb, only anxious about the prospect of even harder times ahead. The superhumans, however, had more complex feelings. There were 6 superhumans in the neighborhood, all men except for one girl, Huang Jiejia. Although their levels weren't high, their combined fighting strength was considerable, enough to overpower ordinary people without powerful weapons. With force to intimidate and control over the supplies, their greatest weapon, the other residents dared not resist, and obediently followed their extremely unreasonable arrangements. Having experienced the benefits, the superhumans worked together to maintain the community's rules and their own status. But now, with supplies gone, the situation is about to change. Before the apocalypse, the few who awakened their superpowers were ordinary people, lacking any special leadership or strategic abilities, including Kagang, whom the community called boss. He simply awakened his abilities earlier than others, saw through the survival of the fittest law of the apocalypse sooner, and happened to have run a supermarket in the community before the apocalypse, possessing a stockpile of supplies. This allowed him to seize the initiative and gain control before the others in the community could act. But the others weren't fools. They were willing to follow Kagang and call him boss because it was profitable. His hierarchical rules did allow some to experience the taste of being superior in the apocalypse. Now that supplies are gone and benefits are dwindling, surviving in the apocalypse means scavenging and competing for resources, with everyone else being a competitor. Who would still want to submit to him? Since he had to start all over again anyway, he might as well take this opportunity to oust Kagang and become the boss himself. That would be much more satisfying. Once the idea took hold, he couldn't stop thinking about it. After the rat infestation, Kagang called the other ability users in the neighborhood, and a few ordinary people he trusted to his home, for a meeting to discuss how to deal with the situation. Halfway through the meeting, before they could even reach an agreement, a fight broke out. Of the 5 ability users besides Kagang, only Huang Jiejia remained neutral. The other 3 united and attacked Kagang first, then his parents, wife, children, his brother, and the ordinary people who followed him. No one present was spared. Kuchang wasn't one to be trifled with either. He was prepared and immediately launched a counterattack after dodging the first wave of attacks. Using both superpowers and weapons, the spacious 4-bedroom, 2-living-room apartment was instantly transformed into a chaotic, indiscriminate battle. Huang Jiejia, hiding behind the crowd, watched this scene and suddenly felt utterly disheartened. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was watching, she quietly opened the door and slipped out. She didn't care who won or lost. Her family was gone, killed in the very early stages of the apocalypse. Perhaps it was for the best. They wouldn't have to endure the later filth. And she herself, she was still alive. Outside, there were zombies and a rat infestation. Farmland couldn't be cultivated. Factories had long since ceased operations. Water sources were polluted, and supplies were exhausted. Yet these people, facing imminent death, were still fighting to the death for a bit of power. Although she was young and inexperienced, she felt it shouldn't be like this. But what should she do? Where is humanity's way out? If she knew, she wouldn't have listened to Kagang and done something against her conscience for a bite to eat and a sip of water. There's still some food at home. That'd do for today. We see what happens after they get their results. Huang Jiejia wandered aimlessly through the hallway. Huang Jiejia, Huang Jiejia. She vaguely heard someone calling her. Looking up, she saw a woman named Su Hui. She wasn't familiar with Su Hui. They didn't know each other before, even though they didn't live in the same building. Later, they lived in the same building. Huang Jijia was an esper, while Su Hui was an ordinary person at the bottom of society. They rarely interacted. She remembered the name because yesterday, Su Hui was forced by Kachang to undress and be searched in public. At that time, Huang Jijia really wanted to speak up for Su Hui, but she was afraid. Kachang, relying on his brother Kagang's power, usually groped her, an esper, and was even more verbally abusive. She had already argued with Kachang once before for her mother-in-law's sake, and she feared that if she argued with him again, he would hold a grudge and sneak into her room at night, leaving her no one to save her. So Huang Jijia cowered and backed down. Fortunately, others helped Su Hui. Now what did Su Hui want with her? Huang Jijia hesitated for a moment, then walked towards her. Chapter 12. Waking up to find that the community's supplies had been eaten by rats, Su Hui immediately realized their chance had arrived. Although post-apocalyptic supplies were precious, they weren't in her hands, nor were they something she could afford to worry about. Instead, they felt like a shackle, binding everyone to this community. Now that all hope was lost, it might be possible to take a desperate gamble and find a way out. During the day, patrols in the community were much laxer than usual. Kagang summoned anyone with a bit of ability and influence to discuss their next move. Many residents were also discussing the supplies, making the whole building noisy, which conveniently facilitated Su Hui's actions. She took her daughter's hand and went to find Grandpa Lu first. With the superhumans gathering everyone in the same building, it was impossible to provide them with spacious living spaces like before, with each family having their own. They chose the best floors and apartments themselves, and most others shared rooms with several families. Su Hui was like this, and so was Grandpa Lu. He shared a 2-bedroom apartment with another elderly couple who had no children. When Su Hui arrived, the couple was quite surprised to see a stranger. "Grandpa Lu, this doesn't seem to be a relative of yours, does it?" A former neighbor, Grandpa Lu said, half squatting in the kitchen, sharpening a cleaver. He looked up at Su Hui. "What's up?" "It's about that thing we talked about before." With an outsider present, Su Hui didn't want to make the matter public, but Grandpa Lu didn't care. "Oh, you mean going out to fight zombies and dig for crystal cores?" "Wait a minute, I sharpened the knife." The elderly couple next to them were listening intently. "What did you say? Going to fight zombies?" In the system of rules established by Kagang, the elderly, women, and children were all considered useless burdens, only given food when he was in a good mood, and destined to be cannon fodder in times of danger. The world order had collapsed. After enduring such a period of both mental and physical oppression, these elderly people gradually accepted their weakness and incompetence, living numbly each day, having long lost the will to resist. Now, hearing Grandpa Lu say he was going to fight zombies, the old couple's first reaction was, "Has he gone mad?" Grandpa Lu glanced at Su Hui, indicating that she should explain. Su Hui hesitated slightly, then recounted how she had bought supplies with crystal cores, but didn't mention rabbits, only a mysterious person selling things. The garage has been ravaged by rats, and the higher-ups don't know what they're planning to do about it. They're even having a meeting upstairs. They might even start fighting. Su Hui pointed to the high-rise apartment building where Kagang lived. "No matter who wins or loses in the end, we won't have a good ending. We don't know when we be abandoned. It's better to take a gamble and go out to fight zombies. Even if we only get one crystal core, it'd be enough for a day's rations. Let me be blunt. What will they do when all the food is gone?" Su Hui stretched out her right hand and made a cutting gesture in front of her chest. "They might even eat people. The first ones to go will be us, the helpless and useless ones." Her words were a bit alarmist, but they were indeed what she was worried about. The old couple were frightened by her words. "No, it can't be that bad, can it? Think about what they've done these past 2 months. They long since lost their humanity. What's not going to happen?" Upon reflection, it seemed to make sense. The elderly couple grasped each other's trembling hands. "But, can we old folks really fight off zombies?" "We have to fight, even if we can't," Grandpa Lu said, sharpening his knife and standing up. "If we're afraid to kill people with a knife, are we afraid to kill zombies? Little Sue, forget about them. Let's go." He then slung his tattered satchel over his shoulder, his usual bag for carrying important items, and prepared to leave. The elderly couple exchanged a glance. Seeing that he was about to abandon them, they gritted their teeth and made up their minds. "Hey, slow down, we go with you." They quickly packed their things, one grabbing a knife from the satchel, while the other searched the room and finally found a plunger to carry. Su Hui, as the initiator and instigator, was surprised by the recklessness of the elderly men. "Wait a minute, Discuss how to fight before you go out. Discuss what? Just charge in and fight. Exactly, zombies won't wait for you to discuss. Suhui was genuinely worried that they were so old and infirm. Standing on the street, they'd likely be beaten to a pulp the moment they engaged the zombies. She needed to find more people, and reliable ones at that. The 3 elderly men weren't truly impulsive or reckless. After leaving with their knives and plungers, they deliberately wandered around the floors frequented by acquaintances. When people asked what they were doing, they mysteriously pulled them aside and embellished Su Hui's earlier words, attracting another group of followers. Later, the group grew to more than a dozen people, mostly elderly men and women, and a few women with children. One was carrying a kitchen knife and a machete, another was holding a mop and a broom, and they were all unusually proud and imposing. Although the population had increased, it was still mostly elderly, weak, women, and children. Aside from those with superpowers, there were almost no able-bodied men. Kugang was adept at winning people over. Anyone of any use was recruited as his henchmen. As long as they worked for him, their families could also benefit. These henchmen considered themselves capable, and disdained to get involved in the farce orchestrated by a group of old men. Suhui couldn't help but worry. This group of elderly, weak, women, and children might be okay if they encountered 1 or 2 zombies on the street, but what if they were unlucky enough to run into a horde? Could they even escape? She needed someone capable of handling things to protect them for peace of mind. But who could she turn to? A young face flashed through Su Hui's mind. Huang Jijia, the only female superpowered individual in the neighborhood. Although Huang Jijia was also a superhuman, she was different from other powerful superhumans. At least, she didn't consider herself superior and recklessly bully the weak. While she sometimes observed coldly, in this apocalyptic world, not actively plundering was already a rare quality, and Su Hui understood her predicament. Perhaps she could persuade her to protect her group. Thinking this, Su Hui told Grandpa Lu, leaving her daughter Chi-Chi behind, and went alone to Huang Jijia's floor, where she met her in the hallway. Huang Jijia listened patiently to Su Hui's story, remained silent for a moment, then raised her eyebrows and asked, "How many of you are there?" "There were 17 when I came, and it might increase." "Your average age must be 50 or 60. Huang Jijia looked at her sneer. "Why should I help you?" Su Hui paused before answering, "Because our current situation will be your future situation." Huang Jijia laughed. "I'm a superhuman, and you're just ordinary people, the lowest of the low. You think I'd be like you? That's laughable." Her tone was harsh, so Su Hui retorted without restraint, "Once all of us lowly people are dead, it'd be the other ordinary people's turn to be bullied. And once all the ordinary people are dead, it'd be the weakest of the superhumans' turn. And your superpower doesn't seem very strong." Huang Jijia's smile froze, and she glared at Su Hui. "Big sister, you're the one begging me now, and this is how you beg? Do you want me to kowtow to you? Or do you want me to call you grandma, little ancestor?" Her behavior inexplicably reminded Su Hui of the easily agitated cat from her old home, and she felt neither afraid nor angry. "Who wants to be your great aunt? Don't you even know your own age?" Huang Jijia turned around, and Su Hui thought the negotiation had broken down. But then she heard her say, "Let me tell you first, my superpower isn't very strong, and I might not be able to protect you." Was that an agreement? Su Hui quickly ran to her and nodded hastily. "We don't necessarily need protection. We just want peace of mind. Fighting zombies is risky, of course, and we're all prepared for that. We take responsibility ourselves." Huang Jijia reached the front door. "Then wait here, I get ready." When Su Hui led Huang Jijia and Grandpa Lu to meet up, more than 20 people had already gathered there. Such a group of people walking out of the building and the residential area made quite a commotion, naturally attracting the attention of others in the building. Some lackeys wanted to report the news to Kugang, but with the fighting raging on, no one dared to barge in. The fight finally ended with Kugang and his men winning, but they were severely weakened. 2 of the other 3 ability users were dead. While lying down to heal his wounds, Kugang finally heard the news. Huang Jijia had left the neighborhood with a group of elderly, weak, women, and children. His lackey, massaging his shoulders, asked, "Boss, should we go after them?" That bitch Huang Jijia was always disobedient. Even when Brother Qiangzi wanted to be with her, she refused. She's so arrogant. Now that Brother Qiangzi is gone, we have to avenge him. Kugang's younger brother, Ke, had also been caught up in the earlier fight among the ability users, and was unfortunately killed. Thinking of his brother's death, Kugang's expression grew increasingly gloomy. He slammed his fist on the bed, aggravating his wounds, and lay back down in pain. "Ignore them for now. Let them die if they want. Once they're out, don't let them come back." Make sure you don't miss a single one if you see them again, especially Huang Jijia. It wasn't that Gang didn't want to bring them back. Losing a few people in the neighborhood was a minor matter, but those people disobeying his orders was unforgivable. However, after this chaotic battle, most of his capable men were injured, and he couldn't send anyone else. But Gang didn't think those people could survive outside. What ability could a bunch of useless people have? It was just a farce. Right now, supplies were scarce. Getting rid of a few useless people wouldn't cost him anything. He wouldn't have to play the villain. Su Hui and her group had prepared not to return when they went out. The journey was dangerous, and they were also afraid of Gang's wrath and retaliation. Most people carried their important belongings with them. Even those who hadn't brought anything. After 3 months of inhuman suffering in the apocalypse, there wasn't anything they couldn't let go of. Huang Jijia, being the only superhuman among the group, naturally became the leader. Su Hui, holding a map, discussed the route with several elderly people familiar with the area. They chose a route of moderate length with relatively few zombies along the way, targeting the street infested with rabbits, and proceeded while fighting off zombies. Fortunately, after the rat attack, most of the zombies along the way had been eliminated, making the journey less difficult. The elderly people, though frail-looking, were not easily defeated when working together. When there were few zombies, 3 to 5 people would team up to deal with one at a time. One would poke with a mop, another with a plunger, while the person with the knife would rush in to deliver the final blow. Their teamwork was quite perfect. When there were many zombies, they would first work together to control them, then defeat them one by one, managing to avoid serious injury along the way. While they might not be as physically strong as the younger people, their familiarity with the streets and their ability to react to danger were crucial in the battles. Several women and children followed. Those with the strength to fight the zombies did so, while those who couldn't stayed on the sidelines to avoid causing trouble. Huang Jijia mostly didn't cooperate with them. She fought on her own, only helping when the others were struggling. After discussing it, they decided to give her a quarter of the collected crystal cores, which she accepted without hesitation. She possessed a wood-type ability, but her current level was low. She couldn't quickly mature seeds for consumption, nor could she manipulate plants as weapons, making her ability somewhat useless, and something Gang and the others always looked down on. The reason she was able to lead the charge was because she had fought zombies several times with Gang and the others, giving her more experience and courage in the face of zombies, allowing her to set an example. The group of elderly, weak, women, and children walked and stopped, finally reaching the street where Su Hui had encountered the rabbit by nightfall. By then, each person had an average of 1 or 2 crystal cores. Huang Jijia, including her share, had over a dozen, and combined with what she had collected before, her quantity was even more considerable. Looking at the empty street, Grandpa Lu called Su Hui out. "Su girl, where's that mysterious person you mentioned? How do we find him?" Su Hui took out the whistle the rabbit had given her, took a deep breath, and blew it 3 times. It will come when it hears the whistle. Chapter 13. Sang Kankan was listless all day. She and Guzi continued wandering around. After the rat swarm, everything was ruins. Even the zombies were fewer, making it difficult to find a few to control and play with. Guzi had run around for half a day, killing a few zombies and swallowing their crystal cores, but he was too tired to run anymore and laid down to sleep at her feet. She decided to wait another day. If the woman didn't come, she would take Guzi and leave this area to explore the next. After all, she had given her a whistle, and it wouldn't be good to break her promise immediately. Business is about integrity, so she decided to wait another day. Fortunately, she finally heard the whistle before nightfall. The woman had actually come. Sang Kankan quickly changed into a rabbit mascot costume and put on a price tag. Now that there were more items, 1 tag wasn't enough, so she prepared extra tags for Guzi to wear. Not knowing how many crystal cores she could sell this time, Sang Kankan didn't have high hopes. She'd sell as many as she could, since she was still doing business with no capital anyway. Reaching the spot where the whistle had sounded, she met the eyes of over 20 people, and was momentarily stunned. So many people. Could it be that her zombie identity had been exposed, and they brought people to ambush her? But seeing that most of them were elderly, weak, or disabled, she didn't think it was that serious. As soon as she appeared, Su Hui, leading her daughter, ran over Rabbit. "Master, I'm here to trade with you again." The others were also confused when they saw her. Was this Rabbit the mysterious person Su Hui had mentioned trading supplies with? Why hadn't she shown her face yet? Was she reliable? Under the gazes of everyone, Sang Kankan wanted to run, but her legs were grabbed by the little girl Chi-Chi. Su Hui pulled her daughter away and pointed to the people behind her. "They're all here to trade with you." Rabbit, sir, do you have any more? If they really came to buy something, then let's get this over with quickly. Sang Kankan held down her legs, which were trying to run away, and hung the prepared tags around her neck. She also beckoned her dog to come out with a tag on it too. Considering it was dark, this time she used fluorescent tags and placed small nightlights on her rabbit headgear and her dog's head. In the dim night, the person and dog glowed with colorful lights, looking somewhat eerie. The huge samoyed immediately attracted everyone's attention, and even made many of the older people lower their guard. Raising dogs in the apocalypse isn't easy. They consume a lot of food, and one wrong move, and they could be dragged out and made into dog meat stew. Without some ability, you can't protect them. Raising a dog this clean and intelligent is even more difficult. This rabbit, though seemingly unreliable, should have some skill, and not be some random scoundrel. The tags on the person and dog's chests caught their attention even more. Bread, 1 piece, 1 crystal core. Ham sausage, 1 piece, 1 crystal core. Sakuma, 1 piece, 1 crystal core. Instant noodles, 1 pack, 1 crystal core. Chocolate, 1 piece, 2 crystal cores. Noodles, 1 gene, 2 crystal cores. Flour/white rice, 1 gene, 3 crystal cores. Canned meat/canned fish, 1 box, 3 crystal cores. Purified water 500 milliliters, 1 bottle, 1 crystal core. Grand opening sale. Buy 1 get 1 free on all items. Other items are also available upon request. Wow, there's a lot more stuff today. Su Hui, who had been diligently fighting zombies along the way, and had accumulated 2 crystal cores, happily took the lead in placing an order. It's still buy 1 get 1 free. I want a pack of instant noodles, a piece of bread, and 2 bottles of water, is that okay? She was deliberately putting on a show for others, making sure she could actually buy things, and that everything she bought was genuine. Sang Kankan thought for a moment, then gave the little girl Chi-Chi an extra piece of chocolate while she was getting the items, as a referral fee for bringing a new customer. There's an extra bonus. Thank you, Rabbit Master. Su Hui was overjoyed, her mouth agape. She then busied herself showing the others what she had bought. See? I wasn't wrong, it's all the real thing. The elderly men and women crowded around, and seeing that she had actually bought things, their worries subsided somewhat. Huang Jijia was the next to try it out. She had plenty of crystal cores, and wasn't stingy. She bought a can of fish and a can of meat. Seeing that there was rice and flour, she asked Sang Kankan, do you have a pot? Sang Kankan actually did have a pot, and one that she could use immediately. She had bought several alcohol stoves with pots from the general store, as well as several boxes of solid alcohol, which were entered into the system, so she had some in stock. She took out a pot and stove, showed them to Huang Jijia, and then held up a wooden sign indicating the price. Opening special. 1 boiler set includes 10 solid alcohol units, totaling 10 crystal cores. Seeing her produce various items out of thin air, the others were only slightly surprised. Their reactions were minimal. After all, there were already other ability users present, and they all assumed she was a space-type ability user. The price wasn't cheap, but Huang Jijia could afford it. She bought a boiler set, a pound of noodles, and 2 liters of water, intending to cook noodles herself. After receiving the items, she asked, do you have any vegetables? Sang Kankan shook her head. Currently, the crops outside were either rotten or mutated. It was impossible to find edible vegetables. The soil was polluted and couldn't grow vegetables, and the system had stated that it could only produce inanimate objects. Plants were living entities, and couldn't be directly produced. Therefore, she couldn't produce any vegetables right now. She collected quite a few crop seeds while searching around these past 2 days, but had nowhere to plant them. Oh well, it do, Huang Jijia thought, carrying her new purchases. She found an empty house nearby and slipped inside. Soon, the aroma of noodles and canned goods filled the air. 2 people demonstrated, and others quickly lined up to trade with Sang Kankan. Most were buying 1 or 2 crystal cores, some food and water. Some wanted anti-inflammatory and pain-relieving medicine, which Sang Kankan happened to have, so she gave them a discount based on the system's pricing. It was agreed that this was a limited-time offer. The price would return to normal afterward. It took her over an hour to serve all the customers. The customers were satisfied, and Sang Kankan was satisfied too. She quickly left with her dog. During the transactions, some elderly people chatted with her, asking where she lived, why she wore a rabbit headgear, and how she had so many supplies. Some even suggested she find an empty shop nearby and set up a permanent store. Sang Kankan remained silent, maintaining her mute persona, and opening a shop was out of the question. Just kidding, As a zombie, how could she dare open a shop in a crowd without some protection? She wasn't courting death. Besides, you need to have some stock on hand to keep things out of trouble, otherwise people will get suspicious. Even if the goods aren't stolen or robbed, if there's a rat infestation, it'd all be for nothing. She continued with her guerrilla tactics, and wait until the system unlocks the inn. The transaction volume that night was quite considerable, a full 43 crystal cores, with Huang Jejia contributing over 20 alone. Sang Kankan could tell she was different from the others. Her aura was much stronger, and her presence was more alluring than ordinary people. She was probably a superhuman. As expected, those with supernatural abilities are incredibly generous, buying things without a second thought. Unfortunately, her own strength wasn't enough, so she didn't dare to rashly do business with them. 10 transactions were completed in one night, totaling 1,000 crystal cores. Based on today's transaction volume, it would only take about 20 days, which wasn't difficult to wait. After returning, Sang Kankan took out 10 more crystal cores to upgrade herself, storing the rest in the system. The items she was selling now were still the stock she had collected. The system didn't deduct any fees, so all the profits were hers. After absorbing the 10 crystal cores, Sang Kankan clearly felt her internal energy was much more abundant, but there was still some distance before the next upgrade. There was no need to rush. At today's speed, upgrading, like completing the post-station missions, would be a natural progression. The actual situation was even better than Sang Kankan had anticipated. That night, a group of elderly, weak, women, and children used the crystal cores to buy supplies, ate, and huddled together to find a place to rest for the night, feeling even more energetic the next day. There weren't many zombies nearby, so during the day they spread out from the street to fight them, returning to rest at night. They didn't hoard the crystal cores they collected. They exchanged them all with Sang Kankan for supplies. After eating and drinking their fill, they continued fighting the next day, their energy increasing with each battle. The next day, Sang Kankan received over 50 crystal cores, the third day 60 or 70, and she maintained a similar number each day thereafter. After more than 10 days, the transaction of 1,000 crystal cores was completed. Sang Kankan was considering how to set up her first inn when trouble arose again. A group of uninvited guests intruded into their usual neighborhood. Chapter 14. During this time, more than 20 people came and went on the commercial street, and some zombies, attracted by the scent of humans, found their way to this area. After things stabilized, Su Hui, Huang Jejia, and others took the lead in organizing themselves, clearing out half a street nearby so everyone could live close together. When they weren't out fighting zombies, they would collect various building materials and large objects from the surrounding area to build a barrier wall 1 or 2 meters high around their living area, mainly to keep out the zombies. They also arranged for 2 people to patrol the area every day, with the others pooling their money to ensure that the living area wouldn't be invaded by zombies. They had finally found a place where they could live stably, and they couldn't afford to have it destroyed again. But while they could hold off the zombies, they couldn't hold off the people, especially since this time the newcomers were all acquaintances. It was their former neighborhood boss, Kagang, who had arrived with a group of henchmen. After Su Hui and her group left, those who remained in the neighborhood didn't fare well. After an internal conflict among the ability users, 2 died and 1 was injured. The injured one died not long after, leaving only Kagang. Afterwards, Kagang settled scores, driving out all those who had resisted him, along with their relatives and friends, from the neighborhood and sending them to the area with the most zombies. He had no intention of giving them a way out, which made the remaining residents of the neighborhood even more fearful of him, and everyone lived in constant fear. After that, Kagang controlled the entire neighborhood, but he gradually found himself overwhelmed. The rat infestation led to a shortage of all kinds of supplies, especially food. At the very beginning of the apocalypse, Kagang led his men to gather all the supplies they could find in the surrounding streets, thinking that having the supplies in front of them would give them peace of mind. Little did they know that so many supplies would be wiped out by the rats. With nearby supplies cleared out, they had to search more distant, rat-free areas, which were often teeming with zombies and extremely dangerous. A single trip often resulted in few finds and casualties. Kagang himself was struggling, let alone his men. The increased pressure to survive led to more conflict among his men, making the team harder to manage. Kagang understood that intimidation alone was no longer effective. He needed a combination of force and incentives, using supplies to win them over and keep them in line. Otherwise, if pushed too far, he wouldn't be able to control the unrest. After 2 days of fruitless searching in the vicinity, Kagang set his sights on a small grain warehouse on the outskirts of the city. He had visited the warehouse before the apocalypse, when restocking for supermarkets. It contained nearly 10 tons of grain and wheat. Since there were no safe zones nearby, the grain should still be there, enough to last them for a while. The route to the grain warehouse passed through the commercial street where Su Hui and the others currently resided. After setting off, Kugang sent one of his underlings ahead to scout. The underling rushed back with news that he had spotted several elderly men who used to live in the neighborhood, fighting zombies in the street. Kugang was skeptical. It's true. That old man, Mr. Liu, used to live next door to me. He's over 60, his children are gone, and his wife is dead. He's always had a miserable life. I thought he was dead. I just saw him with a knife, slashing off a zombie's head with one stroke, then splitting open its skull to get the crystal core. He was really good at it. Wang Jijia seems to be nearby too. Boss, should we go straight there? An old man in his 60s, not turned into a zombie but fighting zombies? Kugang didn't believe it. Hearing Huang Jijia's name reminded him of his deceased brother, and his face darkened. Go check it out. He wanted to see what fate awaited those traitors of the community. The weather was bad that day, so Su Hui and her group didn't go too far, searching for lone zombies nearby. When they saw Kugang appear, their first reaction was fear. Even after being away from the community for over 10 days, this boss's tyranny remained. However, the thought that they no longer relied on the community and could support themselves quickly dispelled their fear. But then, they remembered a crucial point. Given Kugang's domineering and tyrannical personality, what would he do if he discovered Rabbit Lord and its supplies? He would definitely rob them. Although Kugang was of low character, his physical strength and supernatural abilities surpassed most people, and he had so many lackeys. Oh no, Rabbit Lord is in danger. Su Hui quickly whistled to warn Rabbit Lord, but after only a few whistles, the whistle was snatched away by Kugang's men. Who are you tipping off? Arrest them all. Kugang and his group were also shocked to see them. He thought these people were long dead. What future could a bunch of useless trash have in the apocalypse? Surviving even a single day was a miracle. But now they were all alive, even thriving. Even the old folks in the neighborhood, who seemed close to their demise now, had rosy complexions, and were even smiling as they fought zombies. Wang Jijia looked especially energetic, even a few centimeters taller than before, her cheeks fuller. This couldn't be. Something was definitely fishy. Sang Kankan was holed up in an empty house a street away, discussing with the system where to locate the first inn. According to the system, this first inn was the origin of her middleman business empire. While she could open other inns later, expansion and upgrades would always start with the first one. This makes location selection crucial. Her target customers are humans, so the first inn needs to be located in a high-traffic area. However, there's a condition. The inn can only be placed in areas she's visited since binding with the system. During this period, she's been trading with the group on the commercial street every day, so she's only familiarized herself with the area and hasn't had time to explore other places on the map. Should she send a temporary closure notice to these people and spend a few days looking at other places? In just over 10 days, she's traded over 1,000 crystal cores. Most of the resources she collected have been sold, and she even purchased some from the system to resell. After deducting transaction fees, she's still received over 900 crystal cores. Sang Kankan used some of the crystal cores to upgrade herself. She's now successfully reached level 2 and isn't far from level 3. She practices on a few zombies every day, and her zombie controlling skills are becoming increasingly refined. She can now control 4 to 5 ordinary level 1 zombies as her minions simultaneously, and can barely control level 2 ones. The dog had been listless and sleepy for the past few days. After a system notification, Sang Kankan realized it was running low on energy and needed to level up. She fed it some crystal cores to help it level up smoothly, and now it was a majestic, handsome, and capable dog. Going out with the dog, while they might not be invincible against all zombies, they certainly wouldn't suffer too much damage. They could finally go out and explore. Just as she was about to put up a close for business sign, Sang Kankan suddenly heard Su Hui whistling, calling her name. Normally, transactions took place in the evening, and Su Hui would whistle before she went out. But it was still morning, so why was she whistling now? And the signal for a transaction was 3 whistles, but this time Su Hui whistled many times, some long and some short, then abruptly stopped. For the past 10 days or so, although Sang Kankan traded with them once a day, she didn't interact with them much otherwise. As a zombie, she disliked crowds and didn't know much about that group. Lack of understanding was a problem. She couldn't even grasp Su Hui's meaning. Fine, I just go check it out, Sang Kankan thought, putting on her bunny costume again and heading out. Zombies are sensitive to sound. Before she even reached their usual trading location, Sang Kankan heard discordant shouts and curses. If you want to fight, then fight. I won't say a word. Go ahead and kill me if you dare. Pa! You damn brat. You used to bully everyone in the neighborhood, and now you want to bully everyone outside too. If your father wasn't dead, seeing you like this would make him furious. How did we survive? We're lucky. We survived on our own. Sang Kankan crouched in a corner, peeking out to peek. After a while, she understood what was going on. Su Hui's group of elderly women were all controlled by another group, who were now interrogating them, seemingly trying to extract information about the source of their supplies. Sang Kankan remembered the leader. He was a fire-type ability user, and had previously been Su Hui's group leader. This leader looked even thinner than before, but his expression was more vicious. He ordered one of his men to hold a gun to Huang Jiejia, pinning her to the ground, and then stomped on her right hand, grinding it forcefully. You won't listen to reason, you filthy bitch. Crushing you is easier than crushing an ant. Will you talk or not? Huang Jiejia was in so much pain that tears streamed down her face, but she gritted her teeth and endured the pain without screaming. Su Hui, who was unaffected by the torture, was being held captive by another man who grabbed her daughter Chi-Chi. This little girl has such delicate skin. If she gets hurt, you, as her mother, will be heartbroken. Tell me honestly, where did you get your supplies? Su Hui was both anxious and resentful. I already told you, we found them ourselves. Don't lie to me. We searched this area countless times. What could possibly be left for you? Su Hui wanted to snatch her daughter back, but fearing that angering the man would only result in her being hurt, she hastily explained, we found an underground warehouse, and there were some supplies inside. What about the remaining supplies in the warehouse? Let's see them. We used them all up yesterday. I see you won't admit it until you're faced with death. The man pinched Chi-Chi's face hard, causing her to burst into tears. Su Hui also wept uncontrollably. I'm telling the truth. If you want to hit or yell, come at me. Don't hurt the child. Others nearby were also being subjected to similar interrogations. Neither the elderly nor children were spared. Although they had become more skilled at fighting zombies these past few days, and with ample food and drink and much recovered strength, they were still powerless against Kagang's group of strong men, and even the superhuman. Sang Kankan watched quietly from the sidelines, considering her next move. What should she do once they exposed themselves to the fire-type superhuman? She might be able to win, but they outnumbered her, and she could still get injured. Moreover, her zombie identity would likely be exposed, which would be even more troublesome. She should hurry and run. She was already planning to leave anyway. But Sang Kankan waited a long time, yet no one revealed her existence. Even under torture, they all maintained the same story. They had found the food themselves and had already eaten it all. Sang Kankan suddenly felt a pang of tenderness. Since becoming a zombie, she had always felt out of place. She didn't belong to the zombies, nor did she belong to the humans. She was caught in the narrow space between two opposing species, neither accepting her, forced to rely on the system to survive. Therefore, she felt no belonging to either humans or zombies, simply following her tasks methodically, without generating unnecessary emotions or doing anything superfluous. But seeing what was happening behind the wall, those people were barely surviving themselves, yet still keeping her secret. Her previously detached heart began to stir with a different feeling. Sang Kankan mentally summoned the system. You can set up a rest stop wherever I go, right? That's right. Just put it over there. She pointed behind the wall, to the spot where Su Hui and the others were being interrogated. Coordinates locked. Host, are you sure you want to set up the inn? Confirm. A blue beam of light appeared out of thin air, landing and quickly transforming into a light curtain, enveloping Huang Jiejia, Su Hui, Kagang, and everyone around them. Everyone was stunned by this scene. They watched in disbelief as the light curtain materialized, forming a transparent blue dome above them, and transparent blue walls around them. A large door, over 2 meters wide, appeared on the south-facing wall. Then, the ground beneath their feet began to tremble, and 4 rows of multi-tiered transparent cabinets grew from the ground, pushing everyone aside. The cabinets, dome, and walls were as transparent as the walls, shimmering with a dazzling blue light, looking extremely futuristic. When the changes finally stopped, before they could even properly observe these new things, Kagang and his men were like bags of non-recyclable garbage, picked up by an invisible hand, and thrown out with one thud after another. Chapter 15. Everyone was completely bewildered, their eyes glazed over. What had just happened? If they weren't mistaken, this transparent house, and the cabinets inside had all grown out right before their eyes. Wang Jiejie scrambled to her feet, rubbing her eyes in disbelief. Su Hui hugged her daughter, whom she had just found, her gaze still fixed on the side. The little one was so shocked by what she saw that she had forgotten to cry. The others, young and old, reacted the same way. What on earth was this? Was this apocalypse about to witness another major upheaval after the zombies? Meanwhile, Kagang and his group, who had been thrown outside, were both shocked and furious. They were naturally curious about what the newly appeared house was. They rubbed their sore backsides and got up, wanting to rush in and see, but an invisible force held them firmly at the door, preventing them from going any further. The people inside were worried that they would come in and attack them again, but when they found they couldn't get in, their initial shock turned to joy. Although they didn't know the house's origins, it seemed to be protecting them, an ally. After settling into the inn, Sang Kankan quickly activated her owner privileges and enabled the blacklist function, blocking Kagang and his group one by one, excluding them all from the inn. That's why they were thrown out. According to the system instructions, the inn's blacklist function is universal. Once blacklisted by one inn, all other inns will blacklist them simultaneously. Even if the inn is upgraded to a supermarket or a large shopping mall in the future, the blacklist function will still apply. They deserved it. Outside, Kagang was furious, his face dark as he pointed at the wall and ordered his men, smash it. A group of men punched and kicked the transparent wall of the inn, even using knives and guns, unleashing their supernatural abilities. The wall remained unmoved, undamaged, without even a mark. The more they fought, the more alarmed they became, gradually realizing that this was not something they could handle with their own strength, and that it was beyond their comprehension. In contrast, the people inside the inn felt a sense of security. This building was now protecting them, and the more powerful it was, the more secure they felt. Especially after seeing the exquisite plaque hanging above the door, they felt even more at ease. The plaque was black, with 2 lines of text, one large and one small. The large characters read Sang Family Inn, and the small characters read Shop Number 1, adorned with a cute cartoon rabbit head. For them, the rabbit held special meaning, representing the mysterious person who sold them survival supplies every day, representing their savior. This magical house was connected to rabbits, making it even more like one of their own. No, their own home. Seeing that the people outside couldn't get in, they relaxed and looked around, touching this and that. What's this in for? Mommy, there's writing over there. Sharp-eyed Chi-Chi spotted a whiteboard by the door, with a line of words on it. She quickly pulled her mother to look, and the others gathered around. Sang Family and Customer Notice. 1. This inn supplies goods daily from 12 p.m. to 3 p.m. The cabinets are closed at other times. 2. This inn uses crystal cores as the sole currency, only whole numbers are given, no change is given. 3. All transactions at this inn are conducted self-service at the cabinets. We are not responsible for any goods left behind. 4. Each customer can stay in the inn for a maximum of 30 minutes at a time, exceeding this time will result in an automatic exit. 5. No noise or horseplay is allowed in the inn. Violators may be expelled from the inn or even permanently blacklisted. 6. To be supplemented. The characters were all recognizable and easy to understand, but the group was still a little confused. It was noon, so Su Hui took out a crystal core she had obtained that morning and led her daughter to the cabinet to try it out. Others with crystal cores also took them out, while those without curiously followed to observe. The 4 cabinets were divided into 4 categories: food, clothing, medicine, and miscellaneous items, easily distinguishable by the labels. Su Hui stopped in front of the food cabinet. The cabinet had 5 shelves, each with 20 compartments, totaling 100 compartments. About a third of the compartments were filled, while the rest were empty. These weren't ordinary grids, their magic was immediately apparent. From the outside, they appeared to be 30 by 40 centimeters rectangles, but even items larger than the grids could be scaled in proportionally. Su Hui saw 10-kilogram bags of rice and bags of flour, each costing 30 crystal cores. Too expensive. She could only look at the large bags of rice and flour. Bread and bottled water were sold for 1 crystal core per serving, the same price as what she bought from the rabbit, and they looked exactly the same. This further convinced Su Hui that the post station was connected to the rabbit. The others in front of the cabinets also noticed this. The post station was indeed created by Lord Rabbit. Lord Rabbit was truly capable. After selling all the supplies collected outside, Sang Kankan ended the buy one get one free promotion, mainly because the system stipulated that the selling price could not be lower than the suggested retail price, and price reductions were not allowed. Everyone had now accepted the original price. Each compartment of the cabinet was separated by a transparent partition, preventing direct contact with the items inside. However, when a hand was reached through, a small hole, slightly smaller than a fist, would automatically appear in the partition, like a coin slot on a vending machine. Suhui selected her daughter's favorite bread, reached through the partition, and inserted a crystal core into the small hole. The hole immediately disappeared after swallowing the crystal core, reappearing a few seconds later and regurgitating a loaf of bread. This buying process was truly intelligent. Others also successfully used the cabinets to make transactions. Some bought food, some bought water, and Huang Jijia even picked out a new tracksuit for herself in the clothing section. Her old one had been dirtied by Kagang. The group outside pressed against the transparent wall, watching the people inside buy various items from the cabinets. Some even completely disregarded their feelings, immediately starting to eat what they bought, making them feel like a million ants were crawling on their hearts. Kagang finally couldn't hold back any longer and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Hey, do you guys know where this thing comes from? They were just kicking and punching them a moment ago, but now nobody wanted to talk to him." Before, they weren't afraid of Kagang and stubbornly held their tongues, but now that they had the inn, they felt even more confident. The Rabbit Lord had saved them again this time, and even left a glaring loophole in the inn's customer information. The supply time was only 3 hours each day at noon. The cabinets were closed at other times, not the inn itself. It also said that each person could only stay at the inn for a maximum of 30 minutes at a time, and would be ejected if they exceeded that time, but it didn't say that they couldn't come back in after being ejected. So, if used flexibly, this inn could always be their safe haven. A quick-witted little rascal let go of his mother's hand, dashed out of the inn, waved his arms wildly in front of Kagang and his group, then dashed back in. Sure enough, he encountered no resistance, while Kagang, who had caught up, was blocked at the door, unable to get any closer. His mother was terrified and raised her hand to slap him on the bottom. Undeterred, he even made a big face at Kagang through the inn's transparent wall. His antics actually reassured everyone. The loophole in the inn was deliberately left by Sang Kankan, as a small compensation for keeping their secret. The basic inn was originally only open for 3 hours a day. She negotiated with the system for a long time, finally getting it to agree to open the inn all day. The price was that Sang Kankan would lose 50 crystal cores each day, and the time for normal trade would still only be 3 hours a day. The rest of the time it was just a room for people to stay in. 50 crystal cores used to be a large sum for Sang Kankan, but now they're not so rare. The system sets a huge price difference between the purchase price and the retail price, and she's not allowed to lower the price, so she makes a considerable profit every day. She is now capable of fighting zombies herself, and can easily produce 50 crystal cores a day. Besides, she can't protect these people forever. She's not a fool. She give them a 3-day buffer period. After 3 days, they deal with whatever comes next. If they still can't find a way out, and can only be beaten, she's already done her best. And the people inside the inn don't expect to be protected indefinitely. They had learned their lesson before. Kagang had promised to protect everyone, but in the end, he only trampled them underfoot, crushing their courage and breaking their will. Having finally escaped this predicament, they wouldn't repeat the same mistake. After trying shopping, several respected elders asked Su Hui to gather everyone together to discuss their next steps. "Let's pool our food and crystal cores and divide them up, calculating how long it will last. Kagang and the others need to eat and drink. They can't stay outside waiting for us indefinitely. Once they leave, we can go back out to fight zombies and quickly exchange for more supplies. When we go out again, don't scatter, stay together. If they dare come back, charge. One punch or kick from each of us, we can take down a few." Besides, Kagang is probably more curious about this post station now, and shouldn't spend too much time on us. Also, the fact that Lord Rabbit has so openly opened the post station here shows it's not afraid of being coveted. Everyone has seen the post station's wonders. Ordinary people can't pose a threat to it. So, we can be bolder and try to gather survivors nearby, even attempting to contact the official safe zone. With more people and a proper management system in place, Kagang and the others won't dare to act recklessly anymore. This suggestion was unanimously agreed upon. Having endured those unbearable days of relentless oppression, they knew their powerlessness in this dog-eat-dog world. Even united, they were utterly helpless against a powerful figure like Kagang, and there were countless others stronger than him. Should the weak like them simply die? They had despairingly considered this in the past. Even now, when they could hunt zombies and mine crystal cores to exchange for supplies from Lord Rabbit, many still couldn't shake the fear. What if Lord Rabbit disappeared and stopped trading with them? Where would people like them go to survive? The appearance of the miraculous station finally brought them a sense of security. It represented a set of humane and stable rules that allowed the weak to survive, something sorely lacking in the apocalypse, and these rules seemed to favor them. If more people could accept and integrate into the station's rules, returning to the peaceful and orderly life before the apocalypse might not be a fantasy. Most of them were alone people who had lost all their loved ones at the beginning of the apocalypse. Every extra day they live now is like a bonus. If they give it their all, they may be able to make their lives even better. Chapter 16. The people at the inn were planning to go out and attract customers for her, while Sang Kankan herself was already planning to leave. The inn, a product of the system, truly lived up to its high-tech reputation. Its appearance was miraculous, and operating it was incredibly convenient. She didn't even need to be present. The inn's cabinets were directly connected to her system. She only needed to purchase and list goods within the system, setting prices and inventory levels, and the corresponding items would appear in the cabinet compartments. If any item sold out, she could replenish at any time, even from thousands of miles away. Sang Kankan stocked the inn according to the preferences and quantities of people who had bought things recently, also stocking some items that might not be bought now but could still attract customers, such as electric scooters and other large items. Bread, purchase price 0.2 crystal cores each, retail price 1 crystal core. Stock 50 at first. Purchase price 1 crystal core per ton, retail price 1 crystal core per 500 milliliters bottle. 1 ton of goods would last a long time. The purchase price for canned meat is 1 crystal core per box, and the suggested retail price is 3 crystal cores. I buy 10 to stock up. Every time Sang Kankan saw this huge price difference, her conscience bothered her, and she even discussed lowering the price with the system. System, have you heard of small profits, quick turnover? If I set the retail price lower, maybe I can sell more. Those people don't earn crystal cores easily. If it's too expensive, they might just not buy it. However, the system's answer convinced her. For the evolution and survival of a species, easily obtaining essential resources for survival isn't necessarily a good thing. Humanity in this plane is undergoing a comprehensive evolution and will inevitably face countless challenges. Those who don't find ways to improve their survival capabilities will be eliminated. The suggested retail price is the optimal price calculated by the system based on the survival pressures faced by this plane and the average strength of humanity. It won't make them too comfortable, nor will it be unaffordable. Lowering the price might actually foster their laziness, preventing them from improving and facing future changes. That makes a lot of sense. Since it's for the sake of human evolution, she doesn't need to feel uneasy about earning too much. However, will there be other changes in the future? The system didn't answer. It never did things that might spoil the future. Sang Kankan never expected that she would be living a good life running a shop and earning a profit in the apocalypse. She couldn't help but recall the time she spent looking for a job during her senior year of college. Jobs are hard to find for college students. She was a liberal arts student from an ordinary school and major, and her grades were only average, making it even harder. Every day, she ran around to written tests and interviews in ill-fitting flat leather shoes. After 2 or 3 weeks, her feet were covered in blisters, and the shoes were worn out, but she still hadn't received a satisfactory offer. Back in their dorm that evening, Sang Kankan and Lin Yu sat back-to-back soaking their feet, talking about their future dreams. Once I find a job, I'm going to save up some money by living frugally. In a few years, I open a small supermarket. I don't need to make much, just enough to cover rent and utilities, enough for my daily expenses. Lin Yu agreed, sure, we can team up and save money faster. I'm strong, and if I get a driver's license, I can handle the hauling, unloading, and moving of goods. You can handle the purchasing and sales. Don't be ridiculous. Do you think your parents would agree to something so unambitious? You're not like me, without parents. They're satisfied as long as I leave the countryside and stop being stuck farming in this remote mountain village. They don't have high expectations. They know their own capabilities, and their children's potential is what they're capable of. It hasn't been that long, but looking back, it feels like a past life. Indeed, it was a past life. She had died once, even becoming a zombie. The species was different now. She wondered what Lin Yu's situation was now. Sang Kankan's current state was somewhat complicated. Recalling the past, she knew she should feel nostalgic. Thinking of Lin Yu, she knew she should worry, but the corresponding emotions just wouldn't surface. It felt like a piece of her heart had been ripped out. She couldn't feel normal human emotions. Oh no, she didn't even have a heart anymore. After all, she wasn't human anymore. After setting up the goods, Sang Kankan previewed the situation at station number 1. Huh? There were 0 customers in the shop. Why were they all out? Checking the station's security footage, she realized what had happened. It turned out that Su Hui's group had waited another 30 minutes before being ejected from the inn. Kugang and his gang, who had been waiting outside, had figured out the pattern and seized the opportunity to block the inn's entrance, preventing them from getting in. Kugang, always arrogant and domineering, was rejected by the inn even as a superhuman. Why should these good-for-nothings enjoy it? He'd rather destroy what he couldn't have than let others have it. But he couldn't destroy the inn, so he could only block the door. Sang Kankan grinned, her lips twitching. Did they really think the inn's high-tech exterior was just for show? Trying to block her business? They should at least have the ability. She chose to face the inn's main gate south simply out of habit, not because it was restricted to the south. In fact, the inn's structure was extremely flexible. She could place the gate wherever she wanted. Even if all 4 walls were completely open with doors, without any support, it wouldn't affect its stability. That's the capricious nature of things from a high-tech dimension. Sang Kankan immediately opened a new door 1 meter away from the blocked door, and removed the original one. Su Hui and the others were also in a dilemma. They knew Kugang would cause trouble, but they didn't expect him to come so quickly. Being blocked at the entrance wasn't a solution. Perhaps they should split up and move around a bit before deciding what to do next. The 20-odd people silently exchanged ideas. Suddenly, Wang Jiejia, who was at the front, brightened up. The newly opened door was right in front of her. The doors moved. Everyone, hurry in. She rushed into the inn first, and the others quickly followed. The gate can even move. No wonder it's the Rabbit Lord. I think it must be the Rabbit Immortal, only immortals have such abilities. Is it called the Sang family inn because the immortal surname is Sang? The gate's casual relocation made Kugang and his group even more wary of this suddenly appearing inn, and for a moment, they dared not disobey it. Who knows what other tricks it might have up its sleeve? Kugang, his face grim, waved to his underlings, go back to the neighborhood first and bring the others over. They were blacklisted and couldn't enter the inn, but the others in the neighborhood should be able to. No matter how powerful the inn was, he would have someone expose its true nature. Seeing from the surveillance footage that the troublemakers had all left, Sang Kankan stopped paying attention. She pulled out several atlases she obtained while scavenging supplies on the streets a few days prior, and began planning her next move. The first inn was already built. It was time to explore new areas and prepare for the next one. The atlases contained detailed street maps of the city. Sang Kankan located her position and marked the approximate locations of the surrounding safe zones she heard about from Su Hui and her group of survivors during their recent trade. Less than a week into the apocalypse, all wired and wireless communication networks were cut off. Only radios could still receive some nearby radio waves. At that time, both official and unofficial safe zones in the surrounding area announced their locations, urging nearby survivors to seek refuge there. The official safe zone also dispatched troops for search and rescue, even reaching Su Hui's neighborhood. Unfortunately, Kugang blocked their way, and they missed the rescue. Most safe zones were located in open areas on the outskirts of the city. Later, as the zombies began to evolve and plants and animals became infected and mutated on a large scale, search and rescue operations became increasingly dangerous. After one round of searching, the authorities stopped sending personnel out. Furthermore, with the rampant growth of vegetation, the city's infrastructure suffered devastating damage. Ordinary radios that hadn't been modified a month earlier could no longer receive signals. The survivors within the city became isolated, cut off from the outside world, unsure if the information they had previously gathered was still relevant. Sang Kankan calculated the distances to the surrounding safe zones and, considering the ease of travel, decided to make the second safe zone in City C on the outskirts of the city her destination. The first safe station was already set up and couldn't be changed, so the second station needed to be located in a more populated area. The second safe zone wasn't actually the closest, but getting to other safe zones involved crossing rivers and bridges or traversing mountains and tunnels, places now extremely risky, not worth the trouble. Besides, she vaguely remembered her counselor mentioning in the group chat at the beginning of the apocalypse that the direction they were heading was towards the second safe zone. This time, Sang Kankan didn't wear her bunny mascot costume. She changed into a regular gray tracksuit, wearing 3 layers to make her skeletal frame less noticeable. Wearing clothes wasn't very comfortable, but with zombies and mutated plants and animals everywhere, fighting was inevitable, and getting covered in filth while naked would be a hassle to wash off. Furthermore, after Sang Kankan leveled up, her bones became increasingly white and clean, making her stand out noticeably from other zombies. If she bumped into a zombie hunting ability user, she would definitely be the first to attract attention, and she'd be ganged up on without any recourse. After dressing, Sang Kankan pulled up the hood of her coat, then added a large brimmed sun hat to cover her face, and finally put on a mask. At least on the street, she wouldn't be mistaken for a zombie at first glance. There were people nearby, and going out during the day was too conspicuous, so she waited until late at night, when everyone was asleep before taking her dog out. Su Hui and her group were also clever. Being ejected from the inn every 30 minutes was too troublesome, so they brought out all their bedding and blankets, sleeping on the floor right next to the inn's entrance. They also arranged for people to take turns guarding the entrance, only entering if there was danger. Sang Kankan glanced at them, then left with her dog. She could worry about it for now, but she needed to regulate things later. They couldn't all crowd at the entrance and interfere with her business. After walking 2 or 3 blocks, the number of zombies on the road gradually increased. Sang Kankan didn't engage in direct combat, instead using her zombie controlling technique to keep them at bay. It was dark and gloomy at night, and making a big commotion wouldn't be good. The dog, having been staking out the commercial street with her for days, was getting restless. Even late at night, it didn't feel sleepy, and as soon as they arrived at a new place, it took off running. Sang Kankan chased after it, almost failing to catch it. She simply flipped over and sat on the dog's back, guiding it and letting it carry her. And it was quite a ride, thick, soft fur that wasn't uncomfortable at all. They encountered areas with dense zombie populations or thick vegetation along the way. The dog was clever, it would avoid danger in advance. When they couldn't avoid it, Sang Kankan would manipulate the zombies to block their path, allowing her and the dog to rush through. They walked and stopped frequently, and as dawn approached, the dog finally grew tired and nuzzled against Sang Kankan, begging for food. Sang Kankan fed it 2 cans of meat, and only then did the 2 stop to rest for a while. The sunlight slowly illuminated the city ruins, and the dog, moving quickly, reached the vicinity of the highway entrance by midnight. Chapter 17. From afar, abandoned vehicles were scattered along the highway, a testament to the chaotic scene of the survivors' mass evacuation of the city. Some cars were violently overturned, their bodies bearing scratches and impact marks. Others were sandwiched between vehicles, their front and rear crushed, the owners trapped inside, unable to escape and killed instantly. Some cars had their doors open, the remains of the owners slumped on the seats, gnawed to pieces, never even having a chance to become zombies. A dozen or so zombies wandered aimlessly between the vehicles, blocked from escape by the cars in front and behind, seemingly intentionally trapped. After resting and feeding the dog some canned food, Sang Kankan absorbed a few crystal cores before finally getting on the highway. Most of the zombies on the highway were level 1, which she could handle now. She wasn't afraid of too many vehicles blocking the road, saving her the trouble of searching everywhere. Good cars were stored in the warehouse, and bad ones were given to the system for recycling, converted into elements to prepare for future car and other goods production. After processing more than 20 cars along the way, Sang Kankan asked the system curiously, "How much stuff can you store? Where does it all go?" The system calmly replied, "You can't imagine multidimensional space technology." Fine, if it couldn't be imagined, she wouldn't think about it anymore. Sang Kankan, a zombie, didn't have the habit of digging deep, it was just a casual question. This journey wasn't as efficient as the frantic rush of last night. She had to collect and process cars and their various items along the way, selecting items not yet entered into the system, which was quite time-consuming. Sang Kankan barely bothered with the zombies on the road, but her dog was much more proactive, barking and charging at them, starting fights at the drop of a hat. After leveling up, the dog's combat power had increased significantly. If there were too many zombies and it couldn't handle them, it wouldn't force itself to fight. It would even pull them back for Sang Kankan's help. Incidentally, when the system recycled abandoned cars, it also recycled the corpses inside. At first, Sang Kankan was a little uncomfortable, since the food and clothes she sold were made from elements recycled by the system, but then she came to terms with it. The whole world is a giant cyclical system. The land farmers cultivate may have been the burial ground for corpses many years ago, and crops need various kinds of manure during their growth. Dust to dust, ashes to ashes, it's all part of the cycle of matter, and no one should complain about anyone else. Of course, the key to her quick understanding was that she no longer needed to eat, she only needed to absorb the energy from the crystal cores. Sang Kankan was handling the cars in the back, while her dog ran around wildly in front, fighting zombies and digging in the ground, its white fur flying everywhere. Such a beautiful dog, but it was shedding a lot. Sang Kankan wondered if it was due to an unbalanced diet. It's been eating only canned meat lately. After finishing with another car, Sang Kankan looked up and saw her dog struggling with the highway guardrail, its two front paws digging at it. What's it up to now? The dog is quite strong now. She better not knock it over and fall down. Sang Kankan walked over, her gaze suddenly stopping when it landed on something hanging on the guardrail. It was a tattered little bear keychain. It looked familiar. Sang Kankan had given Lin Yu one for her birthday last year, and Lin Yu had the same one, both hanging on her backpack. Sang Kankan's keychain had already been recycled by the system along with her backpack. Lin Yu should still be attached to the bag she carried on the day of the evacuation. The dog found something fun and kept rubbing against the guardrail, trying to pry at the keychain. Just as it was about to fall off, Sang Kankan rushed over and caught it. It's probably just the same item. It's not a limited edition, so it might not be Lin Yu's. Sang Kankan turned the keychain over, lifted the teddy bear's overalls, and pulled out the tag. The words Happy Birthday in dark blue came into view. It was her own handwriting. It really was the keychain she gave to Lin Yu. The keychain strap was broken, and the teddy bear was caught on a protruding wire of the highway guardrail. Something must have happened to Lin Yu when she passed by, and she accidentally got her backpack caught on it. Sang Kankan was more careful when dealing with the car afterward, but she didn't find any other things belonging to Lin Yu, nor did she find her body or the zombie she had turned into. The location where the ornament was found was over 100 kilometers from the second safe zone. Hopefully, she reached the safe zone alive. Over 100 kilometers is too far to walk in a day. After clearing a long stretch of road, Sang Kankan even took out a car, filled it with gasoline she had collected along the way, and practiced driving for a while. Before the apocalypse, she had only recently enrolled in driving school, and had only learned some theory without ever touching a car. After the apocalypse, she at least needed to learn to drive to make getting around easier. Anyway, she wasn't worried about crashing. After upgrading, her body was stronger, and wouldn't be easily damaged. If the car was damaged, she could just retrieve it, and get a new one. After practicing for over 3 hours, she could finally barely drive on the road before setting off again. This delay meant that by almost dark, she had only traveled about 20 kilometers, still far from the second safe zone. Sang Kankan decided to rest where she was. She took out a pair of binoculars she had found in a car, and surveyed her surroundings. The highway was relatively safe now, but she still needed to be wary of other potential dangers. Through the binoculars, something a kilometer or two below the highway caught Sang Kankan's attention. In this post-apocalyptic world, everything in sight was either ruins or lush jungles, a landscape of cold, somber hues of black, gray, brown, and green. But this place was different. Sang Kankan saw a patch of golden yellow. The golden yellow of an autumn harvest rice paddy. It wasn't rice season. After the black rain of the apocalypse, the crops in the fields were either rotten or mutated, no longer resembling their former state. That patch of golden rice looked extremely out of place. Sang Kankan turned the binoculars up to maximum magnification, wiped the lens, and looked again. It was indeed a rice paddy. Sang Kankan was born and raised in the city, but her father was from the countryside. She had visited his rural hometown once when she was little, just as the rice paddies were about to be harvested. Although she had no affection for that family, and they later completely severed ties, the endless golden rice fields left a very deep impression on her. Before that, Sang Kankan had always thought that rice was produced in supermarkets and could be bought with money. Her mother pointed to the rice paddies and explained to her that every bite of rice she ate was hard-earned, requiring so many steps: seedling cultivation, transplanting, harvesting, threshing, and shelling. During this process, there was also weeding, pest control, fertilization, and irrigation. It was incredibly troublesome. After that, she rarely wasted food. In this lifeless apocalypse, the existence of such a large, golden rice paddy piqued Sang Kankan's curiosity, and she continued to observe through her binoculars. Near the rice paddy was a small village, not very large, with a dozen or so low-lying houses scattered about, some of which still had smoke rising from their chimneys. While she was observing, several men and women came out of the village in groups, carrying sickles and baskets to harvest the rice. They didn't cut all the way down, only the top portion with rice grains. After each section was cut, they would water the remaining rice stalks with something that looked like fertilizer. From the distance, Sang Kankan couldn't see exactly what it was. After the entire rice paddy was harvested, each person's basket was almost full, and they happily went back together. It looked like a vivid and lively scene of labor, but in this apocalypse, the existence of such a leisurely and peaceful paradise felt somewhat eerie to Sang Kankan. Should she meddle? Sang Kankan hesitated for a moment. Since she wasn't planning to go any further that night, she decided to go check it out. Maybe she could find a few potential customers. Once the villagers had all gone into their houses, and it was dark, Sang Kankan pried a hole in the highway guardrail, slipped out with her dog, and stealthily made her way to the edge of the rice paddies under the cover of darkness. The entire village was asleep in silence, but Sang Kankan heard a faint, grating sound, somewhat similar to the sound of rats gnawing on something earlier, but lower and fainter. The sound was coming from the rice paddies. Could there be some small animal hiding there? Sang Kankan crouched down to look, then suddenly grabbed her dog in fright. Good heavens! The rice in these fields had just been harvested before dark, and already tender green shoots were sprouting again. They were growing so fast, but that wasn't the only reason Sang Kankan was startled. From the base of each rice stalk that had begun to head sprouted countless slender white tendrils, constantly writhing and twitching, frantically absorbing the water and nutrients from the ground. But this water and nutrients were not normal. It was clearly a foul-smelling pool of blood mixed with bits of bone and flesh. Sang Kankan even see human fingers in it. The gnawing sounds she heard were from the white tendrils, as they entwined and eroded the bits of bone and flesh. This golden rice paddy was nourished by blood and flesh. Chapter 18. Even though Sang Kankan was now a zombie, flesh and blood still held an attraction for her, and the scene before her still made her feel nauseous. Humans had cultivated rice for generations. How could they have imagined that one day they would become fertilizer for that rice? This was completely different from the system's recycling of corpses to create food. The villagers clearly already knew that the rice paddies fed on flesh and blood, and had deliberately prepared fertilizer for them in exchange for the rice they produced to take home and eat. One was unconscious production, the other was conscious nourishment. Moreover, judging from the freshness of this flesh and blood, it clearly didn't come from zombies, nor from corpses that had been dead for many days. Where it came from made one wonder. Recalling the villagers' smiling faces as they carried baskets full of rice back home, Sang Kankan felt a chill run down her spine. This wasn't some paradise, it was a living hell. However, being a zombie, she didn't possess any lofty ideals like punishing evil and upholding justice for humanity. She simply couldn't let this illegal trade continue. Using human flesh to exchange for food was even more ruthless than her, the heartless middleman. If this rice paddy spread, her business would definitely suffer. Moreover, her customers were all human. The more people sacrificed to feed the rice paddy, the fewer potential customers she would have. A huge loss no matter how you looked at it. She needed to find out what was going on with this rice paddy and, ideally, destroy it. But she wasn't in a hurry to act. She needed to know her enemy first. The entire rice paddy was about an acre or two. Even setting it on fire wouldn't burn it all down at once. If it attracted the villagers, she might not be able to escape. Under cover of darkness, Sang Kankan stealthily entered the village, found an abandoned house, and hid inside with her dog. The house was quite clean and tidy. It had been vacant for at most 2 or 3 months, suggesting the owner had met with misfortune after the apocalypse. The villagers were incredibly carefree, daring not to have anyone guard it at night, probably emboldened by the eerie rice paddies. However, there were no other zombies nearby. Sang Kankan was all alone, making it much safer than the city. The night passed uneventfully. At daybreak the next morning, people began to move around in the village. Sang Kankan, hidden in the house, eavesdropped silently on their conversations. After upgrading to a level 2 zombie, all 5 senses had improved, with her already acute hearing becoming the most enhanced. She could now even hear 2 people talking from a kilometer away. Did you go see? The rice god has sprouted ears again. We can harvest rice again tonight. You don't need to remind me, I saw it a long time ago. No wonder it's the rice god. We just fertilized it yesterday, so today's yield should be quite good. We can all get a bigger share. How did you eat that rice? I pounded some rice, didn't even rinse it, just added some water and cooked a pot of rice. No need for any vegetables. The taste was amazing, even better than stewed meat. Don't even mention the rice, the bran is delicious too. Making bran cakes is so fragrant and crispy. It turns out they call that rice field the rice god. Rice nourished by human blood and flesh. It's amazing how much they enjoyed eating it. It really tastes good, but we have to fertilize it every 3 days, which is quite a hassle. Whose turn is it next? Zhao Laoya's family, I guess. They have a daughter. We said before that we could send her away, but we have to give them a bigger share of the rice. A 7 or 8-year-old girl with blonde hair, enough for 2 or 3 uses. Then this dozen or so grains will be taken care of for days. Listening to them speak so casually about sending people out as fertilizer, Sang Kankan suddenly realized that the difference in thinking between people was truly vast. perhaps even greater than the difference between humans and zombies. The two villagers chatted for a while before going home. Sang Kankan continued eavesdropping on others. In the apocalypse, even farming was impossible, so villagers liked to gossip when they had nothing to do. She had eavesdropped all day, hearing everything that happened in the village, big and small. Aside from the trivial gossip about a man having an affair with a widow, or a man being beaten by his wife at night, Sang Kankan also found out the details of the rice paddy outside the village. This village was called Fuel Village, a rather poor little village. A few years ago, due to the construction of a highway, several nearby. The other villages had all been relocated, but they were too far away to be relocated. These days, farming isn't profitable, so many villagers went to work elsewhere and gradually never returned, leaving only a dozen or so households, a few dozen people. The rice paddies outside the village underwent a transformation not long after the apocalypse began. After 3 days and 3 nights of black rain, several villagers turned into zombies, but the population was already small, so it wasn't as chaotic as in the city. Soon after, 2 more people awakened supernatural abilities, and most of the villagers' poultry, livestock, and crops were infected and mutated. The villagers were mostly related by blood or marriage, making them more united than city dwellers in times of trouble. After the rain stopped, they were told to stay home and wait for rescue, and they obediently waited. A few days later, the power went out, cell phone signal disappeared, and rescue efforts were slow to arrive. The villagers had no choice but to gather and discuss their next steps. One villager had a van, so he gathered a few men and drove to town for help. However, the nearby roads were blocked by haphazardly parked cars, and many zombies roamed the streets. They had no choice but to return dejectedly. They had to find their own way out. After the apocalypse, the village chief unfortunately turned into a zombie. With no one to lead, 2 people with supernatural abilities stepped forward. They organized the villagers to clear the zombies from inside and outside the village, and disposed of infected or mutated plants and animals. Edible items were kept for consumption, while inedible items were burned and buried outside the village. Then, they discovered something strange about the rice paddies outside the village. The rice was just beginning to head at this time of year. The black rain ravaged most of it, rotting the majority. Those that didn't rot grew wildly like weeds. Only that one paddy field remained untouched, neither rotting nor overgrown. It had already produced plump ears of rice, which would soon ripen into a brilliant golden yellow. A faint fragrance of ripe rice could be smelled as one walked nearby. Farmers are very sensitive to the seasons. Such a strange phenomenon initially drew everyone's attention and respect. But as time passed, the villagers' supplies began to run low, and they began to panic. Water was relatively better. Every household had a water tank, and the stored water lasted for a while. One of the 2 awakened superpowered individuals was a water-based being. Every day, he would exhaust his power to distribute the water, barely enough to ensure everyone could drink a sip or 2 a day, enough to keep them from dying of thirst, but far more. But food was scarce. Although the people of Fuel Village are all farmers, there is no profit in growing grain these days, so most people prefer to grow other cash crops. They have to spend money to buy rice to eat, so they are reluctant to hoard it. After a while, they have almost run out of rice. Only 2 or 3 families in the entire village grew rice. They had already sold their harvest from the previous season, keeping only enough for their own consumption. They had no grain to share. The rescue team seemed to have forgotten about this small village. With their rice jars nearly empty, someone finally couldn't resist turning their attention to the golden rice paddies. It started with a starving, mischievous child who rushed into the paddy field, grabbed a handful of rice grains, and stuffed them into his mouth. He chewed them, and found them quite sweet, much better than any rice he ever eaten before. The child went home, and was beaten by his parents. But he couldn't vomit up the rice he eaten. The others watched for a day, and found that he was not only unharmed but also in much better spirits than before. He even praised the taste of the rice. So everyone rushed in, and quickly harvested all the rice. After harvesting and dividing it, each family received several kilograms. To their even greater surprise, the day after the rice harvest, the rice stalks in the field began to sprout ears again. By evening, the newly grown ears of rice were ripe again, ready for another harvest. Harvesting once a day meant they would never have to worry about food again. Several older villagers started to mutter superstitious tales, believing it must be due to the good deeds of their ancestors, who had protected them from the rice god in this cursed world. Thinking this, they harvested for 3 consecutive days, but then no more rice grew in the field. The rice stalks remained green, and new shoots sprouted. The villagers, refusing to believe in superstitions, brought out the fertilizer they had stored at home and applied it, nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium fertilizers, both organic and inorganic, but the rice field remained unchanged. Just when they were at their wits' end, a few villagers, who were guarding the edge of the rice field, witnessed an injured field mouse wander into the field, be strangled and torn to pieces by countless white whiskers sprouting from the base of a rice stalk, and then devoured. The villagers were terrified. This rice paddy was so ruthless. Hadn't they been risking their lives harvesting rice before? But then, they saw the rice stalks that had devoured the weasel sprout ears of rice in the blink of an eye. The full, heavy ears matured at a visible speed, turning golden yellow. They finally understood what the rice paddy needed as fertilizer. Then, led by the superhuman, the villagers captured mutated animals from the surrounding area, chopped them up, and used them as fertilizer for the rice paddy. The flesh of mutated animals was far more foul-smelling than that of ordinary animals. Someone in the village had been poisoned after eating them, and was still half dead. They dared not eat them directly. More than a month passed, and the villagers had caught almost all the mutated animals they could find nearby. There was nothing left to feed the rice paddy, and it seemed it would be left to fall into ruin again. Then, something happened that crossed the villagers' bottom line. A villager, while hunting mutated animals with the others, was attacked by a mutated bull. His stomach was gored by the bull's horns, and he died instantly. The others couldn't subdue the bull, but they managed to carry his body back home for a proper burial. However, the night before the burial, the body disappeared from his house. The next day, the villagers discovered that the rice paddies, which hadn't produced ears of grain for several days, were now laden with golden rice ears. Like any secret in a village, word quickly spread. Everyone knew that 2 starving bachelors had taken the dead man's body to the rice paddies under cover of night, and used it as fertilizer. After that, panic began to spread throughout Fuel Village. The villagers were torn between fearing they'd be knocked unconscious and used as fertilizer for the rice paddies, and the fear that without nourishment, the rice wouldn't grow and they starve. Anxiety gripped the village, leading to daily arguments and fights. Seeing this unsustainable situation, the 2 supernatural beings spearheaded the creation of new rules. The villagers were all related, relatives, and fellow villagers. They absolutely couldn't kill each other. But doing nothing and waiting to die wasn't an option either. They had finally received the rice god's favor, an opportunity unavailable elsewhere, and they couldn't betray the god's kindness. The rice paddy would continue to be nourished, but no one could be killed privately. Every household had to participate, fairly, justly, and openly, taking turns contributing. Based on the rice god's fertilizer absorption patterns these past few days, an adult could nourish the god about 5 times, and a smaller child 2 or 3 times, each time lasting 3 days. Once they weathered this most difficult period, and new people arrived in the village, they wouldn't need to sacrifice their own people anymore. It turned out that, while eating rice grown in the paddy field showed no obvious harm, it clearly had a significant impact on people's mental state. This utterly absurd new rule was surprisingly accepted by everyone. Some parents even led the way by offering their own children, saying that being able to offer rice to the rice god was a blessing that would ensure a better rebirth in their next life. Sang Kankan, eavesdropping on the gossip, was utterly exasperated. These people were incredibly good at brainwashing themselves. They were practically creating their own doctrine. She had no doubt that as she went out and destroyed the paddy fields now, the villagers would tear her apart alive. Chapter 19. After observing the village for a day, Sang Kankan still hadn't figured out what to do with the rice paddy. After all, it concerned the survival of all the villagers, and as a zombie, it seemed inappropriate for her to interfere without authorization. The villagers were clearly fanatical believers in the rice paddy, poisoned both physically and mentally. They'd eaten too much rice grown there, and she didn't know if there would be any other side effects. What if she destroyed the rice paddy and they all died? The rice paddy's mutation was too bizarre. She couldn't be sure that such a possibility wouldn't exist. If she just left it alone, letting the villagers continue to nourish it, who knew what kind of monster the rice paddy would evolve into? Or should she leave first, find an opportunity to inform others about the problem, and let humans handle their own affairs? She had found a digital camera in a car on the highway earlier. It still had a few bars of battery left. She had taken pictures of the village's situation over the past 2 days, intending to show them to others later. That evening, the villagers went out to harvest another crop of rice, returning home laden with their harvest, the aroma of cooked rice wafting from every window. As night fell, Sang Kankan calmed her dog, who was eager to run outside, and planned to slip out of the village under cover of darkness. Suddenly, a series of heavy, thumping footsteps approached from afar. A rumbling, booming sound, as if several elephants were galloping in from a distance. Elephants? How could there be elephants here? It couldn't be. Sang Kankan retreated back into the house, peering out the window. The dog also leaned in, begging for petting. The footsteps grew closer, and the rest of the village heard them too. They rushed out of their houses in a panic. Some had been in such a hurry that they hadn't even had time to put on their pants, only wearing tattered underpants. Now, no one was paying attention to them. What was that sound? What happened? An earthquake? Could the mountain ahead have collapsed? It's terrifying. The villagers were speculating wildly. Sang Kankan, leaning against the window, rubbed the dog's head and watched. Not long after, a cloud of dust suddenly rose from the open space at the village entrance. Before the dust had even settled, a large herd of mutated animals rushed out. Leading them were two enormous mutated water buffalo, nearly 3 meters tall, their legs almost as thick as telephone poles. They were indeed not much smaller than elephants. No wonder they made such a huge splash. Many mutated wild dogs, wild cats, even pheasants, wild ducks, and wild rats followed behind the mutated buffalo, swarming into the village. They were clearly not running aimlessly. Their target was clear. They charged directly at the villagers. The villagers, regaining their senses, screamed and scattered in all directions, but they were no match for the mutated animals. Several men were quickly toppled by the buffalo's massive horns, and the other animals swarmed them, clawing and biting wildly. Even chickens and ducks jumped on them, poking and pecking, seemingly filled with hatred. Two superhumans stood in the crowd, trying to organize the villagers for a coordinated counterattack, but everyone was in a panic, too busy dealing with the animals to listen to their words. Some took advantage of the chaos to run home and grab kitchen knives and machetes, hacking at the animals. The superhumans also used their abilities to fight back. One villager was a water type, the other an earth type. The water type had used up all his water abilities during the day and couldn't even create a small stream, so he resorted to fighting barehanded. The earth type was slightly better, manipulating the ground to create some obstacles for the animals, but his level was low, and he was helpless against the behemoths, like the mutated buffalo. Dust billowed, blades flashed, and a chaotic battle erupted between humans and animals. Outside, chickens flew and dogs barked, creating utter chaos. Sang Kankan watched coldly from inside, making no move to intervene. A closer look revealed that these mutated animals weren't attacking indiscriminately. An old woman tripped and fell near the mutated cow's feet. The cow didn't even glance at her, simply stepping over her. Those most fiercely attacked by the animals were the strong superhumans and men. Sang Kankan understood immediately. This was clearly the mutated animals' revenge. Those attacked had directly harmed the mutated animals, and might still carry their scent. She just hadn't expected the animals to have learned to band together in this apocalyptic world. A dog spotted a large gray dog in the chaos, let out a low howl, and tried to greet it. Sang Kankan quickly stopped it, telling it that the dog was avenging its companions, it shouldn't interfere. But the dog was much bigger than her, and Sang Kankan, afraid of hurting it, didn't dare use much force, but the dog still managed to squeeze through. Woof woof woof. The white Samoyed smiled its angelic face, and greeted the big gray dog warmly, but the big gray dog didn't appreciate it, and bared its teeth threateningly. Roar! After roaring, the big gray dog went to deal with another person, and the Samoyed quickly followed, even helping by stomping on that person a couple of times. Woof woof woof, roar! Looking at her dog's bewildered expression, Sang Kankan wanted to cover her face. Why are all the other animals so clever, while hers is so dull? Has she raised it to be stupid? This chaotic fight can be described as a lose-lose situation. The villagers suffered heavy casualties. Several died before they could even react, and others who were attacked were also seriously injured, including the two superhumans. Seeing more and more people fall, they didn't want to drag the fight out any longer. They worked together to escape and then hid inside the houses. The mutated animals didn't fare much better. Although they had sharp claws and teeth, and some even possessed special abilities, they were still at a disadvantage against human knives. Once the villagers were either down or had fled, the chaotic battle finally ended, and many of the mutated animals were also lifeless. The smaller animals were generally not very strong in combat, and their fighting lacked strategy. Only the two mutated bulls were truly formidable. Sang Kankan looked at her Samoyed, mixed in with the crowd, covered in dust and even blood, and felt a surge of urge to hit the dog. The animals, seemingly unsatisfied with dealing with the villagers, abandoned the fallen people and, led by the two bulls, ran off towards the edge of the village. The dog, still not getting a response from the big gray dog, persisted and ran after them. By this time, it was already dark. Sang Kankan, dressed in a gray tracksuit and inconspicuous, quickly followed. The animal's other destination was the rice paddies outside the village. There, too, was the lingering scent of their fallen companions, a very strong one. When Sang Kankan arrived, 2 cows, accompanied by a herd of minions, were trampling through the rice paddies. The harvested rice stalks, already sprouting new ears, were quickly crushed into the mud. Countless white tendrils extended from the rice roots, desperately trying to pierce the cows' legs, but they couldn't penetrate the tough hide. Other small animals, though bound, were quick-witted. With the help of their companions, they broke free and jumped onto the cows' backs, avoiding the serious trouble they had suffered with humans. The Samoyed also rushed into the rice paddy, but the paddy was soft and wet. After only a few steps, its paws became filthy, and it almost sank in. It glanced at Sang Kankan on the embankment, then sheepishly climbed back up. Getting the 2-legged creature dirty might mean losing its food. It wasn't worth it. The rice paddy, less than 2 acres in size, was quickly and completely destroyed by the animals trampling. The rice stalks lay flat in the mud, their roots uprooted, seemingly beyond saving. The villagers, unharmed by the animals, rushed out of the village after the initial shock. Seeing this scene, they were as if the sky had fallen, crowding around the field, weeping and wailing. 2 elderly women even knelt down, kowtowing before the destroyed rice paddy in apology. "Rice God, please forgive me. Rice God, please forgive me. You damn beasts. Give back the rice god's life." However, no one dared to attack the mutated animals again. Even the village's able-bodied men couldn't defeat them, let alone the animals. Sang Kankan observed that the villagers were only deeply saddened by the destruction of the rice paddy. There seemed to be no other aftereffects. Although the process was completely unexpected, the ending was actually quite good. Taking advantage of the villagers' distraction, the dead, the wounded, and the weeping, and their lack of attention to this stranger, Sang Kankan, with her dog, hid back in the empty house she had been staying in. When all was quiet in the dead of night, and the people and animals had all left, she quietly emerged. She originally planned to gather up the rice stalks from the paddy field and destroy them completely. After all, it's best to nip it in the bud, or it will grow back in the spring. But when she reached the village entrance, she discovered that someone had come out before her, and seemed to have the same plan. This person came to the edge of the paddy field, gathered up all the rice stalks, doused them with lamp oil, and set them all on fire. Wow, there were still people in the village so clear-headed. Sang Kankan was astonished. She hid herself in the shadows of the house, only seeing the person's face clearly when they returned to the village. It was that water-based ability user from Fuel Village, whom the villagers called Junzi. He was unremarkable in appearance and rather low-key, unlike the other ability user who always wanted to show off. Sang Kankan hadn't paid him much attention. His coming out to burn rice straw in the middle of the night meant he also thought the rice paddy was no good. Why hadn't he made a move before? Sang Kankan didn't understand, and without alerting him, she waited until Junzi returned to his house before quietly returning to the previously empty room. The system suddenly spoke up. "Host, humans are truly contradictory." Sang Kankan was puzzled. "Why are you suddenly saying that?" To obtain food, humans have constantly slaughtered other plants and animals. Even you, host, have killed mutated animals and zombies to obtain crystal cores for upgrades. According to this system's understanding, countless such food chains exist in this plane. That mutated rice only obtains the energy necessary for growth from flesh and blood. How are they different from you? Humans eat rice without question, so why can't rice eat people? Sang Kankan returned to her room, lay down next to her sleeping dog, and asked in return, "Then why do you think it is?" The system cannot understand. An intelligent system actually contemplating such complex questions, higher planes are truly not to be underestimated. Sang Kankan couldn't actually give a clear answer. Although she could list many reasons for destroying that rice paddy. For example, the carnivorous rice completely deviated from biological laws. For example, the rice carried the weight of human lives. For example, the rice was poisonous and damaged the villagers' minds. For example, the rice's evolutionary path was too bizarre, and it would become a great scourge in the future. None of these reasons were irrefutable. She routinely took a few crystal cores and swallowed them, slowly absorbing them for a while before replying to the system in her consciousness, because 2 tigers cannot share one mountain. Chapter 20. The next morning, as dawn broke, the villagers of Fuel Village rose and gathered outside the village for a collective funeral to bury those who had died the previous day. There was no time for any elaborate ceremonies or fanfare, lest they attract mutated animals or zombies, threatening the entire village's survival. Time was too short. Some people didn't even have coffins, simply wrapped in clean sheets and buried. Because most of the surviving able-bodied men in the village were injured, they couldn't even properly dig burial pits. A shallow layer of soil was dug, the body buried, and that was it. But they were still much luckier than those whose bodies weren't even preserved. Sang Kankan watched from a distance, noticing that most villagers' faces showed no sadness, only numbness, as if they no longer cared about anything. Only the water-based ability user, who had sneaked out to burn rice straw the night before, seemed somewhat normal. He was the one leading the villagers in the funeral and burial. This person seems to be hiding many secrets. Perhaps she could find an opportunity to contact him? Before Sang Kankan could find an opportunity, another incident occurred in the village. She initially thought that destroying the rice paddies wouldn't negatively impact the villagers, but only half a day later, screams began to echo throughout the village. The villagers had all gone mad. Sang Kankan secretly witnessed their entire madness, or more accurately, it resembled withdrawal symptoms from drug addiction. She had volunteered during her university's Anti-Drug Awareness Week and had seen many related photos and videos. The addicts in those videos appeared respectable in their normal states, many even considered successful by the public, but when their addiction kicked in, they instantly transformed. The villagers' current state was very similar to their condition during the attacks. Trembling, tears streaming down their faces, screaming, going mad. Some were like ravenous wolves, grabbing nearby tables, chairs, and even people, gnawing on them without looking, their gums bleeding, but they didn't stop. Some ate more rice than others, and the villagers' symptoms varied in severity. The onset times were unpredictable, but even those who weren't currently experiencing an attack were terrified by those around them, and soon it was their turn. Already a group of elderly, weak, and disabled people, this added insult to injury. It was truly a case of misfortunes never coming singly. No one in the village ventured out anymore, and Sang Kankan, no longer hiding, came out to look around. It was truly tragic. It seemed everyone in the village had eaten that cursed rice. Every household had been affected, and everywhere there was wailing and howling. She peered out of a house window, watching a man inside holding an enamel mug. He started chewing on it, but instead of the mug, he chipped his teeth. She even heard the sound of teeth breaking. It looked painful, and Sang Kankan couldn't help but gasp. "Who are you?" A man's voice suddenly came from behind her. Sang Kankan froze, not turning around or answering. Hearing the man's approaching footsteps, she took off running. The man hesitated for a moment, then immediately gave chase. Sang Kankan ran around the house for a long time, finally hiding in a corner behind it. She quickly retrieved the rabbit costume she had been wearing from her system inventory, put it on, and then took out a whiteboard and pen before slowly emerging. By then, the man had caught up with her. She recognized his face immediately. It was the water-based ability user who had secretly gone out to burn rice straw the night before. I think his name was Shinshuejuan. He was probably in his early 30s. As for his appearance, well, it seemed he hadn't taken care of himself properly since the apocalypse. His beard was unkempt, his face was unkempt, and his clothes looked like they'd been worn for at least half a month. They all reeked of a mixture of foul and rotten smells, making Sang Kankan instinctively take a step back. Shinshuejuan, panting heavily, stared at the rabbit head in front of him, momentarily speechless. "Wait, little sister, did you run so fast just to change clothes before I caught up? Are you so ashamed of your appearance? Who are you? Why are you in our village?" Although he was a bit disheveled, he seemed quite lucid, unlike the other villagers who were experiencing withdrawal symptoms from rice addiction. He could still communicate. Sang Kankan thought for a moment and wrote on the whiteboard, "Just passing by. My throat is injured, so I can't speak." Before Shinshuejuan could react, Sang Kankan wrote again, "What happened in your village? Have they all turned into zombies?" She instantly came up with the persona of a mute passerby who just happened to be passing by and knows nothing about the village, and began to inquire with curiosity. Regarding their tendency to randomly eat things, the villagers do resemble zombies now. Shinshuejuan paused for a moment before explaining, "No, they just ate the wrong things and messed up their brains. Don't worry, they're not zombies, and you won't get infected if you get bitten." Eating the wrong things? That's honest enough, he wasn't trying to fool her. Sang Kankan continued writing, "The whole village ate the wrong things. How come you're okay?" Shinshuejuan smiled wryly, "Those things were weird. I felt something was off, so I didn't eat them. Normally, no one would believe such nonsense, so Sang Kankan naturally had to act normal." She quickly moved a few steps to the side, turned around, and ran desperately towards the edge of the village. "Hey, why are you running again?" Shinshuejuan caught up again, shouting as he chased, "I'm serious, little sister, don't run anymore, I can't catch up." He had been one of the main targets of the mutated animals yesterday, and was seriously injured. His breathing became unsteady as he ran. Sang Kankan sprinted, and Shin Xuejuan followed behind, panting heavily. Even though he was almost out of reach, he didn't use his powers or call for help, seemingly having no intention of harming her. When they were almost at the village entrance, Sang Kankan slowed down. Shin Xuejuan caught up, panting, "Little sister, you trained, huh? You run really fast." "Believe me, I'm not lying, I don't mean any harm, I just want to ask you something." Sang Kankan stood 10 paces away from him, and wrote a question mark on the whiteboard. Shin Xuejuan aggravated the wound on his waist while chasing her, wincing in pain as he clutched his back. He finally felt better. "Little sister, where did you come from? Was it the nearby safe zone?" Sang Kankan shook her head, pointing in the direction of City C. "So you fled from the city. I thought you were sent by the safe zone to rescue our village," Shin Xuejuan said, clearly disappointed. "Do you have any companions? Is there a doctor in there?" Sang Kankan added another question mark. Shin Xuejuan explained, "You saw the situation in our village. Everyone's injured or sick. I wanted to find a doctor to examine them, but I don't know if they can be saved. And now we're all out of food. If this continues, none of us will survive. By the way, sister, do you have any extra grain? Anything is fine. I give you money, or you can trade something else." As soon as the words left his mouth, Shin Xuejuan knew he made a mistake. In this day and age, who had extra grain? Even if they did, they wouldn't easily give it away. His dark face was full of disappointment. "Never mind, forget I asked." Although this man seemed clear-headed and his words and actions suggested he was honest, how could a truly honest person allow villagers to harm each other to feed the rice god? Judging from his behavior last night, he must have already noticed the abnormality in the rice. Sang Kankan still didn't believe him. She shook her head and wrote on the whiteboard, "I also came out to find food." "Sure enough, Sai, then you really come to the wrong place. Our village's grain is long gone, we're practically eating ourselves." Shin Xuejuan scratched his head. "Sister, which road did you take to get here?" Sang Kankan pointed in the direction of the highway. Shin Xuejuan was delighted upon hearing this. "The road is open." Sang Kankan wrote, "Someone cleared part of it, but it's not completely open. It gets blocked a little further ahead." "Then you still can't get through," Shin Xuejuan sighed. "This damned world really doesn't give people a way to survive." After sighing, he suddenly looked at Sang Kankan in surprise. "Little sister, you didn't come all this way by yourself, did you?" Sang Kankan didn't answer. Shin Xuejuan quickly explained, "Don't misunderstand, I didn't mean anything by it. I just wanted to say you're really amazing. You can't get across roads like this without some skill. Unfortunately, you come to the wrong place. Our village is nothing now. We were so hungry before that we ate those strange kinds of rice, and sure enough, they all got sick from it." Hearing him bring up rice, Sang Kankan quickly pressed, "Strange rice?" Shin Xuejuan almost spoke, but then swallowed his words. It was too shameful to talk about. It's hard to explain in a few words, but it's a bad thing. Our whole village has been ruined by it. But if it weren't for it, we probably wouldn't have survived. It's really hard to say. Sigh, it's all this damned world's fault." He sighed again as he spoke. The two of them standing there awkwardly at the village entrance wasn't going to get any better. "Sister, are you still on your way today? Why don't you rest here for a while? It'd be dark soon. We don't have any food, but we can provide you with lodging. There are empty houses everywhere." Sang Kankan took the opportunity to stay in the village openly. Shin Xuejuan was probably a chatterbox. He couldn't stop talking the whole way. "Little sister, aren't you tired of wearing that big rabbit headgear all the time? Why don't you take it off? I promise I won't laugh at how ugly you are." Sang Kankan ignored him. "Fine, I won't take it off then. By the way, what should I call you?" Sang Kankan still ignored him. She was mute anyway. "Okay, I won't ask anymore. Let me introduce myself. My name is Shin Xuejuan. In our fuel village, Shin is a common surname." Passing by several houses, Shin Xuejuan introduced each one to Sang Kankan. "This is my third uncle's house. Both my third uncle and aunt are sick. I was afraid they would hurt each other, so I separated them into 2 rooms. My little cousin isn't home right now. That's my cousin's house over there. My brother-in-law isn't home, she's all alone now. And over there, it's terrible. It's all because they ate the millet. They're all out of their minds. I don't know if they're all right." Sang Kankan, having heard him repeatedly say "not at home," wrote on the whiteboard, Why are so many people not at home? Why are they out at this time? Perhaps they're not just not home, but have vanished. Shin Shuejuan hesitated, but considering the situation in the village and outside, continuing to hide it seemed pointless, so he gritted his teeth and told the truth. Actually, they're not home. They're still in the village. I hidden them all. I have to hide them. They're all like they've been possessed after eating that rice. They either want to go and die themselves, or they want to send others to their deaths. Sang Kankan paused. This seemed different from what she had heard. Send them to their deaths? Come with me and you see. Shin Shuejuan led Sang Kankan to an abandoned mud house at the end of the village. This house was quite old, with old-fashioned mud brick walls. Half the roof had collapsed, and the remaining parts looked precarious. Located at the very back of the village, near the mountain, it was rarely visited. The grass around it grew taller than the grass on other houses in the village. Sang Kankan sent someone inside. Shin Shuejuan knocked lightly 3 times on the broken door, and someone came running out and opened it from the inside. A little girl, about 10 years old, opened the door. Seeing Shin Shuejuan, she ran over affectionately. Brother, you're here. She looked somewhat like Shin Shuejuan. Seeing Sang Kankan, she hid behind Shin Shuejuan in surprise, then peeked out curiously. Brother, who's this rabbit? Shin Shuejuan introduced her. This is my little cousin, Shin Minmin. Minmin, this is someone passing through our village. Sang Kankan didn't introduce herself. Her gaze fell on Shin Minmin's right arm. The little girl's right arm was missing a section. The wound seemed poorly treated, only bandaged with fine cotton cloth. Blood stained half of the cloth red, and Sang Kankan smelled a mixture of blood and decay. Using the light streaming into the house from the doorway, Sang Kankan saw 6 or 7 people inside the earthen house. She suddenly understood what Shin Shuejuan meant by hiding people. So he had pulled off a clever switcheroo in the village. Chapter 21. Shin Shuejuan beckoned Sang Kankan into the earthen house, but Sang Kankan stayed close to the door, not going in. The earthen house was small and poorly ventilated. A damp, musty, and pungent smell permeated the air even from the doorway. Sang Kankan glanced inside. The people inside were mostly bound with ropes, and their mouths taped shut. Their expressions were identical to those of the crazed villagers outside, suggesting they had also become addicted to the rice. Because of their limited mobility, they hadn't yet gone berserk, biting indiscriminately. Only Shin Minmin and another boy who looked about 5 or 6 years old were not bound. Shin Minmin tugged at Shin Shuejuan's sleeve, staring at Sang Kankan with wide, curious eyes. The little boy also stared blankly in their direction, his eyes unmoving for a long time, looking somewhat dazed. Sang Kankan was drawn in by the smell of blood, then her attention fell on Shin Minmin's arm. It was amazing that this little girl could endure the pain without crying out. She wrote on the whiteboard, "She's injured?" Shin Shuejuan was just about to introduce someone to Sang Kankan when his expression immediately darkened upon seeing the message. Shin Minmin also lowered her head and remained silent, seemingly finding it difficult to discuss the matter. Sang Kankan wrote again, "The wound is festering, it's very dangerous. There was nothing we could do. The situation was critical, and we didn't have any medicine for her, so we just used folk remedies to stop the bleeding and bandage it up," Shin Shuejuan thought, then suddenly looked at her intently. "Little sister, do you have any hemostatic or anti-inflammatory medicine on you?" Sang Kankan had previously collected some supplies. The scarce food was all sold out, but she still had some medicine in stock, which was also entered into the system, so she could purchase more at any time. Although she still had some questions to answer, it didn't stop her from selling goods. She reached into the pocket of her bunny suit and pulled out disinfectant alcohol, gauze, Yunnan Baiyao, a traditional Chinese medicine, and other medicines. She then wrote on the whiteboard, "Limited time special offer, 3 crystal cores in total." The system generally priced medicine slightly higher than food, but these were her own collected stock, so she could offer a 50% discount followed by another 50%. Mainly, she was worried that if the price was too high, they wouldn't be able to afford them, and these medicines were nearing their expiration date. Keeping them would be a waste. She acted nonchalantly, but Shin Shuejuan and the others were greatly shocked. The brother and sister stared blankly at the medicines in her hand. "You're also a superhuman? You can conjure things?" This was a perfectly normal first reaction. After all, the top of the bunny suit pocket was obviously flat, making it impossible for it to contain all these things. Sang Kankan didn't intend to hide this fact. She had already decided when she came out that she would disguise herself as a spatial superhuman in front of humans, making it convenient to retrieve and store items at any time. Sang Kankan nodded, and Shin Minmin asked again, "What's a crystal core?" Shin Xuejuan echoed, yeah, what's a crystal core? Their village had long been cut off from the outside world. Back then, zombies didn't have crystal cores in their brains, and they didn't know the name. Sang Kankan wrote, a crystal core is an energy crystallization inside a zombie's brain. There's something inside a zombie's brain? Both looked completely bewildered. When their village dealt with zombies before, they would just cut off their heads and carry them out to be burned and buried. Those zombies were all villagers in life, who would be so perverse as to gouge out their brains? And Shin Xuejuan, as a superhuman, didn't know that crystal cores could help enhance superhuman abilities. These past few days, he had suffered from the lack of information and had been progressing little by little through trial and error. Unexpectedly, this middleman was also responsible for providing clients with basic knowledge. Sang Kankan spent 5 or 6 minutes explaining the zombie upgrade system and crystal cores to the brother and sister in writing. Sometimes, when words weren't clear enough, she even drew clumsy diagrams. At that moment, she realized how inconvenient it was not to be able to speak, and writing was too slow. She needed to find a more convenient way to communicate. There are such amazing things. The brother and sister explained in unison, their similar faces showing identical expressions, which looked quite comical. Sang Kankan added, you can also buy food from me using crystal cores. Since she was planning to sell medicine anyway, she might as well sell it along with it. You still have food. 2 similar faces lit up simultaneously, then dimmed again. But we don't have any crystal cores. Shin Xuejuan was momentarily frustrated, then quickly realized, no, we don't have any now, but I can go out and fight. There are zombies everywhere outside. I'm sure I can catch a few. Sister, are you sure you're not joking? If we have crystal cores, we can exchange them for medicine and food? Sang Kankan nodded and wrote on the whiteboard, honest business practices, no deception. She also took out bread, sausages, and other items produced by the system and waved them in front of him. Samples. Oh, quite principled. I like straightforward people like you. Shin Xuejuan seemed to have forgotten his injuries. His interest was immediately piqued. He grabbed his usual wood-chopping knife and prepared to go out. Sister, wait for me. I'm going out for a bit. I bring back crystal cores right away. Shin Minmin wanted to go with him, but he sent her back. Why are you getting involved? If your dad finds out, there'll be another big fuss. Stay here and keep an eye on the people in the house for me. Don't let them come out once they calm down. Tiger's scared out of his wits, so it's all up to you. Entrusted with such an important task by her cousin, Shin Minmin became serious, puffed out her chest, and nodded vigorously. I promise to complete the mission, brother. You must come back safely. Shin Xuejuan patted her head, absolutely. He wasn't blindly confident. Shin Xuejuan had always been stronger than others, and his physique had improved after awakening his superpower. He had gained experience hunting mutated animals recently, and although he was injured, as long as he was careful not to run into hordes of zombies, he should be able to handle them one by one. It was a pity that the other superpowered person in the village and the other skilled laborers were still going berserk, otherwise he could have brought a few more helpers. Sang Kankan didn't go out. She still had some things she wanted to figure out. Shin Minmin checked the ropes binding the others in the mud house, then squatted in front of Sang Kankan, looking her in the eye. However, with the rabbit headgear obscuring her view, she couldn't see Sang Kankan's eyes at all. Like her brother, the little girl was a bit of a chatterbox. After a moment of silence, she couldn't hold back any longer and initiated a conversation with Sang Kankan. Rabbit, why do you always wear a hood? Can I see your face? Sang Kankan shook her head. Child, I don't want you to see it for your own good. I'm afraid you get scared. Shin Minmin wasn't discouraged. Then tell me, are you a boy or a girl? Sang Kankan wrote the word female on the whiteboard. Same as me. Where are you from? Sang Kankan pointed in the direction of City C. Still a city, rabbit. I haven't been to the city in ages. Is the city fun? Sang Kankan wrote, it's full of zombies. Oh right, I forgot. There are zombies everywhere now. It's no fun. The little girl lowered her head. My grandma turned into a zombie too, and so did my uncle and aunt, my brother's parents. I almost got bitten by them. It was so awful. My aunt gave me roasted sweet potatoes just the day before, and now I won't be able to eat them anymore. Our sweet potato seeds rotted from the rain. We probably can't plant them this year. The rice is gone too. Now we don't even have to go to school. I don't know what we're going to do. Seeing that the little girl's rambling would never end, Sang Kankan decided to take the initiative and wrote on the whiteboard, Who hurt your arm? Shin Minmin's incessant chatter stopped abruptly, her expression turning bitter. Sang Kankan thought she wouldn't tell, But she confessed anyway. It was my dad. He suddenly went crazy while eating that day, wanting to send me to be offered to the rice god. He grabbed a knife and started hacking at me. If my brother hadn't arrived in time, I would be dead. It was her own father who did it. Sang Kankan thought of her father, whose fate was now unknown. Some parents really are heartless. But then Shin Minmin added, I don't blame my dad. He's always been very kind to me. He even saved the last bit of meat for me. It's just that the food ruined his brain. It's all the rice's fault. They call it the rice god? I think it's a plague god. They all ate the rice, didn't you? Sang Kankan asked. Shin Minmin seemed quite proud of herself. I didn't eat a single grain. My brother said from the beginning that it was evil and shouldn't be eaten, but nobody believed him except me. Sang Kankan then wrote, What did you eat? Drink water. Drink water when you're hungry. My brother can turn into water. He also often goes out to hunt for food, eating whatever he finds, cactus, succulents, and some wild grass. They're all edible when cooked, though they don't taste good. But meat is even worse. It's bitter and smelly, and makes you feel unwell. I only ate it once, and afterwards I rather starve than eat it again. My brother goes hunting every day, but he doesn't eat what he hunts, he feeds it to the rice. Approaching the core of the problem, Sang Kankan quickly pressed, The rice eats things? That's right, they said they eat the meat as fertilizer. I was terrified. Those people in the village actually dared to eat rice. The more they ate, the more confused they became. Shin Minmin pointed to the others in the earthen house. These few got sick from eating it, shouting that they wanted to offer themselves to the rice god, but my brother saved them. How did he save them? He just lied to them. Shin Minmin chuckled twice, as if she thought of something amusing. Initially, they used animals as fertilizer to offer to the rice paddies. But after eating too much rice, the villagers started acting strangely. They stopped hunting, and wanted to use people as fertilizer. My brother couldn't stop them alone. Reasoning with them was useless. Afraid they hurt each other, he coaxed them by saying each household would take turns sending people to offer to the rice god in order. He handled the disposal of the fertilizer, and they all believed him. Then my brother hit all those who wanted to be fertilizer, and replaced them with game he hunted. After chopping it up, it was indistinguishable. He fooled the whole village. Now, it's hard to find any game outside, and my brother, all alone, almost always succeeds. Isn't that amazing? Shin Minmin spoke of her cousin Shin Shuejuan with eyes full of admiration, like a complete fangirl. Inside the mud house, an old man, bound to his body, struggled to stand. Shin Minmin went over to check on him, and tightened the ropes binding him. Noticing the rabbit watching her, Shin Minmin quickly explained, I'm not disrespecting the elderly. They lose their minds when it comes to rice. When they're sober, they want to run out to offer sacrifices to the rice god. If the other villagers find out, it exposes us, so my brother just tied them up. It's troublesome, there's not much food to begin with, and now we have to share it with them. But now that the rice paddies have been trampled by the oxen, we probably won't have to tie them up anymore. We see what my brother decides when he gets back. This is quite a lot of information. So, actually no one in their village was murdered and then supplied to that rice paddy. The horrifying news Sang Kankan heard before was all a fabrication by Shin Shuejuan, but Sang Kankan did see human fingers in the fertilizer the villagers used. Thinking of Shin Minmin's severed arm, she seemed to have an answer. Where's your severed hand? Can it be reattached? Shin Minmin's expression froze, her already pale face turning even whiter. Where's your severed hand? My dad chopped it up and threw it into the fertilizer bucket. My brother tried to get it back but couldn't. Of all these people, I'm the worst off. But those people in the village are really stupid. They probably think we're all dead now. Just as she thought. Does it hurt? Sang Kankan wrote. Shin Minmin rolled her eyes. Of course it hurts. Try cutting off your own hand and see if it hurts. I can't even feel it anymore. My brother couldn't find any medicine, so he burned me with a hot iron. I fainted from the pain and lay there for 2 days before I could stand up. She admitted sorry, she really did lose a hand, but zombies don't feel pain. Sang Kankan pushed the medicine she had taken out earlier toward Shin Minmin, then took out a bottle of purified water. Treat this wound. Shin Minmin didn't take it. Didn't you need 3 crystal cores? I don't have any for you. You can pay on credit. Treating it sooner will reduce the danger. Chapter 22. The system has very strict rules, so it doesn't offer flexible options like credit. However, the medicine given to Shin Minmin was from a batch that Sang Kankan had collected herself, so it wasn't restricted. Shin Minmin accepted her kindness. Since she couldn't treat her wound alone, she called over the little boy, Hu Zi, who was standing nearby in a daze, to help. She gritted her teeth, rinsed the wound with water, applied Yudon Biao, and rebandaged it. Uzi looked dazed. Shin Minmin said he was scared silly. He had been sent out by his family as a sacrifice, and had eaten a lot of rice beforehand. Now he seemed like he'd lost his soul. However, he was fine with getting things like fetching water. It was clear that part of the flesh in her wound had started to rot, and it would have to be cut away with a knife. However, she couldn't do it herself, and Sang Kankan couldn't help either. They would have to wait for Shin Shuejuan to return. While waiting, Shin Minmin, like a celebrity promoting her family's idol, told Sang Kankan many of her brother's glorious deeds, even recounting how he took her climbing trees to raid bird nests when she was little. But she made no mention of the chaotic battle between humans and animals the previous day. Sang Kankan was actually a little curious. Would Shin Shuejuan regret it? If he had known beforehand that the mass killing of animals would provoke retaliation and cause heavy casualties among the villagers, would he still have hunted animals to stage this scene? Or would he have done nothing? However, Sang Kankan understood that this question was meaningless. Shin Shuejuan didn't have the ability to foresee the future. He couldn't possibly have predicted the possible consequences of those two choices, and weighed them on a scale to choose the best one. He simply did what he could at the time. As dusk approached, Shin Minmin went outside to wait, her eyes darting anxiously towards the village entrance. She waited for over an hour before Shin Shuejuan finally returned. He looked as if he'd just been pulled from a mud pit, covered from toes to hair in foul-smelling mud. A strong stench of rotting fish emanated from him. Even Shin Minmin, his usual devoted fan, didn't approach him as often, stopping a few steps away. "Brother, what happened to you? Did you fall into a cesspool?" She learned that Shin Shuejuan had accidentally attracted a horde of zombies on his way back to the village. Not wanting to lead them into the village, he had hidden himself in a half-dried fish pond outside the village, waiting for the zombies to disperse before returning. Shin Shuejuan's trip had been quite fruitful. He brought back a small bag of crystal cores, about a dozen in total. He only been out for less than half a day, and despite being injured, his efficiency was quite impressive. Water is precious now, and not wanting to waste his supernatural power after digging out the crystal core, he wrapped it in a rag without even washing it, the core still covered in zombie-like ash. Shin Shuejuan pushed the crystal core towards Sang Kankan. "Count them. 3 for medicine, the rest for food, the cheapest and most filling kind." Sang Kankan looked at the filth on the crystal core, a little disgusted, but when selling things, you can't turn away customers. He counted, 14 crystal cores in total. This group of old and young, injured and sick, would only need 1 crystal core for medicine as a token charge. The bottle of water given to Shin Minmin was from washing hands earlier, so no crystal core was needed for them. 13 were left. The cheapest and most filling food was flour. Rice wasn't even worth it. 3 crystal cores make 1 pound of flour, which can be exchanged for 4 pounds of flour, and a loaf of bread. The food bags are generated by the system and are free. Sang Kankan had observed before that the system's packaging bags are made of highly biodegradable materials, decomposing in 2 or 3 days without causing any pollution. The system's products can only be priced higher, not lower. She can't even lower the price. However, being able to exchange for so much food was already beyond their expectations. Under the dim oil lamp, the brother and sister stared intently at the bag of flour, swallowing hard in unison. "So much." Sang Kankan wrote, 4 pounds of flour in total, plus a loaf of bread. "Where's the medicine?" Shin Shuejuan asked. Shin Minmin shook her hand. "I already taken the medicine." "That's good." Shin Shuejuan leaned over to look at her arm. "Why is your bandage all messed up?" "I rebandage it for you later." "Okay." Shin Shuejuan relaxed completely, collapsing to the ground, too exhausted to move. After a day of presiding over the funeral in the morning, chasing after Sang Kankan twice, and fighting zombies all afternoon, not to mention yesterday's battle with mutated animals, even an Iron Man wouldn't have been this exhausted. He rested for half an hour, and once his powers had recovered somewhat, he started to relieve himself and asked Shin Minmin to cook some porridge. "Make it thin. Give everyone in the village a bowl." Shin Minmin was a little unhappy. "You still want to give them some? You were the one who got all the crystal cores, brother. Now is not the time to worry about these things." Shin Shuejuan looked at the gloomy night outside the door. "There aren't many people left in our village. We're all fellow villagers, so let's help each other if we can. Besides, you can't just abandon your parents, can you?" Shin Minmin pouted. "Then let's give them some thin porridge, and we cook some noodles." "Okay, whatever you say." While cooking the noodles, Shin Minmin wanted to give Sang Kankan a bowl, but Sang Kankan shook her head and refused, taking out a packet of noodles and pretending to stuff it into the rabbit's mouth. Then she heard the two siblings whispering to each other, "She's still wearing the headgear, could she be disfigured? Maybe, she must have her reasons, let's not pry. I think she must be very beautiful, kind-hearted people are always beautiful." "I think so too." Sang Can pretended not to hear. She was getting restless. The dog had sneaked out to play early in the morning and hadn't returned yet. She couldn't speak, not even whistle. She usually communicated with the dog through unspoken understanding and gestures, but now she couldn't even call it back. While the brother and sister distributed food to the villagers, Sang Can also went out. She first checked the house they had stayed in the previous nights, but Guzzi wasn't there. After a moment's thought, she went into the woods outside the village. Guzzi had rarely run off from her before. He must have gone to find the big gray dog they had encountered yesterday. The trees in the woods were growing wildly, so dense that it was almost impossible to walk through. Her rabbit headgear got caught on several times. One pine tree had mutated. When Sang Can got close, she shot a whole bunch of pine needles at it, but the mutation level wasn't high, the needles weren't very damaging, and with her rabbit headgear, it didn't cause any harm. The woods near Fuel Village were quite large and unsafe. Besides mutated plants and animals, there were also even more ferocious zombie animals. A flock of mutated sparrows flew out of the woods, following the sound towards Sang Can. But before they could get close, they sensed that Sang Can's level was higher than theirs, turned to fly away, but found they couldn't fly. Zombie animals met their match in her. The sparrows were instantly controlled by Sang Can. As her proficiency in controlling zombies improved, Sang Can could now control some lower-level zombies without direct contact, even sharing their senses like sight and hearing. However, the control range was limited, and success wasn't guaranteed every time. The highest-level zombie sparrows were only level 1, with most below level 1, making them relatively easy to control. Sang Can shooed the mutated sparrows into the air, sharing their vision, essentially giving her a zombie version of a drone. Through the sparrows, she could see the forest below, teeming with animals of all sizes, and even a few humanoid zombies. These unfortunate creatures had likely come to the mountains during the apocalypse, failed to return home alive, and were now wandering the forest, unable to escape. After walking for over 20 minutes, she finally saw her dog. Just one glance was enough to send Sang Can's blood pressure soaring. In less than a day, the white dog had become filthy, almost unrecognizable. Sang Can walked towards the dog. The dog, smelling her scent, came running out, grabbing her clothes and trying to drag her along. It had even chewed up her rabbit-themed outfit. Sang Can swatted the dog away, her gesture full of disgust. The dog paused, then barked twice at her, gesturing for her to follow. "Don't be angry, you two-legged creature," it said. "I take you to see your new canine friends." Despite her disdain, Sang Can didn't abandon it. The dog led Sang Can through several dense forests to a dilapidated wooden house. It barked twice at the door, urging her to go inside. As Sang Can approached the wooden house, several low howls immediately came from inside, carrying a clear sense of threat and hostility. Through the half-open door, she saw several familiar figures, animals that had distinguished themselves in yesterday's chaotic battle between humans and animals, including the large gray dog that Guzzi had been pestering. The two mutated cows were nowhere to be seen. These animals clearly didn't welcome her. The large gray dog arched its back, its chest heaving, assuming a preparatory stance. The two wild cats beside it also had their fur standing on end, growling lowly, ready to pounce on Sang Can at any moment. Guzzi panicked and quickly stepped in front of Sang Can. "Woof woof woof. Don't do this. This two-legged creature is Guzzi's good friend. Roar. You get out of here too, take her with you. Woof woof woof. Why? Weren't we having a great time playing together during the day? Roar. Who had a great time playing with a fool like you? Get out of here, woof woof woof. She has more good food, lots of good food. Roar. Get lost, woof woof woof. There's canned fish, canned meat, and sausages. Huh? Canned fish? Although Sang Can couldn't understand their communication, she noticed that the dog and the animals in the cabin were barking and their attention was focused on her. Woof 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 woof. The dog, as usual, affectionately circled her legs, even showing her its belly. From this, Sang Can knew it wanted food. The other animals also stared at her, and she inexplicably felt their gazes were burning. Are they all hungry? Sang Can took out a sausage, tore it in half, and threw one piece to the dog. When she was about to throw the other piece to the other animals, she was stopped by the system. Detected that the host is providing goods to other intelligent beings free of charge. Please stop this wasteful behavior immediately, otherwise you will be punished by the system. Just as expected, the same warning appeared the first time Sang Kankan fed the dog food produced by the system. Later, Sang Kankan stated that everything the dog used would be purchased on her behalf, with the corresponding price deducted directly from her crystal core balance. Only then did the system finally remain silent. Even though the deducted crystal cores, after deducting the system's commission, would still end up in her pocket, the system wouldn't allow her to exploit any loopholes. Its accounting was extremely rigorous, absolutely forbidding her from tax evasion. Now, Sang Kankan again asked the system to deduct her crystal cores, but unexpectedly, the system refused. The host's intimacy with this creature is insufficient. You cannot pay on its behalf. Sang Kankan, so much trouble. Chapter 23. However, the system had its clever schemes, and Sang Kankan had her own tricks up her sleeve. There were still loopholes to exploit. She tossed the other half of the sausage to the dog, who picked it up and carried it to the big gray dog. This time, the system didn't interfere. Once it was given to the dog, it was the dog's. The crystal cores had already been deducted from Sang Kankan's account, so it could give it to whomever it wanted. Using this method, Sang Kankan took out a few more sausages and some canned food, ensuring that every animal in the cabin got a little something. These animals hadn't had a proper meal since the apocalypse, so they were clearly very satisfied with this feeding. A black cat, after eating the canned fish, gracefully walked up to Sang Kankan, meowed at her, and then elegantly walked away. The other animals' attitudes towards her also softened considerably. Woof woof woof. I told you, this two-legged creature is a good two-legged creature. The dog was delighted to see this, and even rolled over for Sang Kankan to rub its belly, but Sang Kankan refused, finding it dirty. If she weren't worried about embarrassing the dog in front of other animals, she would have hit it. The big gray dog slowly walked up to Sang Kankan, raised its head, and barked a few times at her. Sang Kankan looked at it, then at her own dog rolling around on the ground. She couldn't understand it, and the translation was unreliable. Seeing that she didn't understand, the big gray dog paused, then turned and rummaged through a pile of junk in the corner of the wooden house for a while, finally finding a rusty 1 yuan coin and carrying it to Sang Kankan. It then pawed at an empty can on the ground. Now Sang Kankan understood. The big gray dog was asking how much the canned food cost. It's practically a spirit. Sang Kankan took out an unopened can of food, placed 3 crystal cores next to it, and then took out a sausage, placing 1 crystal core on top of that. The big gray dog sniffed the crystal core, then turned and walked to another corner of the cabin, letting out a low howl to summon all the animals inside to gather for a meeting. It really was a meeting. Some meowed, some howled, some squeaked, and some barked, discussing something quite animatedly, though she couldn't understand a word. The Samoyed tried to join in, but the big gray dog swatted it away with a paw. Why didn't the dog join in? It slumped back down at Sang Kankan's feet, looking dejected. Sang Kankan couldn't resist summoning the system. System, these animals are so smart. Can I trade with them? Trading refers to an exchange between buyers and sellers based on the principles of equality and voluntariness, not limited to any particular species. She realized she'd been too narrow-minded. Sang Kankan immediately extrapolated, what about plants? Not limited to any particular species. Then couldn't she open a rest stop for animals and plants? Sang Kankan's imagination ran wild for a moment, but she quickly stopped herself. Don't think too far ahead, she thought. Whether they can even get the crystal cores is another matter entirely. However, Sang Kankan underestimated the intelligence of these animals. After their discussion, a mutated squirrel hopped away from the wooden house, returning a few minutes later with 2 crystal cores in its mouth, which it pushed in front of Sang Kankan. Sang Kankan was stunned. 2 crystal cores? Was it trying to buy something from her? She took out 2 sausages, but the squirrel wouldn't let go of the crystal cores. She then took out bread, water, chocolate, and other things, but the squirrel still wouldn't let go of the crystal cores. What do squirrels eat again? Sang Kankan thought of the small bags of sunflower seeds she had found in the car earlier. She took out a bag, tore it open, and placed it in front of the squirrel. The squirrel's round, black eyes immediately lit up. It darted to Sang Kankan, grabbed 2 sunflower seeds, and stuffed them into its mouth, chewing until its cheeks were bulging, completely ignoring the crystal cores. It seemed to have found something it liked. The suggested retail price of the sunflower seeds, after being entered into the system, was 2 crystal cores per pack. This stuff wasn't filling, and probably few humans would buy it. Sang Kankan still had a few packs left, so she gave the squirrel another pack before taking back the 2 crystal cores from the ground. A buy one get one free deal. She hadn't expected to acquire a new customer so easily, and one from another species at that. The other animals, seeing the squirrel had bought something, were also quite surprised and gathered around to watch it eat. They didn't try to take anything. They were quite civilized. Sang Kankan seriously considered the possibility of opening a rest stop for animals as well. However, it wasn't possible yet. The transaction volume wasn't high enough, and the new rest stop hadn't been unlocked. Opening a post station doesn't cost her any crystal cores, but she needs to reach a certain transaction volume to gradually unlock new stations. Opening the first station requires 1,000 crystal cores, the second 2,000, the third 4,000, and so on, doubling the amount each time. It doesn't seem like much now, but as the number of stations increases, it could reach a terrifying number, so she can't choose any station randomly. These past few days, the post station located in the commercial street has had a certain daily transaction volume. The first 2 days it was a few dozen crystal cores a day, and yesterday it increased to over 200. Sang Kankan checked the surveillance footage near the post station and found that many new people had arrived. Some were brought there by Su Hui and her group, and some were brought by the ability user named Kakang. The two sides are currently getting along relatively peacefully, at least they haven't started fighting in front of her post station. Today, Sang Kankan didn't give up the 50 crystal cores, canceling the 24-hour opening of the inn. Like the cabinet, it was only open for 3 hours. The transaction volume, instead of decreasing, increased to over 300 crystal cores. With the total transaction volume nearing 2,000, the next inn should be unlocked soon. However, there was no rush with the animals. The priority was humans. It wasn't that she favored humans, it was mainly because they were easier to communicate with. After all, she didn't know what the animals liked. After finishing the transaction with the squirrel, the night grew deeper. Sang Kankan vaguely heard someone calling Big Sister, probably Shin Shuejuan looking for her. She didn't plan to spend the night in the forest, and called the dog back. The dog barked twice at the other animals as a farewell, wagging its tail and following Sang Kankan. Shin Shuejuan was indeed searching the entire village for her. He had finally found a stable and reliable food source. He couldn't let anything happen to her, even if something happened to him. He had almost recklessly searched into the mountains, but thankfully Sang Kankan and the dog came out in time, otherwise, they might have missed each other. Young lady, how could you run around like that so late at night? It's so dangerous outside. I was so worried. Sang Kankan pointed to the dog beside her. Blame it on the dog. A big dog? Shin Shuejuan's PTSD kicked in. He quickly took 2 steps back. He'd been chased and bitten several times by a dog yesterday. Where did this dog come from? Yesterday, the dog had joined the big gray dog in chasing people, but it was white then. Now it was black, and it was dark, so Shin Shuejuan didn't recognize it at all. Sang Kankan took out a whiteboard and wrote, "It's mine." It doesn't bite. Really doesn't bite? Shin Shuejuan was skeptical, still not daring to get too close to Sang Kankan. Then keep an eye on it. Our village can't take any more trouble. Sang Kankan nodded. After eating some normal porridge, the villagers who had gone berserk seemed to calm down. Of course, it was also possible that everyone was asleep late at night. All was quiet. Shin Shuejuan led the women and the dog to the house opposite his. You can stay here tonight. Nobody's home here. Choose any of the 3 rooms. I live across the street. Just call if you need anything. Sang Kankan didn't move. Shin Shuejuan realized, oh right, you can't call. Wait a minute. He ran back to his house, bringing out a pair of cymbals, the kind of percussion instruments used in funeral rites. Holding one in each hand, the 2 round copper pieces made a deafening sound when struck together. Just hit these if you need anything. I'm sure I can hear you. And not only him, but the whole village could hear them. Sang Kankan nodded, put the cymbals away, and went inside with the dog. Chapter 24. Having already acknowledging Shin Shuejuan's presence and revealing her spatial ability, Sang Kankan no longer needed to hide. She could do whatever made her comfortable. Upon entering the house, she first found the family's bathroom, retrieved a large bucket from her system inventory, filled it with water, and took a good bath herself before cleaning up the dog. While a zombie's filth wasn't important, she felt a different sense of peace. Each time she washed herself thoroughly, she felt a sense of lightness and immense joy. After her bath, as she was about to empty the water before bathing the dog, the system suddenly spoke up. It is recommended that the host retain the bathwater. Sang Kankan. Why retain the bathwater? Does a system have some kind of perverted hobby? The system explained. The bathwater carries the host's aura and has a certain repellent effect on zombies of lower levels than the host. It can be sold as a zombie repellent agent. The higher the host's level, the stronger the repellent effect. Sang Kankan, ? Is your system obsessed with money? Selling something like this? Doesn't your conscience hurt? However, she still honestly kept the bathwater. The dog was so filthy it was unbearable to look at. The water after rinsing it was like black ink. She had no idea which muddy puddle it had been rolling around in. If Sang Kankan weren't unable to speak, she would definitely have scolded it. Now, she could only pull it hard and poke it with her bone frame until it lay on the ground howling and begging for mercy. It was already 2 or 3 in the morning when she finished washing the dog. Not long after Sang Kankan lay down, she heard movement next door. Pulling back the curtains, she saw Shinjuejuan already up, carrying a wood-chopping knife and walking out of the village, probably going to fight zombies. It wasn't even dawn yet, and he was really diligent. In peacetime, he might even be nominated for a Model Worker Award. Sang Kankan ignored him, and continued lying on the dog's belly. An hour or so later, the village became lively again. The villagers had started their outburst again. The dog, seeing that it was getting light, was eager to go out. Sang Kankan, afraid it would run into the woods and get all dirty while she washed it, simply found a rope in the house and tied it up. The dog thought it was some new game and didn't struggle, happily wagging its tail while she tied it up. After feeding the dog breakfast, Sang Kankan changed into her rabbit costume and took the dog outside. Just then, Sang Kankan ran into Shinminmin, who had come looking for her. The little girl was carrying a bowl of noodles in her only remaining left hand. Seeing her, she smiled. "Sister Rabbit, you're up. I brought you breakfast." Sang Kankan shook her head, took out a whiteboard and wrote, "I already eaten." "You eat it yourself." "You already eaten?" "Okay, I eat too. I saved some for my brother." She noticed the big white dog Sang Kankan was walking, her eyes showing affection. "Is this your dog? It's so cute." The dog understood the compliment and was overjoyed, wagging its tail incessantly. "Can I pet it?" Shinminmin placed the bowl on the windowsill and asked expectantly. Without Sang Kankan's nod, the dog came over for her to pet, but only once. No more than that, it was a dog with principles. The little girl was completely powerless against fluffy things. After petting it, she lingered, so white, so soft, like cotton candy. "How can it be so cute?" The dog barked proudly at Sang Kankan. "Listen to this, you two-legged beast. Listen to how others praise dogs, and you're the one complaining about them." Sang Kankan ignored the dog, whose nose was practically pointing to the sky, and wrote on the whiteboard, "Where's your brother? He went to fight zombies. He said he'd buy more food today so everyone would have a good meal." Sang Kankan then asked, "How are the villagers today?" The commotion in the village was less than yesterday. There seemed to be fewer people screaming and going crazy. The symptoms of addiction were subsiding. Shinminmin had already noticed this. She felt a little better after eating the porridge yesterday. "My brother said they should eat more normal food, maybe she'd recover. So he went out to fight zombies before dawn, and told me to take good care of you." Actually, her brother's exact words were that no matter if she acted pitiful, fond, or even threw a tantrum, she had to stay in their village temporarily. They were counting on her now. However, she tried to be gentle. After all, for a woman to walk from the city to their village in the apocalypse with so many supplies, she must have some special abilities. Even he might not be able to defeat her if he went all out. Sang Kankan also planned to stay in the village for a few more days, mainly to see if the villagers who had eaten the cursed rice could recover, and also to develop some business. Since her brother wasn't there, Shinminmin enthusiastically showed Sang Kankan around the village, introducing her to every household where there were still survivors. After the introductions, Shinminmin herself fell silent. "Including my brother and me, and those people in the mud houses, our village actually has less than 30 people left. Before the apocalypse, although the population wasn't large, it was still 2 or 3 times the size of this group. Many of her relatives, acquaintances, and childhood friends were gone. No wonder her brother wanted to share the food he got. With only 20-odd people, if they didn't unite, none of them would survive." That afternoon, Shinjuejuan returned to the village, bringing back over 20 crystal cores. He exchanged some for medicine for the injured villagers, and traded the remaining cores for food, which he cooked into a porridge and shared with everyone. The situation was similar the following day, but by evening, some people began to regain their senses. This recovery didn't mean the absence of addiction-induced symptoms, but rather a complete awakening from the mental instability caused by the rice, and a realization of the absurdity of their previous actions. Those who ate less rice recovered earlier, so the first to regain their senses were the few people Shinjuejuan had hidden in the earthen house. A young man opened his eyes, staring at the half-collapsed roof above him, momentarily disoriented. Where was he? Shouldn't he be dead? Memories of the past few days flooded back. He remembered everything, including the time he'd been possessed and forced to sacrifice himself to the rice god. What the hell, the rice god? He never believed in gods in his life, always a staunch materialist. Had he really lost his mind? Was this the underworld? The man craned his neck to look around. Wait a minute, it looked like his village. He remembered that dirt road. The man sat up, and was startled to find others beside him. Wasn't that Uncle Zhao, who had just made the offering before him? Were they really all gathered in the underworld? No, some tied him up and taped his mouth shut. The underworld wouldn't torture people like that. He's still alive. Once the people in the earthen house had regained their senses, Shin Xuejuan explained why they were there, how he had gone hunting alone, and how he had secretly replaced them. Each of the offerings understood they had escaped a calamity, and were incredibly grateful, tears streaming down their faces. How could they not be grateful? This was a life-saving grace. In the old days, one would repay it with their body. Among them were several of Shin Xuejuan's elders, who also bowed deeply in gratitude, tears streaming down their faces, making Shin Xuejuan a little embarrassed. He deliberately put on a stern face. If you see anything of unknown origin again, will you still eat it? I told you not to, but no one believed me. Several people shouted in unison, No, we won't eat it even if you kill us. A young man whispered, But Brother Jun, I'm really hungry if I don't eat anything. I can't just eat myself, can I? Shin Xuejuan slapped him on the head. You're the only one who knows how to be hungry. From now on, come with me to fight zombies and dig for crystal cores, and I guarantee you won't starve to death. Fight zombies? I managed to get some food, but we talk about that later. Shin Xuejuan didn't reveal that he could exchange food with Sang Kankan for the time being, also to prevent them from having other ideas. You guys stay in this mud house for the next few days. I have Minmin bring you food and water. Don't go outside, and don't let anyone see you. The others didn't understand. Why? This house is about to collapse. It's much more convenient to go home now. Shin Xuejuan's face darkened. Everyone needs to learn a lesson, understand what they can and cannot do. If they don't learn from their mistakes, I won't be able to protect them if another rice god comes along. Oh! They understood, and felt a pang of shame. The men and women all lowered their heads. With enough food to replenish their strength and nutrition, after 5 or 6 days, the villagers of Fuel Village had mostly regained their senses. But sometimes, however, it's better to remain confused than clear-headed. At least when the mind is clouded, one doesn't feel the pain of past mistakes. In the instant of regaining their senses, the villagers immediately recalled the absurd events of the past few days, and those who had been sent out as offerings to the rice god. Those were their closest relatives, their fellow villagers. What had possessed them? How could they be so inhumane, watching others go to their deaths? Some of these offerings were even pushed out by their own family members. What a sin! What a sin! How could they possibly eat the grain nourished by the blood and flesh of their loved ones? Was that something a human being could do? The thought now filled them with turmoil and unbearable pain. Shin Minmin's father also remembered how he had gone mad and chopped off his daughter's arm, sending her to her death. The 40-something rural man lay on the ground, weeping for most of the day. Afterward, he silently went into the kitchen and picked up a cleaver. Shin's mother, just recovering from her own grief, panicked when she saw him like this. What are you going to do now? Put the knife down. I have no face to live anymore. I'm going to be with Minmin. What's the use of you going to be with her? Can she come back to life if you die? You might as well kill me first. Then tell me what I should do. I'm the executioner who killed my own daughter. How can I live? Similar scenes were playing out simultaneously in several other places in Fuel Village. Outside the low walls of the Shin family's courtyard, Shin Xuejuan gently nudged Shin Minmin's back. Go ahead, do whatever you want. Chapter 25. Shin Minmin clutched the hem of her dress tightly with her left hand, taking small steps into her courtyard and stopping at the gate. The afterglow of the setting sun shone directly from behind her, so bright it was impossible to look directly at her face. At first glance, she seemed to be enveloped in a sacred halo. Seeing their dead daughter appear at their doorstep, the couple, who had been clutching a kitchen knife and weeping uncontrollably, froze. Shin's mother was the first to recover, wanting to rush forward and hug her daughter tightly, but afraid of shattering her daughter's illusion, she stopped a step away, not daring to approach any closer. Minmin? Is it really Minmin? Shin's father, gripping the kitchen knife, also stumbled over, staring blankly at his daughter. Minmin, you're back. Did you come to pick up your father? Wait a little longer, father will come down to be with you right away. As he spoke, he raised the kitchen knife to slit his throat, but Shin Shuejuan rushed forward in a panic, snatched the knife away, and threw it far away. Uncle, don't be impulsive. Look carefully, Minmin isn't dead, she's still alive. Feel her, she's warm. Minmin isn't dead? Shin's father didn't believe it at all. Nonsense. I clearly chopped off her hand, and even had you send her out to be offered to the rice god. How could she not be dead? Junzi, don't lie to me. Before Shin Shuejuan could explain further, Shin's father's expression suddenly hardened, and he grabbed his collar forcefully. And you? You're the one who sent Minmin away, you have to go with her too. Minmin, wait for me. Dad will take your brother there first, and then come find you. As he spoke, he shouted to Shin's mother, give me the knife quickly. Since my older brother and sister-in-law are both gone, I take Junzi with me, and our whole family will reunite in the underworld. Looking at her daughter's ghost and then at her husband, Shin's mother actually reached for the kitchen knife. Shin Minmin couldn't hold back any longer. She took a deep breath and shouted, enough. All of you, stop! Her voice silenced her parents. Shin Minmin pulled Shin Shuejuan from her father's grasp, raised her head, and glared at him. You even took my brother with you. How dare you? Having had her arm chopped off by her father, it would be a lie to say Shin Minmin felt no resentment or hatred. When the pain was excruciating, she felt a surge of hatred. But seeing her parents' agonizing state, she felt a pang of unease. She remembered all the love her parents had shown her since childhood. It was genuine. Shin Minmin was even certain that if there was only one bite of food left in the house, her parents would choose to save it for her, even if it meant going hungry themselves. Thinking this way, how could she still harbor hatred? She could only consider it a forgotten matter and let it go. She reached out her left hand and took Mr. Shin's hand. My brother isn't as foolish as you, and he would never lay a hand on me. Look closely, I'm alive and well. Mr. Shin froze. It was warm, his daughter's hand was warm. It really is Minmin. Minmin is alive. My dear wife, our Minmin is alive. Mr. Shin was so moved that tears immediately welled up in his eyes. Hearing this, Mrs. Shin rushed over and gently stroked Shin Minmin's face. It was indeed warm. Mrs. Shin hugged her daughter tightly, the joy of finding her almost making her lose her balance. Minmin! My Minmin! She hugged her a little too tightly, touching Shin Minmin's severed arm. Shin Minmin winced in pain and trembled. Mom, let go, it hurts. Where does it hurt? Mrs. Shin immediately released her grip, and Mr. Shin rushed over. The couple finally noticed their daughter's severed arm. The painful memory returned. Although their daughter was alive, the injuries wouldn't disappear, and the severed arm wouldn't grow back. Mr. Shin's guilt, self-blame, and remorse surged up again. He slapped himself hard, leaving a deep red mark on his face. It's all my fault, all my fault. How could I be so foolish? Why didn't I cut myself? Shin Minmin pulled him back. All right, Dad, stop hitting yourself. Even if you slap yourself until your face is swollen and raw, my hand won't get better. Having decided to move on, Shin Minmin didn't want her parents to continue blaming themselves. She forced a stiff smile. It's all in the past. My brother bought me medicine, and it doesn't hurt much anymore. It get better. If you have the strength to hit yourself, you should help my brother. Help your brother? Help him for what? Mr. Shin asked, half raising his hand in a daze. Fight zombies. If we fight zombies, we can buy medicine and food. Dad, I can't fight zombies with just one hand. I'm counting on you. Shin Shuejuan sent everyone in the mud house home, and that day, several households in the village repeated the scene from the Shin family story. Self-blame, regret, remorse, the dead coming back to life, and then reconciliation, tears, and laughter. The others didn't have their hands cut off like Shin Minmin, and the atmosphere after reconciliation was even more relaxed than in the Shin family's house. After the Shin couple calmed down, the siblings carefully explained to them what happened during their period of mental instability after eating the rice, and how Shin Shuejuan replaced them. The couple listened, stunned and filled with lingering fear. They had eaten rice their whole lives. How could they have imagined that eating a little rice could cause such a serious problem? This apocalypse was truly cruel. Shin Minmin stood by, sternly lecturing them. My brother told you long ago not to eat things of unknown origin, but you didn't believe me. Shin's mother stammered. We just saw everyone else in the village eating it, and several uncles and aunts said it was especially delicious. You believe them when they say it's delicious, but you don't believe my brother, right? The world has changed. You should listen to the younger generation, or you become a stubborn old man, Dad, don't you think? Shin's father nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes, you're absolutely right. This was a time when they felt most guilty toward Shin Minmin, and even though her words were impolite and rude, the couple would go along with her. Seeing that things had eased up on his third uncle's side, Shin Shuejuan wandered over to check on the other villagers. The heavy weight on his heart finally lifted. He could finally get a good night's sleep. Although Shin Shuejuan hadn't shown anything, he'd been constantly anxious these past few days. He couldn't sleep at night. As soon as he closed his eyes, the images of his fellow villagers, brutally murdered by animals, flashed through his mind, covered in blood, their eyes wide with disbelief, staring at him. Sometimes he even dreamed of his father. His parents had turned into zombies at the beginning of the apocalypse, almost biting Shin Minmin, and he had to personally behead them before burying them. However, he dreamed of him as a child. He couldn't concentrate on his studies, and once even got into a fight with a classmate, knocking out someone's front tooth, which led to his parents being called in by the teacher. After his father brought him home, he broke off a nearly meter-long thorny vine and, without a word, began whipping him on the back, cursing as he did so. "You brat! You're so disobedient. You fought with people. You hurt people." As the cursing continued, the background shifted to the present, and the villagers who had died at the hands of animals stood behind his father, each staring at him expressionlessly, letting him be beaten and cursed. "You hurt people. You hurt people." Even when he woke up from the dream, his father's angry voice echoed in his ears, and the pain of the whipping seemed to linger on his back. Shin Shuejuan couldn't help but begin to doubt whether he had done something wrong. He had hunted animals to save people, only to be retaliated against by them, causing more villagers to die tragically. Had he done something wrong? But now he had the answer. He hadn't done anything wrong. For the villagers, dying at the hands of animals and dying at the hands of zombies are essentially the same thing. Both can be attributed to the cruel disasters of the apocalypse, unpredictable accidents that come and cannot be stopped. But being sacrificed to the rice god is something else entirely. If the villagers regain their senses and discover that they themselves have pushed their closest relatives and friends to their deaths, and even consumed rice nourished by their flesh and blood, what will they think? They will surely be like Mr. and Mrs. Shin, dragged into an abyss of despair by irreparable regret. At that point, everyone who is still alive may collapse, unable to find any hope left. Even if they don't collapse, crossing an insurmountable line might drastically alter their character, leading them to do even more irreversible things in the future. Now that the offerings are still alive, there's a chance to make amends, and the villagers can recover from their grief and face the future anew. Although he didn't save everyone's lives, he at least saved the hearts of those who survived. The only regret is that if he had destroyed the rice paddy from the beginning, many of the subsequent events might not have occurred. But that rice paddy had indeed fed many people recently. If it had been destroyed earlier, their village would have certainly descended into chaos, and the situation might not have been as good as it is now. Therefore, there are no ifs. The people of Fuel Village gradually returned to normal, and Sang Kankan prepared to set off. These past few days, she hadn't appeared much in front of the other villagers, only interacting with Shin Minmin and her brother. Now that the villagers were starting to move around normally, it wasn't so easy for her to continue hiding. A few days ago, the system's total transaction volume had reached 2,000 crystal cores, unlocking the second in, but she didn't plan to settle nearby. After all, there's only one small village of less than 30 people nearby, and the location is remote. It's unlikely many more people will come in the future. Even including the unreliable flora and fauna as potential customers, the prospects for setting up an inn here are still not bright. The location selection for the first inn was a bit impulsive. The second one needs to be more rational, taking future development into account. The conditions for unlocking new inns become increasingly stringent as you progress. Furthermore, after unlocking the second inn, the system issued Sang Kankan a new task. New task: upgrade the inn. Doing business means expanding and strengthening. How can you stop at a basic inn? Quickly upgrade the inn and expand its functions. The upgrade function will be unlocked after opening 3 inns. The host can use crystal cores to upgrade the inn. Task progress. Inn open January 3rd. Task rewards. Free and upgrade attempt X1. Lottery draw attempt X1 according to the system update. Upgrading a post station from basic to intermediate requires 5,000 crystal cores. This is different from the transaction amount required to unlock a post station. It will be deducted directly from her balance. The free upgrade saves her 5,000 crystal cores. Lottery chances are even more coveted. Sang Kankan was quite satisfied with the corpse control technique last time, and now she envies the glittering lottery page every time she sees it, but unfortunately, she can't afford to participate. Therefore, Sang Kankan is completely controlled by the system. Now, she just wants to find a good place to settle her new post station as soon as possible and complete the mission quickly. Upon hearing that she was leaving, Shin Shuejuan, who had just brought back a bag of crystal cores to buy things from her, froze completely. You're leaving? What will we do if you leave? Sang Kankan shrugged. We do what we have to do. I'm not your parents. I'm not expected to take care of you until the very end. Shin Minmin stared at her quietly from the side. Sister Rabbit, your behavior is just like those scumbag men in TV dramas, who only flirt but never marry. Stop watching those messy TV dramas. Her brother immediately glared at her. Shin Minmin muttered softly, these are all things I used to see. Now I can't even look at them anymore. Shin Shuejuan ignored her, his gaze fixed on Sang Kankan. Where are you planning to go? Sang Kankan took out the map she had used before and placed it on the table, circling the location of the second safe zone. Let's go check out this safe zone first. Safe zone? The siblings both crowded around. Their village had lost contact with the outside world early on, and they didn't know which safe zones were nearby, let alone their exact locations. Sang Kankan circled them and pointed them out, also circling the location of Sang family in number 1 and briefly explaining it on the whiteboard. There's an inn in City C where you can exchange crystal cores for supplies. The things I sell you are all purchased from there. If you don't plan to stay in the village any longer, you can go check it out. It was also a way of advertising her shop. Shin Shuejuan carefully considered her suggestion, studying the route to the number 1 store on the map. He also asked Sang Kankan several questions, such as the prices of goods, any purchase limits, the types of people living around the inn, and the prevalence of zombies. He considered everything thoroughly. After all, he would be taking the entire village with him, so he needed to think things through and take all the issues into account. Sang Kankan answered truthfully. After asking the questions, Shin Shuejuan frowned, still unable to make a decision. The location was good, but it involved going into the city, which was risky. Moreover, there were troublesome superhumans near the inn. They, a group of outsiders, might be ostracized and might not be able to integrate. If we're going to an officially managed safe zone, there's no need to worry, Shin Shuejuan said, looking up at Sang Kankan with intense eyes. Can we go to the second safe zone with you? Sang Kankan hadn't really considered this option. As a zombie, she had never thought about traveling with a large group of people, and wearing the bunny suit all day had been getting increasingly stifling. She wrote on the whiteboard, "No, too dangerous." Shin Shuejuan immediately assured her, "We take responsibility for our own safety and definitely won't be a burden to you." Shin Minmin chimed in, "Yeah, bunny sister, we can cook for you and help take care of the big dog. Having more people means we can look out for each other on the road. Asterisk, it's because you're always cooking for me that I don't want to stay with you guys all the time. And helping take care of the dog? I think you just want to play with the dog yourself. Asterisk." This little girl adored the dog. Her eyes practically glued to it every time she saw it. Sang Kankan mentally grumbled, but still shook her head and wrote, "I'm not used to being with other people. How about this, you go first, and we follow a little behind, making sure we don't disturb you. Or the order can be reversed, with us in front and you behind. The second safe zone is still far away, and it's not safe for you to go alone. If you encounter any danger, just let us know, and we can come and help. Also, when we rest tonight, can I use crystal cores to buy things from you? So many of us need to eat on the road." While the first part wasn't exactly an excuse, the latter part was the biggest reason Shin Shuejuan wanted to go to the safe zone with Sang Kankan. Sang Kankan thought for a moment and wrote on the whiteboard, "I can stay one more day to sell you more food. Now that the whole village is out fighting zombies, getting 40 or 50 crystal cores a day isn't a problem. That can be exchanged for a dozen kilograms of flour, enough to eat for 2 or 3 days if they're careful, and it gives them time to find new ways to survive. The system doesn't support credit, so this is all she can do." Seeing that she remained unmoved, Shin Shuejuan sighed helplessly and tried to negotiate with her again. "One day is too fast. How about 2 more days?" Just 2 days. 1 or 2 days didn't make much difference, so Sang Kankan finally nodded. For the next 2 days, the entire village of Fuel mobilized, led by Shin Shuejuan, to go outside and hunt zombies. In those 2 days, they brought back over 130 crystal cores, all of which they exchanged with Sang Kankan for flour. As agreed, 2 days meant 2 days, not a day more. On the second night, when all was quiet, Sang Kankan took her dog and quietly slipped out of the village in the dark, without asking anyone to see her off. Thinking back, she realized she always seemed to set off at night. That was fine, it suited her reclusive zombie identity. Actually, ordinary zombies, like humans, are mostly active during the day and quiet at night. So, given a certain level of self-preservation ability, traveling at night was a good option. A few hundred meters from the village, the dog suddenly barked a few times towards the woods. Sang Kankan quickly covered its mouth. She didn't want it to wake anyone and cause her trouble. But when she followed the path she had come from to the highway, crawled through the hole she had dug earlier, and climbed up, she noticed faint footsteps behind her. The sounds were very low, seemingly tiptoeing, but they didn't escape Sang Kankan's ears. Listening more closely, she realized the sounds weren't coming from just one place, but from two. The more synchronized footsteps came from the direction of Fuel Village. She knew without a doubt that Shinjuejuan had seen her leave, and was following her with the villagers. The path wasn't created by Sang Kankan, and she couldn't stop people from walking behind her if they wanted to. As long as it didn't bother her, she would just pretend she didn't see them. However, another set of footsteps was a bit unexpected. It came from the nearby woods, and was more chaotic than the villagers' footsteps. The dog beside Sang Kankan, hearing the noise, wagged its tail happily and barked twice in that direction. Sang Kankan stared intently at the dog. What was going on? The dog wrapped its fluffy tail around her affectionately. Woof woof woof. The dog called all its friends. Although Sang Kankan couldn't understand the dog's barking, its behavior made sense. The dog must have sent a message to the animals, telling them she was leaving, and now they were all following her. In the past few days, while the villagers went out to fight zombies, Sang Kankan also ventured into the forest and traded with the animals a few times. However, compared to humans, the animals were far less organized and disciplined, and their crystal core supply was unstable, resulting in a maximum of 4 or 5 crystal core transactions per day. Therefore, Sang Kankan had no intention of setting up a rest stop for them. It was too early for them. Unexpectedly, a trader appeared among her, bringing all the animals with her. What could Sang Kankan do? She couldn't just send them all back. That would be too much trouble. Anyway, she would stick to her plan and head to the second safe zone. She didn't care what the other people and animals did. She just hoped that the two groups of creatures behind her wouldn't run into each other and fight. The moon was big and round at night, illuminating the highway brightly. Sang Kankan decided to travel through the night. With someone following her, she couldn't continue collecting vehicles along the way. When she encountered abandoned vehicles, she would only briefly search them, recording any items not yet entered into the system. She didn't take the food and other supplies that had already been recorded. Unclaimed items are for everyone who finds them. Since she knew someone was following her, she couldn't be too ruthless. Since she didn't need to eat or drink, she left them for those who might need them. When encountering zombies, she didn't kill them all. She symbolically killed the strongest few, leaving most for the others. This also prevented them from having too much success and mistakenly believing the apocalypse was safe, thus lowering their guard. Sang Kankan's method of fighting zombies mainly involved manipulating them into fighting each other, leaving them both severely wounded before she would collect the remaining ones. To avoid revealing her secrets, at crucial moments in battle, she would have her dog release a fog to shroud the fighting area. Although the people behind her might not necessarily harm her, she still needed to maintain some secrecy. After walking for half the night, as the moonlight gradually dimmed, she finally stopped to rest. The villagers following behind also stopped, setting up camp about a kilometer behind her. The animals, however, didn't follow her onto the highway. Instead, they darted into the nearby forest, wandering through it until they became quiet, seemingly having settled down as well. While the others rested where they were, Shinjuejuan and his sister walked over to Sang Kankan. Shin Minmin was holding 2 steamed buns. She handed the buns to Sang Kankan, her expression somewhat apologetic. "I'm sorry, Sister Rabbit, our whole village followed you out. These buns were steamed by my mother tonight. Here, have some." The system hadn't yet entered steamed buns into its database, so this would definitely be a popular food. Sang Kankan accepted them, glanced at the system's inventory, and took out a few rolls of gauze, placing them in Shin Minmin's hand as a form of barter. Shin Minmin quickly shook her head. "It's not about exchanging, it's just something to give you." Sang Kankan patted her, put away the steamed bun, and turned to Shinjuejuan, signaling him to speak quickly if he needed anything. "It's nothing, just wanted to say hello, hope you don't mind." Shinjuejuan touched his shaved head, a little embarrassed. "We just follow behind you. We promise not to bother you. Just let us know if you need any help." The symbols he had given her were still in Sang Kankan's system inventory, ready to be used at any time. Sang Kankan shook her head, took out a whiteboard and wrote, "I go my way, you go yours, no interference." Seeing that she didn't send him away, Shin Xuejuan was overjoyed. No problem. Whatever you say, we definitely won't bother you. Also, you found those things in the car first. You can take them all, we don't mind. He had already noticed that Sang Kankan had left all the supplies in the car for them. While scavenging behind them was satisfying, it still didn't feel quite right. Sang Kankan wrote, "Take it if you want, I don't need it." After thinking for a moment, she added, "A lot of animals are following us, you better be prepared." Huh? Shin Xuejuan was taken aback. Why are the animals following us? Sang Kankan shrugged. She certainly couldn't say they were coming to find her, so she only wrote, "I won't help you. You're on your own if anything happens." Anyway, if those people and animals behind her started fighting, she definitely wouldn't help either side, and might even speed up to leave them all behind. She had long wanted to let herself go. The words were spoken rather sternly, and Shin Xuejuan nodded solemnly, "I understand." After the siblings returned, a young man from the village approached Shin Xuejuan, pointed to the large rabbit ahead, and asked, "Brother Junzi, who's that rabbit? You seem quite afraid of it." Several other people nearby also strained their ears to listen. Shin Xuejuan had told the villagers a couple of days ago that he was ready to leave at any time, but he only said he was going to seek refuge in the safe zone, without mentioning Sang Kankan's situation. So when they saw a large rabbit walking ahead of them with a large white dog, and Shin Xuejuan even bringing her steamed buns, the villagers were very curious. Shin Xuejuan thought for a moment and replied seriously, "A very capable person. She could leave the city alone and dare to travel alone to the safe zone. She must have extraordinary abilities." Moreover, although she spoke coldly, constantly emphasizing that it was just a transaction, she had genuinely helped their village these past few days. Perhaps she was feigning indifference to avoid burdening them. Such a person is not merely capable, but truly powerful. She doesn't back down in the face of difficulties, shows no mercy to enemies, yet harbors kindness towards the weak. That's the true demeanor of a strong person. Can anyone be as capable as you? The young man asked again. Shin Xuejuan himself laughed at these words. What's so great about me? I'm nowhere near as good as her. You two fought? Why would we need to fight? Shin Xuejuan rolled his eyes at him. A person should know their place. Know who you can mess with, and who you can't. The young man muttered under his breath, I think you're the coward. Coward? Even if I'm a coward, I'm still more capable than you. Who was it that peed their pants from being scared by zombies the other day, or had to be dragged back to the village? Shin Xuejuan picked up a thick coat and threw it at the young man. Also, I'm not afraid of her, I respect her. If you can't speak properly, then don't. Go to sleep. When you wake up, come and keep watch for me. We have to travel tomorrow. The young man wanted to ask more questions, but Shin Xuejuan ignored him. He had no choice but to lie down and sleep. Seeing there was no gossip to hear, the others quickly fell asleep as well. Sang Kankan didn't know that Shin Xuejuan had such a high opinion of her, and even if she did, she wouldn't care. No matter how highly she's regarded now, once they find out she's a zombie, they'd probably run away as fast as they can. She lay against the dog for 3 or 4 hours, then set off again at dawn. The journey was surprisingly smooth. Encountering zombies was expected. As long as there weren't too many, she could easily handle them, taking down a few and letting the rest slip by. If too many zombies came, she could simply release her aura, and most of them would actually avoid her. When the road became clear, Sang Kankan would sit on her dog's back, letting it carry her along, running for a while, and then stopping. Sometimes the dog would even turn around and run backwards, and she let it. A couple of times, the highway was blocked by mutated plants that sprouted from the adjacent forest, requiring her to spend some time dealing with them. Actually, avoiding them was possible. Mutated plants, unlike mutated animals, couldn't move freely and wouldn't chase her. However, most of the mutated plants capable of piercing the highway were at least level 2 or even 3, and Sang Kankan's target was their crystal cores. After all, the energy within a single level 2 crystal core was equivalent to 10 level 1 crystal cores, and level 3 was 10 times that. The higher the crystal core level, the better it was for upgrading. She had been continuously absorbing crystal cores these past few days, and was now a level 3 zombie, with almost no one in the vicinity stronger than her. Moreover, Sang Kankan felt a new power emerging within her body, indicating she had acquired supernatural abilities, though she hadn't fully grasped how to use them yet, and was still exploring. She continued walking, stopping and starting, while the 2 groups of telltales behind her remained close, without engaging in any fighting. However, after resting on the second night, several animals emerged from the forest, carrying crystal cores to trade with Sang Kankan, causing a commotion among the villagers. During the day, The villagers of Fuel Village admired Sang Kankan's abilities, seeing her easily handle the zombies and mutated plants that had given them so much trouble. But soon, suspicion arose. They recognized the animals. They were the same animals that had attacked their village alongside 2 large water buffaloes, killing many people. Several older villagers approached Shinshue. Junzi, what's the deal with that rabbit? Why doesn't it even show its face? He's been dealing with those animals. Could he be in cahoots? Could it be that he's the one who commanded those animals that attacked us? We're just following him. We don't even know where we're going to be taken. Seeing the animals approach Sang Kankan, Shinshue was naturally puzzled as well. But as the villagers' accusations became increasingly outrageous, his face darkened. Commanding animals to attack us? Uncles and elders, you can't just eat whatever you want, and you can't just say whatever you want. What's she after? The one who questioned loudest rolled his eyes. How would I know what she's after? I'm not her. The others chimed in. Junzi, you need to open your eyes too. He's getting along so well with those beasts. It's definitely not normal. I didn't open my eyes? This made Shinshue furious. If I hadn't opened my eyes, you all be crying somewhere right now. You're all starving, yet you always think others are. What's the point of scheming against you? You don't suspect when you should, and you suspect when you shouldn't. If she really had designs on us, would she have left all the supplies in the truck for us? She might as well have kept them to feed the dogs. Even dogs know how to be grateful. She's just so charming. Even animals are friendly with her. Is that wrong? Shinshue suddenly stood up, raised his voice, and said to everyone, I'm putting this out there. From now on, anyone who crosses that rabbit is crossing me, Shinshue. I don't care if you're an elder or a junior. I beat you and scold you the same way. Speak your mind here if you have any complaints. Let's get this straight today. If anyone brings it up again, don't blame me for being ruthless. Shinshue now carries considerable weight in the village. His word is law. Another ability user, who used to be superior due to seniority, is now inferior to him after the rice god incident. His words were so absolute that no one else, regardless of their true feelings, had no choice but to remain silent. For one thing, they all got their food from Shinshue, and he was a key player in fighting zombies on the road. They couldn't afford to offend him now. The road to the second safe zone involved a highway exit, but it was completely blocked by over a dozen large trucks, making it impossible to get out. It seemed to be deliberately blocked to prevent zombies from surging in from the other side of the toll booth. The area was swarming with zombies, several layers deep, numbering probably in the hundreds. They had initially been wandering aimlessly, but after smelling the dog's scent, they all turned and surged towards the highway, only to be stopped by trucks. If they were any smarter, they could have easily scaled the fence and broken through, but unfortunately, these zombies hadn't evolved the intelligence to turn and climb over walls. However, Sang Kankan noticed that some of the zombies were significantly larger than the others, already at level 2, some even possessing supernatural abilities. They were charging at the large trucks along with the other zombies, and it seemed that soon even the trucks wouldn't be able to stop them. She only glanced at them a couple more times before continuing on her way. What should have been a little over an hour's drive took her 2 whole days to finally reach the vicinity of the second safe zone. The safe zone was located in a remote and vast area, with no highway exit nearby. However, as more people left, an exit naturally formed. According to the map, the second safe zone was about 3,000 meters after exiting the highway. Sang Kankan didn't go directly there. Entering the safe zone would definitely involve strict checks, and she, a skeleton, couldn't possibly get away with it. She decided to scout the area first, understand the situation, and then make a decision. Not wanting the people from Fuel Village to continue following her, Sang Kankan deliberately stopped for a moment, holding up a sign when they approached. The second safe zone is ahead. Don't follow me anymore. Judging from her words, you're not planning to go to the safe zone? Shinshue asked in surprise. I have something to do, I go in later. Then we wait for you. If you came together, you can go in together. Is there anything you need help with? Or you could leave your way, so we can look out for each other in the safe zone. Regardless of what he said, Sang Kankan finished her explanation and stopped arguing. She led the dog in the opposite direction from the safe zone, leaving Shinshue standing there, conflicted. The area outside the safe zone wasn't safe either. Zombies could gather at any time. Knowing their destination was just ahead, the rest of the villagers couldn't wait any longer. Junzi, are we really going to wait for her here? She didn't say when she'd be back. Yeah, Junzi, it's just a short walk anyway. Let's go in first, and meet up with her when we get to the safe zone. It's getting late. Everyone's exhausted from walking these past few days. Settling down early means we can get some rest. Shin Shuejuan wasn't really determined to wait for Sang Kankan to go in together. He knew that although she always wore a cute bunny mascot costume, she wasn't soft-hearted at all. She always had her own ideas, and once she made a decision, almost no one could change it. He was just a little disappointed. Disappointed because after spending so many days together, she hadn't treated him as a trustworthy partner. In the end, she still wouldn't take off her hood and hadn't told him her name. Disappointed because this separation might mean they never see each other again. Once the bunny costume was off, even if they passed each other, he wouldn't recognize her. But no matter how disappointed he was, their lives still had to go on. Except for Shin Minmin, who was still reluctantly watching the direction the rabbit and dog had left in, everyone else's hearts were already eagerly flying towards the safe zone. Shin Shuejuan breathed a sigh of relief. Let's not wait any longer, let's go straight to the safe zone. Chapter 26. The area outside the second safe zone in City C was unusually noisy today, casting a shadow of unease over everyone entering and leaving. It wasn't because new people had arrived. Survivors from nearby counties and cities came to seek refuge there every day, ranging from a dozen to several hundred, and the residents were used to it. What they feared were the inhuman beings. A black rain brought an unexpected disaster, paralyzing the social order that had been maintained for thousands of years in just a few days. But the changes were far from over. The surviving humans discovered that they seemed to be targeted by the entire world. Zombies were a given, devoid of intelligence, they bit anything in sight, and humans were just one of their prey. Even the ubiquitous animals and plants, even the seemingly insignificant mosquitoes and ants, began to turn against humans at every turn. After the apocalypse, some humans awakened supernatural abilities, but plants and animals were also awakening, and according to incomplete statistics from the base, the probability of plants and animals awakening was several times higher than that of humans. Even an ordinary rooster you encounter on the street might suddenly breathe fire on you without warning. If you're tired and want to rest against a tree, it might instantly sprout thick thorns, leaving you covered in cuts and bruises. And then, there are the mutated butterflies and moths. Their sheer numbers can be overwhelming. Human survivors have deeply felt the world's malice towards them. Their dignity, as the most intelligent of all creatures, has long since vanished. Some cat and dog lovers have stepped forward, urging everyone to show extra care and kindness to animals, and to work together to build a harmonious and beautiful post-apocalyptic environment. However, treating others kindly requires first being treated kindly yourself. In this apocalyptic world, humanity is barely able to survive, let alone have the capacity to treat animals kindly. Some extreme environmentalists have spoken out, arguing that humanity's current predicament is entirely deserved, a consequence of past arrogance and reckless exploitation of the natural environment, and the unilateral trampling of other living beings. However, their words are merely hindsight. Besides causing panic among some, they have no positive effect. If everyone had enough to eat and wear, survivors would naturally want to coexist peacefully with other plants and animals, but conditions don't allow it. When starving, they'd be willing to eat themselves, making hunting a natural thought. However, after several mass food poisoning incidents in the safe zone, authorities captured samples of mutated animals for analysis. The research revealed that these animals contained large amounts of unknown toxins. Consuming them could cause vomiting and diarrhea, or even death. Further research revealed that even ordinary animals without mutations, including humans, had developed these toxins at some point. Biologically, most animals possess autoimmunity, meaning they are generally not poisoned by toxins produced by their own bodies. However, this toxin is different. It is toxic to both humans and other animals indiscriminately, and with current technology, no cooking method can completely eliminate it. This effectively blocks the path of humans hunting animals for food. However, on a brighter note, extreme scenarios such as animals preying on humans and humans preying on each other are unlikely to occur. Since hunting them wouldn't allow them to eat them, the survivors naturally wouldn't be so foolish as to provoke the mutated animals. However, they tragically discovered that the initiative was no longer in their hands. Humans didn't provoke the animals, but the animals actively sought them out. Starting over a month ago, survivors searching for supplies outside the safe zone were repeatedly robbed by animals. It was a real robbery. They had even learned to coordinate attacks. Groups of cats, dogs, chickens, ducks, geese, and rabbits would act together, specifically targeting lone survivors or those in small groups. They would swarm from all directions, surrounding the survivors. Then, some would use their claws, others their teeth, each employing their own methods, until they managed to scrape something off the survivor before letting go, even if it was just a few rags. Sometimes, the loot wasn't enough for the animals. Before leaving, they would scratch the survivor's face, leaving messy scratch marks as a mark of victory, and then swagger away. Animals rarely directly harm human lives, but while the harm they cause is minimal, the humiliation they inflict is immense. Moreover, having hard-earned supplies stolen means a whole day's work is wasted, which is even more heartbreaking. The animals are also incredibly docile. They never target powerful individuals with special abilities or large groups, and even if they're about to encounter them, they stay far away, thoroughly embodying the principle of bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Over the past month, the people in the safe zone have learned their lesson. Whenever they go out, they must travel in groups or find a capable person to accompany them, barely managing to protect the supplies they collected. However, the shadow cast by the animals still lingers in their hearts. Today, for some unknown reason, the animals outside suddenly became agitated as evening approached. Their calls could be heard even within the safe zone, terrifying the survivors. Those inside dared not venture out, while those still outside hurried back. They seemed to sense an impending storm. At the entrance to the safe zone, 2 staff members were registering the new survivors. First, fill in your personal information on the registration form, including whether you have any special abilities, their type, and level. You will need to undergo a full-body check and 24-hour quarantine. After completing the quarantine, we will issue you a new ID card, which you will need to show when entering and leaving the safe zone. Because he was preoccupied with his own thoughts, the staff member didn't offer much explanation after reciting the familiar registration script. He handed out the form for someone to fill out, his gaze unconsciously drifting outside. Hopefully something serious was about to happen. Shin Shuejuan passed the forms around for literate villagers to fill out. After filling out his and Shin Minmin's forms, he approached one of the staff members. "Brother, we fled from a village outside. Could you tell us about the safe zone?" The staff member glanced at his registration form. "Oh, so you're a superhuman," he thought, and his tone became more respectful. "What kind of information would you like to know?" "Like food and lodging. By the way, is there a fee to enter the safe zone?" "There's no fee to enter the safe zone, but if you want to stay in a proper house, you have to rent one yourself. Otherwise, you have to squeeze into a shack. With so many people, we can't provide free housing. However, the price isn't high, some food will do. I give you a rental price list later." The staff member paused here, and Shin Shuejuan immediately understood, secretly slipping a red bean bun into his hand. The staff member's eyes immediately lit up with a smile. As for food, the safe zone provides some jobs for everyone. You can exchange labor for food, but there's a lot of competition, so it's not easy to get selected. You're a water-type ability user, a special talent, so you could try to find a job at the water supply station. If you're capable, you could also go out and collect supplies yourself. As long as it's legally collected, it's yours, the safe zone won't take a cut. But one thing must be emphasized, fighting is strictly prohibited in the safe zone. Even if you're an ability user, even if you're outside the safe zone, if you're found to be endangering the lives of others, the safe zone will impose severe punishment. Don't take any chances. This is advantageous to them. Shin Shuejuan nodded, then asked, "Is there anywhere to buy food within the safe zone?" "Buy food?" The staff member hesitated. "You mean the trading area?" "There is, of course, but food is precious these days. No spendthrift would sell their food outside. You better not get your hopes up." A young man from the village chimed in. "Didn't they say you could exchange the crystal cores you collect from zombies for food?" Shin Shuejuan had been telling them this for the past few days. Although he hadn't directly stated how or where to exchange them, most of the villagers had guessed it was related to the rabbit. They all assumed the supplies the rabbit gave Shin Shuejuan were bought from the safe zone, wondering if the rabbit had profited from the difference. But now it seemed that wasn't the case. Digging for crystal cores to trade for food? Who told you that? The staff member chuckled, giving him a look. "Young man, why are you dreaming in broad daylight? Crystal cores are indeed amazing, but so far they've only been discovered to be used for upgrading ability users, and the number each person can use each day is limited. Other uses haven't been developed yet. Who would trade precious food for that?" This was completely different from what they heard. The villagers instinctively looked at Shin Shuejuan. Shin Shuejuan's heart tightened, realizing once again that the rabbit was unusual. He quickly changed the subject. "By the way, brother, I see everyone seems to be rushing back. Is something wrong?" "You bet," the staff member replied, his attention diverted. "Those animals outside seem to be acting strangely today, all unusually agitated. I'm afraid things are about to get tense again. By the way, you came from outside. Did you notice anything unusual about them?" There were plenty of unusual things about the animals. Whether it was the painful memories of their village or the rabbit's unusually harmonious interaction with the other animals these past few days, it all felt abnormal. However, now wasn't the right time or place to discuss these things. Shin Shuejuan shook his head. We were terrified the whole way. We didn't have time to look at the animals, and we didn't find anything. The staff member was just mentioning it casually, not expecting to get any reliable information from them. Seeing more people arriving, he urged them on, "Have you all filled out the forms? If you have, go to the blue room on the right and line up for a physical examination. If you have any scratches or abrasions, tell us in advance. Maliciously concealing them will be punished." The villagers still had many questions, but Shin Shuejuan silenced them with a look. The group lined up and entered the examination room. Although they had arrived at the safe zone, it didn't seem to be the paradise they had imagined. Meanwhile, Sang Kankan and her dog had just found a good spot to rest, only to find themselves surrounded by a group of starving animals. Chapter 27. Sang Kankan looked at the animals before her with a complicated expression. At the front was a mutated monkey, seemingly escaped from some zoo. It wore a tattered gray vest and wielded a thick, sugarcane-like wooden stick with surprising agility. It was about the height of an adult human, its entire body covered in dense brown fur, leaving only its bright red face and rear invisible. Its face now wore an extremely human-like expression, resembling a bandit king. Behind the monkey were many other animals, large ones like cats and dogs, and smaller ones like rabbits and hedgehogs, numbering over a dozen. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The monkey brandished its stick, baring its teeth and howling at Sang Kankan. The other animals behind it joined in, growling softly at her, their posture quite imposing. Sang Kankan understood their meaning without needing a translator. "This road is mine, this tree is mine, if you want to pass, leave your toll." Was she being robbed by a group of animals? Sang Kankan was still stunned when the dog beside her reacted first, instinctively blocking her way. "Woof woof woof. What do you want? Get out of here, this two-legged creature is mine to protect." The monkey wasn't afraid of the dog at all, taking 2 steps forward with a disdainful expression. "Squeak, squeak, squeak. You overconfident ugly dog. Get out of the way, or I beat you up too. Woof woof woof. You're the ugly one. How can you be so unreasonable? Squeak, squeak, squeak. This monkey king is the only one who's reasonable." A barking dog and a howling monkey filled the air. Just when it seemed the two sides were about to reach an agreement and a fight was imminent, the dog suddenly turned around and barked wildly behind it. Accompanied by its cry, another group of animals emerged from the nearby woods and bushes. This time, however, they were allies, quickly blocking the path between the person and the dog, standing opposite the animals brought by the monkey. These were the animals that had come with Sang Kankan from Fuel Village. Seeing that other animals dared to provoke it, the Monkey King immediately became angry, howling twice behind it, and the animals following it rushed forward. Sang Kankan never imagined that one day she would witness an animal verbal battle. Woof woof woof, moo moo moo, meow meow meow, ah, chirp chirp chirp, squeak squeak squeak, hiss hiss hiss. She seemed to hear a chaotic symphony played by all the animals, countless different cries mixed together, making her head ache. Rather than suffer this torment, she'd rather have a fight. However, the animals didn't fight. After a chaotic exchange of words, they seemed to reach a consensus, all taking a few steps back to form a larger encirclement, surrounding Sang Kankan and her dog. Every animal's gaze was fixed on her, burning, drooling, predatory, and restless. Each gaze was anything but simple. Sang Kankan, ? Why were they all staring at her like that? She was scared. The large gray dog, who had done several transactions with Sang Kankan, stepped forward first. The 2 large water buffaloes that had previously led the animals to attack the villagers of Fuel Village also came forward, standing behind the gray dog to provide cover. Monkey King, leading another group of animals, also stepped forward. While Sang Kankan was still bewildered, she saw the gray dog pull a cloth bag off the buffaloes' backs, carry it to her, and place it down. Inside the bag were more than a dozen crystal cores. "Oh, you're here to buy things again. No problem then." Sang Kankan quickly switched to her merchant persona, counted the crystal cores, and, following the animals' previous buying habits, took out some canned goods, sausages, bread, and other food. The big gray dog glanced at what she had taken out, howled behind it, and the other animals immediately gathered around, starting to share the food. Over the past few days, the animals had very quickly learned to tear open packaging bags and sausages with their mouths, and even opening can lids was no problem for them. Another group of animals, seeing that they had received food from Sankankan, also started to stir. The big monkey, lacking any sense of sportsmanship, rushed forward noisily to snatch it, but was mercilessly swatted back by the big gray dog. Ouch! Go get your own food. Squeak! What does this monkey king need to exchange for? It's all mine. So the monkey was given a lesson by the big gray dog, the water buffalo, and the other animals about how to be a monkey in the apocalypse. After a good beating, it finally behaved itself. Squeak, squeak, squeak! The big monkey, rubbing its backside where it had been bitten by the dogs, didn't forget to curse the gray dogs a few times before walking up to Sankankan and squeaking at the bag containing the crystal cores. Sankankan didn't understand, but the dog next to it did. It picked up the bag, emptied the crystal cores out, gestured for Sankankan to put it away, and then brought the bag back to the monkey. The monkey grabbed the bag, squeaked at Sankankan a few more times, and then limped away. Even after experiencing the intelligence of animals countless times these past few days, Sankankan was still completely bewildered. That's why she didn't really want to make deals with animals. She couldn't understand a word they were saying. The monkey returned more than 10 minutes later, looking even more disheveled than when it left. Its smooth fur was ruffled and mangled, a large bald patch appeared on its forehead, and its rear end was pierced and bleeding as it walked. A crow flew overhead, pecking at it every now and then, but the monkey paid no heed. Clutching the cloth bag to its chest, it ran frantically until it reached Sankankan before putting the bag down. Squeak, squeak, squeak! The monkey pointed at the bag and squawked at Sankankan a few times. Regardless of whether she understood, it immediately turned around, gritting its teeth, and focused on dealing with the crow, quickly tearing off several feathers from its wing. After being attacked, the crow flew higher, but still wouldn't leave, circling above the monkey's head, cawing loudly, a sight that inevitably evoked images of exaggerated, shrewish women in television dramas. Sankankan glanced at the bag of crystal cores on the ground, then at the monkey in front of her and the crow overhead. A bizarre guess popped into her head. Could the monkey have stolen these crystal cores from the crow? Judging from the crow's helpless yet persistent attitude towards the monkey, that was probably it. So, whose crystal cores were on the ground? Was she making a deal with the crow or the monkey? Sankankan was confused. However, the system had its own criteria. The system does not handle property disputes between clients. The transaction is limited to the creature that presents the crystal cores and proposes the trade. Simply put, whoever pays gets to decide. Quite unethical, but rules make things easier. After scolding the crow, the big monkey, noticing Sankankan's continued inaction, turned around and cawed at her a few more times. Squeak, squeak, squeak! Sankankan squatted down and counted. There were 52 crystal cores in the bag. She wondered how long the crow had been saving them, only to have them all wiped out by the bandit monkey in one go. So what exactly did this monkey king want? She knew monkeys love fruit, but Sankankan didn't have any. Moreover, according to the system's supplementary instructions, fresh foods, like vegetables and fruits, also fall under the category of living organisms. They couldn't be simply produced using the system's input, modeling, and then manufacturing methods. Even if she obtained samples, she could only purchase them in large quantities, by waiting for a system upgrade or by growing them herself. It was the apocalypse anyway, and a monkey like her didn't have much to be picky about. She'd just give her whatever she had. Sankankan took out some of the food she had given to the big gray dog. The monkey knew it was for it, and squatted down in front of Sankankan, picking and choosing. It hugged the things it liked, and threw the things it didn't like at Sankankan with disdain, quite impolite, to say the least. However, this monkey clearly hadn't learned math very well. It stuffed several bags of bread and sunflower seeds/nuts into its arms, squeaked at Sankankan a few times, ignored the other animals it had brought, and ran off in a flash. The total value of all that stuff was less than half of the crystal cores it had stolen from the crow. Doing business still requires principles. Charge according to the amount given. Sankankan thought for a moment, then waved to the furious crow overhead. The crow, having suffered a loss at the monkey's hands, with its wing injured and unable to catch it, was already annoyed. Seeing Sankankan looking for it, it flew over. Caw! What? Sankankan put the extra crystal cores back into the cloth bag and handed it to the crow. Caw caw. For me? The crow circled Sankankan once, and seeing that she was indeed returning the crystal cores, it was overjoyed. With a cry of caw, it caught the cloth bag in its beak. The crystal cores were back. The crow wanted the whole world to know, cawing repeatedly, but as soon as it opened its beak, the cloth bag fell to the ground with a thud, scattering all the crystal cores. Instantly, The other animals watching nearby sprang into action, rushing forward and picking up 1 or 2 crystal cores each, then crowding around sang Cancan. Woof woof. Meow meow. Chirp chirp, sang Cancan. No wonder they're in cahoots with the Monkey King. None of them have any sense of honor. They snatch things with incredible speed. She almost wanted to shed a tear for the crow. Caw! Caw! The crow circled low, angrily accusing the bandits, but the animals paid no heed, all clutching their crystal cores and staring expectantly at sang Cancan. What could sang Cancan do? Having brought crystal cores meant they were customers. She sold them things. The animals who managed to grab crystal cores and buy things left excitedly. Those who didn't buy anything watched for a while, then, knowing further waiting was pointless, gradually left, including the pitiful crow. The group of animals with the big gray dog were the last to leave. Sang Cancan felt they were protecting her, only leaving after all the threats had vanished. It seemed trading with animals would be the norm from now on. She needed to collect more suitable goods for them, especially food. After spending the night with the dog in a nearby empty house, sang Cancan began scouting the area the next day, investigating the situation in the second safe zone. As a zombie, she couldn't infiltrate the safe zone to gather information. She had to do what she did in Fuel Village, hide in places where people passed by and gather information from passers-by. The second safe zone was developed around a small town called Chishan Town. Before the apocalypse, many people in Chishan Town had moved to big cities for work and settled down, so the population was sparse. The chaos caused by the zombie outbreak wasn't as great as in other places, and the damage to infrastructure wasn't particularly severe. The town's terrain was higher than the surrounding villages, with vast open spaces and a wide field of vision. Therefore, not long after the apocalypse began, Chishan Town was chosen by the authorities as one of the safe zones. Now, 3 or 4 months into the apocalypse, the number of survivors in the second safe zone is approaching 1 million. The authorities have organized the people to build a double-layered protective wall outside the safe zone, and the wall is still being reinforced. It looks quite safe. Within the safe zone, there is a regular official army equipped with firearms and other firearms, as well as an official superhuman squad. All members of this squad are powerful superhumans carefully trained by the government. In addition, there are many teams formed by the survivors themselves. Normally, the people of the safe zone operate in small teams and also respond to official calls to participate in large-scale collective missions. United, they are a formidable force. Last week, they even went to a granary more than 30 kilometers away and successfully transported back a large quantity of grain. In other words, the combat strength and security of this safe zone are relatively guaranteed, and it shouldn't be breached anytime soon. Knowing this, sang Cancan felt largely relieved. Once her post station's location is chosen, it cannot be changed. Therefore, thorough investigation is necessary before setting up. If the safe zone is unreliable and is breached just a few days after the post station opens, then all her efforts will have been wasted. Chapter 28. Sang Cancan's primary concerns were population, customer, numbers and safety. Other factors, such as the distribution of power within the safe zone and resource reserves, were of less concern. Once her end's operations were running smoothly, the situation within the safe zone might change, so there was no need to pay excessive attention now. She spent 3 days gathering the information she needed and, without further delay, chose a location near the south gate, the most frequently used entrance to the second safe zone. Without any attempt at concealment, she boldly positioned the inn just 200 or 300 meters opposite the south gate, directly opposite the safe zone. As a product of a higher plane, the inn was incredibly powerful. Once the coordinates were chosen, regardless of whether there were houses or trees above, or even a mountain blocking the way, the inn could carve out enough space to house itself. Thus, the survivors of the safe zone, barely recovering from the panic caused by the animal disturbances, were subjected to even greater fright. A large house had sprung up outside the safe zone. It really had sprung up, right under their noses. Those who witnessed it remembered it vividly for many years, even attributing profound meanings to every detail they saw that day, boasting about it to everyone they met. The sky seemed darker than usual that day, a gloomy expanse as far as the eye could see, which made them uneasy, even fearing an impending disaster. But in retrospect, it must have been the darkness before dawn, a great blessing. The instant the inn appeared, there was actually no sound around, yet they seemed to hear a thunderclap, a deafening silence. Then, light appeared. A deep blue light descended from the sky, covering a large area of land in front of the safe zone. The blue light seemed to flow and flicker as if it were alive, then quickly disappeared. After the blue light disappeared, the trees, telephone poles, houses, and other things on the ground also vanished, replaced by a brand new and eye-catching building. A deep blue transparent dome, deep blue transparent walls. The design was quite avant-garde, even jarring compared to the nearby low or dilapidated farmhouses. Facing the safe zone was a wide door, with a plaque hanging above it that read Songjia in number 2, next to which was a cartoon rabbit grinning. It was hard to say whether it was cute or creepy. This was the original appearance of the Songjia, which would later become known to everyone. However, for those seeing it for the first time, the appearance of the inn was more shock than joy, or even no joy at all, only shock. Those who happened to be at the south gate of the safe zone at the time were quite frightened. Look! Look over there. What the hell is that? It looks like a house. It just suddenly appeared. Was it done by aliens? Could it be an alien invasion of Earth? What are you standing there for? Call the police. Why call the police now? Notify the safe zone. A flurry of activity ensued. By the time the safe zone's team of superhumans arrived, over 100 people had gathered near the inn. Some were touching and feeling around the inn, others were staring at the signboard and customer instructions at the entrance, but no one dared to go inside. Captain Chu is here. Make way. Let Captain Chu and his team check the situation first. The captain of the official superhuman squad in the second safe zone was Chu Sinyu, a metal-type superhuman with a military background. He was arguably the strongest fighter in the second safe zone, commanding respect from both ordinary people and superhumans. His arrival gave the others a sense of security. The crowd parted to make way, and Chu Sinyu led 2 teammates towards the inn, asking the others questions as they went. The crowd answered his questions all at once. I don't know what happened. The house just suddenly appeared. I looked from beginning to end, and I'm sure there was no one around when it suddenly emitted a blue light. It must be an alien conspiracy. Humans could never build a house like that in the blink of an eye. Captain Chu, you absolutely mustn't go in. It might be a trap. How could they investigate without going in? Chu Sinyu frowned, looking at the word Sang family and on the signboard. The square Chinese characters, in a common printed font, seemed rather down-to-earth compared to the main building. Although the surname Sang is rare, it is indeed a real surname. The addition of shop number 2 implies there must be a shop number 1. Why hadn't he heard of it before? However, after the apocalypse, communication networks were paralyzed. Their base only maintained communication with the Central Security Zone and a few nearby provincial security zones. Most other areas were long lost. The world is unpredictable now. It's normal for things they don't know about to appear. But now that the information is right in front of them, they can't ignore it. Chu Sinyu read the customer instructions sign at the entrance of the inn several times. Sang family and customer notice. 1. This inn is open from 12 p.m. to 3 p.m. daily. It is closed at other times. 2. This inn currently uses crystal cores as its sole currency, with 1-level crystal core as the standard unit. The value of a crystal core increases tenfold with each level increase. 3. All transactions at this inn are conducted self-service at the counters. We are not responsible for goods that leave the counters. 4. Each customer may only stay in the inn for a maximum of 30 minutes at a time. Re-entry is not permitted within 30 minutes of leaving. 5. No noise or horseplay is allowed in the inn. Violators may be expelled from the inn and even permanently blacklisted. 6. To be supplemented. Reading it, there wasn't anything particularly unreasonable, except that the use of crystal cores as currency made Chu Sinyu subconsciously think twice. Humans discovered crystal cores in the brains of zombies several months ago. For days, all security zones, including the Central Security Zone, have been researching the crystal cores. So far, they only discovered that the crystal cores contain pure and powerful energy that can be used to upgrade ability users. No other uses have been found. If what's written in the customer information is true, the purpose of this station seems to be to collect a large number of crystal cores. For what? But now isn't the time to think too much. Chu Sinyu gestured to his teammates beside him. Put on your protective suits, helmets, and prepare to storm in. The 3 members of the ability user team, fully armed and holding their guns, crouched low and stepped into the station, ready to attack or retreat at any moment. The others outside also held their breath, taking a few steps back to observe. But nothing happened. The inn neither opened its gaping maw to devour them, nor unleashed a barrage of swords and spears. Instead, everyone heard a crisp electronic voice, "Welcome." This voice was newly added by Sang Kankan. As the shopkeeper, she could adjust various details of the inn's appearance without altering its operational status, including adding voice announcements. Is it really a shop? Silence fell over everyone inside and outside the inn. The inn wasn't large. Chu Sinyu and his teammates quickly searched the interior. There was nothing aggressive or dangerous looking. The only things inside were 4 rows of cabinets. Recalling the customer instructions, they went to the cabinets and each took one to investigate. The cabinets contained a wide variety of goods, covering all aspects of life, including clothing, food, shelter, and transportation. Many were precious resources that were impossible to obtain in the apocalypse. They even sold gasoline and cars. Could they really buy something here? The 3 exchanged glances. Chu Sinyu went to the shelf with 500 milliliters bottles of water and tried buying 1 bottle with a crystal core. The hole that appeared in front of the grid swallowed the crystal core and spat out a bottle of water, the whole process taking less than a minute. Chu Sinyu held the newly purchased water, examining it closely. It looked like ordinary purified water, but there were no labels. The bottle seemed more crystalline and lighter than ordinary plastic bottles, almost weightless. He needed to get it tested. This water might not be safe to drink. He and his teammates then bought several other items, mainly food and medicine, choosing the cheapest ones to take back for testing. If these items are safe to eat and drink, that would be incredibly exciting news. As the 3 walked out of the post station, the crowd outside gathered again. Captain Chu, what's going on inside? Can we really buy things here? What did you buy? The world is changing rapidly every day. To ensure ordinary people aren't caught off guard by future challenges, the authorities have long recognized the importance of sharing and disseminating information. The base strives for transparency in all its decisions, including those concerning the newly established post station. Chu Sinyu waved for the crowd to quiet down, then showed them what he had just bought. We bought several items from the post station. We're taking them back for comprehensive testing. We should have the results within a day at the latest, and we announce them then. We can't yet determine the post station's origins or its safety. Until the results are in, please don't enter. Go back first. Chu Sinyu left 2 teammates guarding the entrance, while he returned to the safe zone with his newly purchased items. The words of the strongest person in the safe zone naturally carried weight. It was just another day, better than losing one's life in confusion. People suppressed their curiosity about the inn, and gradually left the vicinity to go about their business. However, with so many people, there were bound to be a few troublemakers, who always thought they were smarter than the others, and were always looking for ways to gain an unfair advantage. Seeing everyone else leave, a man's eyes lit up, and he quietly whispered to his 2 companions beside him. Let's do this first, then this, then that. They were already fond of petty theft before the apocalypse, but they become even more brazen since. After all, the police force in the safe zone is weak now, and murder and looting are commonplace. As long as they're careful not to get caught in the act, nobody cares about their small-time thieves. After discussing their plan with their companions, the man furtively left alone. His 2 companions deliberately walked a few steps away from the post station, exchanged glances, and began their performance. Erguzi, you ate a bag of my biscuits last week. When are you going to pay me back? Stop being a liar. Didn't I already pay you back? I gave it back to you the next day, and even added half a potato on top. Also, don't call me Erguzi. I hate it when people call me that. You're the liar. You definitely didn't pay me back. Would I falsely accuse you? What else should I call you but Erguzi? Aren't you Erguzi? You bastard. I told you not to call me that. I call you that. Erguzi, Erguzi, Erguzi. If you say it again, I beat you to death. As they argued, the 2 rolled around on the ground and started fighting, grabbing each other's hair, tearing each other's clothes, fighting fiercely. Seeing the fight getting worse and worse, their butts were even exposed, right at the entrance of the safe zone. It wasn't a pretty sight. The 2 superhumans guarding the inn couldn't stand idly by, so they came over and pulled them apart. Just as they moved, the man who had been waiting in the shadows for a long time sneaked into the inn. Seeing him enter, his companions deliberately shouted loudly, drowning out the inn's welcome announcement. The man walked to the cabinet, looking around. Wow, the inn had quite a lot of things: food, drinks, clothes, daily necessities, even cigarettes and alcohol. Seeing the bottles of craft liquor in the cabinet, the very brand he often drank, his inner drinker stirred, and he couldn't resist. He reached out, and a hole appeared in the cabinet, seemingly indicating that he should insert crystal cores. A bottle of liquor cost 20 crystal cores, which the man naturally didn't have. But who would use crystal cores to buy it? How foolish. And no one was watching. Getting it was a skill in itself. The man pulled a glass cutter from his pocket, ignoring the hole in front of the compartment, and forcefully slashed at the transparent panel. It's just a piece of glass. He wasn't sure he couldn't cut it. Asterisk beep. 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 Asterisk the moment the first cut was made, a sharp, piercing alarm blared throughout the entire inn, reaching even those in the safe zone, who rushed out to see what was happening. Thief invasion. Thief invasion. Inactivates self-defense, expelling the thief. Accompanying the alarm, the inn played the same alarm 3 times. The man was thrown out, slamming hard onto the ground outside the door, creating a human-shaped crater in full view of everyone. Now he was truly infamous. Chapter 29. Leaving aside the fate of the thief and his accomplices after being caught red-handed, the post station's act of expelling the thief only deepened the survivor's fear of it. It really is alien technology. It's so intelligent it can even drive away thieves on its own. Look how badly that man fell. He even made a dent in the ground, and he must have broken at least 3 bones. That thief is incredibly stupid. Do you think you can just steal alien stuff like that? Doesn't he care about getting himself killed? After returning to the safe zone, Chu Xinyu immediately handed over the purchased items to experts for testing and analysis. The analysis didn't actually take a whole day. The results were available in 2 or 3 hours. The bottled water was extremely pure, like pure water freshly produced in a laboratory environment. It contained no other ingredients, not even any impurities that might have come in during transportation, making it safe to drink. The food was also all normal food, although it contained a few additives. But that's how everyone ate before the apocalypse, so naturally they ate it afterward. However, one thing puzzled the experts. The items Chu Xinyu brought back were all identical in appearance, as if they had been molded from the same piece of paper. For example, 2 red bean buns were exactly the same, from their outline and size to every fold, the internal texture, the size and shape of the red bean paste filling, and even their overall weight. This was highly unusual. It's important to understand that regardless of whether something is handmade or machine-made, even using the most sophisticated instruments available today, there will always be some degree of error in the actual manufacturing process. It's impossible to create something completely identical. So how exactly were the goods in the relay station manufactured? Was it really alien technology? Nobody knows the answer. However, this relay station has already created too many mysteries, so one more won't make a difference. Everyone is more focused on another aspect right now. The food purchased from the relay station is safe to eat. This is simply fantastic news. Since the beginning of the apocalypse, the safe zones have encountered all sorts of problems, big and small. The problems caused by zombies and mutated plants and animals aren't as urgent. They can be fought or avoided if possible. But the food problem is truly unavoidable. The second safe zone now has over 1 million people, consuming a massive amount of food every day. Where will the food come from? After the 3 days and 3 nights of black rain at the beginning of the apocalypse, the crops in the fields are mostly rotten or mutated, and most of the land is contaminated, making it impossible to grow crops normally. A very small amount of soil in the enclosed environment is still usable, but it's far too little to solve the problem. Currently, all the safe zones are organizing experts to conduct research, attempting to purify the contaminated soil and water, but a method has yet to be found. Even if research yields a breakthrough soon, crop growth takes time, which won't solve the immediate crisis. Furthermore, the animals are all infected with the poison, completely cutting off the meat supply. They even started competing with humans for food. Therefore, the food currently being consumed in the safe zone is mostly from the reserves stored in surrounding counties and cities. Even ignoring the dangers of transportation, once it's brought back, it will be depleted quickly and won't last long. Last week, the second safe zone organized survivors to transport grain from a granary in a nearby town. At the cost of more than 10 lives, they brought back over 1 million kilograms of grain. It seems like a lot, but considering the population of 1 million, it's a drop in the ocean. Even ignoring other dangers like zombies, the safe zone will eventually collapse if the food problem isn't solved. The appearance of this relay station seems to have brought new hope. Although its origins and purpose are unknown, the fact that it sells food deserves extra attention. The test results came out after 3 p.m. The relay station ceased operations, and the safe zone dispatched a large force to surround it, preventing anyone from approaching. The official announcement stated that further investigation was needed. Knowing that the food bought from the relay station is edible isn't enough, they need to determine its sales limits and whether its inventory is sufficient before deciding on their next course of action. At noon the next day, the relay station reopened. Chu Xinyu, along with all his teammates from the superhuman team, carrying several large bags of crystal cores, rushed into the relay station and began buying everything in sight. The reason they were sent to buy these items was because these people were the most agile and efficient, quick to act, and capable of handling any unexpected situations. Time was limited, so they focused on buying large quantities of goods, bags of rice and flour weighing 50 or 100 kilograms, and bottles of water weighing 10 or 20 liters. Once they finished buying, they simply left them by the door, where their teammates guarding the entrance would pass them on to those outside. Watching the tiny hole in front of the cabinet, barely the size of a fist, swallow crystal cores, and then spit out bags of supplies several times, even dozens or hundreds of times, larger than itself, everyone was awestruck. It calculated quickly and accurately, able to calculate the total amount even when different levels of crystal cores were mixed together, and it was very principled. Each compartment had its own price. Even if you were just one crystal core short, it wouldn't work, and if you added more, it wouldn't fit. One crystal core for one shipment. If you wanted to buy more, you just had to keep adding more. Before 3 p.m., Chusenyu and his group spent all the crystal cores they had brought, buying tens of thousands of kilograms of grain, tens of thousands of liters of water, and a large quantity of commonly used medicines. If they hadn't run out of crystal cores, they could have bought even more. However, they still hadn't figured out the end's limits. The cabinet seemed tireless, spewing out supplies as soon as crystal cores were put in, seemingly without limit. Every time the stock in a cabinet was almost gone, it would be filled to the brim again in the blink of an eye. 1 minute before 3 p.m., all the cabinets simultaneously stopped accepting crystal cores, and at exactly 3 p.m., everyone inside was sent out of the inn. However, they weren't thrown out like the thieves before. Instead, they were smoothly and steadily moved out by an invisible hand, appearing outside in the blink of an eye. The district chief of the second safe zone also arrived at the scene. Seeing the bags of food being thrown out, his heart pounded, but he maintained a calm demeanor. After Chusenyu and the others left the post station, he put his hands behind his back, preparing to return. The logistics department will take the supplies back for distribution. Chu, come to my office with me. Chusenyu followed the district chief into his office. As soon as the door closed, the district chief dropped his act, gesturing for him to sit on the sofa. Quickly, tell me in detail, what's going on inside? The district chief had been Chusenyu's direct superior before the apocalypse. The two had a mentor-student relationship. Chusenyu wasn't reserved in front of him, speaking frankly and describing every detail of his interactions with the post station over the past 2 days. Just throwing in crystal cores and supplies come out, there's no limit? The district chief rested his chin on his hands, pondering for a moment. Isn't that a bit illogical? The inn itself is illogical, Chusenyu said matter-of-factly. The apocalypse and zombies are illogical too. That's true, the district chief shifted his posture, then shifted back a few seconds later. So do you think this inn is good or bad? Chusenyu frowned. What kind of question is that? Even people don't have a clear distinction between good and bad, let alone an inn. Sai, why do you always nitpick like this? What I mean is its existence ultimately beneficial or harmful to us? Chusenyu thought for a moment and replied seriously. It has both benefits and harms, but right now the benefits outweigh the harms. The district chief waved for him to continue. The downsides are its unknown origins and purposes. There might be a conspiracy behind it, but those are just speculations. The benefits are obvious. It can provide food and other supplies, which is our most pressing need right now. The district chief remained non-committal. So you think we can trust the post station? Not trust, but to make reasonable use of it, Chusenyu paused. I have a feeling that there might really be the will of someone or some other being behind the post station, but it shouldn't be hostile towards us. A feeling, huh? The district chief hummed in agreement. I understand. You can go back now. I think about it some more, and we have another meeting later. That afternoon, the district chief summoned high-ranking officials from all departments of the safe zone for a meeting to discuss the newly appeared post station, mainly focusing on whether to use it and how to use it. The answer to the former was unanimous. Such a magical post station happened to appear outside their safe zone. They had contacted other safe zones, but none of them had one yet, so naturally they couldn't miss the opportunity and had to use it. The inn uses crystal cores as currency, which can be obtained by clearing zombies daily, and this doesn't conflict with their established practices. However, opinions differ on how to use them. The main disagreement lies in whether to open it to the general public. Based on current information, the inn is only open for 3 hours a day, in a small room with 4 rows of cabinets, and can only accommodate a limited number of customers at a time, a few dozen at most. The safe zone has 1 million people. Opening it to the public would inevitably cause congestion, scrambling, and even frequent conflicts. Of course, these conflicts can be avoided if the safe zone plans ahead. But why go through all that trouble? Some suggest that the safe zone directly take over the inn, collecting crystal cores, exchanging them for supplies, and distributing them centrally, thus minimizing disputes caused by scrambling. Others disagree, arguing that it would create additional workload and could provoke public resentment or even resistance. The survivors nowadays are not as obedient as they were before the apocalypse, especially among the highly skilled superhumans. There are plenty of ambitious troublemakers. On the surface, they do comply with the safe zone's orders, going out to clear zombies, collect supplies, and participate in group missions. However, if they are even slightly dissatisfied with the distribution of supplies, they will definitely haggle or even protest. If they knew that the authorities controlled such a huge treasure trove of supplies as the post station, they would certainly be unhappy and might even unite to protest, which could escalate into an uncontrollable situation. The relay stations had appeared so conspicuously that it was impossible to hide them. The afternoon's grain transport had already attracted the attention of the survivors in the safe zone, with many using connections to inquire about the situation and even urging the authorities to release the investigation results as soon as possible. There was no way to continue the cover-up. To open or not to open? This seemed to be a dilemma. The safe zone held meetings until nightfall before finally making a decision. While the high-ranking officials of the safe zone were discussing the matter, Sang Kankan was hiding in an abandoned house several kilometers away, lying on her dog, happily counting crystal cores. As expected of a safe zone with millions of survivors, its resources were truly profound. In just 3 hours of opening that day, it had completed transactions totaling hundreds of thousands of crystal cores, including many level 2 and 3 crystal cores, unlocking 6 more relay stations for her in one fell swoop. 6 in total. It was like a meteoric rise. Although such large transactions wouldn't happen every day, as long as the relay stations were accepted by the safe zone and could operate normally in the future, the transaction volume would certainly not be bad. She only needed to restock regularly and relax while counting crystal cores. The crystal cores didn't yet feel real within the system, so Sang Kankan took out 10,000, piling them into a small mountain in the room. She grabbed a few with her left hand to swallow and absorb, and a few with her right, tossing them around to play with. The dog happily rolled around against the mountain of crystal cores, burying its head in and out every now and then, looking rather silly. As she played, Sang Kankan suddenly thought of a very serious problem. Although there were many zombies outside, their numbers were ultimately finite. Once all the zombies were gone, what would the others use to trade with her? Humans and animals also had crystal cores in their brains. Wouldn't it eventually lead to a situation of mutual slaughter? She asked the system her question. The system paused for a few seconds, then replied, "Isn't this better?" The system's voice was as emotionless as ever, yet it sent a chill down Sang Kankan's spine. Chapter 30. Sang Kankan dropped the crystal core in her hand in fright, jumping up from the dog's back. System, what do you mean by that? Her mind had been clouded ever since she became a zombie, and she seemed to have subconsciously overlooked many things. When the system first bound itself to her, it said it would assist her in maximizing her gains from this evolving plane. Following the system's tasks, trading, setting up inns, acquiring crystal cores and energy to enhance her strength, she did indeed reap benefits. But what did the system gain from it? Just crystal cores and energy. Sang Kankan had always thought so. But the system's question, "Isn't this good?" made her realize things weren't so simple. Was she bound to a villainous system that wanted to dominate or even destroy the world? System, explain yourself clearly. What do you mean, isn't this good? What's good about killing each other? The system's voice remained calm, almost indifferent. Whether it's good or bad depends on the host's judgment criteria, or rather, what the host expects the plane's evolution to reach. What do I expect? Of course Sang Kankan froze. She thought the question was easy to answer, but upon reflection, she realized she had no answer at all. What did she ultimately hope the world would become? Would it be a world where humanity eradicates all zombies, eliminates the threat of mutated plants and animals, and restores everything to its original state, the peace and prosperity of the pre-apocalyptic world? But in such a world, she, as a zombie, would have no place to survive. Then would it be a world where the status quo is maintained, with humans, zombies, and mutated plants and animals coexisting? But her actions of opening a post station and using crystal cores as currency clearly encouraged humans to eliminate zombies and to kill each other. Her actions seemed to be pushing herself towards a dead end. Sang Kankan's mind finally cleared a little, but the more she thought about it, the more confused she became, and to make matters worse, the system had to add fuel to the fire. The future of the evolving plane holds infinite possibilities. It could be zombies ruling the world, humans establishing a new order, animals reigning supreme, or all species going extinct together. Which one does the host hope for? Sang Kankan couldn't answer, and the system continued. Therefore, even if humans and animals kill each other, it might not be a bad thing for the host. As long as the host continues to expand the operation of the inn, as the forces of both sides weaken each other, the host can still continuously obtain crystal cores, continuously improve their strength, until becoming the strongest in this world. The system's voice was like a demon whispering in her ear, and Sang Kankan almost be drawn in, but thankfully, the dog pounced on her begging for food, bringing her back to her senses in time. She opened a can of meat, and let the dog eat it over there. Sang Kankan then approached the system again. You made me do so many tasks just to make me the strongest in this world? Host misunderstands. Whether or not you aim to be the strongest in the world is entirely up to you. The system will not influence your decision, only provide assistance. It's not like I can achieve whatever I choose. The system will fully assist you in achieving your goal. Then what will you get from it? Crystal cores? Energy? Or the entire world? The system doesn't need to get anything. Assisting the host in achieving their goal is the system's mission. The system dared to say such things so casually, but Sang Kankan dared not believe it now. But if she didn't believe the system, what could she believe? Looking at the mountain of crystal cores piled up in the room, her initial joy had completely faded, replaced by deep confusion and unease. The system fell silent, and Sang Kankan, too lazy to look for it again, put away the crystal cores and absent-mindedly walked to the balcony, looking out. The house they were currently hiding in was a self-built farmhouse. The owner had probably evacuated to a safe zone after the apocalypse. Most of the belongings had been taken, leaving only some large furniture and appliances that couldn't be moved, making the house look very empty. The vegetable garden next to the house was long overgrown. A huge clump of Hautuinia cordata had taken over a large area of land on the edge of the field. It looked mutated, its color a dark purple, and the leaves had grown to the size of a palm. Its domineering, fishy smell carried far and wide, keeping all small animals away. Occasionally, a frog would jump out of the nearby pond, only to be caught in the Hautuinia cordata leaves and quickly become motionless. She had previously found this place peaceful, but now it felt excessively desolate. However, if, as the system said, she really did watch humans and animals kill each other and successfully become the strongest in this world, this kind of life would probably become her daily routine. She never had such grand ambitions. She was just an ordinary, unremarkable soon-to-be graduate. Even if she dreamed of winning the lottery, she only dreamed of $1 million jackpot at most. Anything more was too unrealistic, and she wake up laughing. The world's strongest? That was a joke. Regarding the various futures the system mentioned, Sang Kankan couldn't figure out what she truly wanted. Besides, who did she think she was, worrying about the future of the entire world? She never even considered her own future this much. Aspirations and dreams seemed so distant. Sang Kankan tried to recall every memory in her mind. What kind of dreams had she ever had? Her most innocent and daring moments were in her childhood. Back then, she lived carefree, her dreams abounding. Doctor, painter, scientist, astronaut. She longed for any profession she saw on TV as glorious. But people can't just do whatever they want. The older she got, the more naive her dreams seemed. At 16, her mother died in a car accident, and her father remarried. From then on, she gave up dreaming. After that, the only thing she could call a dream was to find a good job after graduating from university, save money for a few years, and then open a small supermarket with Lin Yu, living a leisurely retirement life ahead of schedule. Now, her dream of opening a supermarket has come true, but the process was completely different from what she expected, and the result was also vastly different. The system's words hit Sang Kankan like a ton of bricks. Why her of all people? She was just thinking that even if she became a zombie, it was better to live a miserable life than to die a good death, so she kept following the system's guidance to sell things and do tasks. How did it suddenly veer into choices inextricably linked to the fate of the entire world? The system said, it's all up to the host's own choice, but did she really have a choice? Looking at the several ends that had been unlocked all at once on the shop interface, and that upgrade in task, Sang Kankan now absolutely didn't want to be pushed around by the system anymore. But without the system, what could she do? What was she? The shop belonged to the system, all the goods were created by the system, the backpack belonged to the system, and everything stored in the backpack, including the crystal cores, could be taken by the system at any time. Even her trump card, the corpse control technique, was a secret manual drawn from the system could probably take it too. Was there nothing truly her own? Sang Kankan walked to the full-length mirror on the master bedroom wall, looking at the skeleton reflected in it. Sigh, it really was spotless, utterly empty. No, she still had this zombie body. Although the crystal cores she used for leveling up had all been earned through the system, the level itself was indeed hers, and so was the newly acquired ability. After reaching level 3, Sang Kankan noticed a peculiar energy fluctuation within her body, perfectly fused with her previous energy. This must be her ability. However, when she asked the system, it didn't explain, leaving her to figure it out herself. These past few days, Sang Kankan had been busy scouting the inn, and hadn't had time to explore it. She didn't even know what her ability was. Mainly because this ability was a bit strange, she couldn't understand it. Sang Kankan tried using the method she used to absorb energy from crystal cores, channeling her own ability into her hands, and then releasing it outwards. No fire erupted, no water appeared, nothing happened. This means her power isn't a common type of ability like metal, wood, water, fire, or earth, which can be manifested externally. So how does she use it for attacking? Sang Kankan squatted down next to the dog, gathered her power in her hand, gently patted the dog's tail, and quickly moved away. The dog lifted its head from the food can, let out a yelp, licked her hand with its tongue, and then lowered its head to eat the can. It didn't seem to have any offensive effect. So what kind of power does she actually have? Speaking of which, how do other ability users discover their power type, and how to use it after awakening? Isn't there any instruction manual? Even if there were an instruction manual, it would likely only circulate among humans, something a zombie like her wouldn't easily obtain. What use is an ability whose purpose is unknown? Thinking this, Sang Kankan felt disheartened again. Staying here, depressed and conflicted, wasn't a good idea. Sang Kankan twisted her body forcefully, making her bones crack. She might as well go out and explore. Perhaps she could find the answer. So she put on the bunny costume again, and went out alone. This time, she didn't bring her dog. That big, furry creature was too conspicuous. She let it finish its canned food and run around on its own. Anyway, the dog was smart, and had decent fighting ability. She wouldn't be afraid of it getting lost. Walking around in her bunny costume was already quite eye-catching, and Sang Kankan even had a bit of a what-the-heck attitude. She didn't bother to hide herself at all, walking confidently down the street, not even avoiding people. They say you can find a way out of a desperate situation. Maybe encountering a life-or-death crisis would lead to a new discovery. She passed several groups of survivors along the way, all glancing in her direction with curiosity, but no one approached or spoke to her. Sang Kankan didn't know where she was going, so she walked while releasing her supernatural abilities, though they seemed to have no effect. As she approached the safe zone, a little girl's excited voice suddenly rang in her ears. "Sister Rabbit, it really is you." Sang Kankan turned around and saw Shin Minmin from Fuel Village, along with her cousin Shin Shuejuan. Shin Shuejuan looked at Sang Kankan with even greater joy. "People said there was a rabbit walking on the road. I thought it must be you, so I quickly came looking for you. Luckily, we didn't get separated. Where have you been these past few days? We've been looking everywhere for you." "Looking for her?" Sang Kankan, as usual, took out the whiteboard and wrote, "What's up?" "Nothing much, just wanted to ask for your contact information, so we can look out for each other in the safe zone." Sang Kankan didn't reply. Shin Shuejuan was already used to her attitude and continued excitedly. "After I got to the safe zone, I was afraid of missing you, so I specifically told the gatekeeper to tell anyone wearing a bunny costume my address. Then I realized it was silly. You definitely have to take off the bunny costume to enter the safe zone." Sang Kankan still didn't react, standing there waiting for him to continue. Shin Shuejuan looked around, deliberately lowering his voice. "There is something I want to ask you. A new post station has appeared outside the safe zone. Have you seen it? Is it the same as the one you mentioned in the city?" There was no point in hiding it. Sang Kankan nodded. "It really is the same. I knew it." Shin Shuejuan clapped his hands excitedly. "So from now on, we can just use crystal cores to buy things from the post station here?" Sang Kankan nodded again. Shin Shuejuan had more to ask. "And also, is the reason you always wear the rabbit costume because the post station sign has a rabbit on it? Is it because you admire it and imitate it?" Before she could say anything, the other person had automatically filled in the blanks for her. Sang Kankan nodded again. "I knew it." Shin Shuejuan gave himself a thumbs up for his cleverness. "It's a pity we don't have your spatial abilities or your strength, otherwise we could also do what you do, buy goods, put on the rabbit costume, and resell them. By the way, is this the second post station? Was the previous one the first? Do you think there will be other post stations in other places? Is there any pattern to its appearance here?" And also, once Shin Shuejuan started talking, he couldn't stop. Sang Kankan used to find him annoying and avoid him whenever possible, but today, listening to his endless chatter, her empty heart seemed to feel a little more at ease. He talked for a good 10 minutes before stopping, not expecting any response from Sang Kankan, just being a chatterbox. Afterwards, he seemed a little embarrassed. I was just rambling. Don't be angry if I'm wrong. I was just so happy to see you. What was there to be happy about seeing her? She couldn't even feel happy looking at herself in the mirror. Sang Kankan shrugged. By the way, you're planning to go back to the safe zone, right? Let's go in together. How could she go into the safe zone now? Sang Kankan shook her head and wrote on the whiteboard. I'm not going in. I have something to do. Something else? Shin Shuejuan sighed. Shin Minmin asked from the side, Sister Rabbit, why isn't Big Dog with you? This gave her a convenient excuse. Sang Kankan wrote, it sneaked out to play. I'm going to look for it. Shin Shuejuan immediately suggested, we help you look. The area outside is quite big, you can't find it alone. Shin Minmin nodded repeatedly. No need. Sang Kankan had barely finished writing those 2 words when she noticed the siblings' expressions darken simultaneously. It seemed she'd been too blunt in her refusal, so she added, there are many of you. Could you do me a favor? The siblings' eyes immediately lit up again. Of course. What is it? Help me find out something. What is it? The types of abilities possessed by those with special abilities in the safe zone, and how they are used. Focus on the more unique abilities, okay? Understanding other people's abilities might help her figure out what her own was all about. Shin Shuejuan hummed in agreement. Sure, it's not confidential information, it shouldn't be hard to find out. But why do you need it? I need it, I reward you. No need for reward, you helped us a lot before. So how can I tell you after I find out? Sang Kankan took out the symbols Shin Shuejuan had given her from the system inventory and returned them to their rightful owner. Tap this, and I come find you when I hear it. She still didn't want to tell them her identity and whereabouts, but at least she gave them a way to contact her. Shin Shuejuan caught the symbols. Okay, I go find out for you as soon as I get back to the safe zone. Chapter 31. After listening to someone's chatter for a while, Sang Kankan felt less empty inside, and her mood calmed down a bit. Although there were still a lot of questions she hadn't figured out, at least she had a goal. Right now, she should focus on figuring out her special ability. She wouldn't care about anything else for the time being, and she wouldn't do any missions for now. So, after parting ways with Shin Shuejuan, Sang Kankan went straight back to her old room, lay on the bed, and continuously released her special ability. After releasing it, she would absorb crystal cores and release it again, hoping she might figure out its use. However, as it turned out, she really couldn't figure out her ability on her own. She didn't even pay attention to the operation of the post station until noon the next day, when the mall issued a notification that several items were about to sell out, urging her to restock as soon as possible. Sold out? Fine, she didn't care. Although she really wanted to, the system's constant notifications were like hundreds of mosquitoes buzzing around her, an unbearable cacophony, so she restocked the items anyway. I glanced at the surveillance footage from both rest stops. The area around rest stop number 1 has become a bit more crowded than before. Daily sales are now approaching 1,000 standard crystal cores, steadily increasing, though most purchases are food, demand for other items is low. Rest stop number 2, however, has seen significantly higher sales, easily exceeding 10,000 units within just 1 hour of opening. This morning, the official safe zone released its analysis of the goods inside the rest stops, indicating they are all edible and safe for shoppers. However, they have also outlined arrangements for the rest stops opening procedures. With so many people in the entire safe zone, a rush all at once is definitely not feasible. Everyone will have to queue outside first. The safe zone deployed personnel to maintain order outside the post station, allowing only 20 people in at a time, letting in only those who came out. While there was little they could do about those who wanted to delay, the stares and chatter of those queuing outside were enough to keep them occupied. Offending so many people might result in being beaten up afterward, so it wasn't worth it. Therefore, most people were quite conscientious, leaving immediately after buying what they wanted. However, the purpose of the crystal cores was previously unclear. Only those with superpowers collected them to enhance their abilities. Most ordinary people hadn't yet developed the habit of collecting crystal cores from zombies, so there weren't many people queuing to buy things when the station first opened. Others who weren't buying anything simply watched, and the order was well maintained. Sang Kankan watched the surveillance footage. Everyone leaving the post station wore expressions of joy and satisfaction, filled with anticipation for the future. They were greeted by acquaintances, who asked all sorts of questions. She overheard a very ordinary conversation. Did you buy anything? What did you buy? I bought some rice and water. We can have rice for dinner tonight. I cook it a little thinner, since Mom's teeth aren't good. With some canned food, it'd be delicious. I also bought some plasters. I've been out and about every day these past few days. My back and legs are aching. I've been wanting to buy plasters for ages. That's great. I don't know how long I'd be in line. I should have asked you to buy it for me. Hopefully, they're all sold out. They're not sold out. We have plenty in stock. It's fully automated, so it doesn't take much time. Just put the crystal in and it comes out very fast. You'll be in line soon. That's amazing. Indeed. If she hadn't overthought things and asked so many questions beforehand, she probably would have only felt a sense of warmth upon seeing this scene. The survivors bought supplies, and she obtained the crystal core. Everyone had a bright future. So, is it better to be a little oblivious, no, a zombie? Thinking this way, Sang Kankan's anxieties seemed to lessen somewhat. Although she didn't want to be pushed by the system to do tasks for the time being, she should still manage the established and properly. Abandoning the inn now, because of potential problems in the distant future, would be throwing the baby out with the bathwater, unwise. After the official investigation results came out, the survivors in the second safe zone were no longer so afraid of the inn. Even if they still had some wariness, it quickly succumbed to curiosity and the desire for supplies. When the 3-hour operation ended that day, those who bought things went home happily, and those who arrived late and missed their turn weren't worried. They would come earlier the next day, and they would definitely get a turn. Meanwhile, those without crystal cores had already started looking for teammates, planning to go out and fight zombies. The ingenuity of ordinary people should never be underestimated. On the very first day the post station was fully open, some people immediately spotted a new business opportunity. While others left as soon as the station closed, these people took water and food and sat down at the station entrance, refusing to leave. So what if they didn't have crystal cores? They had secured the best location. Once the station reopened the next day, they could simply resell it to someone else, and someone would surely be willing to pay for it. However, the safe zone officials hadn't missed what they were thinking. They had prepared a contingency plan, and staff immediately came to urge them to leave. It's not safe outside the safe zone. Zombies and mutated animals may appear. Please do not linger here. Social order requires everyone's joint efforts to maintain. The safe zone resolutely opposes scalping. A fine of 100 crystal cores will be imposed for any violations. We welcome everyone to report such activities. There is a reward for reporting. First a gentle reminder, then a fine and warning. The self-proclaimed business-savvy scalpers immediately ran far away. 100 crystal cores was too much to afford. That day, everyone in the safe zone was discussing the newly opened inn, including Shin Shuejuan and his group. After entering the safe zone, Shin Shuejuan used the food he had obtained from Sang Kankan to rent 2 large suites for 10 people each, letting the rest of the village stay there. He and Shin Minmin's family stayed in a smaller suite. Shin Shuejuan had agreed with the villagers that he would only pay 1 month's rent, and he also distributed the remaining food according to the number of people, though it wasn't much, only enough for each person for 2 or 3 days. After that, they would have to figure out how to survive on their own. After all, he wasn't some big shot, he couldn't support such a large group of people, nor did he have the responsibility. Without rabbits to exchange for supplies, he himself would have to find ways to make a living. However, upon learning of the rendezvous station outside the safe zone, and hearing from Sang Kankan that it was the same station she used to purchase supplies, Shin Shuejuan had a new idea and gathered the villagers together again. I'm planning to form a small team to regularly go out and clear out zombies, collecting crystal cores to exchange for supplies. Do you want to join me? The villagers immediately responded to his suggestion. Of course. Brother Junzi, I've been waiting for you to say that. Yes, Junzi, I knew you were a kind person, you definitely wouldn't abandon us. Many hands make light work. Although we don't have superpowers, we're quite strong. From now on, we follow Junzi and do our best. They were all fellow villagers, who had gone through life-or-death crises together, so there was no wavering. That very day, Shin Shuejuan registered their team in the safe zone, calling it the Fuel Team. He was the captain, and another superpowered individual from the village was the vice-captain. However, the team's first mission wasn't to go out and fight zombies, but to gather information for Sang Kankan. This mission wasn't difficult. The information about the official superpowered teams in the safe zone, including who was in each team and what their abilities were, was basically public knowledge. You could easily find out by asking around. Those unofficial superpowered individuals were mostly very high profile, enjoying showing off and relishing the feeling of being worshipped and followed. They didn't hide their abilities when using them. In just one day, Shin Xuejuan and his team collected information on several hundred superpowered individuals in the safe zone, all from casual conversations, without attracting much attention. Common superpowers involve physical evolution, such as strength or speed-based abilities, as well as elemental abilities like metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. More unusual abilities include telekinesis, the ability to manipulate objects remotely, spatial abilities, the ability to store items, and the ability to hypnotize others. There was also a self-proclaimed master who claimed to have precognitive abilities, able to foresee future events. He set up a stall in the trading area every day to make predictions, but others said he had no abilities at all. It was all boasting, and his predictions were completely inaccurate. His stall had been vandalized several times, and he even had his leg crippled. Not everyone wants to flaunt their abilities. There are high-profile superhumans, and there are also low-profile ones. Shin Xuejuan knew their information was incomplete, but this was all they could gather for now. He got a new notebook and wrote everything down by hand overnight. The next morning, he left the safe zone alone, walked 3 or 4 miles away, climbed a dead sycamore tree, and struck his cymbals. Why climb a tree? Because the sound of cymbals was incredibly stimulating. It would definitely attract nearby zombies. He worried he wouldn't be able to handle them without climbing a tree. But after striking the cymbals, seeing the zombies gather around, 40 or 50 in total, Shin Xuejuan froze, then slapped himself. Is he stupid? He's worried about dealing with too many zombies, but isn't Rabbit afraid? How is she supposed to get through all those zombies? He's so clueless. Couldn't he have found a better spot to bang the cymbals? Now he can't even get down. However, to his surprise, Rabbit actually did come, though more than half an hour later. Sang Kankan heard Shin Xuejuan banging the cymbals immediately. The sound was so loud, and her hearing was now exceptional. However, she was being pestered by the big monkey to buy things, which delayed her from arriving. From afar, she saw Shin Xuejuan in the tree and a large group of zombies below. Sang Kankan released her aura and used a corpse-controlling technique on several of the zombies, causing them to scatter. Shin Xuejuan in the tree waved excitedly at her. You finally came. I was worried you wouldn't hear me. But why did all those zombies run away? They've been guarding me for so long. It's really strange. Sang Kankan didn't explain, and Shin Xuejuan didn't care. He completely disregarded the zombies' retreat and assumed it was an accident. After all, he would never have imagined that the rabbit providing them with supplies would be a zombie. Shin Xuejuan jumped down from the sycamore tree, took out a notebook he had compiled the night before, and handed it to Sang Kankan. I found out everything I can. That's all for now. I'll let you know if I find out anything else. Sang Kankan opened the notebook. Shin Xuejuan's handwriting was quite ugly, even uglier than hers, but his thinking was very clear. He had listed the types and numbers of superpowered individuals in a table, making it very clear, and even provided separate explanations for those rare abilities. However, the types of abilities he had found out seemed to be quite different from hers. She definitely didn't have spatial abilities, nor did she possess the ability to manipulate objects from afar. Sang Kankan's gaze fell on the word psychic ability. The mind was something ethereal and intangible, so that was somewhat possible, but it shouldn't be hypnosis. After all, Guzi hadn't been hypnotized by her. Sang Kankan flipped to a blank page in her notebook and wrote something for Shin Xuejuan to see. Could you show me how you use your ability? Of course, Shin Xuejuan seemed to be thinking something, immediately squatting into a horse stance, exhaling sharply, striking a pose, and then reaching out to release water. Sang Kankan focused intently on sensing the energy fluctuations around him. She couldn't sense the energy within his body, only that energy was gathering in his palm, and then water appeared. This wasn't very useful. Seeing that a small patch of the ground was wet, Sang Kankan waved for Shin Xuejuan to stop. After thinking for a moment, she wrote in her notebook, I use my ability on you. See how you feel. The dog's lack of reaction might just be due to a poorly chosen target. A human might be able to sense more. Aren't you a spatial ability user? Shin Xuejuan asked instinctively, then suddenly widened his eyes. Did you awaken a second time? There were indeed people in the safe zone who had awakened twice, possessing 2 different abilities, but there was only one such case, making it extremely rare. Sang Kankan nodded in agreement, writing, I don't know what kind of ability it is yet. Could there really be an ability one didn't know? Shin Xuejuan's interest was piqued. He patted his chest forcefully. Fine, come at me then. Sang Kankan then gathered her ability in her palm and released it toward Shin Shuejuan. She was someone who dared to do something and take the consequences. If this were an ability that could harm the human body, who knows how she would handle the situation. Sang Kankan estimated that she had released about a third of her ability before stopping, looking at Shin Shuejuan. Shin Shuejuan looked completely bewildered. You just used your power? I didn't feel anything. Sure enough, it was the same again. Sang Kankan couldn't help but wonder if her power didn't exist at all, and was just a hallucination. Seeing that the rabbit seemed a little dejected, Shin Shuejuan quickly suggested, "Why don't you use it on me again? Maybe I wasn't prepared." He took a deep breath, stretched dramatically, then straightened up, stood at attention, and gestured to Sang Kankan with his eyes to hurry up and do it. Let's try again. This time, Sang Kankan released all her power before stopping, and looked at Shin Shuejuan again. I still don't feel anything, Shin Shuejuan scratched his head, but you seem a little different. Before Sang Kankan could press further, she continued, it's just that you seem more human. I didn't mean to say you weren't human, it's just that I haven't seen what you look like before, so I just start imagining things. You're so amazing, and your personality is so cool. Are you some kind of superhero from the movies in disguise? Sometimes I felt you were a bit unapproachable, but now I feel much closer to you. Chapter 32. Shin Shuejuan's words were a bit cryptic, but Sang Kankan vaguely sensed something. More human? Much closer? Could it be that her ability could disguise her as a human? If so, that would perfectly suit her needs. However, she didn't trust Shin Shuejuan that deeply enough to directly remove her mask and ask him if she was human or a zombie. This ability was quite difficult to verify. Her ability was exhausted, so she decided to leave it at that for today. Sang Kankan took out a handful of crystal cores and handed them to Shin Shuejuan. She couldn't directly give away the products produced by the system, but the crystal cores, after deducting the system's cut, belonged to her and could be given away. Earning crystal cores wasn't easy before, and she was stingy, but now it didn't matter. Money that comes too easily is easily overlooked. What are you doing? Shin Shuejuan didn't take them. I already said I don't need any payment. Sang Kankan didn't like owing favors, so she tossed the crystal cores into his arms and turned to leave. Shin Shuejuan sighed, knowing her decisive nature. He put away the crystal core and chased after her again. Where are you going? Aren't you going back to the safe zone? Sang Kankan shook her head, pointing randomly in a direction. Are you going to fight zombies? Can I come with you? Sang Kankan stopped and shook her head again. Shin Shuejuan knew when to stop. He hadn't pressed the issue after asking once. Alright then. I was thinking of going with you to check out the post station when it reopens. Be careful on your own. I go back and keep trying to find out more. If I find any new information, I use the same method to find you, okay? Sang Kankan finally nodded this time. After Shin Shuejuan left, Sang Kankan returned to her previous room, took off her mascot costume, lay on the bed, and began exploring her superpower again, repeatedly absorbing crystal cores, releasing her superpower, then absorbing again, and releasing again. Each time she exhausted her superpower and replenished it, she could feel the total amount of superpower stored in her body increase, like a pool of water constantly expanding. This should also be considered a kind of cultivation. The dog had slipped out to play with its friends again. Sang Kankan stared at the spider web on the ceiling for a while, and finally couldn't resist summoning the system. System, is my superpower a disguise ability? Can it let me disguise myself as a human? The system, having been ignored by her for 2 days, didn't get angry. It maintained its usual calm tone. According to system analysis, the host's superpower fluctuations are closer to psychic abilities. It's not about disguising oneself as a human, but rather confusing the perception of other creatures, making them perceive the host as a species like themselves. Just as she guessed, Sang Kankan asked again, didn't you say you didn't know when I asked you before? How come you know now? The system isn't omniscient, it can only analyze information it already possesses. Previously, there weren't enough samples for reference, but now there are. You're really amazing. Anyway, the system could say whatever it wanted. She couldn't verify its truth. This is the system's most basic ability. The system didn't detect the sarcasm in Sang Kankan's tone and asked again, Host, have you made a decision? What decision? Decide on what kind of future you want to pursue. You really want me to choose? Sang Kankan sat up in bed. Then help me sort it out. What kind of future can I choose? The possibilities of the future are infinite, and the system cannot list them all. Here comes another one of these lines. Sang Kankan wanted to roll her eyes. So, if I said I wanted all living things, including humans, animals, plants, and zombies, to coexist peacefully. Could you help me achieve that? The system paused. It's very difficult, and the process will be very long, but it's not impossible. Not impossible, indeed? Sang Kankan didn't take the system seriously at all, casually replying, okay then, from now on, you can make this my goal. The system understands. Understands my ass. Sang Kankan ignored the system and continued exploring her superpower, exhausting one handful of crystal cores before taking out another. The dog didn't return until evening. As soon as it came back, it rubbed against Sang Kankan. Sang Kankan pushed it away and pointed to herself. Can you feel any difference between me today and before? The dog didn't understand her meaning at all, thinking she was playing with it. It stuck out its tongue and howled, its tail whirring. What are you doing, you two-legged creature? Sang Kankan released all her supernatural abilities onto the dog, then pointed to herself. How does it feel? Woof. The dog put its legs together and pounced on her, rubbing against her. I'm not playing anymore, I'm hungry, I want to eat. This silly dog. Sang Kankan gave the dog a good tug, then decided to give up on it. If what the system said was true, that her ability was to confuse the senses of other animals, it probably wouldn't work on the dog, who was always so close to her, because there was no need. After resting for a night, the next day Sang Kankan took the dog out to find people. No, to find animals. To test her supernatural abilities. Revealing her zombie status to humans could have dire consequences, but the animals would be less hesitant. After all, neither humans nor zombies are their kind, and hatred should be met with equal dislike. The first to target her was the dog's friend, the large gray dog that had followed her from Fuel Village. Now, the gray dog and its pack have settled in a nearby village nestled in the mountains. The animals don't need shelter. With the humans gone, they're free to roam. Those who prefer to live in groups do so, while others find their own spots. Even the two strongest water buffalo have secured a large paddy field, destroying the dominant mutated plants, and leaving only a few harmless weeds to grow as their food supply. Some of the mutated weeds have grown thorns, others have edges as sharp as blades, but the water buffalo are unfazed, swallowing them whole. However, the other animals weren't as carefree as them, unable to be self-sufficient. They still had to bring their crystal cores to Sang Kankan to exchange for their daily food and water. They hadn't been here long and hadn't yet developed the bandit-like nature of the surrounding animals. They wouldn't go looking for trouble. The task of exchanging food was usually entrusted to the big gray dog. Although Sang Kankan's routes weren't fixed, and she often went wherever she wanted, she had a traitorous dog by her side, who always revealed her whereabouts to the big gray dog. Therefore, if the dog wanted to find Sang Kankan, it could easily find her. The reverse was also true. If Sang Kankan wanted to find the big gray dog, the dog would hop and skip along, leading the way. The dog led Sang Kankan across the paddy field ridges, jumped over ditches, and even ran around the village graves several times before finally bringing her to the big gray dog. Woof woof woof. The dog's here to play again. What shall we play today? The big gray dog usually ignored the Samoyed, but it paid more attention to Sang Kankan. It shook off the dry grass clinging to its body, slowly walked up to Sang Kankan, and stared directly at her with its deep brown eyes. What is it? Every time Sang Kankan met the big gray dog's gaze, she felt like she was looking at someone her own age, and she dared not be disrespectful. She had put on a bunny costume when she came out. After hesitating for a moment, she slowly removed the headgear, her eyes fixed on the big gray dog. The moment it saw the skull under the bunny headgear, the big gray dog's pupils visibly contracted, and it instinctively let out a low howl, but made no other move. Seemingly not entirely opposed to her, Sang Kankan grew bolder, and simply took off her entire rabbit costume. The big gray dog's breathing quickened, it straightened its front legs and took 2 steps back, its eyes sharpening, but it didn't make any further move. The Samoyed sensed the hostility emanating from it, and barked in confusion. The big gray dog ignored it, its gaze still fixed on Sang Kankan. Seeing Sang Kankan take a step forward, its entire body tensed, its fur standing on end, as if it would attack immediately if Sang Kankan made another move. Sang Kankan did indeed make a move. She released her supernatural power at the big gray dog. The invisible power landed on the big gray dog, and the next instant, its sharp eyes suddenly relaxed, its tense body softened, and its hostility vanished instantly. Awah! The big gray dog howled at Sang Kankan, who sensed confusion in its bare tongue. It even took a couple of steps forward, sniffed Sang Kankan's bare leg bone, and then rubbed against her. Woof woof. The Samoyed beside it wagged its tail, and ran over to rub against her too. That's more like it. We're all friends, and friends rub against each other like that. The big gray dog's behavior confirmed Sankankan's guess and the system's explanation. Her ability was indeed to bewitch other creatures, making them mistake her for one of their own. This ability was indeed very useful to her. She wondered if there was any logic to awakening her ability. Perhaps it just happened to cater to the awakener's greatest desire at the time. Maybe it really was possible. Sankankan was just speculating. Next, she went to try her ability on other animals, and the effects were immediate. A black cat that used to be as arrogant as a fallen princess, at most meowing in acknowledgement after being fed, actually let her pet its belly after she used her powers. After using her powers on the water buffalo, the buffalo seemed to treat her like a calf, even offering her some grass. However, it had no effect on the bandit-like monkey. That guy treated even his own kind the same way, domineering and unreasonable. If he hadn't known he couldn't beat Sankankan and her animal helpers, he probably would have robbed her. After a whole day of experimentation, Sankankan gradually figured out how to use her powers, and discovered some patterns. The more intelligent and clever the mutated animal, the more power she needed to use to bewitch it, seemingly related to the target's mental strength. Animals that were already close to her were easier to bewitch than those that were initially hostile. However, in terms of mental strength, most animals couldn't compare to humans, and humans were Sankankan's most desired targets to bewitch. Should she ask someone to try and expose her? Sankankan remained hesitant. She was worried that being exposed would cause unnecessary trouble. However, what Sankankan didn't know was that while her zombie disguise hadn't been exposed, another layer of her disguise was about to be revealed. Chapter 33. The story of Sankankan's exposure begins with a steamed bun. On the way to the second safe zone, Shinminmin gave Sankankan 2 steamed buns. Sankankan entered one into the system as a sample, and gave the other to her dog. So, starting a few days ago, both simultaneously put steamed buns on their shelves. After Shinshuejuan returned with a handful of crystal cores from Sankankan, he led his teammates out to fight zombies for most of the day. The next morning at dawn, they went to the inn to queue up to buy things. The inn was only open for 3 hours each day, and the queue grew longer every day. Fortunately, the safe zone maintained order, and the self-service shopping was very efficient. Those who queued early generally got a turn. When it was Shinshuejuan's turn, he first went to the display case selling rice and flour. Looking at the price, it was 3 standard crystal cores per pound, the same price the rabbit had charged them. Looking at the other items he bought from the rabbit, the prices Sankankan had given him were also the same as the prices at the post station. Shinshuejuan was astonished. This post station didn't have any wholesale or retail price difference. The prices were all uniform. This meant the rabbit bought supplies from the post station and resold them to him without making any profit. Looking at the medicines he bought, the rabbit had even sold them to him at a slightly lower price. What a kind person. Shinshuejuan was moved by the rabbit again. In the apocalypse, who didn't mark up the price 2 or 3 times before selling? She, however, was willing to do business at a loss. What a noble sentiment. No wonder she was so powerful. No wonder she awakened her abilities twice. She deserved it. Shinshuejuan exchanged most of the crystal cores they had collected for rice and flour, and also bought some canned ham as a side dish. He noticed a stall selling steamed buns, hesitated for a moment, then took out 2 crystal cores from his own stash and bought them. The buns were more expensive than bread, costing 2 crystal cores each, but they were also larger, looking plump, soft, and delicious. Back in the safe zone, Shinshuejuan handed the other supplies to the person in charge of distribution, and each of them, Shinminmin and Shinshuejuan, got 1 bun. Shinminmin took the bun and looked at it, her expression growing increasingly strange. She then mysteriously pulled her brother into a small room. "Brother, I discovered an explosive secret." Shinshuejuan was completely bewildered. "What is it? Why are you making such a fuss?" "Look at this steamed bun." Shinminmin handed him the bun she had just received. "Did you find anything?" "Find what?" Shinshuejuan stared at the bun for a moment. "It's cold. Why don't you heat it up before you eat it?" "Who told you that?" Shinminmin flipped the bun over. "Look here." There was a small, fingernail-sized bump on the bottom of the bun, close to the steamer, shaped like a heart. Shinshuejuan laughed. "It even has a pattern. It's making a heart shape with us. How romantic." "Oh brother, you're so dense." Shinminmin snatched the bun from his hand. "I seen this steamed bun before. It's the one I gave to Sister Rabbit. I remember it very clearly. There was a small tear in the cloth of our steamer. It was exactly heart-shaped. When we were steaming the buns, One of them had this heart-shaped tear on it. I thought it was quite interesting, so I specially picked it out and gave it to Sister Rabbit. That steamed bun is exactly the same as this one. Shin Shuejuan opened his mouth slightly. Are you sure you're not mistaken? It happened just a few days ago. I'm not a 3-year-old, how could I be wrong? Shin Shuejuan pressed the heart-shaped part of the steamed bun. It's just a coincidence. It's just a heart. It doesn't prove anything. Do you think there's such a coincidence? Shin Minmin glared at her brother angrily. How many steamed buns did you buy? Show them all. There's one more. Shin Shuejuan took out his own steamed bun as well, comparing the two side by side. They were exactly the same. Even the size and position of the heart were identical. Is this also a coincidence? Shin Minmin glanced at her brother. You seen my mom make steamed buns, right? Can 2 steamed buns be made exactly the same size and shape? Even a master chef with decades of experience couldn't do that. That's impossible. Shin Shuejuan swallowed hard. Then what's going on? There's only one truth. Shin Minmin put one hand on her hip. These steamed buns are copies of the one I gave Rabbit's sister. I'm sure it tastes just like my mom's. She tore off a small piece of steamed bun, chewed it, and raised an eyebrow. Sure enough. Brother, you should try some too. Shin Shuejuan also tore off a piece of steamed bun and put it in his mouth. The texture did seem familiar, but aren't all steamed buns like this? Familiarity might just be psychological. I can't tell. You can't tell, but I can. This is the taste of my mom's. Shin Shuejuan stared wide-eyed. This can't be right? Why can't it be? Brother, you have no imagination. Shin Minmin gave him a disdainful look. Sister Rabbit has spatial abilities, right? Maybe she's a dual elemental ability user, and she even has a copying ability, so she can copy steamed buns. Aren't there dual elemental ability users in the safe zone? No, she also has a special ability that she herself doesn't understand. That would make her a 3 elemental ability user. Shin Shuejuan gasped. Is that really possible? And it's not just about the number of elemental abilities anymore. If these steamed buns were truly copied using the one Shin Minmin gave her, it means that the rabbit wasn't purchasing supplies from the post station. It's highly likely that she was the one supplying the post station. She might even be the owner of the inn. This thought made Shin Shuejuan's head spin. After a pause, he asked Shin Minmin, did Third Aunt know that the steamed buns she made had heart shapes? She probably didn't. I went to get them before they were even out of the steamer. My mom wasn't in the kitchen then, and it was difficult to carry them with one hand, so I just wrapped them in a cloth. No one else should have seen what the buns looked like. What about that steamer cloth? I left it at home. We set off that night, and I didn't bring many things with me. That's good. As long as no one uses that steamer cloth to steam buns again, the same heart-shaped buns won't be made again, and this secret won't be exposed. Shin Shuejuan looked at Shin Minmin seriously. Don't tell anyone about this, understand? I know, you don't need to remind me. Shin Minmin puffed out her cheeks. Sister Rabbit is a good person. She helped us. I definitely wouldn't harm her. I'm only telling you this. After that I keep it to myself. Shin Shuejuan nodded. Good girl. Shin Minmin glanced at him. Don't just talk about me. You yourself are such a chatterbox. Don't go around telling everyone. Of course I won't either. With such a big secret in his heart, Shin Shuejuan tossed and turned in bed all night, barely sleeping. The next morning, at dawn, he left the safe zone with dark circles under his eyes, walked several kilometers to an open area, and struck his cymbals to summon Rabbit. This time, Sang Kankan arrived quickly. She had been hesitating about whether to test her special ability with Shin Shuejuan, and upon hearing the cymbals, she had Guzi carry her over. What's up? She asked Shin Shuejuan, pulling out a whiteboard. Shin Shuejuan stared at her from head to toe, then took out the steamed bun she hadn't eaten yesterday and handed it to Sang Kankan. Look for yourself. Sang Kankan didn't see anything wrong at first glance, and tilted her head in confusion. Each handmade steamed bun is unique. Shin Shuejuan pointed to the heart on the bun. I bought this one from the post station, but it's exactly the same as the one Minmin gave you before. Ah, Sang Kankan froze. She had been careless, hasty. Although she knew the system could generate templates for replication after inputting samples, she hadn't realized what complete replication truly meant. When selecting samples, she only considered whether they had been input before, ignoring such a crucial issue. Sang Kankan quickly racked her brains, trying to recall if there were any other similar oversights. Probably not. The other samples she entered all had trademarks and packaging. The system only copied the contents during production, generating the boxes and bags separately. If she were human, she'd have to consider leaving fingerprints, but zombies don't leave fingerprints. Sang Kankan reassured herself. Don't panic. Shin Shuejuan brought me steamed buns early this morning. He certainly didn't want to expose my secret. Shin Shuejuan indeed had no intention of revealing anything. He held the steamed bun to the dog's mouth, and the dog didn't refuse, taking a big bite and swallowing it after a couple of chews. It had eaten the same steamed bun before, and could tell from the smell that it wasn't poisonous. I know you have many secrets, and I don't mean to pry, but if this happens again and someone else finds out, they might not keep your secret. You better be careful. Did that mean he would keep her secret? Sang Kankan paused, then wrote thank you on the whiteboard. Shin Shuejuan's heart pounded with excitement when he saw thank you. She admitted it. Even the most plausible guess was still just a guess, but now she had admitted it. Although he said he didn't mean to pry, he couldn't suppress his curiosity. He would just ask. If she wanted to tell him, she would. If not, he would keep quiet. Shin Shuejuan moved closer to Sang Kankan and asked in a low voice, So, what exactly is your relationship with that post station? Sang Kankan struggled to make up a story in her empty mind, but before she could even get the logic right, she suddenly noticed a new task issued by the system. Great, the answer was ready. She wrote on the whiteboard, I am one of the suppliers for the post station. Supplier? Shin Shuejuan's eyes widened. So all the goods sold in the post station are supplied by you? I don't supply goods, I only provide samples. Samples? The post station will replicate the goods based on the samples, so all the steamed buns they sell are exactly the same. Shin Shuejuan read this passage twice. So the one with the copying ability isn't you, but that post station. Thankfully, she wasn't a monster with 3 elemental abilities, otherwise he would be under too much pressure. Comparisons are infuriating. Copying ability? Sang Kankan looked over, and Shin Shuejuan quickly waved his hand. It's okay, it's just my sister guessing. She was the one who discovered the steamed bun thing first, but don't worry, she keep it a secret for you. Sang Kankan nodded. Shin Shuejuan asked again, You said you're one of the suppliers, so that means there are other suppliers? There should be. Sang Kankan wrote, I'm not sure, I haven't been in contact with him. Then how did you become a supplier? Sang Kankan continued writing, I happened to be nearby when the first post station opened, and I saw an invitation to become a supplier. I agreed and became one. You're quite lucky, Shin Shuejuan continued. What do suppliers do? They collect samples of goods that the post station hasn't yet entered into its inventory. Any benefits? For any goods that I collect and enter into the inventory, I get a 10% discount when I buy them. Shin Shuejuan looked up. So all the rice and grain sold at the post station, you collected them for the post station? Sang Kankan nodded. No wonder. Shin Shuejuan clapped his hands excitedly. Now the logic makes sense. This rabbit wasn't truly selfless or noble, she bought and sold at the same price, essentially doing free labor in the middle. She bought goods from the post station at a 10% discount, and then sold them at the original price, still making a profit. However, Shin Shuejuan wouldn't lower his opinion of Sang Kankan because of this. She risked her life to transport the goods from so far away to sell them. It was normal for her to make a profit. A middleman who didn't make a profit was more suspicious, perhaps with ulterior motives. If only I could be a supplier for the post station, Shin Shuejuan sighed. Unfortunately, he wasn't so lucky. Sang Kankan wrote, The post station seems to randomly select suppliers. You're not without a chance. Chapter 34. Sang Kankan wasn't lying to Shin Shuejuan, or rather, she wasn't completely lying. Just as she was racking her brains trying to fabricate a story to cover up her exposure, the system issued her a new task, developing suppliers. The specific details regarding suppliers were exactly as she had described. New task, develop suppliers. The world is vast, and the variety of goods is countless. It's impossible for the host to collect them all on her own. Please develop your own suppliers, and use their help to collect more product samples. Conditions to become a supplier, intelligent being. Each primary and can develop one supplier. Currently, there are 0/2 slots. Rewards for becoming a supplier. Suppliers receive a 10% discount when purchasing goods corresponding to the samples they provide. However, the selection of suppliers isn't random. She can decide who to choose. Unlike previous tasks, this new mission didn't offer extra rewards upon completion. However, developing suppliers was inherently beneficial for Sang Kankan. She wouldn't need to run around collecting new product samples anymore. She could delegate the task of inputting new product information to others, minimizing the risk of oversights like the steamed bun incident. Furthermore, the best way to hide a tree is in a forest. If other suppliers attract attention, the risk of her identity being exposed would be greatly reduced. However, the timing of this mission was rather coincidental. While dealing with Shin Shuejuan, Sang Kankan mentally asked the system, is this mission really not something you made up on the spot? Just when she needed an excuse, it provided a plausible one. The system issues tasks to assist the host in better achieving their goals. All tasks are automatically generated and will be adjusted according to changes in the host and surrounding circumstances. So, the system must have seen she was in danger of being exposed, so it issued this task to fix the bug. Then why don't you just upgrade the post station to the highest level in one go and directly achieve the final goal? Achieving any goal can only be done step by step. Please don't expect to reach the sky in one step. It seemed like this wasn't the first time she heard the system say this, and Sang Kankan could accept this explanation. When Shin Shuejuan heard that he also had a chance to become a supplier, his panda eyes instantly brightened. Do you have a way to get me selected? Sang Kankan shook her head and wrote, you can go to the area around the post station more often when you have time, maybe you be selected. Although she could directly choose people to be suppliers, Sang Kankan didn't intend to choose Shin Shuejuan, not now, and probably not in the future. From Fuel Village to the second safe zone, she had already revealed quite a few secrets to Shin Shuejuan. Although Shin Shuejuan promised to keep them confidential, who could predict the future? Continuing to expose them would be dangerous. Sang Kankan was even reflecting on whether she had gotten too close to this group, which had almost led her to ruin herself. She faced two choices, either completely bind Shin Shuejuan to her side, making betrayal impossible, or maintain distance and vigilance. Sang Kankan chose the latter. Originally, she had wanted Shin Shuejuan to verify her abilities, but now she had given up the idea. She couldn't create any more suspicion for herself. Shin Shuejuan was completely unaware of Sang Kankan's change of heart, still pondering her words. You often go to the area near the post station? I understand, then I try my luck more often. Having clarified the ins and outs of the steamed bun issue, Shin Shuejuan remembered what had happened earlier. By the way, have you figured out your other ability? Sang Kankan nodded. That's good. What exactly is it? Sang Kankan didn't answer, only staring at Shin Shuejuan with her two black, hole-like eyes hidden behind a rabbit head. Shin Shuejuan's excited, high spirits quickly subsided. Okay, I won't ask. Sang Kankan held out her hand to him. Shin Shuejuan was stunned for a few seconds before realizing her meaning, and the smile on his face slowly disappeared. It's not that serious, is it? I was just curious and asked a few more questions. If you're unhappy, I won't ask again, okay? I shut up. Sang Kankan's outstretched hand remained. Shin Shuejuan wiped his face, saying urgently, I really didn't mean any harm, don't be angry. Even without malice, what he knew could still unintentionally pose a threat to her. As a zombie, she shouldn't have gotten too close to humans in the first place. She probably got carried away because she was confused by the system earlier. Sang Kankan continued to reach out her hand. Sensing the increasingly obvious rejection from her, Shin Shuejuan sighed deeply, untied the symbols from his waist, and handed them to Sang Kankan. Okay, here you go. Taking back the symbols meant he shouldn't contact her again. He thought they'd become closer, but it seemed they were back to square one. No, back to zero. But if you remembered correctly, those symbols should have originally been his, right? Lost in thought, Shin Shuejuan was startled when Sang Kankan reached out and offered him 2 crystal cores. Shin Shuejuan was taken aback, immediately realizing that she was even going to settle the cost of the symbols with him. He didn't know if he was more angry or heartbroken. He took the crystal cores, gave Sang Kankan a self-deprecating smile, and left without looking back. Fine, she's capable, lucky, and has the backing of the inn. He shouldn't have kept bothering her, and he shouldn't have mistaken a relationship for friendship and started asking so many questions. From now on, they go their separate ways. Sang Kankan watched Shin Shuejuan's figure disappear completely, then sent the symbols back to the system for recycling before returning home with the dog. Although she still had reservations about the system, now that Shin Shuejuan knew about the supplier situation, she needed to quickly select a genuine supplier to turn the excuse into reality. Each of the 2 stations could choose one supplier, which was convenient. She didn't need to personally select anyone, but could choose directly from the people entering the station's monitoring range. Although the system only required suppliers to be intelligent beings, she couldn't waste the 2 slots. Suppliers needed to be at the forefront of searching for supplies and providing new samples to the stations. They needed to have real ability. Of course, if someone's character was too bad, even if they were very capable, Sang Kankan wouldn't consider them. She spent 2 days reviewing the surveillance footage from both stations and finalized the selections. She had been away from Station 1 for some time, and many new faces had appeared, including quite a few ability users. Sang Kankan ultimately chose Huang Jijia, a Wood-type ability user she had interacted with before, as she was the only ability user she knew well. In the station's surveillance footage, Sang Kankan saw that Huang Jijia had officially become the leader of Su Hui's group of old, weak, women, and children. The group had expanded to over 100 people, mostly the elderly, weak, women, and children, along with some able-bodied young adults or ability users who could get along with them amicably. Because of their large numbers and unity, other ability users couldn't bully them. Furthermore, with the station providing a continuous supply, they only needed to kill zombies and mine crystal cores to exchange for resources. The survivors no longer needed to compete or fight for supplies, and they generally lived in relative peace. Although a few individuals liked to bully the weak, most people, with their own strength, consciously maintained order around them, excluding those who didn't follow the rules. Those who did receive their due punishment soon afterward. For example, Kugang, the arrogant fire-type ability user from before, hasn't been seen near the inn for a long time. It seems he angered his ability user daughter by bullying an old woman, and was subsequently crippled by her daughter and her teammates. Compared to the smaller customer base of In1, Sang Kankan put more thought into selecting suppliers for In2. After all, the second safe zone has official administrators and a complete management system, and she had to consider how to treat them. Judging from the current situation, the safe zone's official attitude towards the inn is generally positive, as evidenced by the fact that they have specifically allocated personnel to actively maintain order at the inn. After careful consideration, Sang Kankan decided to use the supplier selection process as an opportunity to express the inn's stance. She chose Yifei, the vice captain of the second safe zone team and a telepathic ability user, as the inn's supplier. Incidentally, Yifei was also the only dual elemental ability user in the second safe zone. She also possessed a water-based ability. Although neither ability was particularly powerful, and her overall strength ranked below team leader Chusinyu, she was still highly valued by the safe zone. Yifei was quite capable, and received less attention than Chusinyu, making her a more suitable supplier candidate. Besides ability, Sang Kankan had other considerations. Choosing Yifei as a supplier meant she would inevitably report the matter to the safe zone, essentially extending an olive branch to the safe zone, inviting their participation in the inn's construction and development. Therefore, when Yifei and Huang Jijia approached the inn, several lines of text, invisible to others, appeared before their eyes. Invitation to become a supplier at the inn. Thank you for your continued support of Sungjia Inn. To better provide our customers with high-quality goods, the inn cordially invites you to join our supplier network. What you need to do to become a supplier: provide the inn with samples of new products that have not yet been entered into the system. Once entered, these products will have the opportunity to be listed on the inn. Benefits of becoming a supplier: you can purchase unlimited items from the inn at a 10% discount for products you enter yourself. You need to make a choice within 24 hours. Failure to do so will be considered a forfeit. Do you accept the invitation to become a supplier at the inn? Huang Jijia accepted the invitation almost without hesitation after understanding the meaning of the text. After all, the inn had always brought her benefits, and she had a mysterious trust in it. Yifei's reaction was consistent with Sang Kankan's expectations. She immediately informed the official authorities of the safe zone of the text message, and after an hour of discussion, they accepted the invitation. After becoming suppliers to the post station, they had a connection with the station that was invisible to outsiders. Whenever they collected new products that hadn't been entered into the system, they could simply enter the post station, select an empty slot, and extend their hand. The post station would then open a special window for them to submit samples. Samples that met the requirements would disappear immediately after being entered into the post station system, and they could purchase them at a 10% discount when they were later put on the shelves. Samples that did not meet the requirements would be returned. Safe Zone 2 attached great importance to this new supplier function, not only because of the 10% discount, but also because the post station's replication production capability completely broke through common sense. Now that they had suppliers among their own people, they had a great deal of room for maneuver. When they need to mass-produce items with complex production processes that are impossible to mass-produce in the apocalypse, they can simply register samples at the relay station and purchase them directly once the station lists them. This includes food, medicine, and even sophisticated electronic devices like computers and mobile phones. All can be mass-produced in the same way, effectively saving countless factory production lines and immense manpower and resources. However, rational people wouldn't be blinded by immediate benefits. While the relay station's incredible capabilities delighted the leaders of the safe zone, they also heightened their vigilance. After a few days of trial use, the safe zone officially reported all information related to the relay station to its superiors and the central safe zone. Chapter 35. The news about the relay station reported by the second safe zone of City C caused a sensation in multiple safe zones, including the central safe zone. A relay station appearing out of thin air? Goods automatically dispensed upon inputting crystal cores? Unlimited supplies, as many as needed as crystal cores could be purchased? Even allowing users to input samples for the relay station to replicate and produce for direct purchase? Was this really not a fabricated story? Following the sensation, doubts arose. Nationwide, City C was not particularly outstanding in terms of population or economic level. The manpower and resources allocated to City C after the apocalypse were also less than those of other major cities. Yet, this miraculous relay station appeared in City C, and not even in the first safe zone, but in the smaller second safe zone. What was so special about that safe zone that it stumbled upon such good fortune that even the central safe zone couldn't? This matter seemed highly suspicious. Post-apocalyptic communication networks were severely damaged. Currently, only basic voice calls and telegrams are supported between the various safe zones. Sending pictures and videos is impossible. There have been instances of safe zone administrators concealing or falsifying information to enhance their own achievements. Therefore, after initial surprise at the information reported by the second safe zone in City C, most leaders of the central safe zone held reservations. However, the possibility of its veracity could not be completely ruled out. A thorough investigation was necessary before making any pronouncements. The central safe zone held remote discussions with the other major safe zones. The day after receiving the news, a special investigation team was dispatched to the second safe zone in City C to conduct an on-site investigation of the post-station situation. However, before the investigators arrived, another disturbance arose in Safe Zone 2. The problem was the same old one, the increasingly intelligent and bandit-like animals that had mutated. Before the arrival of the rest stop, the survivors in Safe Zone 2 struggled. Resources were scarce, and even the strongest survivors had to tighten their belts. Being robbed by animals only compounded their difficulties. Therefore, survivors mostly operated in teams to avoid conflict with the animals. If unavoidable, they would fight to the death. In the end, the animals didn't gain much of an advantage. But after the rest stop appeared, the situation changed. By killing zombies and mining crystal cores to exchange for supplies, the survivors had hope. Their emotions were less tense, and their attitude towards the animals softened. Sometimes, when robbed by animals, most people won't be overly protective of their belongings unless it's too outrageous. Some might even be inclined to pay off food to avoid further trouble, figuring they can always fight zombies and buy more. So why waste their time? Humans may see this concession as an act of kindness, but animals see it differently. Animal groups that rob humans are often untamed and wild. They can't understand human psychology. They see their loot as spoils and believe humans are only yielding out of fear. The more they rob, the more arrogant they become, escalating their robberies. And human concessions, of course, are not endless. Who would yield a third time? Being taken advantage of won't survive in a post-apocalyptic world. The animals became increasingly outrageous, and the survivors naturally retaliated. What began as small-scale conflicts escalated rapidly over several days. Having tasted the benefits of violence, the animals' methods gradually became more brutal. Previously, they only stole and didn't harm people, but they grew increasingly unrestrained. One midday, a large-scale human-animal conflict erupted outside the second safe zone. More than 300 survivors were drawn into the battle, nearly a quarter of whom were superhumans. Thousands of animals joined the fray, ranging from large animals like monkeys, wild boars, and wild dogs to smaller ones like rabbits, mice, and hedgehogs, a massive force resembling a beast horde. There are never any clear winners in war, and this human-animal conflict was no exception. By evening, when the battle finally ended, the number of dead and wounded survivors had exceeded 100, and the animals had suffered nearly half their losses. The survivors fled in panic. After that, the animals were completely at odds with humans. Previously, robbers were selective in their targets, avoiding large groups or those without supplies. Now, however, they're indiscriminate, attacking anyone they encounter. Their aim no longer food, but injury or even death. Humans are no longer lenient towards animals. Many have even developed a hatred for all animals, wanting to exterminate any they encounter. The conflict between humans and animals didn't originally concern Sang Kankan much. She wasn't on either side, whether she encountered humans or animals, as long as she continuously used her special ability, Both would treat her as one of their own and wouldn't harbor hostility. After selecting a supplier, Sang Kankan stayed outside the second safe zone for a while, observing. Seeing the post station operating smoothly, she prepared to leave. Although she wasn't in a rush to complete missions, she still wanted to explore the world. Staying in one safe zone for too long would get boring. As long as she had enough strength to protect herself, traveling through the post-apocalyptic world seemed like a good option. At least, she wouldn't have to worry about traffic jams or jostling through crowds of people. At most, she might encounter mountains of corpses, zombies, which she could use for practice. Sang Kankan didn't lack crystal cores for upgrades. Her level was about to break through to level 4. But simply leveling up wasn't very useful. She still needed to improve her strength through continuous combat. Before, she was always busy trading and completing missions, but now she had more free time and could focus on practicing. She didn't need to explain her whereabouts to anyone. As before, Sang Kankan planned to set off at night, but the day before her departure, something happened. It was Guzzi who was in trouble. These past few days, the dog had become increasingly familiar with the gray dog and its pack of animals. Every morning it would disappear to play with them, returning only close to dinner time. But this day, it was already dark, and the dog still hadn't come back. The dog had now reached level 3, a majestic large dog, safe from ordinary zombies or mutated plants and animals. Sang Kankan hadn't been too worried about it, but its continued absence made her impatient. She went out to look for it herself. She went straight to the gray dog's house by the mountain. As soon as she approached the door, she smelled a strong stench of blood. Inside, she found several large pools of blood splattered in the yard, and 2 dead animals lying in the blood, a wild cat and a squirrel. Sang Kankan recognized them. The cat had eaten her canned food, and the squirrel had bought things from her. They used to be wary of her, but recently, because of her special abilities, they become more affectionate, sometimes even letting her pet them. But now, they were all cold corpses, their heads smashed open by brute force, presumably to extract the crystal core. The cat's ears and the squirrel's tail had also been cut off and taken away. Sang Kankan searched the vicinity, but the Samoyed and the gray dog weren't there. The smell of blood lingered in the grass behind the house, spreading up the mountain. Following the scent, Sang Kankan found several more animal carcasses along the way. Finally, she found the 2 dogs under a large pine tree halfway up the mountain. Both dogs were injured. The Samoyed's fluffy white fur was mostly stained red with blood, but the gray dog was more badly injured, lying on the ground, barely alive, seemingly too weak even to whimper. Seeing Sang Kankan approach, the Samoyed let out 2 soft howls, its wet eyes looking at her pitifully. "Wah, you 2-legged creature, you finally come looking for the dog. Please save it, it's dying." Sang Kankan couldn't understand its cries, but she knew the big gray dog was in critical condition. She immediately knelt down to examine its wounds. From its back to its abdomen, the big gray dog was covered in wounds. Judging from the size and shape of the wounds, they were likely caused by a superpowered individual's abilities. Moreover, the individual's level wasn't very high, they hadn't been able to kill it instantly, and each cut was like a slow, agonizing death. "Woof woof," the dog urged from the side. "2-legged creature, please save it." But Sang Kankan wasn't a veterinarian. How could she know how to treat a dog's wounds? She could only give the big gray dog a human hemostatic and pain-relieving pill, shave the fur around the wounds, sprinkle Yunnan Baiyao, a traditional Chinese medicine, and then bandage the wounds with gauze. The big gray dog was covered in wounds. After some treatment, Sang Kankan shaved off all its fur, leaving it bald. It didn't struggle. Partly because it was too weak to struggle, and partly because it had become familiar with Sang Kankan's scent over the past few days, and no longer felt repelled even without her special abilities. After treating its wounds, Sang Kankan gave the big gray dog some water and canned meat to replenish its strength. She let the Samoyed lick the food first before feeding it, otherwise the system wouldn't allow her to be so extravagant. After feeding it, the big gray dog's breathing seemed a little more steady and strong, and it laid down and fell asleep. Hopefully, the human's healing method would work for it. Sang Kankan then turned her attention to her own dog. The Samoyed's injuries weren't as severe as the big gray dog's, but it also had several wounds on its back, each nearly a finger's length. So Sang Kankan picked up the razor again and shaved most of the dog's back bald before treating its wounds. Animals can distinguish between beauty and ugliness too, and this dog was especially vain. Knowing it didn't look good, it was listless, its ears drooping and tail slumped as it lay on the ground, occasionally letting out a worried howl towards the big gray dog. "Awoo! Don't die!" If you die, there won't be any dogs to play with me. Awoo. The two-legged creature is very powerful. She can definitely save you. Awoo. When you get better, we go find the bad guys and get revenge together. Sang Kankan couldn't understand the dog's barks, but based on the animal carcasses she saw on the road, she had a vague guess about why they were injured. She cared for the two dogs under the big pine tree all night. The next day, when the inn opened, she watched the surveillance footage and gleaned information from conversations among passers-by, confirming her guess. The animals were becoming increasingly ferocious, and the loss of life and property to the survivors was worsening day by day. This could no longer be ignored. After discussion, the Safe Zone issued a collective mission to all survivors to hunt the mutated animals in the surrounding area. All survivors can participate in this group mission. The reward, besides the crystal cores from the hunted animals, includes an additional crystal core from the Safe Zone based on the number and level of the hunted animals. The cat's ears and squirrel's tails are cut off, presumably for statistical purposes. This means hunting one animal yields 2 crystal cores, much more profitable than fighting zombies. More survivors are participating in this group mission than ever before. Not only are animals near the Safe Zone being hunted, but even the large greyhounds hiding further away in the mountains haven't escaped. Sang Kankan hadn't expected things to escalate so quickly. Chapter 36. The big gray dog, being a mutated animal, possessed remarkable regenerative abilities. By the next day, it was much better, able to slightly lift its front legs and even manage a few whimpers. The Samoyed, with less severe injuries, recovered even faster. By the next day, it could run freely, but as soon as it started running, it felt a chill down its back, realizing its fur had been shaved off, leaving it bald. It immediately became listless, lying sadly at Sang Kankan's feet and whimpering, looking utterly pitiful. Sang Kankan didn't have any fur growth cream or anything like that, so she could only let it remain bald for now. Mutated animals grow quickly, and its fur should regrow soon. For the next 2 days, groups of survivors continued to hunt animals in the surrounding area. The occasional howls of animals could be heard even from deep within the mountains. Fortunately, those people didn't venture into the depths of the mountains and didn't find them. Once the big gray dog's condition stabilized, Sang Kankan went down the mountain alone and surveyed the surrounding area. Previously, she could easily encounter many animals while wandering around, but now she could hardly see a single living one. The only people she saw on the road were humans. She was still wearing her rabbit mascot costume, and occasionally people would approach her to say hello. At these times, she could only use her supernatural abilities to lower their guard and then gesture to appease them. Were all those animals killed? Sang Kankan thought it was impossible. After circling around, she turned back and continued deeper into the forest in the opposite direction from the safe zone. Finally, she found the surviving animals in a valley several miles away. The quiet valley was filled with animals, some of whom were the companions of the big gray dog. Many of them had come out of Fuel Village with it, and Sang Kankan roughly counted them. About a third remained, led by 2 large water buffaloes, hiding in the valley. They all looked quite disheveled. It wasn't just them that fled into the valley, dozens, even hundreds, of other animals, including the large monkey and its soldier from before. The closer to the safe zone, the more thoroughly the animals were hunted. Few managed to escape, and most were wounded. Even the fearless, bandit-like large monkey had lost an eye to a superhuman, looking both ferocious and pitiful. Judging from this, the second safe zone's collective animal hunting mission seemed quite successful. The surrounding threats had been largely eliminated, and the remaining animals had fled far away, no longer a threat for the time being. Sang Kankan's feelings were complicated. From a human perspective, she could understand the safe zone's purpose in carrying out this collective mission. The animals had indeed posed a significant threat to the survivors in the safe zone. 2 tigers cannot share one mountain, and eliminating the threat was normal. But seeing these wounded animals, including her own dog, she felt pity for them. Animals rob humans simply out of the instinct to survive. Their actions shouldn't be judged by human moral standards. If they're wrong, it's because they lack the strength. The system even promised to help her become the world's strongest, but with her fickle stance, she shouldn't even dream about it. 3 days later, the big gray dog could finally walk. Sang Kankan took it to its companions in the valley, where it received a warm welcome. The big gray dog was already quite calm, a stark contrast to the playful Samoyed. After this ordeal, it seemed even more serene, spending its days lying around, lost in thought. Occasionally, when Sang Kankan met its gaze, she even felt that its calmness concealed a hidden, suppressed anger. Could it be seeking revenge on humans? Sang Kankan thought it was quite possible. The greyhound's intelligence was no less than a human's. This time, it had suffered an undeserved misfortune, so it was normal for it to harbor resentment. She wouldn't stop it, even though after several days of caring for it, the greyhound had become very affectionate towards her. She had no right to interfere. Sang Kankan stayed in the valley for a few days, taking the opportunity to demonstrate the process of exchanging food with crystal cores to the animals multiple times. Looking at these wounded animals, she suddenly had an idea. Perhaps her third shop could open, specifically to provide services for animals. The animals were territorial, and most didn't like living in groups. After hiding in the valley for a few days, feeling that the danger outside had lessened, they left in 2s and 3s to find new territories. In the end, only the greyhound and the water buffaloes group remained. They had all come from Fuel Village together and had learned to stick together, showing a sense of group action. Below the valley lay a flat area of about 3 or 4 acres. After the animals left, a patch of land became available. Sang Kankan confirmed the coordinates with the system and prepared to place the third branch of the inn. Before placing it, she specifically asked the system, can it be set to be accessible only to animals? Ideally, its appearance should also be user-friendly for them. The system replied, yes. After a flash of blue light, a brand new building appeared below the valley. The animals, thinking a giant monster had arrived, reacted even more violently than humans, scattering in panic. Some flew into the air, some ran into the forest, and some jumped into trees, a chaotic scene. However, the animals weren't as suspicious as humans. They cautiously observed from a distance for a while, and finding that the giant monster seemed immobile and posed no threat, some of the bolder animals cautiously approached the inn. The appearance of the third inn differed significantly from the previous two. Being for the animals, it didn't resemble a house but rather a small mountain, with about a dozen caves lining the surrounding cliffs, the entrances to the inn. Sang Kankan first listed several items in the system, then led the animals in a demonstration, choosing the lowest cave and leading 2 dogs inside. A sparrow curiously followed, flying in, followed by a gray rabbit hopping along. The other animals peered out from the cave. Blue lights flickered on the sides of the cave, and blue chandeliers hung from the ceiling, providing bright illumination. The caves were interconnected, converging at the center. One could return the same way or exit through another. There was no complex, crisscrossing structure. Everything was in straight lines, ensuring even the deer wouldn't get lost. Many smaller caves, only a few centimeters deep, were distributed along the walls on either side of the main cave. These smaller caves served as the shelves in the cabinets of the other inns. To make it easier for animals to use, these small caves are all low to the ground, with the furthest one less than a meter above the ground. There are also many footholds on the cave walls, allowing even short-legged, small animals to easily climb to their desired compartment. Like the previous 2 inns, each small cave compartment is protected by a transparent shield. When a crystal core approaches, a hole opens in the shield, swallowing the core and then regurgitating the item. Sang Kankan found a small cave filled with water, and discovered that the system had also made changes to the details of the items. Previously, the water sold to humans was bottled or barreled, and Sang Kankan assumed the form was fixed. However, she discovered that the water at station number 3 was all in bags. Bags isn't entirely accurate, it's just water wrapped in a thin, tough, transparent film. Once the film is punctured, the water flows out automatically, saving the animals the trouble of learning to open bottles. Looking at other goods, the food packaging is as simple as possible. Even canned food has abandoned the box, wrapped only in a thin film. The variety of goods available for animals isn't as extensive as for humans. Aside from water, it's mostly food, and all of it is ready to eat, since they can't cook and don't have other needs for the time being. Since the variety is limited, to cater to animals with poor memories or who can't find their way around, Sang Kankan stocked the same items in every compartment of the cave passage. After walking around the passage, Sang Kankan turned back and used her crystal cores to buy a can of meat for her dog to share with the big gray dog. The big gray dog didn't move its mouth, silently staring at the compartment where Sang Kankan had bought the canned food, seemingly lost in thought. Let it try, Sang Kankan thought, taking out 3 level 1 crystal cores and placing them beside the big gray dog's feet. It hadn't gone out for the past few days due to its injury, and was out of crystal cores. The big gray dog looked up at her, understood her meaning, and even seemed to have learned to apply what it learned. Instead of buying the canned food, it picked up a crystal core, walked to the small cave selling water, dropped the core in, and bought a small bag of water. The water splashed onto the ground, and a sparrow that had followed into the cave curiously approached, chirping and exchanging a few words with the big gray dog before hopping onto the water bag and vigorously poking at the outer membrane. The thin membrane was very tough. The sparrow poked at it more than a dozen times before finally breaking it, splashing water all over it. Whether excited or frightened, it flew up and chirped at the big gray dog for a while before flying back down to drink. The gray rabbit that had followed in was probably very thirsty, and also ran over to grab a few sips of water. Seeing that the big gray dog had successfully bought what it wanted, Sang Kankan felt half relieved. Animals are very good at imitating. Once one learns, the others can learn to buy things from the post station after watching a few more times. The other half of her worry remained. Firstly, the currently listed goods were all for humans, and she wasn't sure if they would attract animals. Secondly, the animals didn't understand human writing, so there was no way to give them any customer instructions, and she feared they wouldn't follow the rules. Sang Kankan also discovered another problem. The passageways into the post station were mostly only about 2 meters high and 1 meter wide, making it impossible for larger animals to enter, such as the 2 large water buffaloes. The water buffalo's gentle nature was fine, but if a few more temperamental animals came and couldn't get in, they might damage the inn or take their anger out on other animals. However, the inn's defenses were extremely strong. Human abilities and weapons couldn't harm it, and animals would likely be the same. As for the customer disputes, Sang Kankan couldn't do anything about it, since fighting was strictly prohibited inside the inn, and the system would automatically expel anyone who started a fight. The basic inn was only open for 3 hours a day, so Sang Kankan kept showing the other animals how to handle the situation with her 2 dogs. At first, only a few small animals followed, but the number gradually increased, and by the 3rd day, about 20 animals were watching. Upon noticing that animals were starting to spontaneously purchase items from the inn, Sang Kankan stopped demonstrating. These animals already knew they could exchange crystal cores for food from Sang Kankan. This was simply a different method, buying directly from the inn, and they adapted very quickly. The animals outside would likely find it more difficult to accept the inn, but given more time to imitate, those who wanted to learn would naturally succeed. Sang Kankan's initial intention in establishing this inn was simple. With food almost impossible to find outside, the animals' only options for survival were likely to either rob humans or kill each other. Mutant animals are no less intelligent than humans, and many possess emotions similar to humans. Sang Kankan wanted to give them another choice. Whether the animals could accept it was beyond her control, and the potential consequences in the distant future were a matter for later consideration. Opening a 3rd inn also brought her significant immediate benefits. She had fulfilled the conditions for the inn upgrade quest, allowing her to upgrade the inn and receiving a free upgrade and a free lottery draw as rewards. Upgrading the inn wasn't in a rush. With some free time, Sang Kankan went into the mountains for a bath, washing herself thoroughly before preparing for the lottery. This time, she chased the dog away to prevent it from causing trouble again. The lottery was currently her only way to obtain special items. She wasn't hoping for anything extraordinary. Something useful, like the corpse control technique from last time, would be fine. She opened the glittering lottery page in the system shop and confirmed she was using her free draw. Draw now? Selecting yes, Sang Kankan silently counted to 7 in her mind, then stopped. The pointer slowly stopped, revealing the true form of the square it was pointing to. This time, she had drawn a silver capsule-shaped item. The system promptly provided a notification. Congratulations, host, you have drawn a special item, the all-powerful translator. Chapter 37. Sang Kankan took out the newly drawn item, examining it from left to right. System, you said this thing is an all-powerful translator? Isn't this just a capsule? It felt soft to the touch, just like a regular capsule. The system explained. The all-powerful translator comes from a highly advanced technological plane of mechanical civilization. Its main body is a set of nanoscale robots that operate in the brains or equivalent functional organs of intelligent beings and agents. It can translate any language information received by the intelligent being or agent into its own language in real time, and can also convert the language information it sends out into the target's language. Sang Kankan pressed her temples. Speak human language. The host will know how to use it after swallowing the capsule. Swallow? Swallow where? Sang Kankan picked up the silver capsule and put it directly into her mouth. Unlike the crystal core, which automatically decomposes into energy, this capsule went straight through her jawbone and fell to the ground with a thud. The system remained silent, and Sang Kankan sensed its frustration. But who could she blame? It certainly wasn't her fault. She picked up the capsule, and after a dozen seconds, the system spoke again. Please open the capsule and use other methods to swallow it, ensuring the contents enter the brain. Ensure it enters the brain? How could she ensure that? For a moment, Sang Kankan didn't know what she was thinking. Perhaps it was just a momentary lapse of judgment. Instinctively, she ripped off her head, turned it upside down, and poured the contents of the capsule into the hole under her chin. She gently shook it a couple of times to make sure everything was inside her skull before straightening her head and putting it back on her neck. The whole process was incredibly smooth, so smooth that Sang Kankan herself didn't even realize something was wrong. When she finally realized what she had just done, she nearly jumped up in shock. She had just removed her own head and then put it back in? Sang Kankan had long known she was different from ordinary zombies. Ignoring the biggest difference, being conscious, other zombies couldn't just walk around like her, a mere skeleton. They need some decaying flesh to prevent themselves from falling apart. Moreover, unless they were among the very few zombies with regenerative abilities, other zombies, after losing limbs, couldn't simply reattach them like she did. Once severed, they were gone. In any case, she was an anomaly among zombies, and the higher her level, the more obvious her anomaly became. Sang Kankan didn't know the limits of her body. She was usually very careful, avoiding bumps and knocks whenever possible, and avoiding brute force whenever possible. She never expected that this time, in a moment of madness, she would casually remove her head. Sang Kankan gently twisted her neck, the joints rubbing together with a crisp sound. The reattached head connected tightly to her neck, without any looseness, and she felt no discomfort or unease anywhere. Removing her head seemed to have caused her no harm, while a zombie would completely lose its mobility after losing its head, equivalent to death. Sang Kankan quickly summoned the system. System, what am I now? Am I not a zombie? You are a zombie, but not entirely. The host currently exists in a state of consciousness. The zombie body is merely a vessel for the host's consciousness. The host can level up using zombie methods, enhancing physical strength and improving abilities, but the host is not limited by the zombie body. The host's consciousness is concentrated in the brain. Any damage to the limbs will not cause fundamental harm to the host, and can repair itself. So, she only removed her head, not destroyed it, and it's considered self-reparable damage. She seems quite powerful. Wait a minute, Sang Kankan noticed another sentence from the system. You said the zombie body is just a vessel for my consciousness, so can I change the vessel for my consciousness, like into a human body? If there's a suitable vessel and enough energy, it is indeed possible to change. Sang Kankan complained, why didn't you tell me something so important sooner? Before she could even feel happy, the system poured cold water on her enthusiasm, because the conditions are extremely stringent. The vessel for the change must be unclaimed, meaning it lacks its own consciousness. Otherwise, stealing a body already in use is tantamount to murder. Furthermore, if the host wants to change into a human body, the change must be done while the body is still active. Otherwise, what you get is just a corpse. Moreover, if the consciousness and body are incompatible, a rejection reaction will occur, leading to a failed change, and possibly even a collapse of consciousness. This condition is indeed very stringent, probably only met by patients who have just suffered brain death. It's extremely rare. And a collapse of consciousness is even more terrifying. Sang Kankan asked again, how much energy is needed to change bodies? Changing a human body requires approximately 1 billion level 1 crystal cores. Hearing this number, Sang Kankan immediately lost her mind. The difficulty was too great. Plucking stars from the sky would probably be easier. Her current daily income from her 3 stations combined was only tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of crystal cores, and the calculation couldn't be done that way, because crystal cores weren't inexhaustible. To obtain 1 billion level 1 crystal cores was equivalent to fighting 1 billion level 1 zombies. There are only 8 billion people in the world, that's 1/8 of them. Although the energy contained in the crystal core increases tenfold or even 100-fold after a zombie's level increases, there is energy lost during the upgrade process. Based on Sang Kankan's own experience, she absorbed about 20 level 1 crystal cores to upgrade from level 1 to level 2, losing almost half her energy. The loss rate would increase further with each upgrade. In other words, for every level 2 zombie in the world, there are roughly 20 fewer level 1 zombies, resulting in a decrease in the total energy. Even including plant and animal crystal cores, spending 1 billion crystal cores to replace a potentially incompatible body is still a very uneconomical deal, and unnecessary. Sang Kankan immediately abandoned the idea of changing bodies, and focused her attention back on the newly acquired omnipotent translator. After the contents of the capsule entered her brain, Sang Kankan didn't feel any difference in her body. However, the translator's function should only be revealed during communication with other beings. She needed to find a communication partner first. Sang Kankan put away the bathwater and tub, put her bunny costume back on, and walked out of the woods. She found the dog digging in the ground near the entrance of the valley inn. "What are you doing?" Sang Kankan tried to ask the dog. Zombies have no vocal cords and can't speak clearly, but Sang Kankan clearly heard a series of woofing barks coming from her mouth, and the dog obviously heard them too. The dog jumped up in fright, put its two front paws on her stomach, and barked incessantly. "Woof! You two-legged creature, how can you speak dog language? Say a few more words for the dog to hear." The dog's barking reached Sang Kankan's ears, and she understood the dog perfectly. "Woof woof. I asked what you were doing." "Woof woof. I was digging for treasure. Big Gray said there was treasure here." "Woof woof. Where did Big Gray go?" "Woof woof. Going out to fight zombies. Big Gray is so nice, only leaving the treasure for the dog to dig." "That silly dog, Big Gray just thought you were in the way, he tricked you into leaving it." She didn't know why other animals became more and more cunning after mutation, but her dog was so innocent. Next, Sang Kankan tried out her newly acquired translator with various other animals, figuring out its usage and limitations. This translator was indeed all-powerful, able to translate the language of every animal in real time. Even if a group of various animals were chattering and croaking in her ear at the same time, she could understand the meaning of each animal without any problems. However, there was still a slight limitation in terms of her own vocalizations. The translator can translate Sang Kankan's spoken words into the target language and produce sound, but it can only translate one language at a time. If Sang Kankan wants to talk to a dog, it will bark. If she wants to talk to a cat, it will meow. It cannot meow and bark simultaneously. When she wants to talk to a group of different kinds of animals at the same time, it will speak its most comfortable language, that is, human language. Even with these limitations, the translator is a godsend for Sang Kankan. She was worried about not being able to communicate with the animals and tell them the precautions for using the post station. Now, she can finally explain them in detail. Furthermore, she could now speak when encountering other survivors outside. Before, neither showing her face nor speaking made her a prime suspect. Taking advantage of the opportunity to familiarize herself with the translator, Sang Kankan demonstrated the use of the rest stop to several docile and friendly animals. She then discovered that the animals had quite a few complaints about the rest stop. A mutated Brazilian tortoise complained that the passageway was too long and tiring to climb. It was too lazy to climb. A large orange cat asked why she didn't sell dried fish, saying it was unfair and discriminatory towards kittens. A crow asked why it couldn't pry off the shiny light above the passageway. It wanted to take it back to its nest as decoration. A large water buffalo also mooed at her. "Could you make the entrance a little bigger?" "I, the old buffalo, also want to go in and take a look." The animals' requests were amusing, but fulfilling them all was impossible. Sang Kankan simply let them go in one ear and out the other, only listening to those that were of interest, especially those concerning the types of goods. The orange tabby cat wanted dried fish. She didn't have any dried fish for cats, only spicy hairy fish snacks for humans. She hadn't listed them before because she thought no one would waste their precious crystal cores on them, but now she could. However, the hairy fish was high in salt, oil, and various additives. Would it be bad for the cat? Sang Kankan was pondering this when the system suddenly spoke. "It is recommended that the host upgrade the station before listing new goods." "Is there anything different?" Sang Kankan asked. "An intermediate level station has more functions than a basic level station. The host can explore them on their own." "Explore them if you want." She still had one free upgrade left to use. It was still daytime, and upgrading the 2 human rest stops would be too noisy, so Sang Kankan used her free upgrade opportunity on rest stop number 3. Another flash of blue light appeared, this time shorter than when the rest stop first appeared. When the light disappeared, the hill-shaped rest stop at the foot of the valley was noticeably larger, its height and width increasing by almost half. Seeing the blue light a second time, the animals weren't as alarmed. Only a few particularly timid animals ran away in surprise, quickly gathering back to watch the spectacle. Sang Kankan opened the rest stop management interface in the system shop, gaining a clearer understanding of the changes after the upgrade. First, the number of item slots had increased. Each item slot in a rest stop can only hold one type of item. The number of slots directly affects the variety of items that can be listed. The basic rest stop has 4 rows of cabinets. Each cabinet has 5 shelves, and each shelf has 20 slots, totaling 400 item slots. A maximum of 400 different items can be listed simultaneously, and duplicate listings are also possible. While the animal-themed shop number 3 doesn't use cabinets, but rather a cave-like layout, it still has a total of 400 scattered compartments. Upgrading to intermediate level increases the number of compartments to 600, allowing for a maximum of 600 different items to be listed simultaneously. The shop's opening hours also double. The basic shop is open for 3 hours a day, while the intermediate shop is open for 6 hours. More importantly, the intermediate shop introduces a modify option when listing items. Sang Kankan tried out this modify function with the new fluffy fish she was preparing to list. Items at the intermediate shop can be modified in several ways. For example, packaging can be changed to boxes, bags, bottles, or even no packaging. The net weight of the item can also be adjusted. You can set a serving of fluffy fish to 5g, 10g, or 50g. The shape of the item can also be changed, either customizable or randomized, ensuring that each serving of fluffy fish sold is no longer the same. Furthermore, some additives besides the main ingredient can be modified. For example, the main ingredient of hairy fish is dried small fish, and the amount of oil, salt, flavoring agents, and spiciness agents can be adjusted, or even removed entirely. This perfectly meets her needs. Chapter 38. While still feeling the excitement of the recent upgrade, Sang Kankan revamped most of the goods at the number 3 in one go. This mainly involved removing cumbersome packaging that was inconvenient for animals, and reducing or eliminating various additives in human food that might harm them. She also adjusted the portion sizes, making most food portions exactly one level 1 crystal core per serving, even if it was a little less, as long as it was convenient to buy. The animals hadn't formally studied math, they were basically illiterate. You could count from 1 to 9, and some had poor memories. If they needed to repeatedly add crystal cores, they might forget how. Since portion sizes couldn't be adjusted, she changed the price tags from text to illustrations. She drew the number of crystal cores needed, reducing errors by making them easy to add. Doing business is about constantly refining details based on customer needs. When night fell, Sang Kankan spent another 10,000 level 1 crystal cores to upgrade the first and second stores of the post station to intermediate level. She also stayed up all night to readjust the product categories and modify some items. The first thing she modified was the shape of the steamed buns, changing it to a random pattern. From now on, the steamed buns sold wouldn't all be heart-shaped, but rather a variety of shapes, finally fixing the bug she had inadvertently left behind. Thanks to the efforts of the 2 newly appointed suppliers, the post station had added many new products in recent days, especially the second store. With the support of the entire second safe zone, supplier Hefei could add dozens, even hundreds, of new products every day. The basic and only had 400 inventory slots, so Sang Kankan couldn't possibly stock all the new goods. She selectively chose a few high-demand items, like food and medicine. After upgrading to the intermediate level, the inn had 600 inventory slots. Sang Kankan left 5 slots empty in the outermost row of the outermost cabinet for suppliers, and stocked the remaining 595 slots with goods. Since she could easily select and adjust them with a single click, it wasn't much work. However, while stocking the inn, a problem occurred to her. She had listened to so many animals' opinions about the inn through the translator, but it seemed she hadn't properly listened to the humans' opinions. Even without favoritism, she should at least treat everyone fairly. Showing favoritism was never a good idea. Thinking this through, while revising the inn's customer instructions, Sang Kankan also hung a message board outside both inns 1 and 2, allowing survivors to leave messages. The message board is also part of the inn's exterior design, and can be flexibly adjusted by Sang Kankan. Adding such an interactive facility system requires an additional fee of 100 crystal cores per month, which isn't expensive. Furthermore, she also charges crystal cores for leaving messages at the inn, and it's not cheap. Sang Kankan set each message to cost 10 level 1 crystal cores and be under 100 characters. This setup isn't because Sang Kankan is greedy for crystal cores, but to prevent bored individuals from leaving random messages every day, wasting her time and energy. If someone sincerely wants to offer suggestions for the inn, 10 crystal cores isn't too expensive. So, the next day at dawn, after the safe zone opened, survivors queuing at the inn's entrance immediately noticed the changes. The inn had grown significantly overnight. It was now almost 1.5 times its original size, with increased length, width, and height, and the door was also wider. The customer notice at the inn's entrance displayed 2 revised messages in bold red text. Effective immediately, the inn's opening hours are adjusted to 12 to 1800 hours, 6 hours daily. Effective immediately, the inn will open a message board. Your valuable suggestions for the inn's development are welcome. The change in opening hours was easy to understand. With more and more people coming to buy things every day, 3 hours was no longer enough, and there were often long queues. Opening for 6 hours daily would accommodate more customers, and the queuing pressure should be much less. Everyone was delighted upon seeing this. But what was the message board? The survivors immediately noticed it. On the other side of the inn's entrance, opposite the customer notice, a new 1-meter square whiteboard had appeared. That must be the message board. A line of text appeared on the whiteboard. Leaving a message requires 10 level 1 crystal cores. Please input the crystal cores first, and keep your text under 100 characters. So leaving a message required crystal cores. Most people immediately lost interest upon seeing this. They didn't have any compelling suggestions. 10 crystal cores were enough to buy several kilograms of rice and flour, and they might not even be able to obtain them all day, so why waste them here? However, the official staff of the safe zone, upon seeing the message board, immediately perked up and reported the news upwards. Within 20 minutes of receiving the message, the head of the safe zone rushed over with several subordinates. "Where's the message board? Take me there quickly." The district chief walked to the message board, a group of people crowding around at the back, but none of them came forward. These people all felt a simple sense of ritual. After all, this was their first interaction with the mysterious station, and it should be handled by the person with the highest status in the safe zone. It didn't matter if they lined up later. As he approached the message board, like a cabinet shelf, a hole slightly smaller than a fist appeared. The district chief took a level 2 crystal core from his subordinate and inserted it into the hole. After inserting the crystal core, the hole disappeared, and a 26-key input keyboard appeared on the whiteboard, laid out like a mobile phone keyboard, easy to use at a glance. The district chief typed a few words, then suddenly remembered something and turned to his subordinates behind him. "Can you see what I'm typing?" The subordinates shook their heads. "No, we only see a whiteboard. It even prevents peeping. This message board is quite thoughtful." The district chief was relieved and turned back to continue typing. While thinking and typing, the district chief spent almost half an hour writing on and off, before finally finishing what he wanted to say. Seeing that it was over 1,000 words, he had to start revising from scratch, spending another half hour revising before finally managing to keep it under 100 words. After proofreading his writing 3 times to make sure there were no grammatical errors or typos, the district chief clicked the confirmation button to send the message. Sang Kankan received the message as soon as it was sent and, having some free time, opened it to view it. "Dear Station, at this time of human crisis, thank you for your timely appearance and for relieving the urgent need for supplies in the safe zone. On behalf of all the survivors in the safe zone, I would like to express our highest respect to you. We hope you can take some time out of your busy schedule to consider our suggestions." The first message was nothing but a string of sycophantic platitudes, not a single valuable suggestion. It seemed 10 level 1 crystal cores weren't expensive enough. 100 characters per message was probably a bit too much. Otherwise, why would there be so much nonsense? Sang Kankan thought to herself, and soon received the second and third messages. Finally something substantial. The district head sent over a dozen messages in a row. Except for the first one, which was purely flattery of the inn, each subsequent message raised a question or suggestion. The suggestion was to extend the inn's opening hours or expand its area to increase the number of customers it could accommodate at any one time. This was beyond Sang Kankan's control, so she ignored it. He also requested that several items that had been entered but not yet listed be put on the shelves. Sang Kankan noticed that the list even included firearms and ammunition. His ambitions were quite grand. Of course, the district head knew that the uncontrolled outflow of these weapons could have serious consequences. When mentioning firearms and ammunition, he specifically added that he hoped the inn could grant special purchasing privileges, allowing only a select group of people with the necessary permissions to buy them, preventing others from purchasing them. Sang Kankan didn't want to cause trouble for herself. She could simply refuse to sell. She was already a zombie. Why should she abide by the social rules set by humans? She wasn't doing this out of boredom. The district chief also inquired about the availability of fresh foods such as vegetables and meat. Sang Kankan couldn't solve this problem yet, so she ignored it for the time being. Furthermore, the district chief raised many questions about the post station, such as its true identity, how it was built, why it appeared in their safe zone, whether there was a pattern to its location selection, and when the next one would open. Sang Kankan naturally couldn't answer all these questions, so she ignored them as well. Anyway, she only said that we could leave messages and suggestions for the inn, but didn't promise that the inn would reply. So, after sending more than a dozen messages, the district chief stood in front of the message board for more than 10 minutes, only to find that his messages seemed to have sunk without a trace. The inn didn't give any response. He frowned and muttered to himself, "Why aren't they replying? Could it be that they didn't see my messages?" District chief, His subordinate whispered, "The inn doesn't seem to have said they would reply to you either." The district chief paused, coughed awkwardly. "I know," then said expressionlessly, "Aren't we going to inspect the water supply station today? Don't waste time, go now." After the district chief left, several other survivors gathered around, leaving messages on the message board. Their messages were much more whimsical. At first glance, very few were serious. "Hey Inn, were you created by aliens? Can you sell us some alien stuff to broaden our horizons? Do you have any drugs that can awaken superpowers? I buy them no matter the price. How about some high-tech weapons, the kind that can wipe out a whole horde of zombies with one shot? And can you sell UFOs? Spaceships are fine too. Please, let me go to space. I don't want to stay in this damn apocalypse for even a day longer. Are you hiring? Someone who can do manual labor, fight zombies, and eat a lot. And why are you blue? I don't like blue. Gold would be much more impressive. And the dome shape is so ugly, you have no sense of aesthetics at all. Can you please change it? Why can't I post pictures in the comments? I give you some for reference." Sang Kankan mostly treated these comments as amusement. With crystal cores coming in and entertainment to enjoy, she wasn't losing out. After upgrading the inn, Sang Kankan stayed for 2 more days, showing the animals at inn number 3 how to use it. Now she was preparing to leave. Although not many animals were yet proficient at buying things from the inn, learning new things takes time, so she let them familiarize themselves with it. She had done all she could. To avoid a repeat of leaving with a bunch of tails, before leaving, Sang Kankan specifically sought out a few of the more respected animals, including the big gray dog and the water buffalo, and told them her plans. "I'm leaving tonight. Don't follow me anymore. Stay and live well. With the inn, you shouldn't go hungry. Avoid conflicts with humans. You can't possibly win against so many." The water buffalo had no objections, and mooed to indicate it understood. The big gray dog, however, seemed a little reluctant, its voice lower than before. "Do you really have to leave? Isn't it good here? It's not that it's bad, but I don't want to stay in one place all the time. I want to see more places." The big gray dog looked at her earnestly. "It's dangerous outside." "I know, I'm not afraid of danger, and I'm quite a fighter." The big gray dog rubbed against her leg. "Can I come with you? You want to come with me? Aren't you going to leave your companions?" This time, the big gray dog didn't say anything. It liked Sang Kankan very much, but it liked its animal companions, with whom it had fought side by side, even more. That evening, when Sang Kankan was preparing to leave, the Samoyed was still lying on the ground, acting spoiled, and wouldn't be pulled up. It didn't want to leave either. "Why don't you stay here and keep Big Gray and the others company?" Sang Kankan said this very seriously. Over the past few days, she had come to regard the dog as an inseparable companion. But a dog is, after all, a dog, and she was a zombie. There was still a barrier between different species. Perhaps it preferred to be with other animals. It had been having an incredibly happy time these past few days. Even after its back fur was shaved bald, it was only depressed for less than a day. But upon hearing her words, the dog suddenly jumped up from the ground, its fluffy tail curling around her leg. "Woof. Fine, I'm leaving, you won't abandon me." And so, the two of them set off on their journey again late at night. The day after Sang Kankan left, 2 major events occurred in the second safe zone of City C. First, a group of survivors from the city arrived in their safe zone, bringing news of the Sang family in number 1. Secondly, contact was received from the first safe zone that an investigation team from the central safe zone had arrived, and was about to proceed to the second safe zone to conduct an on-site investigation of the post station. Within the second safe zone, the survivors had been discussing the post station for days. Even ordinary people who had never left the safe zone since entering were very familiar with it. On the north side of the safe zone, a group of ordinary people were busy distributing mortar to construction workers repairing the protective wall. With electricity unavailable and diesel and gasoline scarce, many tasks that could previously be done by machines now required manual labor. This conveniently provided jobs for ordinary people who lack superpowers and the ability or courage to go out and fight zombies. Even though distributing mortar all day only resulted in 2 meals a day, lunch and dinner, and both consisted of porridge, with no other compensation, they worked very hard. What else could they do? They needed to eat to survive, and even these jobs were highly sought after by many others. At lunchtime, the foreman brought over 2 large, sealed iron barrels, shouting, "Lunchtime! Everyone grab your bowls. 1 bowl of mixed grain porridge per person, and half a steamed bun for everyone today." So everyone immediately stopped working, grabbed their bowls, and went to collect their food. After receiving their food, they gathered in twos and threes, eating and chatting idly. They had a 1-hour break every day at noon, allowing them to eat at their leisure. A woman in her 50s took a bite of a steamed bun, squinted, chewed, and said to those around her, "This tastes familiar, it must be from the post station." This woman was always one to boast, and everyone else knew what she was going to say next, so they didn't bother to respond. Only one elderly woman who had just arrived that day chimed in, "How did you know?" The woman immediately perked up, "Of course I know. My family eats them every day. My daughter buys them from that post station. They're big, white, and soft. One is enough to fill you up. My daughter's an Esper. She's really capable. She just goes out and fights zombies every day, and that's enough for the whole family's food for the day." Someone nearby rolled their eyes. "If your daughter's so amazing, why do you still need to work in the mortar? Just let her take care of her. What do you know?" The woman glared at him. "I'm just trying to lighten my daughter's burden. She's got hands and feet. Why should she have to take care of her? She's not bedridden." Her words made sense, so the others stopped arguing and shifted the conversation to the inn. "What's the story behind this inn? So many people go there to buy things every day. Doesn't it ever run out? I heard we haven't seen a single staff member. Aren't they afraid of being robbed? If they can't be robbed, the inn will catch the thieves themselves." "That's amazing. The full name is something like Sang Family Inn, right? Is it owned by someone surnamed Sang? Does anyone know someone surnamed Sang? Go ask them, maybe they're relatives." In the corner, a woman who had been burying her head in her porridge suddenly looked up, revealing her face covered in knife and burned scars. "What did you just say? What's the full name of the inn?" The person who had spoken earlier was puzzled. "Sang Family Inn, huh? What's wrong?" "Sang Family Inn." The woman murmured the name silently, not even noticing that her bowl had tilted and the porridge had spilled. Her throat seemed to be injured as well. Her voice was hoarse and unpleasant, like that of a 70 or 80-year-old woman. The old man sitting next to her seemed to understand something. "Little Zhang, you must have misheard. It's Sang, not Zhang. She doesn't have the same surname as you." The woman still looked distracted until hot porridge dripped onto her foot and burned her. Only then did she finally come to her senses and hurriedly scoop up the spilled porridge and eat it. Only one bowl of porridge could be served per meal, and spilled porridge couldn't be replaced. Seeing her like this, the others stopped talking to her and returned to the topic of the inn. The newly arrived old woman didn't recognize her and whispered to the person next to her, "What happened to that girl? Her face is all disfigured." The person asked sighed and replied softly, "She offended a superhuman and was punished. She's just unlucky." Chapter 39. The disfigured woman was Zhang Xiao, Sang Kankan's former roommate, and the culprit who caused her to be bitten by a zombie. However, Zhang Xiao is now completely different. Before, Zhang Xiao loved fashion and designer brands. Even though her monthly allowance was meager, she would save her food money to buy pretty designer dresses. Now, however, she wears a drab men's work uniform. Because she does manual labor on construction sites every day, her trousers and cuffs are worn through, and her body is covered in cement slurry. There's simply no extra water for her to wash. Before, Zhang Xiao had long, shiny black hair, which she meticulously maintained every morning and evening. Now, her hair has been cut short to shoulder length, unevenly, like a dog chewed it, with no style whatsoever. Before, Zhang Xiao cared most about her face. She bought countless skincare and makeup products, transforming herself into a pretty girl with suitors both on and off campus. Now her face is covered in ugly scars, almost no unblemished area, enough to frighten a child to tears. Zhang Xiao used to be very flamboyant, always eager to show off among her classmates, and the most active in spreading gossip. Now, she sits in the corner, trying not to make a sound even when drinking her porridge, always keeping her head down, not wanting to be noticed. But hearing the inn's full name, Sang Family Inn, still startled Zhang Xiao. She thought of Sang Kankan, whom she had killed, and a wave of emotions welled up inside her, a mix of sadness, regret, and terror. Could this inn be owned by Sang Kankan's family? If this person has such power, and knows that Sang Kankan was killed by her, will they seek revenge? Zhang Xiao vaguely remembered Sang Kankan mentioning her family before. Her relationship with them was poor, practically like enemies. Even if it were such a coincidence, they probably wouldn't stand up for her. But Zhang Xiao's emotions still wouldn't dissipate. Thinking of Sang Kankan, she also thought of her other roommate Lin Yu. The three of them had escaped from the dormitory together. Sang Kankan was dead, Lin Yu's whereabouts were unknown, and she herself was living a life worse than death. It's retribution, isn't it? She's definitely getting her comeuppance. Zhang Xiao had thought this more than once these past few days. Only a few months into the apocalypse, she had already experienced much pain she had never felt in her previous 20-odd years, and understood many truths she had never grasped in her previous 20-odd years. She truly regretted it to the point of despair. If she hadn't pulled Sang Kankan back in the panic, if she hadn't killed Sang Kankan, if she hadn't separated from Lin Yu, if the three of them were still together, they certainly wouldn't have stood by and watched her fall into this predicament. Zhang Xiao used to look down on Sang Kankan and Lin Yu, thinking they were a bit foolish, probably spoiled by their studies, and didn't know how to dress themselves properly or utilize their natural advantages. Just two plain, silly girls. She often argued with them in the dorm, constantly making sarcastic remarks, as if winning the argument would prove she was right. But now, Zhang Xiao has slowly come to understand that the reason she was so unrestrained in front of Sang Kankan and Lin Yu back then was because she knew they were innocent and kind, and that they had their own moral bottom line. She knew that even if they argued fiercely, they wouldn't really hurt her, at least not through malicious means. If she hadn't harmed Sang Kankan first, even with the hardships of their escape, they probably wouldn't have abandoned her. But leaving that ivory tower, the other people she met in the apocalypse were completely different. Everyone had their own selfish motives, capable of trampling on others without hesitation for their own gain. Even her boyfriend, Wei Xinghua, whom she had always trusted and relied on, betrayed her in the end. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiao clenched her teeth in resentment, accidentally aggravating the still healing wound on her face, causing her to quickly release her grip. Thankfully, there was no bleeding. Now, regret or hatred were meaningless. This was probably how her life would be. Several middle-aged women nearby were discussing her, seemingly keeping their voices low, but she heard everything. Zhang Xiao didn't care, let them talk. Most of what they said was true, and they weren't fabricating rumors to slander her. She was already exhausted just trying to get 2 meals a day. She didn't have the energy to worry about her reputation. A few days ago, Zhang Xiao was a little afraid to see people, and would cover her face with gauze when she went out. Now she doesn't have that worry anymore. It's not convenient to work with a gauze covering her face. The new old woman was a gossip. Whenever she encountered a topic that interested her, she would grab the person next to her and keep asking questions. Did she offend a superhuman? How did she offend them? Since they were just killing time during mealtime, the others didn't mind and continued telling the old woman stories. Didn't the safe zone execute several superhumans a while ago? One of them was a level 2 superhuman. They were all shot on sight, and they arrested many of their accomplices, who are now in labor camps. You know about that, right? The old woman nodded. I know about it. I even went to watch the spectacle. I heard that the level 2 ability user built a small base outside the safe zone, acting like a local tyrant, killing many people and abusing countless young women. He turned the base into a den of iniquity. The list of crimes is endless. He deserves to be shot, but even that's too lenient. At this point, the old woman suddenly widened her eyes, pointing at Zhang Xiao and silently mouthing, could it be that this girl also? The person next to her nodded, their tone becoming heavy. Little Zhang was rescued from that den of iniquity by Captain Chu and his team. The injuries on her face when she first arrived in the safe zone. I couldn't bear to look. It's amazing she endured it. I heard she angered the ability user when she resisted, and was subsequently disfigured in retaliation. Ah. Such a tragic story made the old woman reluctant to pry further and reopen old wounds. Just then, someone brought up another topic, and she quickly shifted her attention. Zhang Xiao listened to others discuss her ordeal, then lowered her head, and gave a self-deprecating laugh. She didn't defend herself, everything she said was true, and there was no need for explanation. However, others only knew one side of the story. They knew she had been rescued from that hellhole, but they didn't know she had willingly entered it. She simply hadn't imagined that she would become a victim when she went in. Looking back now, those days were a complete nightmare, a nightmare she hadn't been able to completely escape even after waking up for a long time. On the day she parted ways with Sang Kankan, Zhang Xiao, Lin Yu, and the other survivors, along with the school's rescue team, boarded a hastily arranged bus and fled the city overnight, heading towards the still under construction second safe zone via the highway. That day, many people were evacuating from the city, causing constant traffic jams on the highways. The frequent reports of injured or infected individuals turning into zombies further complicated the situation, making the convoy's movement extremely slow. They would basically have to stop and wait for an hour or two every 10 minutes or so. However, the slow pace had its advantages. It made finding people easier. Not long after getting on the highway, Zhang Xiao found her beloved boyfriend, Wei Xinghua. What delighted her even more was that Wei Xinghua had awakened a superpower, a speed-type ability user. Everyone knows that having a superpower, and not having one in the apocalypse is like night and day. Zhang Xiao was incredibly happy for her Xinghua Ji, and immediately left the school's convoy to join Wei Xinghua's. She actually wanted to take Lin Yu with her, but Lin Yu was still running a fever and looked sickly, so Wei Xinghua wasn't keen on taking her. Lin Yu was also holding a grudge against Zhang Xiao because of Sang Kankan and completely ignored her. Zhang Xiao didn't want to make a scene and left alone. Later, on the highway, Zhang Xiao happened to run into a classmate who told her that Lin Yu had awakened a power-type superpower. After that, Zhang Xiao never saw any of her former acquaintances again and completely lost contact with Lin Yu. Her nightmare began to unfold from that moment. After awakening his superpower, Wei Xinghua also awakened his ambition. He wanted to be a tyrant in the apocalypse, even a hero. At the very beginning of the apocalypse, he quickly gathered a batch of supplies and recruited a group of ordinary people as his henchmen. He refused to be recruited by the safe zone and didn't want to work for them. He only wanted to forge his own path. However, before achieving his heroic goals, he already adopted the airs of a hero he envisioned. He needed someone to accompany him wherever he went, someone to serve him with his food, clothing, and shelter, and of course, he couldn't be without the beautiful women that heroes love most. Zhang Xiao was charming and knew how to dress well, and Wei Xinghua used to like her quite a bit. However, after awakening his supernatural abilities, one Zhang Xiao wasn't enough to satisfy his desires. So many desperate women wanted his favor, and he, a man destined to be a great hero, couldn't afford to be hung up on just one. Thus, Zhang Xiao, who thought she would have a good life with Wei Xinghua, was horrified to discover that someone was trying to steal her man. Zhang Xiao was adept at using the tactics of femininity, and she didn't lose out to other women. But regardless of whether she won or lost, Wei Xinghua's heart was no longer entirely with her. He would still frequently linger with other women, occasionally turning back to offer a few words of comfort when she was furious, but these were completely insincere. After several such incidents, Zhang Xiao finally realized her foolishness. She thought that by competing with other women for attention, she was protecting her love, but in reality, her love was long gone. Wei Xinghua didn't care about them at all. He was even enjoying watching them from the sidelines. He wasn't even choosing the best among these women, he wanted them all, and he could discard them all at will, including her, who considered herself his official girlfriend. She was no different from the others. Even understanding this, Zhang Xiao couldn't bring herself to leave Wei Xinghua. The outside world was teeming with zombies. She couldn't survive alone. However, following Wei Xinghua soon became difficult. He overestimated his abilities, and provoked someone he couldn't afford to offend. Speed-type superpowers weren't particularly powerful. To put it bluntly, it was just a way to run errands. If he wanted to be a great hero, he had to ask other superpowered individuals for permission first. During a supply scavenging trip, Wei Xinghua's team accidentally stumbled upon a small base belonging to a level 2 ability user, and everyone was detained. Wei Xinghua was only faster than the others. In a real fight, he couldn't last 3 moves against the level 2 ability user and quickly surrendered, handing over all the supplies they had collected that day. That day, they happened to have collected several large bags of rice and a large case of liquor. Seeing these supplies, the level 2 ability user was in a good mood. Instead of punishing them, he extended an olive branch to Wei Xinghua, offering him a job. The level 2 ability user had far more men than Wei Xinghua could match. He had over a dozen ability users. That day, he specifically told Wei Xinghua, "I don't lack other ability users, but I do need a speed-based ability user. As long as you work hard for me, I guarantee you live a life of luxury, with everything you could want." Wei Xinghua was immediately drawn to this offer. To be honest, leading a group of ordinary people these past few days, while making a grand entrance, was actually quite exhausting. Wouldn't it be perfect to join a powerful superhuman? He decisively accepted the recruit's offer. Now that he was someone else's subordinate, he naturally wouldn't keep those ordinary people with him anymore. Who cares if they died? However, Wei Xinghua was still somewhat reluctant to part with the women who followed him, so he sought his new boss's permission. "Boss, can I bring my wives to the base too?" "A few wives?" The level 2 superhuman nodded with a smile, of course. Wei Xinghua quickly understood why his boss had agreed so readily. This level 2 superhuman was one of his own. Wei Xinghua himself only had a few wives, while his boss had over a dozen. Although not all the women could be considered the boss's wives, many were abducted from outside, and not of their own volition. That's how people survive in the apocalypse, so Wei Xinghua didn't see anything wrong with it. Thus, Zhang Xiao believed Wei Xinghua's promise, "From now on, we live a good life together with the boss," and left the safe zone, moving into the base of level 2 ability users. And so, her greatest nightmare began to unfold. Zhang Xiao was pretty, and knew how to dress, and being young, she still possessed a youthful innocence. She caught the eye of the level 2 ability user boss, as soon as she entered the base. The boss subtly expressed his feelings to Wei Xinghua, and Wei Xinghua, without hesitation, sent Zhang Xiao to the boss's room that very night. That day, Zhang Xiao was utterly desperate. She was willing to follow Wei Xinghua, even share him with a group of women, which at least suggested she harbored some affection for him. But what was this boss? He was even older than her father. His stench of cigarettes and alcohol was palpable from several steps away. His yellow teeth and fleshy face made Zhang Xiao want to vomit. But when this level 2 ability user pressed himself against her, she couldn't push him away no matter how hard she tried. She screamed until she was hoarse, but no one was willing to help. She knew someone was guarding outside the room, her boyfriend, whom she had always relied on, and also the murderer who had pushed her into hell. Zhang Xiao endured 3 days of unbearable suffering. After 3 days, the boss finally grew tired of her and sent her back to her room, even kindly arranging for servants to take care of her. After resting in seclusion for over 10 days, Zhang Xiao finally regained a little vitality, but the boss remembered her again and had her brought back to his room. Having experienced hell a second time, Zhang Xiao retained a bit more sanity than the first time. Taking advantage of the boss's exhaustion after strenuous exercise, she bit his neck. Even when exhausted, the level 2 ability user could easily throw her off the bed. Zhang Xiao's retaliation left only a shallow tooth mark on the boss's neck, but his subsequent revenge nearly killed her. Curses, beatings, torture, cuts, burns, disfigurement. Zhang Xiao fell from one hell to another. Fortunately, fate showed her a sliver of mercy. Not long after Zhang Xiao was disfigured, the level 2 ability user's crimes were finally reported to the second safe zone. The entire official ability user team was mobilized, capturing the boss and his henchmen. Wei Xinghua, quick on his feet, was assigned by the boss to patrol the base daily. That day, when he discovered someone breaking in and tried to alert them, he was killed on the spot by the ability user team. The leader of the level 2 superhumans and his henchmen were brought back to the safe zone, publicly sentenced for their crimes, and immediately executed. Each of them had a murder on their hands. In the apocalypse, severe punishments were used, and they were all sentenced to death. Victims like Zhang Xiao were also brought back to the safe zone. Those with families went back to their loved ones, but Zhang Xiao had no other family. The safe zone simply treated her injuries, and then left her to fend for herself. The safe zone confiscated a lot of supplies from the level 2 superhuman space, and distributed some to the victims, but Zhang Xiao refused. She found them dirty, and was afraid that using them would remind her of those hellish days. Later, a woman responsible for resettling the victims introduced her to her current job at a construction site doing mortar work. Zhang Xiao pulled herself out of her memories. Everyone around her had finished their porridge and gone to rest. She quickly finished her porridge, rested for a bit, and then went back to work in the afternoon. Chapter 40. After a long day of hard work, and having eaten dinner provided by the construction site, Zhang Xiao dragged her aching arms and legs back to her lodgings. She had never done such physical labor before. For the first few nights, kind people helped her home, but now she was used to it, and could finally walk on her own. Zhang Xiao couldn't afford the crystal cores for rent, so she was currently sharing a cramped shack with others, a tiny room of less than 5 square meters crammed with 3 people, including a mother and daughter. Seeing Zhang Xiao enter, Luo Xueli, the girl who was taking care of her mother, looked up and smiled at her. "Sister Zhang Xiao, you're back. You must be exhausted. Get some rest." Zhang Xiao nodded, sat down on the rolled-up blankets against the wall, then stood up again, took out half a steamed bun, and handed it to Luo Xueli. She had received half a steamed bun for both lunch and dinner that day, and she had saved the dinner one. "Sister, what are you doing?" Luo Xueli didn't take the steamed bun, waving her hands repeatedly. "You've been working hard all day mixing mortar. Keep the bun for yourself, we're not hungry." "Take it," Zhang Xiao said with difficulty, putting down the bun and returning to her bed, turning her back to them to lie down and rest. Her throat had been burned by the level 2 ability user with a cigarette butt, and it hadn't fully recovered yet. Every word felt like being cut by a knife, so she tried to remain silent as much as possible. Zhang Xiao wasn't just being kind. When she was first rescued and brought back to the safe zone, she had lived with Luo Xueli and her daughter. At that time, The wound on her face hadn't healed, and she could only lie down, unable to do almost anything else. The mother and daughter had given her a lot of help, sharing food and water with her. Luo Xueli and her daughter were ordinary people. Getting food wasn't easy for them. Previously, Luo's mother relied on odd jobs, sewing, mending, cleaning, and moving, to barely scrape by each day. A few days ago, Luo's mother caught a cold but still went out to look for work, which worsened her condition. Now she's bedridden and unable to get up, and the mother and daughter have run out of food. She had been ungrateful before and suffered the consequences. Now she should at least have a clear conscience. Behind her, Luo Xueli whispered thank you, her voice trembling with tears. Zhang Xiao didn't respond. Even half a steamed bun could elicit such gratitude. Zhang Xiao couldn't help but think back to the first few days of the apocalypse. She ate Sang Cancan's food and complained constantly. She was truly blinded by greed. Sang Cancan was too kind not to hit her. But Sang Cancan, such a kind person, was killed by her. Why wasn't it her who died? Now Zhang Xiao wanted to go back and slap her past self. But she couldn't go back. The shacks were overcrowded, making it noisy even at night. A couple across the street were constantly arguing. She wasn't feeling well either, unable to sleep, just resting with her eyes closed. The construction workers got 1 day off every 10 days. But there was no food on that day. Many didn't want to rest, but Zhang Xiao didn't care much. She wouldn't starve to death. Tomorrow was her day off, so going to bed a little later tonight wouldn't matter. After a while, Zhang Xiao heard Luo Xueli speak to her again. Sister Zhang Xiao, tomorrow I want to leave the safe zone and go out to fight zombies. I heard that if you get crystal cores, you can go to the post station to buy things. I want to buy some medicine for my mother, otherwise, she might not recover. Zhang Xiao slowly turned around. Are you alone? Yes, and I couldn't find anyone else to go with me. Zhang Xiao didn't speak. Luo Xueli broke the steamed bun into small pieces and carefully fed them to her mother. She then said, Today I asked Uncle Xiao and a few others across the street if I could go out with them. But they said I'm too small and weak, and that I'd be a burden, so they didn't want to take me. Zhang Xiao was silent for a few seconds, then asked, Are you scared? Of course I'm scared. I never fought zombies before. Luo Xueli pursed her lips. But I'm even more afraid something will happen to my mother. I already don't have a father. I can't lose my mother too. After another pause, Zhang Xiao said, I go with you. She had seen Wei Xinghua and the others fight zombies. Although she hadn't actually fought any herself, she was at least more experienced than this teenage girl. Anyway, she didn't have to go to the construction site tomorrow. Going out and seeing the world would be good. Even if she died out there, it would be a relief sooner rather than later, and not necessarily worse than this hopeless life she was in now. Really? Luo Xueli was overjoyed. Sister Zhang Xiao, you really want to go with me? Yes, Zhang Xiao nodded. Get some rest. We set off at dawn tomorrow. Okay. The next day, as soon as the safe zone opened, Zhang Xiao and Luo Xueli went out with the other survivors. They didn't have any usable weapons, so Zhang Xiao went to the construction site early in the morning and picked up 2 steel pipes to take with her. After the post station appeared, everyone became increasingly active in fighting zombies. Now, there were almost no zombies to be seen around the safe zone. You had to walk several miles to find any trace of them. One of them was disfigured, and the other was a teenage girl. They still attracted attention on the street. Several times, men came up to them, leering at Luo Xueli. Little sister, where are you going? Fighting zombies or gathering supplies? We brothers will come with you. At this point, Zhang Xiao would pull Luo Xueli behind her, and then bring her scarred face close, saying, Don't go with her, come with me instead. This usually resulted in the men muttering bad luck and leaving. Zhang Xiao found it amusing. She hadn't expected her disfigured face could become a frightening weapon. Some seemingly decent men approached, asking if they needed help, but Zhang Xiao instinctively rejected all men. As they approached a crossroads where large groups of zombies roamed, a squad approached and invited them to join the fight. The squad leader was a valiant female superhuman, and most of the squad members were women. This time, Zhang Xiao didn't refuse. After several months of evolution, the zombies were much more agile than at the beginning of the apocalypse. Knowing that Zhang Xiao and her companion were fighting zombies for the first time, the squad leader placed them at the back. Don't rush. Watch from the back for a while, familiarize yourselves with the zombies' attack patterns, and see how we fight them. Imitate what we do. We give you practice later. As they reached the intersection, 3 zombies immediately followed their set towards them. The squad leader carried one on his shoulder, while the rest of the squad quickly split into 2 groups, each group dealing with 1 zombie. Their teamwork was excellent, and their zombie fighting techniques were swift and efficient. The dirty water sprayed from the zombie's head splattered onto Luo Xueli's face, with 2 drops flowing directly into her mouth. She had to forcefully cover her mouth to prevent herself from spitting it out. A member of the squad next to her used a knife to remove the zombie's crystal core, wiped it clean with a cloth, and put it away. Seeing Luo Xueli's condition, he laughed and patted her shoulder. "It's okay, just throw up if you feel like it. We all went through this the first time." So Luo Xueli actually threw up, but she hadn't eaten much in the past few days, so there was nothing to vomit. Zhang Xiao, on the other hand, didn't feel anything. She had seen people 1,000 times more disgusting than zombies. Compared to those people, at least zombies didn't pretend to be harmless. With the squad members' deliberate care, Zhang Xiao and her companion quickly gained a more direct understanding of zombie attacks. Seeing that they were becoming more familiar with it, the squad leader would occasionally leave behind a zombie that was almost immobile for them to practice on. Once they could finally launch a barrage of attacks on zombies with steel pipes without hesitation, their newbie preferential treatment came to an end, and they would have to attack alongside the others. Such patient and considerate guidance was rare even before the apocalypse, yet the squad leader and her teammates took it for granted. Zhang Xiao felt utterly ashamed. Compared to them, her ugliness went far beyond just her face. During the lunch break, the space age ability user in the squad took out a bag of bread and distributed it to everyone, including Zhang Xiao and her companion. Perhaps worried they wouldn't feel at ease eating, the squad leader specifically explained, "This bread isn't free. Each piece costs 1 crystal core. You 2 killed 5 level 1 zombies this morning, all of which had crystal cores. However, you only attacked 3 of them when they were almost dead, so that only counts as half your contribution. The other 2 were killed with the rest of the team. Someone will keep track of that, and we calculate the total when we get back. If we put in a little more effort this afternoon, we can still earn enough for a few loaves of bread a day." Her businesslike attitude did indeed ease the pressure on Zhang Xiao and her companion. In the afternoon, the team ventured a bit further, encountering even denser concentrations of zombies. Even Zhang Xiao and her companion, the 2 newcomers, had to be ready to join the fight at any moment. Of course, the rewards were plentiful. While resting after a battle, Luo Xueli tugged at Zhang Xiao's sleeve and whispered, "Sister Zhang Xiao, I really like this team. I wonder if they'd be willing to let us join long term." Zhang Xiao nodded. "They are indeed very nice. You can ask them." Luo Xueli was somewhat surprised. "Don't you want to join?" She wanted to, but did she deserve it? Zhang Xiao felt she didn't. She was a troublemaker, completely unworthy of these kind people's care. She might even become a burden to them in the future. Just as Zhang Xiao was about to answer, her eyes suddenly widened. A small zombie darted out from the garbage shed on the right side of the road where they were standing, reaching Luo Xueli's back in the blink of an eye. "Watch out!" a teammate shouted, and the captain's lightning, formed from his supernatural ability, swiftly struck, but the zombie was too fast to even catch their breath. Zhang Xiao saw the zombie extend its 5 fingers, gleaming with a sharp, cold light like icicles, aiming straight for Luo Xueli's nape. She instinctively reached out and pulled Luo Xueli back. It was a split-second decision. Without even a thought, her body acted on its own. Luo Xueli was. She pulled herself back, but the recoil caused Zhang Xiao to fall forward, exposing her neck to the zombie. Sizzle! Zhang Xiao clearly heard the sound of blood spurting from her throat as it was slashed open by the zombie's claws. She also heard the gasps of others around her, the sounds of them quickly fighting the zombie. Before the pain hit, she felt a sense of relief. A few months ago, she had helped Sang Kankan, causing her death. Now she had helped Luo Xueli, saving her life. Was this a way of atoning for her sins? Probably not. A life lost cannot be repaid. Even if she died, Sang Kankan wouldn't come back to life. However, if she could meet Sang Kankan in the afterlife, she should have the face to see her now. Luo Xueli's cries grew fainter, her mind went blank, and Zhang Xiao collapsed helplessly to the ground, her vision slowly fading into darkness. Chapter 41. Sang Kankan was naturally unaware of what had happened to Zhang Xiao outside the second safe zone, nor did she know that someone was waiting for her on the road to the underworld. However, waiting was futile. She couldn't go to the underworld yet. After leaving the second safe zone with her dog, Sang Kankan didn't linger this time. For the past 2 days, she had been oblivious to her surroundings, focusing solely on her journey. She continued to use the highway, driving when the roads were clear, and refrigerating the vehicle when they were congested, or having her dog carry her. She no longer needed to stop frequently to fight zombies, nor did she need to consider the speed of others. Only occasionally, when entangled by powerful mutated plants or animals or zombies, would she have to pause to deal with them. Her efficiency was quite impressive. She had traveled over 300 kilometers in 2 days, reaching the borders of Langzhou City in the neighboring province. The first 3 inns were located in and around City C. If she wanted to open more inns, they would indeed need to be located further away. Langzhou City was still quite close. Sang Kankan wanted to continue her journey, but it started raining on the 3rd day. This time it wasn't black rain, but a normal, clean, and transparent drizzle, falling steadily for hours without stopping. Sang Kankan was now in a zombie body, so she wasn't afraid of the cold or worried about catching a chill after getting wet. However, not wanting to frighten people on the street, she kept her clothes on. Her tracksuit clung to her body after getting wet, revealing her skeletal frame, which actually made her look even more frightening. The dog beside her was even more disheveled. Its fur was completely soaked and plastered to its skin, making it look like a drowned rat. Several scars on its back were visible, whitish from the rain. It had lost all its majestic appearance, and couldn't even run anymore. The whole dog looked pitiful. Hearing her dog sneeze 3 times in a row, Sang Kankan had to stop and find shelter from the rain. Looking at the roadside signs, they had reached Tao County south of Langzhou City. There was nowhere to take shelter on the highway, so Sang Kankan had to do what she did last time. Cut a hole in the roadside fence and crawl under it with her dog off the highway. Tao County was a fairly famous tourist county. Although Sang Kankan had never been, she had heard of it. However, its peak tourist season was in the spring, and it was already past that season. After walking a few hundred meters off the highway, they saw several rows of empty container houses on a hill. They looked like dormitories for a nearby factory. Clothes, socks, water basins, and other personal belongings were scattered around the outside of the houses, probably left behind in the rush of their evacuation. Sang Kankan and her dog took shelter in one of the empty houses. The room wasn't big, and it didn't have much stuff inside. The standard setup of a dormitory, a bunk bed, a table, 2 chairs, and 2 lockable cabinets, both of which were wide open. That was about it. After entering, Sang Kankan first took a dry towel from her system inventory and dried the dog. Then she took off her clothes and dried herself as well. But seeing the dog shivering after sneezing twice, she thought for a moment and started dismantling the table and chairs. The table and chairs in the room were all made of pine wood. After dismantling them, there was still a small pile. Sang Kankan lit a fire with a lighter, and the dog, sensing the heat, immediately rushed towards it, ignoring the fact that its fur was almost burning. "Wah, I'm freezing." Although the temperature wasn't too low, being rained on for several hours was still enough to make it suffer. After the pile of firewood burned out, the dog finally regained some energy and fell asleep by the fire, while the rain outside still hadn't stopped. Sang Kankan summoned the system. "System, can you predict the weather? When will this rain stop?" Based on the distribution of moisture in the clouds, this rain is unlikely to stop anytime soon. The system either doesn't speak, or when it does, it's usually accurate. Sang Kankan sighed, poking at the fire, then suddenly sat up straight. "It's raining here. Is it raining at the inn too?" Her inns aren't located on high ground, especially the 3rd inn near the animals, which is directly below a valley. She couldn't hope it would flood. Sang Kankan quickly opened the inn's surveillance footage. Sensing her worry, the system added, "Don't worry, host, the inn's defense level is extremely high. It can defend itself against floods, fires, mudslides, earthquakes, and other disasters. Even if it's flooded, it won't be a problem." Sure enough, the surveillance footage from the 3rd inn showed that it was raining there as well. The valley's water level rose rapidly. Rainwater flowing from the mountains had submerged nearly a third of the inn. However, the inn itself remained undamaged. Even the submerged openings were dry inside, protected by an invisible barrier that kept all the rainwater out. Sang Kankan also noticed that many small animals had cleverly taken shelter inside the inn, including several familiar cats and dogs. Because animals are generally slow shoppers, taking a long time to move, Sang Kankan hadn't enforced the strict rule of must leave within 30 minutes of entering on shop number 3. They could stay as long as they wanted when the inn was open, which was convenient for them now. However, the intermediate level rest stop can only be open for 6 hours a day. When the time is up, you still have to leave. Sang Kankan thought for a moment and, just like before at Yehudian, paid the system 100 crystal cores per day as rent to keep the rest stop open 24 hours a day, while maintaining the 6-hour operating hours. With the rain continuing, the animals have nowhere to go, so let them take shelter for the next few days. After checking Yehudian, Sang Kankan pulled up the surveillance footage of Yehudian and Yehudian. There was some water accumulation at the entrances of those two rest stops, but not as severe as at Yehudian. It was only ankle deep. People were still queuing outside with umbrellas, waiting to enter the rest stop to buy things. Humans have more experience than animals in disaster prevention and response strategies, but if the rain continues, even the best strategies might not be enough. Sang Kankan checked the product list and put all the umbrellas, raincoats, and rain boots that hadn't been stocked before on the shelves, placing them in the most prominent positions in the rest stop. She recalled what the system had once said. System, you said before that in this full-scale evolution of the plane, besides zombies, there will be various other challenges. Is this rain one of them? The system replied, yes. What other challenges will there be? Why don't you give me a heads up so I can prepare? The system cannot predict the future. Oh! The continuous drizzle seemed like nature playing a lullaby. Since there was nothing else to do, Sang Kankan braved the rain, dismantled the tables and chairs from the neighboring rooms, brought them back, recorded a video, uploaded it to the system, added a few more pieces of firewood to the fire, and then fell into a deep sleep leaning against her dog. They slept soundly by the fire, each with their dog, while many in the safe zone couldn't sleep. They were simply too excited to sleep. Finally, it rained. Since the 3 days and 3 nights of black rain at the start of the apocalypse, most places hadn't seen rain. Previous water sources were largely polluted, and water resources were extremely scarce everywhere. For example, in the second safe zone of City C, before the post station appeared, the water supply station relied on water elemental ability users to release water daily, barely meeting the zone's needs. The situation was similar in other areas. When it first started raining, most people were still traumatized, fearing it would be another harmful black rain, and immediately hid indoors. Experts in the safe zone collected rainwater and tested it, confirming that there was no zombie virus or other toxic substances in the rain. Only after the news was announced did people relax, followed by ecstasy. They understood all too well what a clean rain meant to the world. It meant abundant water resources, it meant the purification of polluted land, it meant the gradual resumption of agricultural and livestock production, and it meant nature could regain its vitality. Countless people cheered and rushed into the rain, generously washing their bodies, which hadn't been properly cleaned in days, and collecting rainwater in pots, pans, and any other usable containers. The safety zone officials also acted swiftly in the rain, clearing areas previously designated for reservoir construction, and digging ditches to divert rainwater for future use. Some people thought of the ends outside the safety zone. They had grown quite attached to them over the past few days, and worried they would be flooded. They hurriedly grabbed umbrellas and buckets of water to try and save the inns, only to find they were completely unused. This inn was incredibly well prepared. It sheltered itself from the rain. Not a single drop seeped in. Upon entering, they found it well prepared, with raincoats, umbrellas, rain boots, and even firewood for heating, though it looked like it had been hastily set up. They had worried for nothing. In short, everyone was initially delighted and welcomed the rain. Some were so excited they couldn't sleep all night. Finally, something good had happened in this apocalyptic world. There was a turning point, and things would surely get better. But the rain continued for the second, third, and even fourth days. The initial excitement faded, and people once again felt the cruelty of nature. This rain might not be a turning point. It could be the beginning of another disaster. The second safe zone was on higher ground, and wouldn't be flooded in the short term. With the inn outside, food, clothing, and medicine weren't scarce, and the severity of the situation wasn't immediately apparent. But other places were in dire straits. To say nothing of distant places, the first safe zone in City C has been severely affected. Nearly a third of the zone is flooded, and many people have caught colds from the rain without medical help, their illness is worsening and leaving many bedridden. Currently, the first safe zone is facing an extreme shortage of medicine, and the rainy weather prevents them from scavenging for supplies. Their food reserves are also nearly depleted. Anyone with even a basic understanding of disaster preparedness knows that torrential rains, floods, epidemics, and famines are often closely linked. Upon receiving the first safe zone's plea for help, the second safe zone's leader immediately convened an emergency meeting, using crystal cores to purchase a large quantity of food and medicine to reinforce the first safe zone. However, the first safe zone was quite a distance away. The apocalypse was dangerous enough, but traveling in the rain was even more perilous. The district chief was reluctant to let his carefully trained personnel risk their lives, but not going was not an option either. Just as he was agonizing over this, another group stepped forward. It was an investigation team from the Central Safe Zone. 2 days before the rain started, the investigation team dispatched by the Central Safe Zone had successfully arrived at the second safe zone. They spent a whole day conducting a detailed investigation of the post station. Originally, they were supposed to return after the investigation, but the sudden rain made long-distance travel unsuitable, so they had to stay and wait for the rain to stop. However, the rain had been going on for several days and still hadn't stopped. They couldn't wait any longer. The investigation team leader, Ying, was a woman, a level 3 dual elemental ability user specializing in both metal and fire. Even Chusinu, the strongest in the second safe zone, was no match for her. The other 4 members of the team were all capable individuals. To be able to travel 2,000 or 3,000 miles in the apocalypse, from the Central Safe Zone to City C, was no small feat. Ying suggested to the district chief, "Let's deliver the supplies there, and then head straight back to the Central Security Zone. It's on the way anyway." To get back to the Central Security Zone, it would be faster to take the highway directly from the first security zone in City C. Going through the second security zone would be a much longer detour. Since Ying was willing to help, the district chief readily agreed and immediately handed the supplies over to the space age ability user in the investigation team. He wasn't worried about them embezzling the supplies. These were capable individuals from the Central Security Zone, not so petty as to do such a despicable thing. Even if they did embezzle, the district chief had kept receipts when the goods were sold and delivered, sent a message to the first security zone, and reported it to the higher level security zone. There was no shortage of witnesses. When Ying and her group of 5 set off, the rain was even heavier than in the previous days. They drove 2 modified off-road vehicles, taking the provincial highway to the first security zone. Meanwhile, Sang Kankan was still huddled in the container house with Guzi, staring blankly at the rising floodwaters around them. Chapter 42. After being cooped up indoors for days, the dog was incredibly bored. It kept trying to run outside when Sang Kankan wasn't looking, but its fur would get soaked after only a few steps, and it would sheepishly return, only to get a good tug from Sang Kankan. It was quite pitiful. Rainy days are uninspiring. Sang Kankan spent her days watching the animals scrambling for shelter from the rain at the 3 inns, and reading the messages humans had left her. That's how she passed the time. Thanks to the rain, the inns had sold a lot of cold and fever medicine these past few days, and she had to restock several times. Today, Sang Kankan received several messages praying for the rain to stop. She wondered what these people thought of the inns, making such a wish. She didn't have the power to stop the rain. Even the system couldn't predict how long it would last. The container house where the 2 of them were currently staying was on a hill, and while there was some rainwater below, it wasn't flooding yet. The adjacent factory buildings, situated in a lower area, were already flooded with water up to half a meter deep. A couple of days ago, Sang Kankan, bored, braved the rain to stroll around the factory area. It used to be an oil processing plant, mainly pressing tea oil and rapeseed oil. During the post-apocalyptic retreat, most of the finished oil was taken away, but she managed to collect over a dozen barrels of oil, as well as several silos of rapeseed, tea seeds, and other raw materials. Before the factory buildings were flooded, Sang Kankan also collected all the oil pressing machines into the system's warehouse, selecting a clean set for system entry and recycling the rest. Now, only an empty factory building is flooded. The losses are minimal. Besides this large batch of machines, Sang Kankan has also collected quite a bit of other things along the way. She can easily collect any large pieces of junk she encounters without wasting time. The system specifically reminded her to pay more attention to recycling, otherwise, despite the current low prices of various goods, these prices could change. This is because the system requires sufficient energy and material elements to manufacture goods. Energy is provided by crystal cores, while material elements are obtained either from free-floating elements collected from the air by the system or from Sang Kankan's recycling, with the latter being the primary source. Scarcity drives up prices. If she doesn't have enough recycled material elements, the system will have to spend more effort collecting them itself, increasing production costs and significantly raising the purchase price of goods. Therefore, she needs to continuously recycle various junk materials. However, Sang Kankan still has a question. As more and more stations open, the demand for goods will definitely increase. Will my recycling alone be enough to meet the demand? The system had already anticipated this. When a station is upgraded to a high-level station, a garbage recycling channel will be opened. The host can use crystal cores to purchase large quantities of items recycled by others, saving time and energy. This is indeed a good method. Although spending crystal cores to recycle garbage will reduce her profits as a middleman, The system has roughly calculated that it's just a matter of going from extremely profitable to less so, which is acceptable. However, this means she have to complete tasks to upgrade the inn again, and the condition for upgrading an inn to the advanced level is to open 5 inn stations. New task: continue upgrading the inn. After the basic level, there's an advanced level. Keep going, host. After opening 5 inn stations, you can further unlock the upgrade function. Task progress: open March 5th inn stations. Task reward: free inn upgrade attempt X1. There's no free lottery reward this time, but it only requires opening 2 more inn stations, so it's not too difficult to complete. In fact, a few days after Station 2 opened, Sang Kankan had already unlocked 8 stations. Over the past few days, she had unlocked the 9th and 10th, now she just needed to figure out where to put them. Right now, this place to shelter from the rain is completely deserted. No animals, sparse vegetation, it's definitely not a good place. When will this rain finally stop? Everyone was hoping the rain would stop, including Hiying and her group carrying supplies to the first safe zone. The distance from the second safe zone to the first safe zone via provincial highway was less than 100 kilometers, but 100 kilometers in the post-apocalyptic world was no easy feat. The rain was relentless, visibility was extremely poor, and the off-road vehicles were struggling. The first safe zone was waiting for medicine and supplies to save their lives, so they couldn't stop. They could only continue forward in the increasingly heavy rain. Faced with the torrential rain brought by nature, even though they were superhumanly stronger than others, they were helpless and could only endure it. Hiying, with excellent eyesight, sat in the passenger seat of the car in front, navigating the road. Seeing the water nearly reaching the undercarriage of the SUV, and the relentless rain that hadn't subsided even for a moment, her ominous premonition grew stronger. It wasn't just a premonition anymore, disaster was imminent. As they drove along a winding mountain road, a torrent of rainwater carrying large amounts of rocks and sand slid down from the mountaintop, crashing not far in front of them. "Stop the car!" Hiying immediately warned the driver, while simultaneously using the car radio to notify the car behind to stop at least 100 meters from the landslide site. They quickly got out of the SUV and ran towards a lower, gentler area on the mountainside behind them. The landslide lasted for more than 20 minutes before stopping. Looking back, that section of the mountain road was completely covered in sand and gravel, making it impassable. "We still have to take the long way around," a teammate sighed. They had considered avoiding this winding mountain road when planning their route before setting off, but the detour would add at least 20 kilometers, wasting too much time, and the road conditions were poor. So, despite knowing the potential danger, they still took this route. Indeed, taking chances was not a good idea. "Let's turn around," Hiying decided. So the group got back into the car and drove back nearly 2 kilometers, exiting the provincial highway and taking county and township roads to bypass this mountain road. This time they didn't encounter any landslides, but the journey was still difficult. After the apocalypse, rampant vegetation severely damaged the roads, and no one maintained them. Even provincial and national highways suffered serious damage, and the already fragile county and township roads were in even worse condition. After driving less than 10 kilometers, the off-road vehicle's tire was punctured by the thorns of mutated wild grass that had sprouted on the road, forcing them to stop and change the tire. After driving a few more kilometers, the car behind them radioed for help. "Boss, please help. Our car is stuck in a ditch." Even though their car had been specially modified by a professional technician, someone in the team knew how to repair it, and the necessary tools were stored in the spatial ability user space. It couldn't withstand this repeated ordeal. By nightfall, both cars had had their tires changed twice, and the undercarriages were in a terrible state. The 5 men were also exhausted, and they had only covered a little over half the distance to the first safe zone. Driving at night in this kind of rainy weather could be deadly. After dark, Hiying had everyone stop. "Let's go to a local villager's house by the roadside to stay for the night. Everyone's evacuated now, so no one's home. Don't touch anything inside." "Okay, let's grab a bite to eat and then fix the car." Watching her teammates scrambling up and down the road in the rain to repair the car, Hiying thought of the Sang family and outside the second safe zone. They had come specifically for this inn, and naturally, they hadn't wasted a single day these past few days, thoroughly investigating it. Of course, they could only uncover what was readily apparent. The more they investigated, the more shocked they became. All their preconceived notions were overturned by Hiying, and they placed the inn at the highest level of importance. This inn was practically a godsend in the apocalypse. The wide variety of goods was one thing, but they could even input goods through suppliers. If the experts in the Central Safe Zone's laboratory saw this, They would probably try every means to disassemble and study it. Besides essential survival supplies like food and medicine, the Inn even sold cars. He, finding it intriguing, used her accumulated crystal cores to buy one, a brand new convertible sports car. Before the apocalypse, it would have cost millions, but at the end, it was priced at less than 1,000 level 1 crystal cores. The vehicle looked nice, but it wasn't practical, especially in this apocalyptic extreme weather. Storing it in a superhuman spatial dimension was a waste of space, so He sold it at half price before setting off. He couldn't help but think how convenient it would be if the Sang family were like a certain bird-themed inn before the apocalypse, with branches everywhere. They wouldn't have to brave torrential rain to transport supplies between different safe zones, and if a vehicle broke down and couldn't be repaired in time, they could simply buy a new one and continue their journey. However, He was just daydreaming. She knew it was impossible. The fact that such a miraculous thing as the Sang family had 2 branches in City C was already a miracle. It was impossible to expect it to be everywhere. If one day these post stations really do appear everywhere, they might actually start to live in fear, worried that the mysterious forces behind them might be plotting something big. This kind of thing, with its mysterious origins and magical abilities, would become very uncontrollable once it spread. But why City C in particular? What's so special about this city? This was one of the questions He and her group came to investigate, but unfortunately, they didn't find the answer. If it weren't for the rain delaying them for so long, she would have liked to go check out the number 1 store in the city center, since it was the first one. However, she had asked several survivors who came from the number 1 store over the past few days, but hadn't received any new information. That night, He and her group rested in an empty house by the roadside. One person stayed on watch, burning firewood to keep the house warm, while the others went to sleep. In the middle of the night, a series of knocks on the door woke everyone up. Is anyone home? Can I come in and take shelter from the rain? It sounded like a woman's voice. These people naturally didn't believe in demons or ghosts, but in this stormy night, the sudden knocking at the door sounded exactly like the opening scene of a cheesy horror movie, immediately putting everyone on alert. Those with more vivid imaginations conjured up an image of a disheveled woman standing outside, grinning maliciously, wielding a blood-stained axe. He shone her flashlight at the door. Who is it? Ah, there really is someone. The person outside stopped knocking. Can I come in? I came out from the first safe zone to collect supplies, but I accidentally wandered off and got stuck in the rain. I saw there seemed to be a fire in your house, so I came to try my luck. Could I come in and take shelter from the rain? My clothes are soaked, and I have nothing to start a fire. Her speech was logical and clear. She seemed like a normal human, not some other being. The 5 of them were all quite capable superhumans. They weren't afraid of any schemes outside. If she genuinely wanted shelter, they couldn't ignore it. He and her teammates exchanged glances and opened the right half of the door. Come in. Thank you. The woman thanked them as she entered, wrung out her clothes in the corner, and then sat down at a respectful distance from the fire, not getting too close. I'm sorry to disturb your sleep. Please continue sleeping. Don't worry about me. The woman, or perhaps more accurately, the girl, looked quite young, probably in her early 20s. She was tall and strong, and her strength was evident in how easily she wrung out the water from her clothes. She carried a bulging backpack filled with collected supplies, all of which were now soaked. She didn't try to hide it, but instead generously poured the contents onto the ground to dry. He intuitively judged that this was likely a strength-type ability user. She gave a wink to her female teammate, who, adept at making friends, immediately moved closer to the girl. You came from the first safe zone? It's raining so hard outside. Why did you run out? Ugh, don't even mention it. It's all because of this rain. The girl picked up the supplies from her bag, shook off the water, laid them flat on the ground, and sighed. So many people in the safe zone have caught a cold. The young people are healthier and can handle it, but the elderly suffer terribly. The 2 elderly women I share a room with are so sick they can't get out of bed. And there's no medicine to be found in the safe zone, so I thought I'd come out and find some for them, so a simple cold doesn't kill them. Her backpack was indeed mostly filled with medicine, cold medicine, fever reducers, anti-inflammatory drugs, and painkillers, in various packaging, suggesting she gathered them bit by bit from different places. I see, her teammate continued, trying to get more information out of her. What's your name? My surname is Lin, and my given name is Yu, the Yu of Joy. Chapter 43. Lin Yu? What a coincidence, you share a character with me. The female teammate pointed to herself. My name is Song Xie, also the Yu in Joyful. Lin Yu smiled. It is indeed a coincidence. Song Xie continued to probe. I see you seem very strong. Do you have a special ability? Lin Yu nodded. Yes, I have a strength type ability. I am indeed stronger than ordinary people. How long have you been awakened? What level are you now? I awakened at the very beginning of the apocalypse. I think I'm at level 2 now, but I'm not quite sure. I haven't tested it. Her honesty and clear, bright gaze made Song Xie a little embarrassed to probe further, and she pointed to Ying beside her. That's our boss over there. Her surname is He. You can call me boss too. Lin Yu, never one to mince words, nodded to Ying. Hello, boss He. Her earnest tone made Song Xie chuckle. It's a perfectly normal way to address someone, but the way you call them makes it sound like a mountain bandit. Had she said something wrong? Lin Yu looked bewildered. Ying glared at Song Xie. Stop laughing, get some rest. We have to keep traveling tomorrow. Then she looked at Lin Yu. You should get closer to the fire too. Dry your clothes quickly so you can rest. Now that they had gathered the basic information, there was no need to investigate further. They weren't out checking people's records. Just be alert tonight, and they would part ways tomorrow. Okay, boss. Song Xie quickly crawled into her sleeping bag and lay down obediently. Lin Yu thanked her and moved closer to the fire as well. The stormy night passed, but the next day was still stormy. The rain showed no signs of abating, and it was as if it were still dark when it got light. The whole world was shrouded in gloom. But they still had to leave. Being stuck here would only make things worse. After a quick breakfast, Ying and the others packed their things and opened the door, only to be stunned. Where were their cars? Their 2 huge SUVs. The 2 SUVs, which had been parked properly by the roadside after being repaired the previous night, had slid into the ditch after the torrential rain. Fortunately, they hadn't overturned, and the damage didn't seem too serious. Hopefully, they could still be driven. The teammate responsible for repairing the cars slapped his forehead in frustration. I should have parked them higher. The rain is too heavy, parking higher won't help. Let's get the cars out first. Ying rolled up her sleeves and stepped into the rain, her teammates quickly following. However, one person was faster than them. It was Lin Yu. She took a few long strides, huffing and puffing, and reached the edge of the ditch. Without hesitation, she slid down the slope into the water, wading through chest-deep water, lifting the chassis of one SUV from below, and then, with a powerful lift, raising the entire vehicle above the water. 2 male teammates from He Ying's team quickly ran over and helped Lin Yu move the car onto the road. Even lifting the SUV was difficult for the 2 of them, but Lin Yu lifted it with both hands. The strength of this power-type ability user was terrifying. Song Xie opened her umbrella and gave her a thumbs up. Lin Yu, you're really strong. Lin Yu wiped the rain from her face. Well, I am a power-type ability user, so I'm just a bit strong. After saying that, she waded through the water to another car and lifted it out of the water again. After both cars were on shore, Lin Yu climbed out of the ditch. Song Xie quickly pushed her into the house. Quickly dry yourself off and change your clothes. I happen to have a few spare dry clothes here. The men's size should fit you. She wasn't afraid to reveal her spatial abilities anymore. Lin Yu must have seen them when she was packing that morning anyway. Ying also gave her an appreciative look. The modified SUV was no small vehicle. Lin Yu's strength was roughly equivalent to a level 3 ability user, a rare talent even in the central safe zone. Moreover, she was quite genuine, offering help without hesitation. Such a kind-hearted person was rare in the apocalypse. After Lin Yu changed her clothes, He Ying's people inspected both vehicles. Although they had been submerged for most of the night, the modified SUVs were well sealed. After patching and replacing the damaged body and tires, they could still be driven. Originally, He Ying planned to part ways with Lin Yu the next day, but Lin Yu's help changed her mind. Lin Yu, we're going to the first safe zone anyway. Do you want to come with us? Really? Lin Yu was pleasantly surprised. That's great. I don't have a car or a driver's license, and the rain is getting heavier. I was worried about how to get back. On the way back to the first safe zone, Lin Yu rode in the same car with He Ying and Song Xie. This time, He Ying drove, and Song Xie chatted with Lin Yu from time to time. She explained why they were going to the first safe zone, but only said it was to deliver messages for the second safe zone, without going into details. The second safe zone, Lin Yu said nostalgically. How's the situation there? With such heavy rain, it must be tough. But it's higher up there, so it shouldn't flood easily. Song Xie asked in surprise. How did you know? You been to the second safe zone? I've been there, Lin Yu nodded. Actually, at the very beginning of the apocalypse, I retreated to the second safe zone with my teachers and classmates, but I couldn't get used to it there, so I left. Classmates? You're not still a student, are you? Linyu smiled bitterly. Yes, a senior in college. I was about to graduate, but with this apocalypse, I never graduate. I see. Songxia was a talkative person. Once she got to know someone, she couldn't stop chattering away, bombarding them with questions. You said you couldn't get used to the second safe zone? Why couldn't you get used to it? Weren't there many familiar teachers and classmates there? It's precisely because there are so many teachers and classmates that I couldn't get used to it. Linyu was also straightforward, saying whatever came to mind. I'm an ability user, and they think I'm somewhat capable, so they always like to ask me for help. When I first awakened my abilities, I was still on my way to the safe zone. When we encountered zombies and mutated animals, they always called on me to deal with them. Back then, I couldn't control my strength, and I stumbled and got injured a few times. I thought things would get better once I reached the safe zone, but it only got worse. Today this classmate wants me to help carry something. Tomorrow the teacher wants me to help put on a show. They need me to mediate arguments and fights. They want to borrow supplies from me when we're short, and they make me go out and find them. They're using me like several people. They're all teachers and classmates. I can't afford to strain the relationship too much. I'm bad at talking. I can't say no, and if I do, they have something to say. They say things like, being a superhuman is no big deal, and they look down on their former teachers and classmates. Some play the good cop, some the bad cop, and I can't win any argument. Day after day, I had no time for myself at all. Eventually, I couldn't take it anymore, so I decided not to go back. I went straight to the first safe zone, and let them think I died out there. Songxia gasped, that really is a bit much. Who says otherwise? Linyu leaned against the car window, gazing at the rain streaming down the glass, and murmured, if only Kankan were here. She's better at arguing than me, and she could fight back for me. Who's Kankan? My best friend. Where is she now? Why isn't she with you? Linyu lowered her eyes. She was bitten by a zombie while protecting us, and she's gone. Songxia paused, then sighed, my condolences. It's alright, I'm not sad anymore. Kankan was a good girl. It's good she didn't suffer in this apocalypse. She'd definitely be reincarnated in a better place. Linyu smiled, pursing her lips. Let's not talk about that. You still haven't answered me. How's the situation in the second safe zone? Although she left because of her teachers and classmates, Linyu didn't want anything to happen to their safe zone. Don't you know? The second safe zone is much luckier than the first safe zone. Right now, people there are probably the most comfortable in the whole country. This surprised Linyu. Why? Because of the post stations, Songxia said directly, as the existence of post stations wasn't something to keep secret. A Sang family post station has appeared there. You can buy things with crystal cores. As long as you have crystal cores, you can buy food, medicine, anything, and the prices aren't expensive. Songxia took out 2 fruit candies, handed one to Linyu, and tore off a piece for herself. I bought these candies from there. 5 crystal cores for £1, a big bag of them, cheap and delicious. Linyu's eyes widened. What post station did you say? Sang Family Inn. What's wrong? Sang as in mulberry tree? Yes, sang as in mulberry tree. Linyu took a deep breath and exhaled, then inhaled and exhaled again, repeating this 3 times before calming herself down. It shouldn't be such a coincidence. While the surname Sang isn't common, it's not the only one with that surname. Even if it's the Sang Family Inn, it doesn't necessarily mean it's related to Sang Kankan. She couldn't let her imagination run wild. But what if? What if there really was a what if? She looked at Songxia. Could you tell me more about the inn? Is it run by someone with the surname Sang? Have you met the owner? I haven't met the owner. It's all self-service. Songxia glanced at He-Ying in the driver's seat. Seeing that her boss didn't stop her, she continued, only revealing details that didn't need to be kept secret. Besides keeping her surname in the inn's name, Sang Kankan hadn't left any other traces of herself, so Linyu naturally couldn't find out anything. However, she secretly made a decision. Once the rain stopped, she would definitely go to the second safe zone to check it out. Maybe it really was related to Sang Kankan. Unfortunately, plans don't always go as expected, and she still couldn't go. But that's another story. Sang Kankan was unaware that Linyu was thinking about her, and had connected her to the inn. She was currently carefree, and hadn't thought about the past in a long time. With the rain continuing for 5 or 6 days, they, along with their dog, were huddled in the container house, with no leisure or entertainment, and the longer they waited, the more impatient they became. 2 days ago, Sang Kankan successfully leveled up to level 4, and then her whole body started itching. She couldn't wait to find some zombies to practice on, but there were no zombies coming from this area at all. A few zombies did get swept in by the flood yesterday, but they were all headless dead zombies, so they weren't any match for her. She wasn't a warlike person, she was just really bored. The next day dawned, and finding the rain still hadn't stopped, Sang Kankan decided to go out. She was practically a skeleton now, immune to rain, colds, and illnesses. As long as she protected her head, even if she was swept away or buried, she wouldn't be in any danger. However, her dog would definitely come with her, and she wasn't comfortable leaving him behind. For the past few days, Sang Kankan had been keeping an eye on the new goods added by the suppliers at the post station, waiting for someone to add ships, yachts, or other equipment, but nothing had come of it. Sang Kankan turned her empty mind around and asked the system, air can be a commodity, right? System, that's right, but air is everywhere, probably no one would buy it. Who says we don't have any? I want to buy some. Sang Kankan stretched out her arms and gestured. Give me 10 cubic meters of air, compressed and wrapped in film, several layers to prevent leaks. Shape it like an inflatable rubber boat. If you haven't seen one, I can draw it for you. Since there wasn't a ready-made water vehicle, a simple version would suffice. The film the system used for packaging goods was highly resistant to water, acids, alkalis, and tearing. Multiple layers might not be worse than an inflatable boat. The film was an auxiliary material used by the system in manufacturing goods. It couldn't be sold directly, so it would be used to package air. System, Is that not allowed? There shouldn't be any issues with the station's regulations, right? System. Sure. Soon, Sang Kankan received a rudimentary, low-spec inflatable boat. Considering the rain, Sang Kankan specially bought an extra-large umbrella from the system store, large enough to completely cover the inflatable boat. This demonstrates her flexible use of the adjustable product size feature at the intermediate level station. She will test it for 2 days to further refine the details. If it works well, she might consider listing the inflatable boat, but of course, the product listed will be air. Chapter 44. After Sang Kankan spent over a day testing the waters, repeatedly improving her low-spec inflatable boat, and venturing out with her dog under an oversized umbrella, He-Ying and her group, along with Lin Yu, finally arrived at the first safe zone after a long and arduous journey. The journey was still incredibly difficult, even fraught with near-death experiences. It was as if the heavens were a capricious, unruly child, gathering all the world's water and unleashing it all at once over these past few days. No one could stop it. The rain never ceased, not even for a moment. The torrential downpour, the dilapidated roads, the gloomy, even daytime sky, and the occasional mutated plants were all formidable obstacles. And they didn't appear alone, but rather all at once, leaving the group of superhumans battered and bruised. They didn't encounter many zombies or mutated animals. They had probably all gone to seek shelter from the rain. On the way to the first safe zone, the terrain gradually descended, and the water covering the road surface deepened. Some sections almost turned into rivers, making it impossible for the off-road vehicles to pass. Song Sia's cargo space was already packed with various supplies, so they had to get out and carry the vehicles themselves. Like the father and son in that fable carrying a donkey through the market, it looked quite foolish. Foolish as it may be, they needed these 2 vehicles to get back to the central safe zone, and couldn't easily abandon them. This was Lin Yu's performance time. She could lift an off-road vehicle by herself, even though it took others working together, and she did it with apparent ease. While strength-based abilities may not be as flashy or versatile as other abilities, they are incredibly reliable in situations like this. He-Ying, observing secretly, began to consider joining. Her team seemed to be missing just one strength-based ability user, and Lin Yu possessed strength, a frank and cheerful personality, and a kind heart, a perfect match for her. Perhaps she could consider having her join their team? Having considered this, He-Ying quietly spoke a few words to Song Sia. For the rest of the trip, Song Sia began to utilize her social skills, seizing every opportunity to probe Lin Yu for information. Lin Yu, are you a local? I don't think you mentioned your parents. How are they? Are they also in the first safe zone? Lin Yu didn't find anything amiss and answered every question. She had nothing to hide. I'm not a local. I'm from Hunan province. I'm studying at university here. My parents are back in our hometown. We kept in touch by phone at the beginning of the apocalypse, but then we lost contact. I don't know how they are now. She was naturally worried about her parents. But her hometown was so far away. Even as a superhuman, she couldn't guarantee she'd get there safely. Besides, her parents had probably moved to a safe zone by now. Going there would be like searching for a needle in a haystack. She might not find them, and could even get herself killed. She could only hope they were alright. Once her strength improved a bit more, she would definitely go and find them. Song Xie continued to press. Which part of Hunan province exactly? We might have passed through there on our way here. A small place. You probably wouldn't even know it. Lin Yu gave her home's detailed address. They're probably in a safe zone now too. I haven't heard of it. We only stopped in Green City for one night. Lin Yu hesitated for a few seconds before finally realizing the implication in her words. You been to Green City? Aren't you locals? At this point, Song Xie, following her boss's instructions, briefly explained their origins. No, we came from the Central Security Zone. We're here on business, and we'll be back soon. Back to the Central Security Zone? Do you have to go through Hunan Province? Yes, that's the shortest route. Lin Yu's lips moved slightly, but after a moment's hesitation, she didn't say what she wanted to say. Song Xie noticed her hesitation, but wasn't in a hurry. She had already found the best entry point to lure her into the trap. She could take it slow. Tell me about the situation in the first security zone. What was it like when you left? However, such conversations were limited to the first half-day of their journey. The closer they got to the first security zone, the worse the road conditions became. Everyone was preoccupied, and the surrounding scenery was appalling. There was no time for casual conversation. 5 or 6 kilometers from the first safe zone, they were met with a vast expanse of water. The roads were completely submerged, with only high hills and tall buildings visible above the surface. Some of the buildings appeared to be poorly constructed, having been completely washed away by the flood. Fortunately, they seemed uninhabited. Floating in the floodwaters were all sorts of things: broken furniture, pots and pans, plastic waste, tree branches and roots, zombie remains, and even human corpses. It was difficult enough for people to cross this vast expanse, let alone vehicles. Hiying had her teammates lift 2 SUVs to the highest nearby hill, while she swam into the water to retrieve 2 bloated bodies. Lin Yu leaned closer for a look. Thankfully, it wasn't someone she knew. Should we bury them? Song Xie asked. But there was nowhere to bury them now. Even if they were buried on higher ground, the water level would keep rising as long as the rain continued, and the body would likely be washed out, making it all for nothing. Hiying placed the body on the hillside, unsure of what she could do. She was indeed one of the most powerful ability users, ranking among the top in the entire central safe zone. At her peak, she had even killed over 400 zombies in a single day. But in the face of natural disasters, and the deaths of her fellow countrymen, her abilities were completely useless. Let's put them with the car. We go to the first safe zone first, and deal with them on the way back. It was better for them to spend less time in the water. The last stretch of the journey was entirely waded through, half swimming and half wading. As they neared the safe zone, Song Xie's ankle was entangled by a mutated ivy in the water, nearly dragging her down. Thankfully, Lin Yu held her tightly, giving the other teammates time to kill the ivy. Upon reaching the first safe zone, they all looked like homeless people trapped in a deserted mountain area for months. However, compared to many others in the safe zone, they were actually in relatively good shape. The entire first safe zone was in disarray, as if it had been hit by a hurricane or earthquake. Nearly half of the area was flooded, forcing many survivors to evacuate with their families to the other half, making the already densely populated safe zone even more overcrowded. With more people, conflicts naturally arose. Even the smallest things could escalate into heated arguments, and even when everyone tried to be amicable, many problems remained. Food shortages are the biggest problem. After all, people will die without food, and even if they don't starve, panic can lead to more serious problems. The safe zone authorities are sending personnel daily to patrol and mediate, preventing any unexpected incidents. Water resources are also extremely scarce. Although water is abundant throughout the safe zone, there aren't enough facilities to purify it. For many, even boiling water is a luxury. With limited fuel, drinking contaminated water could be even more dangerous than not drinking it at all. As a last resort, some people have to collect rainwater and drink it directly. Whether it causes harm is a matter of luck. However, many are simply unlucky, developing illnesses from drinking rainwater, or perhaps from getting caught in the rain. Currently, more than half the population of the safe zone is sick, experiencing dizziness, coughing, fever, vomiting, and diarrhea, with varying symptoms. There's no medicine available, and isolation and treatment are impossible. The patients are clustered together, allowing the virus to multiply rapidly, further straining the already precarious medical resources of the safe zone. The head of the first security zone has been so anxious these past few days that he's practically lost all his hair. He sent out aid requests to every security zone, he can contact, but many are only slightly better off and don't have the resources to help. Only the second security zone, also in City C, readily agreed to send a large shipment of supplies. But the delivery men haven't arrived yet. The head of the zone is practically staring at the entrance, his eyes practically popping out of their sockets. Speaking of which, the second security zone got incredibly lucky. Why did the Sang family go there of all days, and not to their first security zone? The head of the first safe zone even secretly suspected that the head of the second safe zone might have made some shady deal with the people behind the post station to gain their favor. But such thoughts were futile. The post station was so powerful, even if the head of the second safe zone did have a secret deal with it, that was their own doing. Like himself, when the city was establishing safe zones, he was originally supposed to be assigned to the second safe zone. He felt the first safe zone was more important and had better prospects, so he pulled some strings and was sent here. If only he had known this would happen, why would he have bothered? These past few days, the head of the first safe zone had been regretting it terribly. After 2 days of eager anticipation, He Ying and Lin Yu finally arrived in the evening. Upon entering the safe zone, before they even saw many people, they were met with a series of coughs. Everyone in the safe zone seemed to be coughing so hard it was heart-wrenching, coughing so loudly it shook the heavens and earth. Mixed with the coughs were countless cries and shouts, a cacophony that made one's head spin. He Ying quickly had Song Xie get out masks and distribute them to everyone. However, at this point, wearing masks was mostly psychological. There were too many sick people, and no amount of protection could prevent infection. The district chief stared at them for several moments before he approached uncertainly. "Excuse me, are you Captain He?" He Ying and her group had stayed in the first safe zone for a day before going to the second safe zone, and the district chief had specially treated them. However, their appearance had changed so much that he was hesitant to recognize them. He Ying nodded. "It's me. We were entrusted by the second safe zone to deliver the supplies." "Oh, Captain He, you finally arrived." The district chief was so excited that tears and snot immediately streamed down his face. "You must have suffered on the journey. Quickly, come inside and rest. Let's get down to business first. Where should we put the things?" He Ying asked. Yes, Captain He is right. Let's get down to business first. Let's go to the warehouse." Seeing that they were about to get down to business, Lin Yu tugged at Song Xie and whispered, "I go first, the old ladies are waiting for their medicine." Song Xie quickly pulled her back. "Where will we find you later? They're already in the safe zone. Why would they need to find her?" Lin Yu wasn't quite sure, but she still told her address, number 42, East 3rd District. "I should be home these next few days. You can find me there if you need anything." "Okay." The second safe zone's aid wasn't feigned. They genuinely provided a lot of supplies. Song Xie was a level 3 space ability user, and her spatial capacity was considerable. Besides reserving a small portion for their team's daily necessities, the rest of her space was crammed full of relief supplies. 2/3 of the supplies were rice and grain, and 1/3 were various medicines, all things that could be used immediately. Looking at the 2 small mountains of supplies in the warehouse, the district chief's initial envy and resentment towards the second safe zone vanished. The second safe zone was quite generous. These supplies were enough to save many people in their zone. He didn't need to tear someone else's umbrella just because he was getting rained on. Even if the umbrella was with someone else, they could still benefit from it. The district chief quickly called his subordinates to make arrangements, distributing the supplies, especially the medicine, in batches, prioritizing survivors with severe illnesses. After making the arrangements and leaving, he approached He Ying and the others, continuing to weep and wail. "I'm so grateful to Captain He and the others this time. I specially arranged a banquet. Please eat and then rest. However, things are different now, and I don't have anything particularly special to offer our esteemed guests. I hope you won't mind." "No need for that." He Ying declined his invitation. "We have plans with a friend. We're going to her place." "A friend?" The district chief was stunned. He didn't remember them having friends in the first safe zone. However, he had indeed seen another survivor who had come to the safe zone with them, but he had been focused on the supplies and hadn't paid much attention. "Where does Captain He's friend live? I take you there." "No need, just point in the direction," He Ying said, glancing at Song Xie, who quickly replied, "She lives at number 42, East 3rd District." Chapter 45. Although Lin Yu had given Song Xie her address, she hadn't expected them to come so quickly. She was a little dazed when she opened the door. "What are you doing here?" "We come to beg you to take us in," Song Xie said, putting her arm around Lin Yu's shoulder. She was shorter than Lin Yu, and had to stand on tiptoe. Our boss and I have nowhere to stay tonight. Could you let us stay for the night? We're not picky. We sleep on the floor if we want. We brought our own bedding. Just give us a place to sleep. Only Lin Yu and He-Ying were there. The other male teammates had been sent away by He-Ying. Anyway, they weren't exactly pampered, so they could sleep wherever they wanted. Since they were already there, Lin Yu, being the kind of person she was, naturally wouldn't turn them away. Come in. It's a bit messy inside. Please make yourselves at home. The apartments in the East 3rd District, where she lived, were partitioned from vacant apartment buildings. The less than 100 square meter apartment could be divided into 3 or 4 suites, housing more than a dozen people. Lin Yu's room was a suite. A makeshift kitchen and toilet were partitioned off near the window. The remaining space contained a large wardrobe and 3 beds. That was all, not even a table or chairs. The room reeked of disinfectant, likely sprayed by Lin Yu after her return. She had collected disinfectant effervescent tablets from outside supplies. 2 of the beds were empty. An elderly woman lay on the bed closest to the window, seemingly very ill. She lay motionless, not even getting up to greet anyone who entered, remaining in a deep sleep. Grandma Luo is quite ill. I gave her medicine, but she hasn't recovered yet, Lin Yu said, putting the supplies she had brought back into the wardrobe. Perhaps you should stay somewhere else, to avoid getting infected. Song Xia sat on the bed near the door, shaking her head. My husband and I are healthy. We're not afraid of getting infected. Anyway, I'm sticking with you tonight. They had taken her in before, so it was a fair exchange. Lin Yu pursed her lips. Would you like some hot water? I boil some water on the alcohol stove and cook some noodles for dinner. You haven't eaten yet, have you? No need to bother, we have our own food, He-Ying stopped her. They weren't there to take advantage of Lin Yu. Song Xia remembered what Lin Yu had said earlier and asked, I remember you said you lived with 2 old women. What about the other old lady? Lin Yu paused, her hands moving, before finally saying, Grandma Lu's health wasn't good. She passed away yesterday, carried out by the people from the safe zone. Her medicine was ultimately too late. He-Ying and Song Xia then noticed that Lin Yu's eyes were slightly red. My condolences had been said too many times to carry much weight. Song Xia stood up, patted Lin Yu's back, and said nothing. He-Ying walked to Grandma Luo's bedside and felt her forehead. She still has a slight fever. Has the doctor seen her? With so many patients, how can the doctor possibly see everyone? A nurse just came by and said it's just a common flu, some medicine, some nutrition, and plenty of rest. I don't know if that's true. Just do as she says, He-Ying said, looking at Song Xia. Do you have any formula left? Make Grandma a cup. Okay. Song Xia readily agreed. Lin Yu quickly waved her hand. You don't need to go to so much trouble. It's for Grandma, not you. Why are you being so polite? Song Xia took out a glass, filled it halfway with formula, added water, stirred it well, and handed it to He-Ying. Boss, heat it up. Fire-based abilities are incredibly useful in situations like this. He-Ying heated the milk to the right temperature, helped Granny Luo sit up, and fed it to her. Granny Luo was delirious with fever, and couldn't distinguish between strangers and acquaintances. She just drank it all. Song Xia looked around the room, then took out a packet of noodles, and started preparing dinner for Lin Yu. Her endless questions started again. Lin Yu, what's your relationship with Granny Luo and the others? How come you live together? Are you relatives? No, Granny Luo and Granny Lu are cousins. They used to live with Granny Luo's daughter, Sister Luo. When I first arrived at the first safe zone, I had nowhere to go, and Sister Luo took me in. Where's Sister Luo? Why isn't she home? Lin Yu paused again. Sister Luo went out to collect supplies half a month ago, and got surrounded by zombies. She hasn't been able to come back. Song Xia, She turned her head to the side, and suddenly slapped herself in the mouth. Is her mouth somehow blessed in reverse? She always brings up the most sensitive topics, making you talk too much. How many times has this happened? Every time she hits a nerve with Lin Yu. But Song Xia also knows that life and death are such frequent occurrences in this world, and it's not something she can change by asking or not asking. In fact, they seen clearly along the way that besides the sadness and pain before them, many horrific tragedies are happening, some even too painful to mention. For example, downwind on the outermost edge of the first safe zone, there's a tall iron furnace. Even in this torrential rain, it's still burning, constantly emitting thick smoke. That was an incinerator for burning corpses. Those who died within the safe zone couldn't be properly buried, and didn't even have much time for their families to say goodbye. To avoid the various problems caused by decomposition, The safe zone would send people to remove the bodies as soon as someone died and cremate them. During the cremation, someone had to be assigned to watch over it, otherwise, some desperate people might sneak over and steal the corpses to eat. Some say that when suffering accumulates to a certain point, people gradually become accustomed to it and even numb, but they probably could never get used to this kind of world, nor could they. Fortunately, a batch of supplies from the second safe zone provided much-needed relief, and the situation in the first safe zone improved considerably. At least, the lack of medical treatment for the sick was significantly reduced. And heaven, in its cruelty, seemed to have a slight mercy. The safe zone's preventative measures were effective. Most patients were indeed just suffering from colds. As long as they took medicine, rested, and reduced their outings to prevent infection, they gradually recovered and didn't develop into more serious infectious diseases. It was like a tiny spark of light appearing in the darkness. Although the overall situation remained dire, even the slightest improvement gave people hope and allowed them to persevere. The torrential rain continued for 2 more days, and the light of hope grew even brighter. The rain finally stopped. Just as it arrived without warning, it stopped without warning as well. 1 second the rain was pouring down, the next second, wait, it stopped? Many people's first reaction was disbelief. Perhaps they were hallucinating from being sick for so long. They waited and saw. 3 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, even half an hour passed, and the rain finally stopped. The survivors wept with joy. Heaven had finally given them a way to live. They had finally made it through. Although the rain stopping wasn't the end, the floodwaters hadn't receded, and many problems still needed to be addressed. At least the situation wasn't getting worse, and was beginning to be under control. During the 2 days of continuous rain, Ying and the others remained in the first safe zone, staying at Lin Yu's house, and didn't set off immediately. Their car was still soaking in the rain, so they couldn't leave even if they wanted to. Song Xia subtly and overtly tried to extract information from Lin Yu every day, gathering all sorts of details about her, even down to trivial things like her GPA in university, and which courses she had failed. After gathering all this information, Ying frankly extended an invitation to Lin Yu. Lin Yu, would you like to join my team and go to the central safe zone with us? Lin Yu had been a little puzzled these past few days. Why were these 2 powerful superhuman sisters always hanging around her place? The district chief treated them so politely, they couldn't possibly be without somewhere else to go. It wasn't that she disliked them or didn't want them to stay, but she just thought their relationship didn't seem that deep. Bonus by Ying's invitation, Lin Yu was flattered. The central safe zone? Me? Although she wasn't particularly shrewd, just from the district chief's attitude towards Ying, she knew that the people in their team were definitely not ordinary, and their strength was considerable. They probably held a high position even within the central safe zone. What is the central security zone? It's the power center of the entire country. You can't survive there without a sharp mind. But Lin Yu was already overwhelmed just dealing with the teachers and classmates at school, even faking her death to escape. If she went to the central security zone, she probably wouldn't survive more than 2 chapters. I can't do it. You should find someone else. Why can't you? I think you're quite capable. Song Xia winked at her. You're capable and loyal. With a teammate like you, I definitely feel much more at ease. Lin Yu still shook her head. I'm clumsy with words, and I'm not smart enough. It's not suitable. Song Xia continued to comfort her. Being clumsy with words has its advantages. Unlike me, I'm not clumsy with words, but I always say the wrong thing and offend people. You do have self-awareness, Ying chuckled, looking at Lin Yu seriously. You're not bad at talking, you're just honest and straightforward, without any ulterior motives. That's your strength, don't underestimate yourself. Lin Yu was too embarrassed to respond to her praise. Hearing their conversation, Granny Luo, lying on the bed next to them, slowly sat up. Lin girl, what are you hesitating for? This is a great opportunity. Granny Luo had been lying in a daze for the past few days, sometimes lucid for a moment, and had overheard much of their conversation, but she hadn't had the strength to speak, only listen. Today, finally having some strength to sit up, she quickly nudged Lin Yu. Your 2 friends sound capable. So they're from the Central Security Zone. They're both good girls. Going to the Central Security Zone is a good opportunity to visit your hometown and your parents. Haven't you been worried about them? I even heard you talking in your sleep last night. I even talked in my sleep? Lin Yu herself didn't know it, but her parents back home were always on her mind. Grandma Luo chuckled mischievously. Yes, as soon as she falls asleep, she's either calling for mom and dad or Can. It's a whole drama all by herself, so lively. I really didn't know, Lin Yu walked to the bedside and helped Grandma Luo sit up, then felt her forehead. The fever had finally completely subsided. But Grandma, what will you do if I leave? Will you miss me? You silly girl, what's there for me to miss? I wish you leave quickly so I can have some peace and quiet. Grandma Luo was jokingly scolding her, but tears welled up in her eyes, which she quickly wiped away. Having lost her husband, daughter, and cousin in succession, she was truly all alone now. Even if she was reluctant to leave Lin Yu, the only younger generation willing to stay by her side, she couldn't possibly hinder Lin Yu's future for her own sake. He Ying said from the side, Lin Yu, don't worry about Grandma Luo. I asked the district chief to keep an eye on her, she won't be wronged. With so many people advising her, Lin Yu was indeed tempted, but before she could agree, the alarm blared rapidly throughout the entire safe zone. They quickly ran to the windows, while many others held megaphones, loudly announcing the attack throughout the safe zone. Rat swarm attack. Rat swarm attack. All healthy ability users and able-bodied adults, please proceed immediately to the west side of the safe zone to jointly combat the rat swarm. Attention! All. The west side of the first safe zone was also the direction from which the floodwaters had entered. Less than half a day after the rain stopped, the waterline had receded slightly, but before anyone could rejoice, swarms of ferocious-looking mutated rats rushed out of the water. So many rats. Such huge rats. The swarm looked like starving ghosts imprisoned in hell for generations. As soon as they came ashore, they opened their mouths wide, revealing sharp teeth, and frantically devoured everything in sight, machines, buildings, even people. The sight was truly terrifying. Chapter 46. If Sang Kankan were in the first safe zone of City C, she might recognize those mutated rats as the same group she had seen in the city. Although they had grown and developed over time, their size had increased significantly, and their appearance had become increasingly ferocious and terrifying, but their savage, predatory nature remained exactly the same. However, Sang Kankan wasn't there. After she and her dog boarded a makeshift inflatable boat, she caught a level 2 zombie along the way, using her zombie controlling technique to hold a large umbrella over them, and then let the current carry them wherever it took them. Anyway, in this kind of weather, she didn't expect to travel very far. She treated it as a post-apocalyptic version of rafting, which was quite exciting. At first, Sang Kankan wasn't very skilled at using the inflatable boat and accidentally capsized once. Her dog, quick-witted, immediately lay flat inside, its weight helping it avoid falling in. However, she was thrown off balance by a sudden wave and tumbled into the water. Then Sang Kankan discovered that her body couldn't float at all, her bones were too dense, and she sank immediately upon entering the water. If she hadn't clung tightly to the edge of the inflatable boat, she wouldn't know how to get back up after sinking, and might have had to wait for the water to recede. After that, she was much more careful, and once she got used to it, she knew how to maintain the boat's balance and didn't capsize again. Outside, the rain and wind were heavy, and the inflatable boat was like a leaf on a vast ocean, drifting aimlessly with the rising water. The calmer sections were fine, but drifting into rapids or whirlpools was truly thrilling. However, the excitement was only in Sang Kankan's perception. The dog, on the other hand, gave the most direct feedback. It got seasick and vomited. After vomiting 2 or 3 times, the dog lay weakly on the boat, whimpering. Awoo! Hey, you two-legged creature, have some decency. Can't you control this boat and take a normal route? Sang Kankan was quite receptive to advice, so she caught another zombie and even picked up a long piece of wood from the water to use as an oar, controlling the zombie to row them, trying to stay on calm waters. She felt that perhaps she had been acting as a middleman for the system for too long, and her heart had turned black. Now she was particularly keen on hiring zombies to work for her for free. After walking for most of the day, most of Tao County was submerged. Sang Kankan tried to recall the tourist brochures her seniors had distributed during her school days, which usually featured promotional photos of Tao County. However, she couldn't remember what the photos looked like, let alone match them with the floating city before her. They hadn't encountered a single living person or found any safe zone. With so many people in such a large county as Tao, where had all the survivors gone? There was no one to ask for information now. As Sang Kankan pondered this, she suddenly smelled a sweet, fruity aroma. The sweet scent, transmitted through her nose to her brain, even made her mouth water, as if she could already taste the sweetness of the fruit. As a zombie, Sang Kankan's senses were generated differently from other creatures. They were directly transmitted to her consciousness. After evolving to level 4, her senses were far more acute than those of other animals. Not long after Sang Kankan smelled the fruity aroma, The dog that had been lying on the inflatable boat suddenly raised its head and howled a few times in one direction. "Awoo! Awoo! Two-legged creature, there's something smelly over there. It must be delicious. Let's go." So Sang Kankan gave the zombie rowing the boat a new command, to head in the direction of the fruity aroma. The closer they got, the stronger the aroma became, like walking into a huge warehouse filled with ripe peaches. The peach scent enveloped them from all directions, even becoming slightly cloying. It wasn't peach season, so such an intense, cloying smell was definitely not normal. Sang Kankan even smelled a faint stench of decay within the pervasive peach scent, but she couldn't tell if it was peaches rotting or something else. After traveling about 2 or 3 kilometers of waterway after smelling the peach scent, they finally arrived at the source of the aroma. It was a huge peach orchard. The orchard stretched as far as the eye could see, filled with countless peach trees. These trees were mostly mutated, 2 to 3 times the height of ordinary peach trees. Large swathes of the trees had been soaked or even submerged by rain, but they seemed unaffected, displaying remarkable resilience. Mutation in peach trees is normal, but what was abnormal was that every single tree was now laden with white and red peaches, each nearly the size of an adult man's fist, perfectly ripe, their fragrance wafting from miles away. Even the legendary peach garden of the Queen Mother of the West wouldn't produce so many high-quality peaches, especially since it wasn't peach season. Sang Kankan took out the binoculars she had used earlier and peered into the orchard. Under some of the higher-lying trees that hadn't been flooded, there were many simple huts, clearly inhabited by quite a few people. While she was observing, someone emerged from the shed, nimbly climbing a nearby peach tree like a monkey, plucking a large peach, rinsing it with rainwater, wiping it off, and then taking a bite. Satisfied, the person squinted their eyes, oblivious to the rain soaking their clothes. Because of the rice paddy and fuel village, Sang Kankan now had a psychological aversion to the fruit of these mutated plants. Could this be another peach tree that bore fruit after eating people? However, last time in Fuel Village, Guzi was very resistant to the rice in the paddy field, seemingly smelling blood. But now, looking at the ripe peaches on the tree, Guzi was drooling. Literally drooling. The shameless dog's mouth was practically watering. Woof woof woof. Guzi's eyes were practically glued to the peach tree. "Hey, you two-legged creature, what are those fragrant fruits? Quickly pick one for the dog." Sang Kankan barked at it without hesitation. "You dare eat them without knowing what they are? Aren't you afraid of being poisoned?" Woof woof. "They're definitely not poisonous, and they taste delicious." "How do you know?" Woof woof. "Dogs just know. Hurry up and pick them." With so many peaches right in front of them, even if they didn't eat them, they would definitely check them. Sang Kankan climbed the peach tree closest to their inflatable boat, picked a large peach, heavy and plump, at least half a pound each. More than half of the peach tree was submerged, and many peaches were also soaking in the water. Sang Kankan didn't pick those, but she glanced at them. Soaking in water didn't seem to affect the peaches, they were still so fresh and tempting. The dog put its 2 front paws on her, begging for a peach. Sang Kankan refused and directly stored the peach in her system inventory. "System, can you check if this peach can be entered as a product? Does it contain any toxic components?" The system wouldn't identify items for her, it didn't have that function. However, if she said it was for sale, the system would perform a component analysis and provide detailed results if needed. This was one of the clever tricks Sang Kankan had figured out herself since binding with the system, sometimes saving her a lot of trouble. The peach disappeared from the system inventory, and the system quickly provided its analysis results. The peach can be sold as a product, but it's a living product. The system cannot directly replicate it. The host needs to provide its own supply. The peach is alive? Does that mean the pit can be used for reproduction? Then what if I break the peach open and remove the pit? Can I replicate it? The host's understanding of life is somewhat narrow. Not just seeds, all active cells are considered life, including the living cells inside the fruit. Sang Kankan, being a liberal arts student, didn't have a deep understanding of this topic, but she was quick to apply her knowledge to other situations. "So, according to you, if I make a peach into dried fruit, the cells won't be active, and then I can replicate it?" That's true. Sang Kankan couldn't quite understand this rule, and it didn't seem like a technically impossible problem. Why make it so complicated? It's just a peach. Is there such a big difference between dead and alive cells? There is a big difference. The process of replicating and producing goods can go wrong. The system can only optimize the process to minimize the probability of errors. It cannot completely eliminate them. Even if an inanimate object replicates incorrectly, at most it will produce a deformed product, which can be immediately destroyed or recycled. However, if a living object replicates incorrectly, it may cause serious genetic mutations, species mutations, and uncontrollable consequences. The host probably doesn't want a mouth to suddenly grow on the peach and bite off the customer's nose, right? Sang Kankan really didn't want to see that kind of bloody scene, but system, can't you monitor it at any time? If you find a replication error, can't you just destroy it directly? Perhaps it was psychological, but Sang Kankan felt that the system's tone was more serious than usual. The system cannot directly destroy any life, not even a single cell. This is a matter of principle. The resulting regulations on the restriction and prohibition of the production of living objects are a secondary principle, and must be followed unless there are unforeseen circumstances. Oh, since the system had already gone this far, it would be unreasonable for Sang Kankan to dwell on this issue any further, so she quickly brought the topic back on track. You're saying this peach can be sold as a commodity, which means it's not poisonous, and can be eaten normally. The system indeed did not detect any toxins in the peach in the conventional sense. That's a bit of a roundabout way of putting it. There's clearly more to it than meets the eye. What is a toxin in the conventional sense? The system didn't answer directly, but instead posed a question. If a substance can keep someone happy forever, can it be considered a toxin? Sang Kankan paused, instinctively asking, are there any other side effects? Is it addictive? There are no other side effects, and it won't cause physical addiction, but it can create psychological dependence. Why is the system always challenging her knowledge gaps today? Sang Kankan said uncertainly, then it shouldn't be considered a toxin, right? There are plenty of things that can create psychological dependence, but I never heard of them all being toxins. Then there's no problem. Although the system said that, Sang Kankan was still a little uneasy. She didn't continue picking peaches. Her dog kept nuzzling her for peaches, but she pushed it back. Let's see what those who ate the peaches look like before considering our next step. Wearing clothes in the rain would get wet, and Sang Kankan had been naked the whole way. Now that she needed to meet people, she took out her rabbit costume and put it on, letting the zombies continue rowing. She had put this rabbit costume on the shelves at the inn a few days ago, and sold over a dozen sets. Now that other rabbit costumes were available elsewhere, she could hide herself even better. The inflatable boat ventured into the peach orchard for about 10 minutes, reaching a higher hillside. Sang Kankan and her dog disembarked, dismissing the two zombie laborers on the spot. The atmosphere in the peach orchard seemed to disgust the zombies. As soon as they regained their freedom, they immediately turned and ran back, not caring if they ran into the water. Sang Kankan put away the inflatable boat and the extra-large umbrella, opened a normal-sized umbrella, and continued walking towards the populated areas within the peach orchard while constantly releasing her supernatural abilities. To contact humans, she first had to play the role of a human herself. Chapter 47. Many survivors lived in Peach Garden. Sang Kankan, with her dog, had only walked for about 10 minutes when she arrived at a row of blue shacks. Sensing the presence inside, she roughly estimated there were at least a dozen people. These people seemed quite unsuspecting. The doors were wide open, welcoming everyone who came without any defenses. From afar, Sang Kankan could see many people gathered inside, seemingly playing mahjong. There were 2 tables set up, with some playing, some watching, and others giving instructions. It was quite lively. The heavy rain outside had no effect on them. In the corner of the shacks were 2 large iron basins, each filled with dry firewood burning, looking quite warm. 2 children, who looked no more than 10 years old, squatted by the door playing with pebbles, each holding a peach. They would take a few bites every now and then, their faces covered in juice, but no adult seemed to care. Seeing Sang Kankan approach, one of the children looked up, smiled, and waved at her, completely unafraid. The scene made Sang Kankan feel a little dazed. It was so peaceful, not at all like the apocalypse. Could she have stumbled upon a legendary paradise? Perhaps because she had been using her supernatural abilities. 2 children enthusiastically surrounded her as she approached the shed. Rabbit, are you from outside? Welcome. Your dog is so cute. Can I pet it? Come in and sit down. Would you like some peaches? I picked some for you. One of the children called out to the adults inside. We have a new guest. Come out quickly. Those playing mahjong inside stopped what they were doing and came out, all smiling broadly, to welcome Sang Kankan inside. It's raining heavily outside. Come in and sit down. Are you a young man or a young woman? Sit by the fire. Your clothes are all wet. Dry them quickly. A middle-aged woman brought out a bowl of freshly washed peaches from the kitchen and handed it to Sang Kankan. You come from out of town, haven't you? You must be very hungry. Eat these peaches. They were just picked today, very fresh. Wasn't this a bit too enthusiastic? If the timing weren't so inappropriate, Sang Kankan would have mistaken herself for someone in a tourist attraction, lured in by unscrupulous shopkeepers who specialize in using sweet talk to rip off unsuspecting out-of-towners. These people didn't even bother to ask about her identity, nor were they curious about what she looked like under her rabbit headgear. They just smiled and offered her peaches. The more enthusiastic they were, the more suspicious Sang Kankan became. She definitely didn't dare eat the peaches. Seeing a child offer a peach to Guzi, she quickly snatched it away and asked, "How much are these peaches? If they're too expensive, I'm afraid we can't afford them." "Why are you selling them?" Everyone looked bewildered, as if she had said something incomprehensible. "These peaches are everywhere. If you want some, just pick them from the tree." "Who would sell them?" "What you're saying is quite amusing." The middle-aged woman who had given her the peach seemed to be the leader of the group. She raised an eyebrow and said to the others, "She's from out of town and doesn't know our customs. Keep your voices down, don't scare her." Then she looked at Sang Kankan. "Don't overthink it, little sister. We don't have so many rules here. Eat as many peaches as you like. If you don't have enough, just pick some from the tree. The peach tree belongs to everyone, anyone can pick them. After you finish eating, throw the peach pit away so it can sprout and grow. That's your way of repaying the peach tree." It seemed so simple, but looking at the dozen or so smiling faces around her, Sang Kankan still felt uneasy. The middle-aged woman asked again, "It's getting late. Did you come here looking for someone?" Sang Kankan shook her head. "I got lost in the rain and accidentally wandered in." "So you have nowhere to go?" The middle-aged woman thought for a moment. "How about this? We have empty rooms here. You can stay if you want. We'd be very happy to let you. If you don't want to stay, you can continue walking in. There are many other people inside, and they'd definitely be willing to take you in. Anyway, peaches are everywhere, you won't go hungry anywhere, and there's no danger here." "So casual?" Sang Kankan was a little confused. Throughout her journey in the apocalypse, her biggest worry had been dealing with people. She was always worried about arousing suspicion or exposing herself, but these people seemed to have no suspicion of her whatsoever. Could it be that her superpower had upgraded, making her more deceptive? It didn't seem so. Sang Kankan also had a rebellious streak. While others weren't on guard, she was eager to get to the bottom of things. "Aren't you curious where I came from? Aren't you curious why I wear a hood and never show my face? Aren't you afraid I'm a bad person?" The middle-aged woman paused, then chuckled. "Why so much curiosity? If you want to talk, say it. If you don't, don't. Life is about enjoying yourself. Thinking too much is just creating trouble for yourself. It's unnecessary." The child who had greeted Sang Kankan earlier tugged at her pant leg. "Sister Rabbit, are you a bad person? Why do you want to be a bad person? What's a bad person? Is it something delicious?" Sang Kankan, Could this be the effect of eating the peach? This is a bit serious." It was indeed getting late, so Sang Kankan decided not to go any further and stayed in the shed. She planned to spend a few days observing these survivors, who had eaten the peach, and also figure out the true nature of the peach that the system said could keep people happy forever. The middle-aged woman leading them was surnamed Kong, and Sang Kankan was told to call her Sister Kong. When Sister Kong heard that Sang Kankan had decided to stay, she warmly offered her the room next door, telling her she could contact her anytime if she needed anything. "You can contact me or anyone else, don't be shy, make yourself at home." The others didn't seem particularly curious about Sang Kankan. They greeted her warmly a few times and then dispersed, some going back to playing cards, some watching, some playing with stones, and when they got tired, they ate a peach and went to sleep. Sang Kankan quickly discovered that everyone here was a pure happiness supremacist. What does happiness above all else mean? It means that everything that makes them happy is automatically amplified in their minds, while everything that might make them unhappy automatically disappears from their thoughts. Even if something unpleasant is happening right in front of them, they will subconsciously ignore it. For example, climbing a peach tree to pick peaches, and then eating them is something that makes them happy. Adults and children alike climb trees several times a day, even on rainy days. However, sometimes they accidentally fall from the tree, even injuring their legs. That's unpleasant. But that's okay, these unpleasant experiences are quickly forgotten and leave no trace in their memory. Once their leg heals, they can climb the tree again anytime. For example, the arrival of new guests is a joyous occasion for them. Everyone warmly welcomes them from the bottom of their hearts, regardless of whether the new guest is of unknown origin or poses a danger. Worrying too much is pointless. Another example is playing mahjong. They don't gamble with money or use chips, they just enjoy the game. Winning is fun, Losing is fun, and the winners sometimes even let the losers have a couple of rounds, sharing the joy. Sang Kankan also discovered that few of these people were related by blood. They were mostly single, predominantly women, with only a handful of men, all of whom looked quite young. They lived together as a family. Even the 2 children had lost their parents. Yet, these people got along remarkably harmoniously, never arguing or quarreling, not even disagreeing. They didn't differentiate between superhumans and ordinary people. Climbing trees to pick peaches didn't require any special skills. Anyone could do it, even a toddler. To be left all alone in the apocalypse suggests they must have all endured tragic and painful experiences, but those pains have left no trace in their hearts. They have long been forgotten, leaving only happy memories. An entire peach orchard provides peaches as food. The scent of the peach trees is so powerful that other mutated plants and animals, as well as zombies, stay away. These people have no pressure to survive, no need to worry about anything, and have completely lost the sense of danger and fear that humans possess from the early stages of evolution. All that remains is pure joy. If it were only these things, this peach orchard could indeed be considered a Shangri-La. However, this orchard exudes an abnormal aura. The day before, Sang Kankan opened the window before going to sleep, and clearly saw a child pick a large peach from the peach tree by the door. When she woke up the next day, new fruit had grown on the branch where the peach had been picked, and by evening, the new peaches were ripe. Because the system constantly talked to her about resources and energy, Sang Kankan was now very sensitive to energy issues. The juicy peaches contained abundant energy, which couldn't have appeared out of thin air. It must have a source. Where did all that energy in the entire peach orchard, countless peach trees, and countless peaches, come from? It had been raining for the past few days, so it couldn't have come entirely from sunlight. And could the fertility of the soil keep up with the rate at which the peach trees produce peaches? This was a chilling question. However, Sang Kankan had also observed the orchard and hadn't found anything like the practice of using flesh and blood to nourish plants, as she had done in Fuel Village. Her sense of smell was very keen. Apart from the occasional accidental cut or bruise, there was no smell of blood in the orchard. Sang Kankan had asked around, trying to find out when the peaches had grown. The answers were always the same. They always been there. There must have been a beginning, right? She wondered. I don't remember, she replied, but they always been there. We pick them whenever we want. We can never finish them all. The people in the peach orchard didn't think about complicated things. They only knew how to eat peaches. 3 meals a day, peaches, happily eating peaches. They saw nothing else but peaches. Although Sang Kankan hadn't eaten any herself, she was tired of looking at them. She even took 2 pieces of bread from the dog's food and gave them to the 2 children in the shed. They were even more curious than adults, always crowding around her, the newcomer. Unexpectedly, the 2 children took only 1 bite and simultaneously spat out the bread. It's awful, much worse than a peach. Sister Rabbit, is this all you eat every day? So pitiful. Come eat peaches with us, they're so delicious. Sang Kankan, She was almost allergic to peaches. Sang Kankan herself didn't need to eat, but she had a dog with very weak willpower beside her, constantly drooling over peaches. When she wasn't looking, someone fed the dog a peach, and it immediately opened its mouth and started frantically gnawing on it. By the time Sang Kankan saw it, only the pit remained. Spit it out. Eating it will cause problems. Sang Kankan quickly patted the dog's back. Huh? The dog stared at her with its big, black eyes. What are you doing, you 2-legged creature? Want to play with a dog? The dog definitely wouldn't spit out what it had swallowed. Sang Kankan stared at it intently for almost an hour, observing it. The dog seemed to show no unusual reaction, still as cute and adorable as ever. Peaches can make people happy, but this dog usually likes to giggle like an idiot. Could it be that it didn't have any effect? Or maybe it hadn't eaten enough, and the effect hadn't yet manifested. Anyway, she would try to prevent it from eating them again. But the dog was always running around, and she couldn't keep an eye on it all the time. Like a mother hen, Sang Kankan earnestly advised the dog, these peaches are poisonous. Don't eat them anymore. Huh? They're not poisonous. They taste great. Some poisons can't be detected by ingestion, but eating too many will make all your fur fall out, turning you into a bald dog, the ugliest bald dog in the world. Are you scared? Huh? Really? You 2-legged creature, don't scare the dog. You can try it, but don't come crying to me when you lost all your fur. Woof. Then the dog will have to eat less. A barrage of threats and coaxing, hoping to teach the dog a lesson. But should she sell these peaches or not? Sang Kankan hesitated. Chapter 48. After opening the message board at the post station, Sang Kankan received numerous messages daily, mostly concerning the types of goods she could sell. Many people asked her when she could sell fresh produce, like vegetables and fruits, and even better, fresh meat. They were tired of the same old side dishes, ham sausages, canned goods, spicy snacks, and needed a change. That's just how people are. When they're hungry, they want to be full, and when they're full, they want to eat better. The desires are never satisfied. This time, seeing so many fresh peaches, their appearance and taste were impeccable, and with the system confirming they could be sold, Sang Kankan considered it. Should she release a limited quantity? However, she was still a little worried. Would selling these peaches cause any problems? Letting people forget all their pain and only retain happiness didn't seem like a bad thing. Perhaps she shouldn't worry too much? The survivors in the peach orchard were all doing quite well. However, Sang Kankan still felt a little uncomfortable around the people in Peach Garden, always feeling that they weren't quite normal. But what constitutes normality? She, a zombie with human memories and thought processes, was already one of the most abnormal beings in the world. What right did she have to judge whether humans were normal? Isn't there a book titled I Want to Be Happy, Not Normal? What fixed standard is there for normality? Zombies' minds are inherently flawed, and these questions don't have standard answers. The more Sang Kankan thought about it, the more confused she became, so she simply stopped thinking and just read. After observing Sister Kong and her group, Sang Kankan wandered around the other people in the peach orchard to see how they lived. The others were no different from Sister Kong. Most were unrelated people living together, spending their days picking peaches from the trees, eating peaches for every meal. They were completely unguarded towards a stranger like Sang Kankan, welcoming her warmly. The only difference was whether they preferred mahjong or poker. Sang Kankan belatedly realized that this might be the reason they lived in different small groups. After all, people with different interests wouldn't get along. Some of them even lived a nomadic life, staying one night to play cards, then moving to another place to dance in the square. They were welcome everywhere. After observing for 2 days, Sang Kankan felt she might be right. The reason for their segregated living arrangements was probably that simple. Outside, it was a perilous post-apocalyptic world teeming with zombies. One wrong step, and you'd be dead. Yet, the people in Peach Garden lived a life of leisure, free from studying, working, fighting, and even the chore of cooking. Sang Kankan couldn't help but envy them. Before the apocalypse, she wouldn't have dared to dream of such a life. After observing for 2 days, Sang Kankan put a large peach on the shelves at the second shop in the inn, but only one, and priced it at 10,000 crystal cores. Ordinary people probably wouldn't buy it. She hoped the safe zone officials would buy it for research. She herself couldn't judge whether the peach or peach garden was good or bad. Let humanity worry about its own problems. If the people in the safe zone understood her intentions and gave her feedback, she wouldn't mind cooperating. If they didn't understand, then she would do as she pleased. Sang Kankan stayed in the peach garden for 2 days. The continuous rain that had lasted for nearly 10 days finally stopped. As soon as the second branch of the inn opened, many survivors lined up to enter, and immediately noticed the newly appeared large, white and red peach. Sang Kankan placed the peach in the most conspicuous spot in the inn, visible as soon as one entered. There was only one peach in stock, and it was priced at a whopping 10,000 crystal cores. This was definitely not an ordinary peach. The staff supervising the queue at the inn immediately reported the news, and soon the safe zone sent someone with crystal cores to buy the peach and hand it over to the experts at the Temporary Research Institute for analysis. Peaches are a bit different from bread and other foods. Active ingredient analysis takes more time, and Sang Kankan didn't expect them to have any immediate results. She could wait a few more days. Life in the peach garden was leisurely, and time passed easily. She could wander around freely, and when she got tired, she could go inside and lie down without anyone saying anything. She could even blend into the crowd, play a few rounds of mahjong, sing, dance, and chat. Anyway, no one was curious about her identity or background, nor would they inquire whether what was under her hood was a person or something else. Those rainy days, having to stay indoors to avoid the rain, were a bit stifling. Once the rain stopped, she was even happier. She could find a peach tree, climb it lazily, and enjoy the sweet peach scent in the breeze. The day would pass by in no time. Sang Kankan was almost reluctant to leave. But beneath the beautiful surface, there always lurked something less beautiful. Soon, Sang Kankan witnessed another side of the peach orchard. On the 3rd day after the rain stopped, the sun peeked out, promising a warm, sunny day. Sang Kankan planned to do what she did the day before, climb a peach tree and bask in the sun all day. Just as she began to climb, a burst of rapid drumming sounded from the orchard. The drumbeats pounded like thunder, striking at the heart. Even the dog playing with its tail at Sang Kankan's feet stopped, its tail first standing on end, as if sensing something was about to happen. The survivors in the peach orchard clearly understood what the drumbeats meant. They all came out of their houses and headed towards the direction of the sound. The drumming stopped quickly, replaced by a mournful and drawn-out Eru melody, this time lasting for over 10 minutes. Hearing the Eru, the survivors quickened their pace. Sang Kankan grabbed a woman she recognized. "Where are you all going? What are you doing?" The woman smiled broadly. "To welcome the arrival of a new life." "Come on, come along." Welcome a new life? Someone was born. This was quite a spectacle. Was someone extraordinary born? Sang Kankan asked several other people, and they gave the same answer. So she joined the crowd, gathering where the drumming had come from. It wasn't much different from other places. Peach trees surrounded it on all sides. The only difference was a stone platform, about a meter high, in the clearing between the trees, surrounded by people. Sang Kankan hadn't been here before, so she looked around more closely. The platform was about 3 or 4 meters long and wide, not very big, and surrounded by railings, somewhat resembling an altar she's seen on television, but simpler. Several people were on the platform, all dressed in white, seemingly for some kind of ceremony. One of them was holding a child, and the others looked at her with joyful expressions. Even those below the platform were standing on tiptoe to peek into her arms. On the ground of the platform lay a person, who looked like a pregnant woman, very young, probably not even 30. Sang Kankan smelled blood through the thin blanket covering her lower body, and realized the woman wasn't breathing. Whether it was due to a difficult childbirth or some other reason, she was already dead. But no one cared about the pregnant woman, all eyes were on the newborn, everyone rejoicing at the arrival of the new life. Someone on stage accidentally stepped on the pregnant woman, but simply moved their foot away without a second glance. Sang Kankan heard people talking beside her. "Is it a boy or a girl?" "Looks like a girl." "That's wonderful, another great mother." She found this conversation inexplicably jarring. No one cared if the pregnant woman died there. This wasn't a great mother, but a disposable tool. Sang Kankan asked the woman next to her, what happened to the mother? Was it a difficult labor? No, she didn't have a difficult labor. She just went where she was supposed to go, the woman replied casually. The old life departs, becoming fertilizer for the peach tree, continuously nourishing new life. What a great mother! Sang Kankan, She was a little at a loss for words, and continued to ask, but she looks very young, not even 30 years old, right? Indeed young. Only a woman as young as her could give birth to such a healthy child, fulfilling her mission, and completing the cycle of life. Unlike this old woman, I can't even be a mother if I want to. I can only wait for the day the peach tree calls me. After the aunt finished speaking, she looked at Sang Kankan. You sound very young too. I wish you will become a great mother soon. Sang Kankan, Thank you so much. These words sounded a bit like cult preaching. Maybe it was just this aunt's extreme opinion. Sang Kankan walked around the crowd and asked many other people, including Sister Kong, whom she had met before, but found that they all had the same idea. They didn't grieve for the pregnant woman's death, but only felt honored that she had fulfilled her mission and joyful about the child's birth, respectfully calling her a great mother. What about the men? Men certainly can't be mothers. What is your mission as men? Sang Kankan asked a man in the crowd. Sang Kankan had long noticed that there were far fewer men than women in this peach orchard, and she rarely saw older men, most were young men or even teenagers. She just hadn't known why and hadn't inquired. She couldn't very well ask directly, are all the men here dead? The man she asked answered matter-of-factly, men are just consumables. Young ones are still capable of helping women give birth, but when they get old, they're useless. They fall from the tree, get injured, or fall ill, and then return to the peach tree's embrace. That's fulfilling their mission. Sang Kankan, She was ashamed of her own lack of understanding. These were questions she hadn't even considered a few days ago, and naturally she hadn't asked them. Now, all laid bare before her, Sang Kankan was even a little overwhelmed. She followed the crowd, watching as they buried the deceased pregnant woman beneath the peach tree. No coffin was used, to allow her to return to the embrace of the peach tree as quickly as possible. She wasn't even dressed, simply buried naked in the soil. While burying the pregnant woman, several other bodies were brought out from elsewhere. Apparently, these were people who had died during the recent rains, and they wanted to be buried on this sunny day, a day of new life, to return to the peach tree alongside the Great Mother. After burying the deceased, the person who had been holding the newborn stepped out from the crowd, walked to the peach tree beside the new grave, solemnly picked a peach, squeezed out the fresh juice, and fed it to the newborn. Remember, this is the taste of your mother. Eating this peach will help you grow up happily, and you will become a great mother like her. Judging from the timeline since the apocalypse, this peach orchard had only existed for a few months at most, yet these people were already very skilled at this ritual and rhetoric, clearly having performed it many times before. The scale of the event surpassed even some large-scale religious ceremonies, and many monks and Taoist priests might not have possessed their clear logic in their preaching. Is this a kind of evolutionary direction? Sang Kankan asked the system in her consciousness. The system replied, seeking solace in religious faith is one of humanity's instincts, not evolution. Indeed, many countries and many people in the world had devout religious beliefs before the apocalypse, but Sang Kankan did not, so she found it very uncomfortable. The peach orchard is vast, filled with identical peach trees. It's easy to lose your way. Sang Kankan has only explored a small section in the past few days, not even reaching the heart of the orchard, let alone the other side. She heard from others that only about 1/10 of the survivors in the orchard have come to participate in this celebration of rebirth, which is still over 1,000, close to 2,000 people. So the total population might be 20 or 30,000. With so many people being born and dying every day, burying the deceased under the peach trees seems to solve part of the fertilizer and energy problem. Perhaps there were other ways, but Sang Kankan didn't dare to let her imagination run wild. This was something that only made her more uneasy. After the grand birthday celebration and funeral ceremony, the people in Peach Garden returned to their homes, immediately resuming their leisurely and peaceful lives. But Sang Kankan's feelings had completely changed. Although everyone treated her the same as before, neither too close nor too distant, and no one urged her to become a great mother, she still felt restless. She also gave up the idea of selling peaches. Unless she had the time to break open each peach and remove the pit, someone would definitely buy them and plant them. Once every peach grew into a peach tree, the whole world might become a peach garden. The thought alone sent chills down her spine. Everything in Peach Garden looked beautiful, but it wasn't a paradise. Sang Kankan wanted to leave. The second safe zone seemed to understand her intention in listing the peaches. After purchasing them, and following 2 days of expert analysis, they sent her the results via message. The peaches taste excellent and are very nutritious, providing almost all the nutrients the human body needs. We implore the post station to list them as soon as possible, the more the better. However, could the price be lowered? 10,000 crystal kernels per peach. Very few people can afford that. The safe zone's analysis only yielded this result, which didn't disappoint Sang Kankan too much. After all, the effect of making people happy is too abstract. It can't be discovered through laboratory research. Besides, there was only one peach. Even if someone tried it, someone who hadn't eaten fresh fruits and vegetables for so many days would definitely be happy eating a peach. No one would think the peach was the problem. She didn't plan to sell the peaches, but this time she unusually replied to the message board. There are large peach orchards in Tao County, Langzhou City. Pick them yourself if you want. As always, let humans solve their own problems. How to treat that orchard is also up to humans to decide. The people in Taoyuan don't need any other food, so leaving the inn here would be a waste. Therefore, she must set off again. Chapter 49. When Sang Kankan set off again, the floodwaters that had submerged most of Tao County had receded considerably, rendering the inflatable boats useless. However, the roads above water were damp and muddy, and one could easily sink in, requiring extra caution. She didn't say goodbye to the others in the peach orchard before leaving. Of course, even if she had, no one would have tried to stop her. Life and death were fleeting things to these people, quickly forgotten. If such a large peach orchard were left unattended, who knew what it would become? Sang Kankan couldn't do anything. She wasn't even human, and it wasn't worth worrying about humans. Hopefully, after seeing the message she left behind, someone would come to deal with it as soon as possible. The dog seemed to have secretly eaten peaches a few times these past few days, developing a psychological dependence. When it was time to leave, it clung to Sang Kankan's clothes, whining and begging, unwilling to go. Sang Kankan didn't force it, clearly indicating that it could stay behind and go ahead on its own. A few minutes later, the dog slowly caught up. It hadn't eaten many peaches yet, and wasn't very dependent on Sang Kankan. It was more reluctant to leave her than the peaches. Almost all the survivors in Tao County had gathered in that peach orchard, and they still hadn't seen anyone else along the way. The mutated plants were much more lush than before the rain. The soil, nourished by the heavy rain, was even more fertile, and all sorts of plants had sprouted overnight. Although most were inconspicuous wildflowers and weeds, they weren't harmless little cuties, one could easily get entangled and covered in thorns if they weren't careful. Sang Kankan, with her skeletal frame, wasn't afraid of anything, but the dog was in a terrible state. At first, when it got tangled in the weeds, it foolishly went to nibble at them, getting several cuts on its mouth and a swollen nose from the thorns. Some of the weeds were poisonous, causing both pain and itching. The dog couldn't remove the thorns or stop the itch itself, so it pitifully begged Sang Kankan for help. Two-legged creature, quickly remove the thorns from the dog. Two-legged creature, quickly scratch the dog's itch. Two-legged creature, wah, the dog is so pitiful. Seeing the dog's weak, pitiful, and helpless appearance, yet still determined to try again, Sang Kankan quickly checked the map and chose the nearest highway. There were far fewer mutated plants on the highway, saving them from this ordeal. The animals and zombies that had been dormant during the rainy days emerged afterward, searching for food. They encountered quite a few along the way, but Sang Kankan, constantly using her powers to disguise herself, encountered no obstacles and successfully reached the highway. However, she could imagine that the survivors would face even greater pressure to survive now. Even humans, driven to extreme hunger, rarely maintain their rationality, let alone animals and zombies, whose rationality was already limited. The animals at Station 3 were in slightly better shape, but some had still perished in the torrential rain. Their crystal cores were even dug out by the surviving animals to buy food at the station. This forced Sang Kankan to realize that there was a huge, and possibly insurmountable, gap between the moral standards of animals and those of humans and herself. Just as Sang Kankan had predicted, after the torrential rains that had lasted for days subsided, the zombies and mutated animals everywhere were driven to a state of utter desperation by hunger. Zombie hordes roamed, drawn by the scent of flesh and blood. Hungry mutated animals hunted relentlessly, with safe zones teeming with survivors being their prime targets. Many safe zones were engulfed by beast and zombie hordes, exacerbating the already devastating losses suffered by survivors in the torrential rains. Some smaller safe zones were completely wiped out, with hundreds of thousands perishing, or only a handful of survivors escaping to other nearby safe zones. Few places escaped unscathed. Both the first and second safe zones in City C were hit by zombie hordes, but the situations in the two zones were drastically different. The second safe zone had recently conducted a large-scale animal hunt, resulting in the deaths and escapes of most surrounding animals. This time, after only one zombie horde, almost no animals returned. And what did a large number of zombies represent? A large number of crystal cores. During the days of torrential rain, many people hadn't ventured out, surviving on supplies previously purchased from the post station. Besides external relief efforts, the base authorities had also provided substantial aid to ordinary citizens. Now, everyone was penniless, yet they faced the zombie horde with renewed vigor, far from fear. The readily available crystal cores were too good to pass up. Even ordinary people joined in, those with the strength fought, and those without could provide support. The zombie horde lasted 2 days and 1 night. Although casualties were inevitable, the survivors were in high spirits. After killing the last zombie, countless people embraced and cheered, as if they had glimpsed the hope of humanity's ultimate victory. The district chief had the crystal cores harvested during the zombie horde inventory. With a wave of his hand, he decided to organize a large-scale feast for the entire safe zone. The authorities would provide the ingredients, and everyone could participate and eat their fill, further escalating the already high spirits. To put it simply, having enough to eat is the ultimate dream for countless people in the apocalypse. In contrast, the first safe zone in City C was utterly unlucky, suffering a complete and utter disaster. On the day the rain stopped, the survivors barely had time to catch their breath when a horde of mutated rats stormed into the first safe zone. Like starving ghosts, who hadn't eaten for centuries, they devoured anything in sight, even chewing holes in concrete walls. Human flesh was nothing to them. The survivors united and, at considerable cost, finally wiped out the rat horde, only to find that they were just the vanguard. Next came wave after wave of beast hordes and zombie hordes. After several waves of attacks, watching the increasingly gruesome casualty figures, the district chief's hairline swelled with worry. The district chief lamented his misfortune more than once. Why had he gone to great lengths to come to this wretched place? He must have been out of his mind. If he had gone directly to the second safe zone, he would be the one living a life of ease with the end behind him. However, his envy and resentment were useless. The district chief recalled the information he had heard from Ying. There seemed to be a Sang family in number 1 in the city, surrounded by scattered survivors, who hadn't yet formed a fixed organization. If he led the remaining people from the safe zone there now, he might be able to take advantage of the situation. Anyway, after the torrential rains, floods, and successive waves of beast and zombie hordes, their first safe zone was already in a terrible state. Rebuilding it now might require just as much manpower and resources as relocation. Although moving from outside the city to the city center was risky, as long as there was an inn, even taking the risks would be worthwhile. After considering the idea, the district chief immediately summoned his subordinates to plan the feasibility and specific route for relocating to the safe zone. He didn't even report to his superiors beforehand. He wasn't the only one eyeing the post station, and he was afraid someone else would get there first. He reported after the relocation was complete. Because of the continuous beast and zombie hordes, Lin Yu and He Ying's group, who had originally planned to return to the central safe zone after the rain stopped, were delayed for several days. That's right, Lin Yu had decided to go with He Ying and the others. However, Lin Yu wanted to visit her parents on the way and hadn't decided to join the team yet. She was still a little hesitant about the central safe zone. He Ying didn't rush her. These past few days, fighting alongside Lin Yu, seeing her repeatedly crush mutated rats with her bare hands, and always stepping forward to fight off zombie hordes with swift and decisive action, she admired Lin Yu more and more. Since Lin Yu was already willing to go with them, spending more time with her would make convincing her a natural progression. After several days of delay, only after the last wave of zombies attacking the first safe zone was finally repelled did they have time to retrieve their off-road vehicle, perform maintenance and repairs, and prepare to set off. However, just before departure, He Ying received an urgent message from her superiors in the central safe zone. Go to Langzhou City first. The people behind the post station might be there. Zhang Cancan left the location of Taoyuan at the second post station, hoping that the human survivors could find Taoyuan as soon as possible, discover the anomaly, and take action. However, after seeing this message, the humans were more concerned about another question. Why did the post station know that Taoxian County had peaches? And why did the post station tell them the information Langzhou City, Taoxian County? They hadn't heard of a newly opened post station in Taoxian County. Could it possibly have access to all information about the world at any time? This was a bit terrifying. They preferred to believe another possibility, that the true nature of the post station, or rather, the person controlling it, was in Tao County, and that providing the address was a hint to humanity, hoping they would find it. This was also overthinking. Regardless of whether their guesses were right or wrong, the existence of clues related to the post station in Tao County was undeniable. After seeing the post station's message, the second security zone chief consulted with his trusted subordinates for a considerable time. Everyone agreed that this matter was extremely serious, and their single security zone couldn't handle it alone. They needed to report it to their superiors and the central security zone immediately. The central security zone had already received He Ying's remote report, confirming the accuracy of the second security zone's report related to the post station. Receiving this report again naturally made them even more concerned, immediately ordering the Langzhou City security zone, the closest to Tao County, to begin an investigation. However, 2 days after Langzhou City sent personnel to Tao County, a new post station appeared right at the entrance of the Langzhou City security zone. Following the second branch of the second security zone in City C, the Sang family post station's fourth branch appeared in Langzhou City. But where is store number 3? That remains a mystery. From City C to the second security zone, then to Tao County, and finally to the Langzhou security zone, with more and more clues, they can now deduce the relay station's route. If they hurry, they might even be able to find the person behind the relay station, or some other entity. Therefore, after receiving the report from Langzhou, the central security zone immediately assigned He Ying, who was nearby, a new mission. If you can successfully find this person, maintain friendly communication as a basic premise, and do not antagonize them. He Ying explained the change of itinerary to her teammates. So we need to go to Langzhou first, which might delay us for a while. Does anyone have any objections? Her teammates all shook their heads. No problem. We follow orders. Lin Yu considered herself just a hitchhiker, so of course she wouldn't voice her opinion. And so, they set off that very day. In their rush to find someone, they drove their SUV at top speed, taking the best routes, and didn't even rest that night. Several people took turns driving, but due to the terrible road conditions, it still took them almost a day and a night to finally reach the Langzhou safety zone the following afternoon. Meanwhile, Sang Cancan was hiding under a bridge outside the Langzhou safety zone, observing the operation of store number 4. Chapter 50. Sang Cancan spent a day traveling from Tao County to Langzhou City. Following the scent of humans and the direction of the gathering zombies, she found the location of the safe zone. Considering the large patch of eerie peaches, she felt it necessary to open a rest stop nearby. Otherwise, Given the current dire situation of humans struggling to find food, even knowing the peaches were problematic, they probably wouldn't be able to bring themselves to destroy them without a better option, and would continue eating them. However, before opening a rest stop, she needed to scout the location and ensure it was suitable. When she arrived outside the Langzhou safe zone, the survivors looked rather pitiful. Unfortunately, just the day before, the Langzhou safe zone had received instructions from the central safe zone to send a powerful team of superhumans to Tao County to investigate the peaches and the Sang family rest stop. Shortly after the team left, the safe zone was attacked by a wave of zombies. This wave of zombies was actually just the remnants of the previous zombie horde. They weren't particularly powerful, but the safe zone had lost a squad of their strongest superhumans, and the remaining survivors were nearly exhausted from the previous horde. They thought they were safe and were preparing to rest, but then the zombies returned, catching them completely off guard. When Sang Kankan arrived nearby, the battle had reached a final stalemate. The humans had run out of ammunition, and the superhumans were almost out of power, relying entirely on their physical strength to fight the zombies. There weren't many zombies left. 200 or 300 were gathered at the exit of the safe zone, too hungry to yield an inch to the humans' attacks. Now it's a matter of who can hold out the longest. However, this is a safe zone for humans, and they still have reserves to continuously join the fight. Presumably, the zombies will be the ones defeated in the end, though humans will pay a price. Sang Kankan has seen this kind of standoff many times before, and she never takes sides. This time, she also plans to observe coldly. Neither humans nor zombies are aware of her presence, focused on the battle at hand. After all, a moment of distraction could mean death. But at the last moment, something unexpected happened. A group of little kids suddenly rushed out of the safe zone, charging towards the zombie horde like swallows returning to their nest. A little boy, who looked no more than 5 or 6 years old, brandished a lightsaber with its battery depleted, shouting fiercely, "Damn zombies, I punish you with my lightsaber." A little girl with messy hair filled her pockets with stones and started hurling them at the zombie horde, yelling, "Get out of here, zombies!" Other children, also armed with various toy-like weapons, charged towards the zombies while shouting, "Damn zombies, give me back my dad. Give me back my mom. Give me back my grandpa and grandma." It all happened so suddenly that the human survivors were stunned. Where did these little brats come from? What were the others in the safe zone doing? This was no joke. Come back quickly. After recovering, they rushed to rescue the children. Zombies don't hesitate, and they won't show mercy to children. A little girl, not even 10 years old, ran too fast and crashed into a level 2 zombie. The zombie grabbed her and lifted her by the collar. It seemed there was no time to save her. The little girl wasn't afraid at all, holding a toy magic wand and forcefully poking it into the zombie's eye socket. "Damn zombie, I kill you." Someone in the back row closed their eyes in pity. Everyone has to pay the price for their impulsiveness, even a child. But the expected scream didn't happen. The superhumans in the front row, rushing to the rescue, also stopped in their tracks, stunned. They saw that the zombie holding the little girl, for some unknown reason, gently tossed her back to the humans, then turned around and began brutally beating the zombie next to it. It was a real beating. One punch directly smashed the head of a level 1 low-level zombie. This is zombie infighting? The other zombies quickly became abnormal as well. Even the zombies that had been fiercely fighting the humans suddenly stopped, letting the humans and the rebellious zombie beat them up. Not long after, all the zombies still capable of movement turned around in unison, like small animals encountering their natural enemy, and scattered like a tide, their retreating figures even resembling a hasty escape. Looking at the suddenly empty safe zone exit, the survivors looked at each other, their eyes filled with the same confusion. Why did they just run away like that? What happened to these zombies? Did some powerful figure pass by and see they were in danger, and drive the zombies away? But they didn't see anyone else nearby. Whatever happened, they were saved at least. Otherwise, even if they had managed to drive away the zombies today, there would definitely have been casualties. After regaining their senses, the leader of the survivors immediately ordered people to clean up the battle scene, and also grabbed all the little brats, who had rushed out earlier. He slapped each of them on the backside before starting to question them. "Who let you come here?" The younger children, frightened, clutched their sore bottoms and couldn't speak, while the older children were all incredibly defiant. "Nobody told us to come, we came on our own." That's right, everyone has a responsibility to protect the safe zone. We kids have to do our part too, we have to fight the zombies. These words, coming from a child who's barely waist high to an adult, are hard not to laugh at. You can't even walk properly, you fall down, and you want to fight zombies? Little kids, are you kidding me? Next time you cause trouble, it won't just be a spanking. If a zombie bites you, you won't even have time to cry. Where do you live? You need to call your family to come pick you up. When you get back, your family needs to give you a good talking to. You can't just wander into a battlefield like that. We're all orphans, we have no family, the little girl who had been grabbed by a zombie earlier replied, head held high, word by word, anyway, no one will care if we die. Killing one zombie is one less problem. It lightens the burden on the safe zone. Isn't that good? These words silenced the adults around them. A sensible child is always endearing. But this kind of sensibility doesn't bring any comfort. A female superhuman picked up the girl and gently brushed the dust off her. It's good that you're so kind. You don't need to help now, we adults are here. We can help you when you're older. The little girl said oh, and added, we only decided to step in because we saw you were about to lose. All the adults present, kid, don't be so harsh on us. Give us some face. The female superhuman gave an awkward smile. We didn't lose. We were conserving our strength, waiting for the zombies to relax before delivering the fatal blow. Oh, I see. You guys are amazing. The little girl continued innocently. So, do you know why the zombies all retreated? The female superhuman's lips twitched. Maybe they realized we were too strong, couldn't beat us, and gave up? The little girl didn't speak, just looked at her with her big, dark, watery eyes, making the female superhuman feel embarrassed to continue. She felt guilty. Anyway, the outcome of this battle against the zombie horde was good. Back in the safe zone, they could finally get a good night's sleep. The one who drove away the zombies was naturally Sang-Kankan, who had been hiding nearby. She hadn't originally intended to side with the humans, but seeing the little girl wielding her magic wand and frantically poking at the zombies, she instinctively intervened. Because she remembered her past self. When she was still a human, she too had done something similar, like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. If she had had other choices, or if someone had helped her, she wouldn't have needed to be so reckless, but she didn't. Some memories she thought she had forgotten slowly resurfaced. Sang-Kankan thought of her family. Her name was given to her by her mother, representing her mother's best wishes for her, hoping that her life would be full of sunshine, but unfortunately, those wishes didn't come true. Her mother, Sang-Hwiru, was a strong and inspiring woman. Having lost her parents in her teens and dropping out of school, she pestered the old man in town who slaughtered pigs to teach her a trade. After learning, she went to the city alone to work, saved money to open a butcher shop in the market, and bought a house and a car by selling pork. She also found a seemingly honest and good-looking man to be her husband, and gave birth to Sang-Kankan. Sang-Hwiru, having secured her only daughter's surname, Sang, held absolute power at home. She was more capable than her husband in both earning money and interpersonal relationships. Sang's father never showed any reluctance and always listened to his wife, making the family relationship seem harmonious. In Sang-Kankan's childhood memories, her mother's image was always more vivid. Her mother prepared all 3 meals a day, paid for her tuition and living expenses, and attended parent-teacher meetings and sports meets. Her father seemed like an insignificant passerby. The mother's meticulous love filled the void left by the father's absence, and Sang-Kankan lived a very happy life from childhood. Perhaps her happiness was so great that even fate was jealous and decided to punish her. When she was 16, a car accident took her mother's life. The accident was unforeseen, and the other driver was entirely at fault. He didn't argue, he came to the Sang family home, sincerely offered incense and apologized to Sang's mother, and scrambled to raise money to pay the compensation he owed. Sang-Kankan doesn't remember the exact amount. At the time, she was completely immersed in grief and had no energy to care about anything else. However, that must have been a considerable sum of money, attracting a lot of unwanted attention. All of her father's relatives came. Sang's father was from the countryside. He had 3 older sisters and 2 younger brothers. Her parents were poorly educated, and the family was poor. Most of her siblings only completed junior high school before returning home to farm or go out to work. Sang's father himself was the most educated, finishing high school before leaving home. When Sang-Kankan was little, her family had visited her father's hometown, and she hadn't gotten along well with those relatives. Her third uncle's younger brother took a liking to Sang-Kankan's pencil case. Her grandmother, without saying a word, took it out of her school bag and gave it to him, even blaming Sang-Kankan for not being proactive, saying, "You're so inconsiderate. You city folks have everything you could want, and you don't even care about your brother." My second uncle's older sister deliberately scribbled on Sang-Kankan's new dress, making her cry. Others then called her spoiled, saying, "It's just a dress. Just wash it clean. What's there to cry about? City kids are so delicate. When Sang's mother drove her newly bought car back, she heard various sarcastic remarks from her aunts. Rich people are so carefree, changing cars every day. When are you going to give us some money? Having sold meat at the market for so many years, Sang's mother wasn't the type to be easily bullied. She only tolerated it a little on the first day back home. The second day, she completely lost her temper, arguing with everyone. Facing her aunt's sarcastic remarks, she retorted arrogantly, I am indeed rich. I can buy a house whenever I want, and change cars whenever I want. Are you envious? Envy won't change anything. It's your own fault for being incompetent. Why should I help you? Am I your father or your mother? I doubt your parents are capable of this. Or are you a refugee? Then you should seek government assistance. Coming to me won't help. Facing her second aunt's accusation of being spoiled, Sang's mother grabbed a bottle of ink and splashed it all over her. Go wash your clothes if they're dirty. You're not angry, are you? No way, no way. At your age, you can't be this delicate, can you? Facing her grandmother taking Sang Kankan's things, Sang's mother showed no mercy. You're absolutely right. We have everything in the city, especially this medicine, colorless and odorless. You can't even see it in water. If you drink it, you sleep through the night and won't wake up the next day. Kankan is still young. She really doesn't understand how to care for her younger brother. I feel sorry for him. He's so young, suffering with you every day. It's so pitiful. Maybe I should send him on his way, so he can be reborn into a better family? Sang's mother had seen countless tantrums and unreasonable behavior at the market. She knew that reasoning with them was pointless. It would only make things worse. If they were being unreasonable, you had to be even more unreasonable. If they were acting crazy, you had to be even crazier. Only then would they stop bullying you. Anyway, she wasn't going to stay in her hometown for long. After her outburst, she took Sang Kankan and drove off, abandoning Sang's father. After that, they completely cut off contact with their relatives back home. Sang's father even argued with his wife about this. Whenever he wanted to go back home for holidays or bring his parents to live with him, his wife flatly refused. If you want to go back alone. You can go back and not come back, it's fine. If you want to bring them, then you can live with them. I don't welcome them here, and don't expect me to give you a penny. Her father was completely submissive in front of her mother, and the relatives back home were also intimidated by Sang's mother's madness, so they didn't dare approach her anymore. For many years afterward, their family lived a peaceful life. After Sang's mother passed away, and she received the compensation, those troublesome relatives came knocking again. The next 2 years were like a hurricane in Sang Kankan's memory, turning her world upside down and leaving it in ruins. The relatives came to her house every day, some even staying and never leaving, all trying to squeeze money out of her father. Her father, being shrewd, knew that the money wouldn't last if things continued this way. He quickly used the inheritance and compensation money left by Sang's mother as a dowry to marry a young and beautiful woman from the countryside. She had just graduated high school, was only 2 years older than Sang Kankan, and wasn't even of legal marriage age. Soon, Sang Kankan had a younger brother, and her grandparents came from their hometown to live with them in the city, supposedly to help take care of the child. They lived comfortably, and Sang Kankan didn't starve thanks to the New Year's money her mother had saved for her. Sang's mother had lived independently, since she was very young, and paid special attention to cultivating Sang Kankan's sense of responsibility. She always gave Sang Kankan the bank card for saving her New Year's money to keep herself. Sometimes, if Sang Kankan did well on a test, she would deposit extra money as a reward. Although it wasn't a large sum, it allowed Sang Kankan to safely complete the remaining 2 years of high school. With a beautiful wife and a beloved son, Sang's father's attention no longer lingered on Sang Kankan. He didn't even remember her taking the college entrance exam until her grandmother saw her bring her acceptance letter home and snatched it away. Only then did the family realize what had happened. A girl, finishing high school is nothing special. Why bother with university? Her grandmother said, tearing up her acceptance letter. I think you spoil her too much. Other girls her age are managing everything inside and outside the house, but she doesn't do anything, her grandfather said. I think Kankan is quite pretty and likable. My friend met a big boss the other day. He lost his wife 2 years ago, and is looking for a companion. Why don't we let Kankan meet him? He doesn't have children, but he'd be kind. Kankan will definitely be blessed. This big boss is very generous. If we can reach an agreement, our Dabao will definitely have a house in the future, her stepmother said. Then, let's meet him, her father said. Looking at the house that no longer felt like home, filled with people who had no feelings for her, and the notice torn in half on the floor. Sang Kankan thought of her mother's madness years ago, and so she went mad too. She rushed into the kitchen, grabbed a cleaver, and rushed out again. First, she slashed her father and grandfather's feet. Before they could react, she ran into the master bedroom, grabbed her sleeping brother, and held a cleaver to his neck. Speak. Keep talking. One more word and I slash him again. Let's see if your mouths are faster than my hands. Sang Kankan, knife in one hand and her brother in the other, stood in a standoff with the others for a whole day. She got her ID card and household registration book from her father, and he transferred 100,000 yuan to her. Then, she picked up her university acceptance letter from the floor, took nothing else, and left home, left that city. You better not try to come back, or next time I just kill you. Anyway, one life for several lives, I'm not losing out. Only after buying a ticket and boarding the train did Sang Kankan finally relax. She slumped into her seat, covered her face, and cried the entire way. She worried that the family might call the police or seek help from others, but unfortunately, they either lacked the brains or the courage, or simply didn't want to air their dirty laundry in public, and didn't reveal the incident. She never saw those people again. The little girl waving a magic wand at the zombies outside the safe zone reminded Sang Kankan of herself when she picked up a kitchen knife in front of that family of wolves and tigers. Both were people who fought desperately when they had no other choice, even though this little girl was younger and more reckless than her. She didn't want to see the little girl fail, so she intervened and saved her.